Chapter 161. The atmosphere in the palace was very depressing. The queen sat alone in the palace and sulked. Knowing that Anita was probably not dead, she was the most angry and panicked person. The moment she saw the news, the queen thought, Tiger King must have helped Anita fake her death. The more the queen thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was very high. She had always looked down on Anita, thinking that Anita was just a descendant of a branch that was separated, a poor thing who had lost even her parents. Even if Anita stole her, she didn't think Anita was a huge threat to her. She just thought that the other party was a disgusting leech. So when Anita faked her death and escaped, she naturally didn't think it was Anita's ability, but only thought it was arranged by Tiger King. She even suspected that Tiger King had been secretly communicating with Anita, who had faked her death, for the past 2 years. Without the Tiger King's arrangement, how could Anita become Eva? Yamingla was not built in the past 2 years, but appeared decades ago. It was just a very small scale in the early stage, just an ordinary high-end brothel. It was not until the past 20 years that it gradually became one of the well-known dens of money consumption in the royal city. Maybe the Tiger King had made arrangements in secret long ago, otherwise how could Anita get under her nose without her knowing? The queen did not want to admit that she was played around by Anita. She would rather accept the fact that she was not as good as the Tiger King. Anita was not dead. Not only did she conspire with the people around the Tiger King to deal with her, but she might also have killed the 5th princess. The queen was furious. She knew that Ramil was not a good thing. The Tiger King also protected him, and said that the death of the 5th princess had nothing to do with him. The queen was furious and ran to find the Tiger King regardless of anything. When she arrived at the meeting hall, she was able to restrain herself from yelling at the Tiger King on the spot, which was considered to be giving face to the Tiger King. But the Tiger King did not give her any face. Thinking of being left alone in the hall, thinking of those ministers and dignitaries who were all secretly looking at her, and not knowing what they thought of her, the queen felt more and more wronged and sad. She must kill Anita, and that bastard Raphael Longmu. The queen called her trusted subordinate. How is the arrangement going? The subordinate bowed his head and replied, they said that the royal city has been searching them very closely during this period, and it is difficult for them to sneak in. The queen said without hesitation, use my name to arrange for them to disguise themselves as merchants to come in. This? The subordinate hesitated. If the matter is exposed, it will be linked to you? Nothing. The queen risked it. She and the Tiger King have already torn their faces apart. The Tiger King is so protective of that bitch Anita, maybe one day he will kill her, the queen, for that bitch. She has nowhere to retreat, so she might as well make good use of her current reputation and power to completely eliminate her enemies. The subordinates saw that the queen had made up her mind, and could only nod. I will arrange it immediately. Tell them that this time, we must take the life of that bastard no matter what. I don't want the same thing 7 years ago to happen again. If he dies, let him die completely. No matter the cost. Yes. Also, find out where Anita is hiding. I want that bitch dead. Capture Doris and torture her. Maybe she knows something. The queen's face was twisted with hatred. Yes. The subordinate felt a little distressed. Doris was a high-level talent that they had cultivated with great difficulty. She was beautiful and charming. Not only could she make money, but she could also get all kinds of information from those male orcs, who were greedy for her beauty. But the queen now said she would abandon her, alas. The queen waved her hand, and let the subordinate leave. She was just a high-level prostitute. What was there to feel sorry for? If this one died, she could still have people cultivate countless more. The queen asked her trusted maid to find the 2nd prince. There were some things that she didn't want to wait any longer. The Tiger King was talking to Clement. Clement told the Tiger King all the information he had investigated. The time was too short, and I only found so much. So Eva could really be Anita? The Tiger King still felt a little unbelievable. In his eyes, Anita has always been a beautiful and gentle beauty. Although she hates the queen in her heart and follows him, because she wants to take revenge on the queen, he can feel that Anita really likes him, otherwise she would not give birth to a child for him. Anita is often jealous of the queen, but she doesn't say it. She just clings to him every time she sees him, which greatly satisfies his male complacency. He always thinks that he controls Anita, that Anita relies on him to survive under the threat of the queen, and that Anita can't do anything without him. But now the gossip newspaper reveals that Anita seems to have started to lay out in the royal city long before seducing him. When she was his mistress, she seemed to be the weaker party, and kept retreating from the queen's aggressiveness. The Tiger King couldn't help but sympathize with Anita, thinking that she was a complete weakling compared to the queen, and felt that he had wronged Anita and made her suffer a lot. But now think carefully, what did Anita lose under the Queen's seemingly aggressive threat? Except that some people secretly laughed at Anita for being just a mistress, but who dared to mock her in person. On the contrary, because she was the king's only mistress, and had given birth to a child for the king, who dared not give her face in this royal city, if Anita's biggest grievance was to be said, it might be that Raphael was bullied and assassinated, but Raphael was not Anita's own flesh and blood at all. The Tiger King hugged his head. He didn't react until today. Anita acted so wronged and pitiful, but in fact, the person who really suffered had nothing to do with Anita. He was angry that the Queen threatened and forced Anita to die slowly because she had an incurable disease. But in fact, Anita took this opportunity to get rid of the identity of the king's mistress, and continued to stir up trouble in the dark. The Tiger King even thought of leaving a will to Raphael after Anita's death, asking him to wait until he was 20 years old before leaving the royal city. Isn't this using Raphael as a shield to continue to attract the Queen's attention for her, and give her more time to make plans? Maybe Anita even planned the time for fake death, because Ramil has grown up. Thinking of the gossip newspaper saying that Ramil and Eva had close contact and plotted against the Queen, the Tiger King pressed his temple. He thought Ramil was an honest man, and even if he had a little ambition, he would not really think about things he shouldn't think about. But with Anita's instigation, can Ramil really resist thinking about certain things? And the death of the fifth princess, it seems that the fifth princess committed suicide by herself. But is it true that Anita did not instigate this? If Anita starts to attack the prince and princess, will she stop there? Pay attention to the gossip newspaper to see if Anita's trace can be found there. If you find it. The Tiger King looked at Clement. Clement was cunning and just didn't take the initiative to speak up. The Tiger King had no choice but to say, if she doesn't resist, bring her to see me secretly. If she resists strongly, then let's do what we have to do. Clement took the order. Just as Clement was about to leave the study, the Tiger King called Clement again. Keep an eye on Ramil, maybe he will go find her. Also, if you attack Anita, don't let Ramil know. Clement had a blank expression on his face, wondering if His Majesty knew that his statement would make people doubt Ramil's background. But he just accepted the order as if he didn't hear anything. Yes. In Jinsey manner, the housekeeper looked at the latest issue of the gossip newspaper, and had to take deep breaths to calm herself down. This damn gossip newspaper, where did they get the channels from? How could they dig out so many secrets? She felt good watching them deal with the Queen before. But now that the flames are burning on her, it feels different. Especially this damn gossip newspaper not only exposed her fake death, but also launched all the people in the royal city come to find her activity. Has she offended this newspaper? If she gives money to this newspaper now, will the other party stop the activity or cooperate with her instead? While thinking about whether there is a possibility of negotiation with the newspaper, the housekeeper felt that the activities organized by this newspaper were extremely disgusting. She was very confident in her ability to hide, but she was afraid of the worst. She could not guarantee that she would not be exposed, let alone that no one would doubt her. As long as there was one person who suspected her, and was tempted by the reward, he might go to the newspaper to report her. Anyway, there was no punishment for saying something wrong. Maybe there were servants in the manor who didn't like her and deliberately went to the newspaper to say something. When she thought that she would need to be careful no matter who she met, where she went, or what she did in the future, the housekeeper felt very irritated. The search activity of this newspaper was really not very harmful, but it was disgusting. Could it be that the real purpose of the person who reported this behind the scenes was to make trouble for her, Ares, who was trading storage props with the second prince and others in the club? Yes, that's it. Killing you directly is too easy for you. I have to let you have a taste of the pain that my family has suffered. And this is just the beginning. Knock knock. The housekeeper was startled by the knock on the door and shouted subconsciously, "Who? What's the matter?" Butler snapped, "It's Master Alpert, who wants to see the gossip newspaper." "Give it to him." The housekeeper regretted it as soon as she said it. Who knows what the people of the Denton family will do after seeing the gossip newspaper. But on second thought, the people of the Denton family are now under her supervision. Even if they want to pass on the news, they have to see if she allows it. The gossip newspaper office in the royal city was crowded with people, and people outside kept squeezing in, and people kept shouting, "I have news about Mrs. Anita, let me in." Although there are many people, the staff in the newspaper are busy but not chaotic. Everyone has clear responsibilities, including guiding, recording, and maintaining order. The arrangement is in good order. The newspaper staff can obviously guide everyone to line up, but they deliberately did not do so. It is too orderly, so some people who hold real news dare not come forward. In addition, with such chaos, when the newspaper reports again, no one can figure out where their news comes from. This is your record number. I will write it on your arm. Change it to your calf? No problem. The employee who made the mark followed the advice and changed the position to write the number. Okay. If we verify that your news is true, we will publish your record number in the later newspapers. Please come to the newspaper directly with the number to collect the bonus. Can I take a shower? Of course I can. Don't worry, this kind of paint will not fade even if you scrub it hard in a short time. Editor-in-Chief. There is an auntie here who said she has something important for us to report. Let the ball receive. She. All those who are willing to provide valuable news, please go to the conference room inside. Those who come to buy advertising space, please ask the advertising team leader to receive them. Editor-in-Chief. Someone from the Public Security Bureau in this area came and asked us to send someone to maintain order at the door, saying that there are too many people and it's too chaotic. Then hire a few more hourly workers. Editor-in-Chief Dingo raised his voice. Panda? Is Panda here? Has the next issue of the newspaper been typeset? No, I need to add another temporary advertisement here. The business of Wancheng Gossip newspaper is booming, and the editor-in-chief Dingo, who came back from the dead, gave himself a fake beard and went back to work. He also asked Pai Dan, who was promoted to deputy editor-in-chief, to continue recruiting people from the players. Originally, Dingo, Pai Dan and other players who died in the royal city could only be reborn in the reincarnation pool of Tianqin Valley after death. But there is a player with a very special bloodline talent among the players. Panda is my wife, whose talent is to summon from a distance. As long as he is given the same personal item as the summoned person, he can summon the summoned person to his side. After Fu Xiongjuan accepted the task assigned to him by Shang Fifan, the first person he went to find was this person. With this player, at least long-distance tasks can be guaranteed, and players will not fall behind even if they die. Pippy Shrimp will fall behind constantly, not because Panda is unwilling to summon him, but because Pippy Shrimp is unwilling to be summoned. He is a lone ranger who likes to act alone and does not like to follow the large group. If it were not for the space props this time, Pippy Shrimp would not follow Fu Xiongjuan's team. In short, with Panda's summoning method, Dingo and Pai Dan, who had passed the 3-day death penalty, were immediately summoned back to the royal city to continue to shine for the gossip business. The people working in the newspaper office did not work in vain. The notebook system used the task trigger mechanism to release tasks as long as they encountered suitable tasks, many of which were related to the construction of the newspaper office. In other words, these players who published the gossip newspaper could not only satisfy their desire to stir up trouble, but also get task rewards, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Many players who had just come to the royal city could not find tasks for a while, so they came to the gossip newspaper to find opportunities. Basically, everyone could get a task with good rewards. As the behind-the-scenes controller of the notebook system, Tian Kanguza also saw the huge momentum of the gossip newspaper and the large number of tasks extended. But he did not forcibly prohibit it. First, the game system has its own operating rules. Even if he is the system controller, he cannot forcibly change or destroy the basic operating rules of the system. In fact, he is not a system developer, but more like a system maintainer and back-end operator. He can add some functions to the system without violating the basic rules of the system. He can issue tasks, modify task content, delete player accounts, reward and punish players, etc., but he cannot modify the system itself. Second, although the gossip newspaper is a double-edged sword, it cannot be denied that it is a huge help if used well. Third, the ultimate goal of Tianqin Valley Master is to use players to control the entire Orc continent, so as to achieve his goal of becoming a god. For this reason, no matter how the players mess with the Tiger Kingdom royal family, or even the orcs of the entire Orc continent, it has no effect on Tianqin Valley Master. He hopes that Tiger Kingdom will be more chaotic. But at this moment, Tianqin Valley Master did not think about the gossip newspaper. He was thinking about Aries Shang. That young alchemist was too weird. He was interested in him, but his words and expressions were full of sarcasm and unkindness to him. If he wanted to attract his attention, he had to say that he was successful. But Tianqin Valley Master was not so narcissistic that he really thought Aries Shang liked him. In fact, when he participated in the Mysticism Research Club, he repeatedly said that he only liked Raphael Langmu, and he was afraid that others would not know how much he loved Raphael. The reason why Tianqin Valley Master cared so much about Aries Shang was because he found that this guy's strength was a bit unfathomable, and he didn't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that he seemed to have a bit of magician flavor. At that time, Aries Shang held his hand, and he tried to pull it out several times but failed. To others, the two's actions were normal. Except that Aries Shang was very rude. Only Tianquan Valley Master himself knew how much effort he had put in at that time. During the period, he also secretly performed a small magic similar to acupuncture, but the other party seemed to be unaware of it. In the end, he pulled out his palm not because he performed a small spell or was stronger than Aries Shang, but because Aries Shang took the initiative to let go. The most terrifying thing is that during the short time when the other party held his hand, he had a terrifying feeling of being explored from head to toe and from inside to outside, and he couldn't stop it. Because these were just his feelings, he didn't actually notice what detection methods the other party used, which made him want to stop it, but didn't know how to stop it. And the words that Aries Shang said sounded like teasing to others, but he and the second prince heard a deeper meaning. This Aries Shang is definitely not an ordinary orc. Could the other party also be a magician who traveled through time? After the seminar, the second prince asked him the same question. The answer of the Lord of Tianquan Valley was, he couldn't tell either. The second prince said he couldn't be sure either. The two bought a storage bracelet from Aries Shang at the seminar. The space was only 3 cubic meters, and the price was 5,000 gold. In addition to using the storage bracelet for their own use, the two wanted to see if the refining method of the bracelet was the path of magic alchemy. But the two couldn't figure it out after studying for a long time. The Lord of Tianquan Valley saw that there were many more players in the royal city, almost 50 or 60 people. These people came from Tianquan Valley, and the time they spent on the road was nearly 2 months. It can be said that this group of players, who can rush to the royal city recently, in addition to being ranked high among players in terms of strength, are also the kings of the players. 50 or 60 people are still too few. The Lord of Tianquan Valley considered whether to build a birth pool near the Tiger Kingdom royal city. Before coming, the Lord of Tianquan Valley had not considered this at all. The player birth pool is too important to him. Once the secret of the birth pool is discovered, his plan to become a god will be obstructed or even destroyed. The birth pool can be divided. But nowhere is as safe as the temple in Tianquan Valley. If the birth pool is placed there, even if he leaves, he is not afraid that the birth pool will be discovered and destroyed. But once the birth pool is moved to another place, the birth pool will not be so secret. After thinking about it, the Lord of Tianquan Valley decided not to set up a birth pool, but to use the teleportation array here. Yes, the royal city also has a teleportation array, and there is more than one. The first generation of Tiger King of Tiger Country would choose this land as the royal city to build. Of course, it is not a random choice. During the Great Prosperity Era, this was one of the 18 cities, Tiger City. During the Great Prosperity Era, which was also the New Orc Alliance era, the orcs of different races no longer established their own countries, but were named after their races or tribes. And the places with the most dense populations in these races and tribes were called so-and-so cities. There were certainly more than 18 big cities on such a large orc continent, but these 18 cities were the most famous. With fame, there were naturally many people coming and going. For this reason, many teleportation arrays were arranged inside and outside these 18 big cities. Although many of these teleportation arrays were destroyed after the Great War era, the War Destruction era, and the Poison Mist era, there were still a few that survived. After the Lord of Tianquan Valley came to the royal city, he spent half of his time looking for these teleportation arrays. In fact, he came to the royal city through a teleportation array in Moro City. The location of this teleportation array is hidden in the mansion purchased by Baron Jue Pang in the royal city. Because Jue Pang's family knew the location of this teleportation array, it was not easy for the Lord of Tianquan Valley to kill the whole family immediately, so he could only temporarily give up the idea of taking this teleportation array. Recently, the Lord of Tianquan Valley found the second teleportation array. The second teleportation array is located in the mountains and forests outside the royal city. The mountain originally belonged to an earl, and their family's manor was there. But the earl didn't know where he offended the Tiger King. Not only was his title stripped, but all the land under his name was taken back by the Tiger King, including the mountain. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something else. The second prince said that he liked to study mysticism, but some of his research was not convenient to perform in the royal city, so he had to move it to the suburbs. So he asked the Tiger King for the right to use the mountain. Seeing that the second prince only wanted the right to use it for 200 years, the Tiger King agreed. The Lord of Tianquan Valley originally wanted to wait a while before talking to the second prince about the right to use the mountain, but when Aries Shang showed up, he felt uneasy and wanted more protection and manpower, so he decided to speed up the process. That night, the Lord of Tianquan Valley asked the second prince to buy the right to use the mountain. The second prince seemed to get along closely with the Lord of Tianquan Valley, but he was also secretly wary of him. The Lord of Tianquan Valley knew this very well. Although they were both from the Fidel continent, it did not mean that they could trust each other. But the two of them had the same goal in the end. Before the final battle, the benefits they would get from their cooperation were obviously greater. After considering it, the second prince agreed to the Lord of Tianquan Valley's purchase request. The main reason was that the transaction item that the Lord of Tianquan Valley took out made him really unable to refuse. That was the magic crystal. He was extremely eager and had been looking for the magic crystal for decades, but couldn't find it. He was a magician, and even more so a leader among magicians, an intermediate magician. But no matter how powerful a magician is, it is useless without magic power. Now that he has the magic crystals that Tianquan Valley Master traded to him, even if the quantity is not much, he can do a lot of things. Tianquan Valley Master took over this mountain and began to arrange it that night. He wanted to connect this teleportation array with the teleportation array on the other side of Tianquan Valley. He didn't have much knowledge of space arrays, but he could still do it by slightly modifying the destination of the short-distance teleportation array. After connecting the teleportation array, Tianquan Valley Master issued a task in Tianquan Valley to recruit players to use the teleportation array to come to the Royal City. With this teleportation array, in the future, when players in the Royal City die again, they can directly take the teleportation array after resurrection from Tianquan Valley. Although the consumption is a bit high, the energy used by the teleportation array is not magic crystals, but the land power used. It is not a pity to sell the land of the father. The Orc continent is just a stepping stone for him to become a god. No matter how poor the land becomes, it has nothing to do with him. Moreover, the worse the environment, the more it can help him gather faith in the future. Tianquan Valley Master does not care about this consumption. Chapter 162. The headlines of the 6th issue of the Gossip newspaper are finally no longer related to the royal family, but are the follow-up of a news item in the first issue. The Night Sky Star Stone is an important raw material for refining space storage tools. After our reporter's undercover investigation, we learned that many forces were involved in the battle for the Night Sky Star Stone. The big merchant in the royal city, Otter Gold, even offended the Denton family caravan for this. This news tells the story of the disappearance of the Xianghua merchant because of the Night Sky Star Stone. In the end, it was found that the Xianghua merchant was kidnapped and then rescued, and the Xianghua merchant escaped from the Tiger Kingdom. Out of gratitude and to repay his benefactor, the Xianghua merchant took his savior Otter Gold to dig for the Night Sky Star Stone. It turned out that the Night Sky Star Stone mine was not in the Xianghua merchant's hometown. The Xianghua merchant actually kept a hand. The Night Sky Star Stone was just a kind of crystal stone he found by chance while on the road. He thought it was beautiful, so he made a ring, and didn't know its preciousness. Who would have thought that when the Xianghua merchant found the Night Sky Star Stone mine, someone jumped out to laugh at him and told him that his savior, Otter King, had played a trick to trick the Xianghua merchant into revealing the origin of the Night Sky Star Stone. The Xianghua merchant hated Otter King's deception, and fought with Otter King and his men on the spot. The third party who exposed Otter King's plot originally wanted to wait until both sides were defeated so that they could enjoy the benefits of being a fisherman, but they didn't expect the fourth party to appear. The fourth party was actually related to the Denton family and the Queen's men. They knew about the Star Sky Night Stone and found that the benefits were huge, so they also got involved. They secretly followed the Xianghua merchant all the way to the Night Sky Star Stone mine. The four parties fought for the Night Sky Star Stone mine. The Xianghua merchant retreated and fled, and the Night Sky Star Stone mine eventually fell into the hands of the people sent by the Queen. After the Xianghua merchant escaped, he became more and more angry. In anger, he sneaked back to the Night Sky Star Stone mine with prohibited alchemical items, and blew up the entire Night Sky Star Stone mine along with the people occupying the mine. The Xianghua merchant also died in the explosion. After the explosion, the people of Otter Gold, the Queen's people, and other unknown people were desperately digging the Night Sky Star Stone mine, but were disappointed to find that these Night Sky Star Stones were only on the surface, and there was only one pit. Later, some people inferred that this Night Sky Star Stone was not the original mineral of the Orc continent, and it was very likely from outer space. It was originally a meteorite that hit the mountain and broke into pieces when it landed, turning into a small Night Sky Star Stone mine. The Night Sky Star Stone mine disappeared, and everyone's dream of getting rich disappeared. Now there is only a small box of Night Sky Star Stone that was dug out at the beginning. This small box of Night Sky Star Stone passed through many hands, and was finally transported back to the royal city. It is likely to appear in the spring materials fair, because the waves caused by the night sky star stone are still continuing. Otter Gold was originally considered the Queen's man, but after the Marquis Denton's family was placed under house arrest, the strength of the Denton caravan was greatly reduced. Although it had the Queen's support, it did not dare to be as arrogant as before. After discovering the night sky star stone, Otter Gold thought it was an opportunity for their family to develop. After knowing that the Denton caravan had intervened, he did not want to miss this great opportunity. Another important reason why Otter Gold did not want to give up the night sky star stone was that the night sky star stone was an important raw material for making space props, and the most famous space storage alchemy master in the royal city was Ari Shang. In order to vent his anger on Raphael, Ari Shang also cut off the remaining arm of Otter King's son Otter King. Otter King and his son hated him to the core. Now that he has the opportunity to control the raw materials of the air storage and strangle Ari Shang, Otter King naturally does not want to give up this opportunity. But the Denton caravan also did not want to give up the night sky star stone. In the end, they relied on the Queen's name and grabbed the mining rights of the night sky star stone mine and dug out a small box. In the end, the night sky star stone mine was destroyed, and the small box of night sky star stone became more and more precious. But when the Denton caravan secretly took this small box of night sky star stone to the royal city, someone intercepted and killed them and robbed the small box of starry night sky stone. The surviving members of the Denton caravan occasionally pulled off the veil of one of the masked robbers, and found that the other party looked very much like a thug of the Otter King family he had seen. The Denton caravan approached the Tajin family, but Tajin flatly denied that they had never robbed the small box of starry night stone. The manager of the Denton caravan did not believe it, and forced Tajin to hand over the murderer and the starry night stone. Tajin insisted that they were framed. The Denton caravan believed that Tajin was cunning. The Denton caravan pressed forward step by step, and Tajin did not want to retreat, so the two sides had a very ugly quarrel. The Queen was also very worried about some things exposed in the gossip newspapers during this period, and she had no mood to care about these messed up things of her subordinates. The people of the Denton caravan came to cry, so she naturally favored the Denton family, and sent people to severely reprimand Tajin and ordered him to hand over the murderer and the starry night stone. Tajin was so angry that he vomited blood. He really did not rob the starry night stone, but the Queen did not believe it. Seeing that the Otter King refused to hand over the murderer and the starry night stone, the Queen, who was already furious, thought that the Otter King no longer took her, the Queen, seriously because she was at a disadvantage. She immediately ordered people to suppress the Otter King family's business, and cause all kinds of troubles for the Otter King family. As the old saying goes, people should not fight against officials. The reason why Otter King could become a big businessman was because of the Queen's support. Now this supporter did not let him rely on it, but wanted to suppress him and destroy him. Otter King suddenly didn't know what to do. Seeing that the Otter family's wealth had shrunk by half in just a few days, many of the Otter family's direct descendants and close relatives were suddenly found out of various illegal behaviors. They were either arrested or chased and beaten. Even Otter, who had lost 2 arms, was arrested by the Public Security Bureau on the grounds that someone had reported that he had raped a maid and caused her miscarriage. The huge Otter King family suddenly became precarious and was about to be destroyed. Tajin looked for help everywhere and finally found the second prince. When the second prince heard that Tajin had come to him, he thought for a moment and refused to meet him. He knew very well what Tajin was doing, and he did not want to offend the Queen, who was in a bad mood for such a businessman who was about to go bankrupt. He was just a businessman. He took advantage of the relationship between his son and Raphael to take the initiative to surrender to the Queen, and became the Queen's pawn to murder Raphael. The second prince privately looked down on such a black-hearted businessman who relied on suppressing and murdering a child to please the superiors and thus gain development. Not to mention that Raphael and Tajin's son Dade were once good friends. The second prince was thinking about whether to accept the Queen's suggestion. He was indeed a little interested in the throne. If he could not find a visible way to become a god, then becoming a king with huge power first would not be a bad thing. The Lord of Tionkin Valley also proposed to cooperate with him, saying that he had some people who could help him expand his territory and gain more power. Of course, the Lord of Tionkin Valley did not help him for nothing. He wanted to establish a sect and erect a statue for himself, and he needed the official support of the second prince. Because the Orc continent once had a God-Blood sect, and the first emperor of the new God-Blood dynasty sat on the throne with the help of this sect. This incident led to the subsequent Orc regimes, including the new God-Blood dynasty, to spare no effort in suppressing various sects. During the chaotic period of nearly 500 or 600 years, many messy sects emerged in the Orc continent, and many of them were not good stuff. After the new era, all places in the Orc continent that could stabilize were eliminating these sects. Now, except for the True God Advent Society organized by a follower of the evil god, there are basically no well-known sects in the Orc continent. The Lord of Tionkin Valley wants to establish a new sect and quickly form a scale. Without official support, it is basically impossible. As a former magician, the second prince looked down on the method of becoming a god through faith. If a god can only become a god through the faith of the people, then when the people lose faith in it, the god may also fall. Look at the ancient gods of the Orc continent. Didn't they disappear in this way? He didn't want to follow the same path as these ancient gods. Moreover, if he became a god through the faith of the Orcs, he would probably be bound to the Orc continent. What's the point of being a god who is like being imprisoned? The second prince wanted to become a god. He hoped to break through the limits of mortals with his own strength and gain the power to fly freely in the universe. He didn't want to be restricted by anything. Of course, if he really can't find a way to become a god by his own strength, then taking the path of becoming a god by faith is also a good choice. At least after becoming a god, his lifespan can be extended indefinitely, and he can do more things. If he doesn't like being bound by the power of faith, he can also find a way after becoming a god. The second prince thought for a long time and decided to accept the queen's advice. To accept faith, you don't have to establish a sect for yourself. Becoming a powerful king that people are willing to follow can also collect faith. Outside the second prince's mansion, Otter Jean heard that the second prince refused his request for an audience and left in disappointment. Their otter family is going to be finished. How did their otter family suddenly fall to this point? Everything seemed to start with the night sky star stone. If their steward had not encountered the injured Xiongwa merchant who escaped, if they did not know that the night sky star stone was an important raw material for refining space props, if they did not think of strangling Aries Shang's neck through the raw material and wanted to make money from their family's archenemy Aries Shang, their family would not have. Wait, why did they decide that Aries Shang must have the night sky star stone? Why did they decide that as long as they mastered the night sky star stone, they could strangle Aries Shang? Why did their steward meet the Xiongwa merchant so coincidentally? And why didn't someone else come to compete with them for the night sky star stone, but the Denton family's caravan? Who was the person who robbed the Denton caravan and took away the small box of night sky star stone? The more Otter Jean thought about it, the more cold sweat he broke out. Has their otter family already stepped into a trap set by others? The so-called night sky star stone is a huge conspiracy against their otter family. The more Otter King thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. But what was the point of figuring it out now? It was all too late. Even if he asked to see the queen now, and told her what he had analyzed, the queen would probably not believe him. Aries Shang. This trap must be related to Aries Shang. He is still seeking revenge on their otter family. He is not satisfied with cutting off one of Otter's arms. Maybe what he wanted at the beginning was to destroy the entire otter family. Ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Otter King laughed wildly. Aries Shang's revenge was so strong that he could make those who had only murdered Raphael like this. So how could he let go of other masterminds who murdered Raphael? I'm waiting for you. Waiting for you to fall into hell with me. Otter King screamed fiercely. People on the roadside looked at Otter King, who seemed to be crazy, and either avoided him or stared at him. Otter King laughed strangely all the way and stumbled back. When Otter King got home, he saw the sheriff who came to arrest him. Otter King, your son confessed that you had set up traps to murder other merchants many times in order to seize the market and seek greater profits, and killed a pair of helpless grandparents and grandchildren in order to obtain an alchemy formula. Now come with us. The arrest of the big businessman Otter King and the complete destruction of the Otter King family naturally made the headlines of the Royal City Gossip newspaper. Just when the entire Royal City was bustling every day because of the various big melons exposed by the gossip newspapers, the Spring Materials Exhibition and Sales Conference finally opened under the attention of the public. Chapter 163. June 16, 216 of the New Era. The Spring Materials Fair was held in the materials market of the Royal City. The Royal City was originally a circular wall, but after several expansions, it became an irregular circle. For example, this materials market protruded from the edge of the Royal City. The materials market was very lively. There were not only materials needed for alchemy, but also medicinal materials needed by pharmacists, and building materials needed by the construction industry. The mixture of the three made this market occupy a large area, but it was orderly in chaos. The entire market was divided into 5 areas. They are the alchemy materials area, medicinal materials area, building materials area, storage area, and comprehensive exhibition area. The fair that started today was held in the comprehensive exhibition area. At the entrance of the exhibition area, there was an endless stream of guests. The fair was divided into 2 exhibition areas, inner and outer. Anyone could enter and exit the outer area without an invitation. But an invitation was required for the inner area. If you really couldn't get an invitation but wanted to enter, you had to spend at least 100 gold shields in the outer area. It's equivalent to 100 gold for an invitation letter. Such a huge sum of money can keep most orcs out. There was a commotion at the entrance of the trade fair. Look, Master Ares is here. Who? Who is Master Ares? It's him, the one with the most powerful aura. Ah, he actually brought Raphael Longmu with him. Raphael Longmu? That Raphael? The legendary illegitimate son of the Tiger King? Yes, it's him. Did Ares Shang catch Raphael Longmu? Look at his attentiveness, he shouldn't have. TSK, this playboy is really bold, he even dares to touch Raphael Longmu. Of course, ordinary dandies don't have the courage to do this, but this is Master Ares. Another car has arrived. Is that the old Count Longzhen? I didn't expect that the old Count would come, and he brought the old Countess with him. It's really rare. Yes, the old Count hasn't appeared in public for a long time. I heard that the old Countess is not in good health. I think she seems to be in good spirits today. Maybe it's because the old Countess's health has improved a little that the old Count brought his wife out to relax? Oh! The old Count bumped into Ares Shang and Raphael Longmu. Ares Shang was very polite to the old Countess and his wife, and even gave way to let them go first. Raphael also saluted the old Countess and his wife respectfully. The old Countess and his wife nodded in return. When the old Countess passed by Raphael, she suddenly grabbed his hand and said something to him kindly. Raphael seemed a little embarrassed. Ares Shang came over to talk. The old Countess seemed amused and laughed with her hands covering her mouth. The old Count coughed hard, and his eyes were particularly sharp when he saw Ares Shang sweeping over him like a knife. When he saw Raphael, his eyes softened a lot, but his expression did not look very happy. Union, let's go! The old Count took his wife's arm. The old Countess was used to being called by her husband, and she didn't feel embarrassed or anything. She walked into the exhibition hall with the old Count with a smile, and she turned around and waved to Raphael. Raphael also smiled at the old lady, a very gentle and soft smile. Ares Shang stared at Raphael like a pervert, and when he saw him smile, he also smiled happily. But when he turned around, Ares Shang became a cool and unruly guy again. Let's go in too. Ares Shang extended his hand, and made a gesture of invitation to Raphael. Bushui looked calm, ignoring the eyes of the people around him, who were looking at him openly or secretly, and walked into the exhibition hall side by side with Ares Shang. Outside the door, many people showed surprised expressions. I didn't expect that the old Count and Countess of Longzhen not only knew Raphael Longmu, but also seemed to get along well with him. It's strange that the old Count and Countess of Longzhen didn't bring their grandson Ramil with them. Maybe something happened. Someone saw Ramil leaving the royal city. It seemed that he had a royal order. I don't know if the royal family will come today. If they see Raphael Longmu. Okay, let's not talk about this kind of thing. What can't be said? I saw an orc with a gossip reporter sign just entered the venue. I wonder what big news they can catch today. The eldest prince will definitely come. It seems that he will show up at the opening ceremony of the Internal Trade Fair. What time does the opening ceremony of the Internal Trade Fair start? It's almost time. More and more big shots are coming. As soon as they entered the gate of the trade fair, Ares Shang felt that more eyes were looking at them. Compared to Raphael, who tried to ignore the gazes that were prying at them, Ares Shang really didn't care about other people's peeping and looking at them. After walking into the exhibition hall, as if no one was around, he began to scan the booths in the hall. We should act separately, Bushui suggested. Ares Shang turned his head to look at him, and that look was amazing. Bushui was helpless. If you want to go together, then go together. But promise me, don't mess around just because you're wearing this skin. Do I look like the kind of person who would deliberately cause trouble? Ares Shang was aggrieved. Bushui looked at him calmly. How little do you know about yourself? Ares Shang said with a serious face. Okay, I promise you, as long as others don't cause trouble for me, I will never take the initiative to attack. Bushui nodded gently. Ares Shang then turned his head to look at the materials on display. After discovering a magic crystal mine deep in the Black Forest, Bushui, and he wondered if there were magic crystal ores in other places on the Orc continent. It's a pity that in order to guard against other magicians, they can't look for magic crystal ores in a big way. In fact, Shang Fifan himself doesn't really need magic crystals. He has figured out a way to use resentment to replace magic power. Resentment is almost endless in this world. As long as he wants, he can cast magic at will. But learning magic also takes time. He has just started to lay the foundation of magic, and the magic seed is still being cultivated. He is not in a hurry to join the ranks of magicians. Even if he starts to learn magic in the future, he will focus on learning dark magic. When the time comes, he will combine dark magic with his resentment and spells. I wonder how powerful it will be. He is looking forward to it. Bushui is also looking for materials. After he doesn't have to worry about magic crystals, he can pick up many skills that belong to magicians in the past. Magicians are also divided into many categories. There are only a few magicians who can master all types of magic. Most magicians specialize in one category, and then learn about medicine, refining, enchantment, magic arrays, and other specialties. Bushui originally had no specialization. He was a kind of magician who learned a lot. He knew a little bit of everything, but he couldn't really say he was proficient. To be proficient in a certain type of magic, one must at least reach the level of a magician. Bushui, who knew a little bit of everything, was rewarded by the god of nature. When he cast natural magic, the effect and power were stronger, and the consumption of mental power and magic power was lower. Bushui naturally wanted to work harder on natural magic. He originally wanted to finish the things in the royal city as soon as possible, rush back to Moyo Town before the spring plowing, cast natural magic on the farmland in Moyo Town, increase the grain output of Moyo Town, and even improve the water and soil of Moyo Town. Who would have thought that a series of things happened in the royal city, and now even his life experience has taken a big turn. Before these things are completely resolved, he cannot leave the royal city. But Bushui didn't want to spend all his time and energy on solving the problem of his life experience. He planned to make some magic soil when he had time. Magic soil can be made according to particles, and it has many uses. It can be used to fertilize fields, set up magic circles, change terrain, fill floods, and even to avoid and attack enemies. Of course, the methods of making magic soil with different uses are also different, and the raw materials are even more different. The magic soil that Bushui wants to make not only has the function of fertilizing soil, but also has the function of dissolving insect poison and even converting insect poison energy into soil nutrients. The goal is a bit high, but we can take it step by step. We can start with a magic soil version 1.0. Before, when Shang Fifan was helping Xia Bing solve the insect poison infection, he accidentally discovered a way to truly eliminate the insect poison. There were many coincidences at that time. These coincidences let Shang Fifan and him know that if they want to really dissolve the insect poison, they have to use the insect poison dissolving potion provided by the system plus the power of the insect mother plus Xia Bing's blood plus the vitality of nature. The first three, Bushui can't provide. He can only greatly increase the concentration of natural vitality in the magic soil that is about to be made, and improve the resistance of the magic soil to insect poison. Now Bushui is looking for materials to make magic soil. In addition to looking for magic crystals, Shang Fifan is also looking for some alchemy materials. His alchemy is a new alchemy that combines orc alchemy and magic alchemy. The system helps him to integrate and instill relevant knowledge directly into his brain. With his original hands-on foundation, he has made a lot of things with the new alchemy. This is also the reason why he dared to sell the space props to the second prince and the master of Tianqin Valley. Even if the other party can see his production method, they can't figure out his details. Moreover, he really doesn't think that the two can see through the new alchemy produced by the system at a glance. The printing press, typesetting machine, and ink blending machine used by the gossip newspaper were all made by him. He had just recently refined the ink blending machine. After sending it over, the newspaper no longer had to buy printing ink from the ink factory. They could buy the ink raw materials themselves, and use the ink blending machine to make the required ink themselves. This was also an important reason why the price of the gossip newspaper could be reduced to 10 coppers per copy. He also planned to improve the paper-making machine used in the Orc continent. There are 3 types of paper-making techniques used in the Orc continent. The first is the traditional use of herbs as raw materials, with some additional chemical materials added. The second is to use fur, feathers, soft insect wings, and other items to make paper. The third is an innovation in recent years, using bones, insect molts, and even minerals to make paper. All three types of papermaking have professional alchemy machines to assist papermaking, especially the third type. Zhang Feifan wants to improve the third type to see if he can combine various waste materials to make paper. He wants to lower the price of paper. Many merchants in the exhibition hall are outsiders, but many of them have heard of Ari Zhang's name and even bought his portrait. When seeing Ari Zhang and Raphael stop in front of their booth, the merchants in the booth are always happy. But when it comes to asking for prices, these merchants are not happy. Isn't this Ari Zhang said to be rich and powerful, and he doesn't treat money as money at all? Why is he bargaining so hard? Although they saw that the customer was Ari Zhang, they quoted a slightly higher price. Bu Shuai suddenly looked up. He felt that someone was looking at him, and his eyes were much sharper than others. But when he looked up, the gaze disappeared. What? Ari Zhang had always given 3 points of his attention to Bu Shuai, and immediately asked him in a low voice. Bu Shuai shook his head. Nothing, I just felt, the third prince is here. Ari Zhang followed Bu Shuai's gaze, and saw the third prince surrounded by a group of people walking towards them. The third prince was making a lot of noise. A group of people surrounded him, and someone was introducing something to him. The third prince was also a big shot, and he didn't think much of the goods in the external exhibition area. He was walking towards the inner exhibition area. In fact, people of status basically don't stay in the external exhibition area. Their destination is the inner exhibition area from the beginning. Bu Shuai wanted to leave, but Ari Zhang grabbed his hand. Why avoid him? Bu Shuai said with his eyes. Did you promise me not to make trouble? Ari Zhang said confidently. Where did I make trouble? I was obviously looking at the goods openly. Why should we avoid the third prince when he comes over? Bu Shuai, who just wants to be low-key, sighed. Now it's too late for them to hide, as the third prince has seen them. Chapter 164. The third prince's expression changed when he saw Raphael. He seemed to be furious, and he seemed to want to hit Raphael. But for some reason, the third prince seemed to have forcibly resisted the urge to trouble Raphael. He glanced at him, snorted coldly, forced a smile at Ari Zhang, nodded, and walked towards the inner exhibition area with a group of fans. Bu Shuai wished that the third prince would leave quickly, but who would have thought that when the third prince and his group walked past them, someone suddenly whispered in his ear, Your mother's good deeds will eventually come back to you. You and your bitch mother should wait for the revenge of Her Majesty the Queen. Snap! The shadow of the stick swept past. Someone screamed, and the whole person was knocked out. Boom! Crackling. The orc who was knocked out fell on a nearby stall. The stall owner exclaimed. The crowd was in turmoil. The third prince suddenly stopped and frowned. What's going on? Bu Shuai turned around helplessly and looked at Ari Zhang. Ari Zhang shook the bone staff. He scolded you. And threatened you. Bu Shuai thought that this kind of insult and threat was nothing. It was already very mild. And they scolded Anita, not Lang Fei. The third prince asked what happened. People in the exhibition area stood up and looked over here. Not far away, the old earl and his wife found out what happened here, and the old earl immediately came over to support his grandson. The old lady raised her hand to hold him down and told him to stay calm. The orc who was beaten up got up, but before he could complain, Ari Zhang raised the bone staff and pointed it at him, saying casually, This guy is trying to sow discord. He hopes that Lady Anita will kill you. The orc who was beaten away changed his face and shouted, I didn't. Ari Zhang showed a sarcastic smile. Oh, you didn't? I was just playing with you out of boredom. So what? Am I deliberately provoking the third prince of Tiger Country? Want to make a big enemy for myself in public? The third prince's face became extremely ugly. He glared at the orc who was beaten away and winked at his guards. The guards quickly stepped forward to control the orc. The orc panicked and kept shouting that he did not sow discord, and did not let Lady Anita kill the third prince. The third prince asked the guards to drag the man away. Wait! Ari Zhang suddenly stopped. Let the guy compensate the stall owner for his losses. You smashed someone's stall, and you want to leave like this? The third prince and others, who smashed someone's stall, but the third prince didn't want to argue with Ari Zhang on this little thing, so he asked the guards to search the orc's purse and throw it to the stall owner regardless of how much money was in it. The stall owner opened the purse and smiled. The orc was beaten and broke his money, and he felt pain and heartache. Thinking of facing the torture of the palace later, he rolled his eyes and fainted. The guards dragged the orc out of the exhibition area like a dead dog. The third prince was particularly unhappy, and turned to Ari Zhang and said, Being able to beat a dog requires consideration of its owner, Master Aries. What do you think? Ari Zhang nodded. Yes, the question is the owner of this dog really you, the third prince? The third prince's face twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end, and he actually endured it, waving his hand and leading his men away quickly. Shang snorted. It seems that I have been warned. Otherwise, with the temper of the third prince, how could he not get angry? Bu Shuai. The death of the fifth princess has a great impact on the princes and princesses. Shang suddenly pinched Bu Shuai's ears. Bu Shuai looked at him puzzled. Shang smiled. Pinch if you want. Bu Shuai noticed the gazes of the people nearby, his face turned red, and he said softly, Don't make trouble. I didn't say you shouldn't have taken action just now. Shang pointed out mercilessly, but you want to endure it. Bu Shuai wanted to say that it's better to have less trouble than more. Shang poked his cheek again. Some things can't be avoided just because you want to. You have to change your mindset. You are now a super orc who has awakened multiple blood talents. You don't need to tolerate things that you shouldn't tolerate. You have to let people know that you are not easy to mess with. In this way, fewer annoying bugs will appear in front of you in the future. Bu Shuai, multiple blood talents? Shang, do you want to tell others that you are a magician? In fact, I think it's okay to let others know that you are a magician, but it will be a little troublesome. Bu Shuai, it's better to awaken multiple blood talents. Bu Shuai decided to only use natural magic publicly in the future, so that others would think that he had awakened the blood talent of manipulating plants. Shang nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Playing the pig to eat the tiger is not suitable for Bu Shuai's identity. Bu Shuai should let others know how powerful he is now. The old earl and his wife, who were not far away, saw that the troublemaker Shang had resolved the matter smoothly. The old earl muttered a few words, but did not come over. The old lady patted her husband's arm. Although Shang has a lot of shortcomings and is not a good man, as long as he is willing to protect Raphael wholeheartedly, he will be 100 times and 1,000 times better than others. After the episode, the two continued to look for suitable materials as if nothing had happened. Bu Shuai passed by a stall selling various sundries and stopped. He bent down and reached out to pick up a piece of mud on the stall and gently squeezed it. His natural perception told him, this piece of mud contains a variety of substances suitable for the growth of crops, and it is very suitable to be used as a carrier for refining magic soil. How much is this mud? Bu Shuai asked the stall owner. The stall owner said, This is not some kind of mud. This is God's blood mud. Bu Shuai was surprised. God's blood mud. He thought he had learned enough material knowledge, but he didn't expect that a kind of God's blood mud would suddenly appear. The stall owner boasted immediately. This divine blood mud comes from the battlefield of hundreds of races. At that time, countless divine blood warriors fought there. The dripping blood, fallen flesh and bones, and their corpses turned into this divine blood mud. Unfortunately, there were countless resentful souls gathered there, and the fighting was too fierce at that time. All kinds of poisoning, explosions, and means of destroying the world were used there, which caused the environment of the battlefield to change. The miasma was filled inside, and it was full of dangers. The stall owner wiped his mouth. So although this divine blood mud is extremely precious, it is extremely difficult to obtain it. If I hadn't gotten such a piece by chance, I wouldn't have come to Tiger Country to participate in the exhibition. Customer, you also have a sharp eye, and you took a fancy to it at first sight. How about this? Because you have a good eye, this divine blood mud, you give 500 gold, and I let you take it away. Not handsome, speechless. 500 gold, it's really cheap. It's just a piece of mud, the box behind you is full of it. Is this the mud from your own field? No, maybe it's not from your own field, maybe you secretly dug it from some farmland that can be planted. A cold and sarcastic voice suddenly sounded next to him. The stall owner glared. Customer, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense, this is obviously the god blood mud. What nonsense planting soil. Shang has already performed an identification spell on the soft mud, and the identification results are clearly displayed in his field of vision. Do you want me to tell you the source of this planting soil? Maybe the owner of this soil is in this exhibition hall. Shang looked like he was looking for trouble. The stall owner's face changed slightly, and he stretched out his hand to chase the people away. Go away, I don't want to waste time talking to people like you who don't know the goods. If you don't want to buy, leave. Shang looked at the stall owner, and had a rough idea in his mind. He turned around and called the patrol soldier. Hey, soldier over there, please come over here. It seems that someone is stealing other people's soil to sell. Hey! You! Don't shout, don't shout. I have a fate with you too. I will sell you this divine blood mud at a low price. The stall owner jumped up and stopped him in a low voice. Shang turned his head. How much? I want to ask which box. The stall owner's mouth twitched, his facial features twisted, and he held back for a long time before he could come up with a price. 1 gold. 1 gold for a box of planting soil is not expensive, but yours. 50 silver. This is the lowest price. At worst, I don't want this box of soil, and you can't buy it at a low price. The stall owner was furious. Ari Shang waved his bone staff. Okay, 50 silver is 50 silver. AMU, put it away. Bu Shui silently put the box of soil into the storage ring. Seeing Raphael using the storage ring, the people nearby showed envy and jealousy. This is a storage ring. Who wouldn't want it? Ari Shang didn't let Bu Shui pay, threw down 50 silver, and dragged Bu Shui to another stall to look at the goods. How much are these metals? Ari Shang took a fancy to the ore brought by a foreign merchant. The merchant looked like an honest man and spoke very pertinently. He said that his ores were all purified metals with impurity content as low as less than 5%. They were not raw ore, so the price was naturally much higher. When Ari Shang heard his offer, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you think I am a fool with a lot of money and no vision? You dare to quote such a price for these metal blocks with impurity content of 30 to 40%? Come, pick it yourself. If you can pick out a piece with impurity content as low as 20% from the goods you put on display, I will buy all the goods on your stall according to your offer. Otherwise, you will be charged with fraud and all your goods will be confiscated." Ari's merchant raised his head and shouted to the staff patrolling the exhibition area, "You should have instruments to detect the content of mineral impurities, right? If not, I can provide them." When the staff saw that it was Ari's merchant, they were confused and nodded hurriedly. "Yes, yes, and our exhibition area provides free service for the first test. Do you want to test the ore on this stall?" The stall owner, In the end, Ari's merchant bought all the ore brought by the stall owner at a price slightly lower than the normal wholesale price. Before long, all the merchants in the exhibition hall knew one thing: don't take Aries as a sucker. If you annoy him, he will help you re-identify your materials, and the new price after identification will definitely be more than half lower than the original price you set. Many customers who come to the material market envy Aries' eyesight. The exhibition area is full of good and bad things. There are good things, but naturally there are all kinds of fakes and low-quality goods. It is not easy to distinguish them. Like Aries, who has a pair of sharp eyes and a high identification ability, he can't say that he can find good goods, but at least he won't be cheated. A loud noise suddenly sounded in the exhibition area. Someone was using a loudspeaker to announce to the entire exhibition area, "The opening ceremony of the internal exhibition area is about to begin. Guests with invitations are requested to go to the internal exhibition area as soon as possible." Bu Shui looked at Aries. "Do you want to go to the internal exhibition area to take a look?" "I will go, but I will talk about it after the opening ceremony," Aries said without hesitation. This is what not handsome means. The opening ceremony is nothing more than listening to speeches from dignitaries, and there may be some other programs. For some people, being able to attend the opening ceremony is an honor, but for them, it is boring and unnecessary. Ari Shang's eyes suddenly stopped at a nearby stall. The scale of that stall was very small, occupying only 1/3 of the booth. This booth was not big to begin with, and it was divided into 3 stalls, which gave people a very crowded feeling. There are many such situations in the outdoor exhibition area. Many people who come to set up stalls are not businessmen. They just have some goods that they want to sell at the opportunity of the trade fair, but they are not eligible to apply for a booth. Therefore, many small merchants who own booths will rent their booths, resulting in a situation where there will be multiple stall owners in one booth. The exhibition area is well aware of this situation, but in order to enrich the exhibition products, they just turn a blind eye. Several players squatted or sat, looking at the crowded exhibition with shining eyes. They are players who have just arrived in the royal city. On the way, they pretended to be a mercenary team to join a caravan and escorted them for nearly a month. This month, because they actively completed tasks, they helped the caravan in various ways, and they were happy whether they were paid or not. The caravan had a very good impression of them. When they heard that they were going to sell various groceries they got on the way, they enthusiastically invited them to participate in the exhibition, and lent them part of the booth for free. These players were also very smart. They immediately contacted other players, and asked them if they had any goods to sell. They could help with the consignment sales, and only paid 1/10 of the consignment fee, or the players could bring the goods to sell themselves. When many players heard that they could set up stalls at the trade fair, they were immediately very interested and expressed their desire to join. Ari Shang did not notice this stall, because he found players, but felt that something on this stall seemed to be calling him. When Shang brought Raphael over, he found that these orcs were different. Not to mention that there were several obvious disabled people among them. Just looking at their expressions and postures, they were different from ordinary orcs. Shang used the identification technique to see that they were players. Shuai did not know that these orcs were all players. When he saw that Shang was interested in the goods on this stall, he squatted down and looked through them. The goods brought out by the players were very diverse, almost everything. Shang seemed to be interested in the jewelry placed on a cloth. Shuai saw that the jewelry on the cloth was very exquisitely made, and the style was different from the popular jewelry styles in Tiger Country. "How much do you sell this necklace for?" Shang asked the player sitting behind the cloth. Mini Potato Pancake just noticed that the orc who asked the price was holding the hand of another male orc until the other one squatted down, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Two handsome guys. Whether it's their faces, body shapes, or momentum, they are clearly top and bottom. Sell it cheap. You can give whatever you want. Shang, very good, you are a player, you are casual. Shang picked up the necklace, and he didn't like the style of the necklace, but the pendant of the necklace. The pendant is a columnar body as thick as a finger, translucent, with red flame patterns wrapped around the column, which looks very beautiful. But it shouldn't be a gem. As soon as Shang touched the necklace pendant, he was sure it was it. It was this thing that was calling him. No, maybe it shouldn't be called, but this thing was attracting him. Shang used the identification technique on the column. His right eye suddenly felt hot, and a sentence suddenly jumped out, almost urging him, and the light kept flashing. Found the curse fire. Curse fire? What is this? But it's related to the curse, so it's no wonder it attracted him. Mini Potato Pancake saw the handsome orc pick up the flame column necklace, and showed a hint of hesitation. "Customer, do you want to change it? I put this one in the wrong place." Minnie Hash Brown gritted her teeth, and wanted to take back the necklace. She really didn't notice when the necklace was mixed into the jewelry she displayed. "Why? You don't sell this necklace?" Shang asked. Minnie Hash Brown thought for 2 seconds and decided to tell the truth. "Sir, I won't hide it from you. This necklace is a bit weird. It may affect the luck of the wearer and bring bad luck to the wearer." She originally liked this necklace very much. She put it on herself after it was made, but she encountered many strange things. Later, a player who awakened the divination bloodline told her that this necklace came with the power of curse, so she took it off out of fear. Originally, she wanted to trade this necklace to the official grocery store in the player camp, but she couldn't bear to part with it. Strange, she clearly put this necklace at the bottom of the box. How could she put it on the stall? Minnie Hash Brown shuddered when she thought of the weirdness of this necklace. "Oh, it sounds interesting. I'd buy it. Is 10 gold enough?" "Yes." Mini Potato Pancake never thought that the jewelry she made could be sold at such a high price, and nodded frantically. The players next to her were envious when they heard that a necklace made by Mini Potato Pancake was sold for 10 gold. But conscience made her hesitate. Shang took out 10 gold and handed it to Mini Potato Pancake, and immediately put away the necklace. "Whether this necklace will affect my luck or not, it is my choice and has nothing to do with you." Mini Potato Pancake saw that the other party insisted, so he could only say, "Well, I hope you won't regret it. Once the goods are sold, they will not be returned or exchanged." That will definitely not happen. Old Shang planned to find a place to absorb and fuse the curse fire later. Seeing the exquisite jewelry on display here with different styles, Shuai couldn't help but buy 2, intending to give them to the old countess. Minnie Hash Brown was happy to get rid of the necklace with strange power, and he offered Shuai a low price. After the 2 left, the players rushed over. "I feel like you made a loss. Do you know who bought your necklace just now?" An orc with a gossip reporter sign hanging around his neck approached the few people, and said mysteriously. Mini Potato Pancake, who had just arrived in the royal city, looked confused. "Who is he?" "He is the alchemist Shang who can refine space storage tools. Don't look at his young age. His vision is definitely not bad." "You mean he found a bargain? At our stall?" "It's very likely. 10 gold is a lot for others, but it's just a drizzle for Shang. He is willing to pay 10 gold, which means that the necklace is definitely worth more than 10 gold. Mini Potato Pancake is very free and easy. Even if the necklace is worth more than 10 gold, it's useless if I can't control it. That thing doesn't suit me." "That's right. Special equipment is good, but it depends on whether it is suitable for the purpose." "Hey, you are still here? Don't you want to go into the inner exhibition area? I heard that the inner exhibition area is full of big shots." The orc with a press card curled his lips. That requires me to sneak in. The entrance over there is too strict, you can't go in without an invitation. I just wanted to pretend to be the follower of a powerful person, but I was found out. Forget it, I wait for Deputy Editor Pai Dan to come over. He can be invisible, so I rely on him later. In the distance, Bu Shuai changed the language and asked as he walked, "Is there anything special about that necklace?" Ari Shang whispered back, "Well, the things in the pendant are useful for my abilities." "Oh, that's good." Bu Shuai paused. "Those orcs? Are they a little different from the others?" Ari Shang laughed. "Those are all players." Bu Shuai opened his eyes wide. "Players? Doesn't that mean those people are his fellow Earthlings? How many players are there in the royal city now?" Bu Shuai lowered his voice. "I know there should be dozens." Bu Shuai had a flash of inspiration. "Is the Royal City Gossip newspaper related to the players?" Ari Shang gave a thumbs up. Bu Shuai suddenly realized. He said, "Where did the orcs come from who were so bold that they not only dared to expose the scandals of the Tiger Kingdom's dignitaries, but also dared to repeatedly provoke the Tiger Kingdom royal family? It's not surprising that they are players. As long as they can be resurrected continuously, what would players not dare to do?" Soon, Bu Shuai frowned. With players as helpers, Tianqin Valley Master may become very difficult to deal with. Don't rush to deal with him. Let's improve our own strength first. That guy's current strength should be stronger than ours. If we go against him without any preparation, we may suffer. Lao Shang was calm. He really wanted to kill Loren Milton, who had a relationship with Bu Shuai and had scumbagged Bu Shuai, but after the last contact, he found that the other party's strength was unfathomable. If the other party didn't want to be exposed, the other party would not have to take a lot of effort to pull out his hand. Bu Shuai nodded. He was a great magician before his death, but it didn't mean that he would always be a great magician. In fact, he was only one step away from being a magician. In the past 7 years since he came to the Orc continent, excluding the first 14 years, he has been learning magic, but he just can't use it. 7 years, although it didn't allow him to immediately jump to the level of a magician, but it also made him understand magic more deeply. Now that he has enough magic crystals, he thinks he might try to impact the level of a magician. The two looked around the outer exhibition area, but didn't see any magic crystals, let alone any items containing magic. "Let's go to the inner exhibition area. I heard that there are really good things there. The opening ceremony should have ended a long time ago," Ari Shang suggested. "Okay, then go and take a look." Bu Shuai didn't want to see the royal family members and other dignitaries, not because he was afraid, but because he found it troublesome. Besides, his identity has changed now. He is not the illegitimate son of the Tiger King at all. Now even the last trace of psychological embarrassment has disappeared without a trace. Chapter 165. The materials in the inner exhibition area are indeed much better than those in the outer exhibition area, and many of them are rare and uncommon materials. Most of the people wandering here are masters from all walks of life. You can bump into a master-level figure, who is rarely seen, outside by walking 2 steps here. Many wealthy and even powerful people brought their children here. They did not come to buy materials, but to bring their children to see the world and make friends with nobles and masters. If a child in the family can be accepted as a disciple by a master, it is a great blessing. As soon as Ari Shang and Bu Shuai came in, they saw the second prince and the third prince, as well as the master of Tianqin Valley. The second prince seemed to be talking to the third prince, and the third prince looked impatient. There were many people around them, but they were blocked by guards, so these people could not get close to the 2 princes. They could only stand outside and wait for the princes to have time to talk to them. There were also many people around the master of Tianqin Valley, most of whom were noble women. There was no trace of impatience on the handsome face of the lord of Tianqin Valley. He was elegant yet distant. When the lord of Tianqin Valley saw Ari Shang and Bu Shuai coming in, he nodded to Ari Shang and smiled at Bu Shuai. The first time he heard the name of Raphael Longmu, he wanted to meet the illegitimate son of the Tiger King. But he never found a suitable opportunity. The illegitimate son lived a very low-key life. He never participated in any banquets held by nobles, and rarely appeared in public. Except for the Special Investigation Bureau, he seemed to have no house of his own in the royal city. This was the first time that the lord of Tianqin Valley saw Raphael Longmu. His appearance was not outstanding among the orcs, but his figure was first class. Even males would appreciate this streamlined body. His muscles were not particularly developed, but it contained absolute power. Although he is an illegitimate child, he is not timid or petty, nor does he have the inferiority, sensitivity and hatred of the world that illegitimate children often have. His eyes are so calm and upright, and his body is also relaxed, just like he is just shopping. The master of Tianquan Valley looked at Bu Shuai with admiration. He thought he understood why a man as arrogant as Ari Shang would like this illegitimate child. Such a person can easily attract strong people. The sharper the sword, the more it likes a scabbard with strong tolerance, rather than an equally sharp sword. Raphael's life experience will make the strong want to protect him. And the master of Tianquan Valley chuckled. Raphael has a fatal attraction to males, who like males, but he himself seems to have not found this out. And this kind of ignorance makes people want to destroy him. It makes people want to see what it looks like when he falls in love with someone wholeheartedly. Lang Mu. What a good name. The master of Tianquan Valley does not think that Raphael has any relationship with the Lang Mu infidel continent, although the two have similar temperaments at first glance. But that Lang Mu is more gentle, more easygoing, and a little silly. Although this Raphael's name also has the pronunciation of Lang Mu, and his temperament is also gentle, but compared to Gilness, he is more calm and indifferent, and has a sense of alienation from the world. So the identity of an illegitimate child should have had a certain impact on him. It has been too long, and the master of Tianquan Valley can't even remember what Lang Mu looks like, probably because he deliberately forgot and didn't want to remember. If it weren't for, it would be good to keep Lang Mu around. That person never bothered him, and he could live well by himself if he was left alone. Unfortunately, he wanted to get what he wanted most, but he had to give up what he wanted second. The Lord of Tianquan Valley suddenly felt a strong murderous aura. As soon as he looked up, he met Ari Shang's murderous gaze. What the hell are you looking at? I dig out your eyes if you look at me again. Scum! Ari Shang really didn't care about the noble's face at all, and he cursed people in a very bad attitude in front of so many people. Many people turned their heads in surprise, and looked at Ari Shang, and then followed Ari Shang's gaze to look at the Lord of Tianquan Valley. Wow, a duel between two handsome guys. Pai Dan, who sneaked in, held his heart excitedly. It's a pity that the camera can't be brought in, otherwise he should take a picture at this time. The second prince and the third prince were also startled, and looked over here together. The head of Tianquan Valley frowned slightly. Master Ari Shang, do you look down on Tianquan? Otherwise, why would you have such a big opinion about me? Many people in the orc world regard Tianquan as an inferior orc, but no one really puts this idea on their lips, and spreads it everywhere. In fact, due to the shortage of population in recent years, orcs in many places no longer abandon Tianquan, and even if they give birth to Tianquan, they will raise him well. Especially after people found that Tianquan does not necessarily give birth to Tianquan. Ari Shang raised a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. How do you know that I look down on Tianquan? Just because you are Tianquan? Do you think you can represent Tianquan? Are you a scumbag? The head of Tianquan Valley took a deep breath. He wanted to tell himself not to argue with this dude, but in such an occasion, if he endured it, what kind of sect leader or even human god would he be in the future? As the leader of Tianquan Valley, I came to the royal city to fight for the rights of Tianquan. You said I can't represent Tianquan, who else can? Or are you like many narrow-minded and selfish orcs who think they are superior, and think that Tianquan has no right to survive? Ari Shang sneered. He could naturally see the purpose of the leader of Tianquan Valley. This guy was very smart. He deliberately dragged the personal conflict between the two to the opposition between healthy orcs and Tianquan orcs. In this way, no matter how others attack him, the leader of Tianquan Valley can stand on the moral high ground. Both my parents are Tianquan. Do you think I despise Tianquan? What a joke. Ari Shang's self-exposure caused a cry of surprise from the surrounding orcs. No one expected that Ari Shang, who was considered a noble playboy, actually had a pair of Tianquan parents. Is there any country that allows Tianquan to become a noble? Or is Ari Shang not a noble at all? Both your parents are Tianquan? How is it possible? The third prince was too surprised and blurted out. Ari Shang raised his head proudly. Why not? You fools have always regarded the disabled as disabled and inferior citizens. But you don't know why there are more and more disabled people in this world. It's because the disabled are another kind of evolution. It's proof that the orcs are adapting to the new world. Ari Shang looked around at the people with different expressions. Have you never verified that the awakening rate of the blood talent of the disabled is higher than that of the non-disabled orcs? Oh, I don't think you have a chance to verify it, because most of you find that the children you give birth to are disabled, either kill them directly or abandon them. However, Ari Shang pointed at the Lord of Tianquan Valley. Here is a ready-made example. You can ask this scum who claims to be the Lord of Tianquan Valley whether the residents of their Tianquan Valley have a higher awakening rate. If he refuses to tell the truth, you can also send people to Tianquan Valley to investigate, and see if the residents there have a very high awakening rate as I said. The others looked at the Lord of Tianquan Valley together. The Lord of Tianquan Valley saw that Aries Shang had completely changed his attack point, with just a few simple words. Now no one cares whether Aries Shang looks down on Tianquan. Everyone cares more about whether Tianquan really has a higher awakening rate. The Lord of Tianquan Valley was even more shocked that Aries Shang didn't know whether he was just talking nonsense, or was really sure. He couldn't deny that Tianquan had a higher awakening rate. Because in Tianquan Valley, except for those real Tianquan, the other 30,000 people are players. And players. As long as they reach level 10, they will definitely awaken their bloodline talents. So no matter who goes to Tianquan Valley to verify, it will prove that Aries Shang is telling the truth. Fuck. This damn dude. At this moment, one of the onlookers suddenly spoke up. Master Aries is right. We in the Southern Renaissance Alliance have already discovered that Tianquan has a higher awakening rate. Everyone was shocked. The second and third princes also narrowed their eyes when they saw the speaker. The man who proved Aries' point of view was no small figure. He was the general manager sent by the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce to Tiger Country this time. He was one of the 3 vice presidents of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce, and held a high position. It is said that this person also has a high status in the Renaissance Alliance, and is likely to be a direct relative of the current leader. Let alone the Renaissance Alliance, the status of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce alone is enough for the Tiger Country's top leaders to treat him with courtesy, and not dare to neglect him in the slightest. The vice president of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce also added, in addition to our Renaissance Alliance, as far as I know, more than one country and tribe has been managed by Tianquan. The Tiger Country people present felt hot on their faces, as if they were slapped in the face. They looked down on Tianquan, and were still killing and abandoning Tianquan, but in other places, Tianquan had become nobles and managers. Are they going to laugh at the vice president of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce at this time? Or are they going to laugh at the fact that the parents of the alchemy master Aries Shang are Tianquan? Compared to the Tiger Country people, no one knows that the heart of the Tianquan Valley master is the most shocked. What's going on? He still wants to use Tianquan to start a revolution in the name of fighting for Tianquan's rights. But at this time someone tells him that Tianquan in other places has already come to the fore. Seeing Aries Shang's mocking eyes, the Tianquan Valley master secretly tightened his new bone staff. That's great. I hope our Tiger Country can become like this one day, so that Tianquan can stand in the sun openly. The head of Tianquan Valley smiled. Aries Shang immediately responded with the sarcasm. As long as you don't always represent Tianquan and regard yourself as the king of Tianquan, then Tiger Country Tianquan will soon gain the status and power it deserves. Puff. The crowd burst into laughter. Probably because the term king of Tianquan was too funny. The head of Tianquan Valley saw that his established personality was about to be destroyed by Aries Shang, and he made up his mind and said directly, Aries Shang, I know why you are targeting me so much, because you found that I also admire Raphael. I didn't expect you to be such a narrow-minded person. You can't even accept others appreciating the person you like. Raphael, do you know that you are so narrow-minded? Aries Shang showed a disgusting expression. Shut up, you bug, you are not worthy of mentioning my Raphael. Tianquan Valley Master ignored Aries Shang and looked at Bushui. I'm sorry to let you see this unpleasant scene. I am Loren Milton, born in Tianquan Valley, and I am honored to meet you. Bushui. I don't want to know you. Aries Shang laughed. There were also chuckles from the crowd. The noble ladies who originally had a good impression of Tianquan Valley Master looked at him strangely, subconsciously feeling a little embarrassed. Tianquan Valley Master found that his ever-invincible appearance had no effect on Raphael, and he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated, especially when he subconsciously overlapped Raphael Lang Mu with a Lang Mu he knew. Back then, he had no problem catching that Lang Mu, and he thought that this Raphael Lang Mu couldn't escape his charm, and would at least have some good feelings for him, right? Tianquan Valley Master was silent for a moment, and nodded. Sorry, I'm abrupt. The ladies changed their minds again, thinking that the handsome Tianquan Valley Master was indeed gentle, and a modest gentleman. On the contrary, who did the illegitimate son Raphael think he was? He actually didn't give Loren Milton face. Many ladies, including some male orcs, disliked Raphael very much, and believed that he was relying on Aries Shang, so he dared to treat Tianquan Valley Master so lightly. The Tianquan Valley Master said loudly to the onlookers around, maybe as Master Aries said, I am not worthy of representing all the Tianquan in the world. I am weak personally, and I really can't change the deep-rooted views of everyone in the world about Tianquan by myself. But as long as I live for one day, I will speak for Tianquan and tell everyone that Tianquan should also have the right to survive, and should run happily in the sun like other healthy orcs, instead of being abandoned or even killed at birth. Ari Shang turned to Bu Shuai and said, "He has changed his personality. He no longer follows the noble and mysterious style of being on the top. He wants to follow the civilian route. I think next, he will probably be assassinated and die tragically in public, pushing his reputation to the peak, and then change his identity to continue to stir up trouble. Oh, the identity of the deceased Tianquan Valley Master will not be wasted. He will probably make a statue of him, and then make some supernatural deeds, and he will be praised as a god." Ari Shang spoke loudly, and everyone who could hear it nearby heard it. Tianquan Valley Master was no exception. The second prince and the third prince, as well as the powerful and wealthy people from nearby countries, and a group of masters, all looked at Tianquan Valley Master with strange eyes. Tianquan Valley Master, damn! Where did this Ari Shang come from? Chapter 166. Finally, the second prince smoothed things over, and temporarily resolved the conflict. Pidden looked at their Valley Master, then at Ari Shang, and felt that their Valley Master seemed a little weak, being ridden on by Ari Shang. Pidden guessed that if he went to the Valley Master to receive the task at this time, he might get the task of assassinating Ari Shang. Pidden looked at Raphael Longmu again, shook his head, and said, "Blue Beauty is a disaster." If their Valley Master hadn't stared at Raphael too intently, Ari Shang wouldn't have been so jealous. Pidden's eyes lit up. Wait, isn't this a ready-made headline? Both Ari Shang and Tianquan Valley Master are hot topics. In between is Raphael Longmu, the illegitimate son of the Tiger King. It's still a rare drama of two men competing for one man. Once this headline is released, it will definitely explode. Pidden rubbed his hands excitedly. As expected, if you want big news, you should come to the inner exhibition area. Pidden also discovered the subtle emotions of the royal family members, and the dignitaries of the Tiger country towards Raphael Longmu, and hurriedly wrote them down. These are also interesting points. They will be published in the gossip newspaper tomorrow, and will definitely be welcomed by the people of the royal city. Ari Shang and Raphael saw the crowd dispersed, but the vice president of the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce stood still and smiled at them. Knowing that he was waiting for them, they walked over. After a simple courtesy, the vice president of the Ghostfire Chamber of Commerce asked directly, "Master Ares, I wonder if you have any free storage on hand. My Chamber of Commerce is willing to buy it at a high price." Ari Shang was also very straightforward. "Yes. How much capacity do you want?" The vice president of the Ghostfire took a deep breath. "No matter how much capacity, we are eager." "Is that so? The most I have on hand is a space bracelet with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. The price is 1,000 gold each. I can sell you 10. 3 cubic meters for 3,000, 5 cubic meters for 5,000, 10 cubic meters for 10,000, 5 of each. 50 cubic meters for 1 million, 100 cubic meters for 10 million, each for only 1. Ari Shang thought that the price he offered was not high, but not low either. Vice President Guihua's heart was beating wildly. He thought that if he could buy 2 or 3 space props, he would be lucky, and if he could buy 1, he would have achieved his goal. Unexpectedly, at Ari Shang, space props were actually calculated by dozens. Vice President Guihua attached more and more importance to Ari Shang, thinking that this relationship must be maintained. Vice President Guihua calculated the amount, and waved his hand with a swagger. "My Chamber of Commerce wants all of them." Ari Shang also looked calm. "When do you want them?" "Vice President Guihua, can we do it now? We brought the gold card of the Southern Renaissance Alliance. In addition to being used in the Southern Alliance, the gold card can be exchanged for cash at any branch of the Guihua Chamber of Commerce. Exchange at banks in other countries may require a certain fee. If you don't like the gold card, we can also pay you directly in gold shields. In addition, we brought a lot of materials. If you like them, we can give them to you at 80% off the market price." Ari Shang said that the gold card was fine. After the transaction, Ari Shang earned 11 million gold shields. This transaction amount can catch up with the total income of some large chambers of commerce in Tiger Country in 10 years. If it gets out, I don't know how many people will envy and hate it. Ari Shang received the money and gave half of it to Bu Shuai. Bu Shuai also accepted it naturally. Seeing this scene, Vice President Guihua guessed that the relationship between the two was probably not what the outside world said. Ari Shang was still pursuing Raphael. The two had obviously confirmed their relationship and trusted each other. Bu Shuai just didn't want to offend Ari Shang in public. He just regarded himself as a temporary wallet. When he returned, he would return the gold card to the other party. Ari Shang whispered to Bu Shuai's ear, "If you want to buy any materials, just buy them. Don't be reluctant." "Bu Shuai, I know. Ari Shang held his hand and whispered, "When you make money in the future, spend it on me." Bu Shuai's mouth curved and he replied softly, "Okay." Vice President Guihua didn't understand what language the two were speaking, but looking at their expressions, he could guess that it was a close talk between lovers, and couldn't help saying, "You two have a good relationship." Bu Shuai blushed slightly. Ari Shang raised his head and said proudly, "Of course. We have a batch of materials that we haven't taken out yet. If you two are interested." Willow Vice President felt a little choked and quickly changed the subject. "Let's go and take a look." Ari Shang took Bu Shuai with him. The goods that the Willow Chamber of Commerce has hidden and not taken out are more rare and of higher quality than the materials displayed in the inner exhibition area. It is obvious that the Willow Chamber of Commerce hides these materials not only to make money, but also to make friends with masters from all walks of life. The two of them had ample money, so they were naturally not stingy, and bought everything they liked. "What is this?" Bu Shuai picked up a piece of material that looked like bone and felt the abundant magic power. This made him pleasantly surprised. Ever since he discovered that there were magic crystals on the Orc continent, he guessed that there might be other things containing magic here, but he didn't expect to find something with such abundant magic so soon. Ari Shang also took over and sensed it. The manager of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce hurried forward to explain, "This is a rare material that our treasure hunting team occasionally finds. There are only a few bones. We found an abnormal energy on them. Our appraiser speculated that these bones may belong to an orc who has awakened special power. Usually this attached energy will slowly dissipate over time, but the special energy contained in these bones seems to be blocked and remains firmly in the bones. Several bigwigs in our Chamber of Commerce are also very interested in these bones, but unfortunately they have no way to take them out. The energy in the head later had to give up helplessly. This time the materials fair let us bring it here, to see if there are other people who can recognize the treasure." Ari Shang whispered to Bu Shuai, "This is human bones, 1 thigh bone and 2 ribs." Bu Shuai looked strange. This is probably the bones of the magician who came over there. Ari Shang raised his eyebrows. "Any questions?" Bu Shuai, "I suspect that the soul and lifelong magic power of the magician may be hidden in this bone." Ari Shang, "Oh, then you must buy it." Bu Shuai asked the manager for the price. The manager pricked up his ears to eavesdrop, but unfortunately he didn't understand a word. "My two distinguished guests, to be honest, this bone is special, and the price is difficult to determine. Before coming, the master of the Chamber of Commerce told us that if the guests who bought these bones can tell us what the special energy contained in these bones is, and what its function is, then it is okay to give it away for free." Bu Shuai and Ari Shang looked at each other. Both of them guessed that the Ghost Fire merchant would probably get more than the 3 bones he took out. Ari Shang took the bone, played with it, and said, "It's a pity, I don't know. I want to buy this bone only because it contains special energy, and I wonder if it can be refined into a bone tool with special effects." "Make an offer." The manager didn't believe it. It was Raphael Longmu who had taken a fancy to these bones at first, but the customer didn't want to say it, and he couldn't force him, so he could only honestly quote, "If so, each of these 3 bones will be sold for 100,000 gold." Ari Shang sneered, "Isn't your price a bit too much? It's even more expensive than my space props." The manager was calm. "Rare goods are worth keeping, and those who know what they are selling are those who know what they are selling. That means, if you two think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it." Bu Shuai hesitated. He was very tempted by these 3 bones. If these 3 bones really contained the soul and magic power of the mage, maybe he could get the inheritance of the mage. Even if he couldn't get the inheritance, being able to absorb these magic powers would be of great benefit to his impact on the mage realm. "Buy it if you want it. It's just 100,000 gold." Ares wanted to buy all 3 bones. Prodigal man. Bu Shuai held Ares' hand and picked up the thigh bone, "Only buy this one." The manager's eyes moved, guessing that Raphael only bought one because it was too expensive, or this leg bone was more special than the other 2 ribs. If he had known earlier, he would have said that he could only buy it in a package. The manager regretted it. But he had already said it, and changing his words now would only anger the distinguished guest, so he could only let Raphael buy the leg bone alone. Ari Shang asked Bu Shuai, "Do you really not want the other 2 ribs?" Bu Shuai shook his head. "Those 2 only have a little magic power, they are useless." The steward waited for the 2 men to leave with the leg bones, and immediately ran to the vice president to report the matter. After hearing this, the vice president asked the steward to take the remaining 2 ribs to the exhibition outside to see if he could catch other connoisseurs. Chapter 167. Bu Shuai has chosen another batch of soil for planting. The quality of this soil is very high, and it contains very little insect poison. It is a super rare planting resource. The price of this batch of soil is also very expensive. About 500 cubic meters of soil costs 1 million gold. Bourgeois did not even hesitate this time. He was much more straightforward than buying the mage's leg bones. He immediately bought all the 500 cubic meters of soil. His natural perception told him that he could give up everything else, but he must take the 500 cubic meters of soil. The manager was about to ask if they needed to deliver the soil to a designated location, but Bourgeois followed them directly to the warehouse, and took all the 500 cubic meters of soil, and the container, with a wave of his hand. The manager was envious and shocked at the same time. The space props owned by this person are so large. Bourgeois saw the manager's shocked eyes, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. In the eyes of others, he and Ari Shang are definitely the ones who get the most benefits. Thinking of this, Bourgeois couldn't help laughing. Shang Fifan didn't know why Bourgeois laughed, but when he saw him laugh, he laughed too. The manager saw Ari Shang looking at Raphael with a silly smile, and sighed in his heart. It's great to find a rich son-in-law. If he has the charm of Raphael, what else would he worry about? Shang Fifan then took a fancy to a batch of refined metal blocks, tried the feel, and used the identification technique to identify it again, thinking that maybe he could use this batch of metal to refine some alchemical guns. In the end, the two spent a total of more than 3 million gold at the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce. The vice president of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce was full of smiles. They spent a lot of money on buying space props, but Ari Shang and Raphael spent so much here. Between the ins and outs, their Chamber of Commerce was equivalent to buying the batch of space props at a low price. Shang Fifan and Bourgeois were also very satisfied. Although they spent so much gold shield to buy materials, these materials are very useful. In the future, they can refine physical objects and sell some of them to get their money back. Bourgeois wanted to return to Moyo Town after buying that batch of soul. I just don't know if the mayor uncle and Aunt Delia will still be willing to treat him as a nephew after his true life experience is exposed. It would be great if I could refine a portable space for planting for you. Seeing that Bourgeois was so happy to buy that batch of soil, Shang Fifan suddenly had an idea. Bourgeois looked at him expectantly. Is it possible? Shang Fifan was so impressed by Bourgeois' look at him that it was impossible. Wait a minute, let me ask. Old Shang ran to harass the system. The system refused to answer such boring questions that were not related to the main task. Lao Shang, don't be so narrow-minded. How can this matter be unrelated to the main quest? If Bourgeois can configure more plantable soil in the portable space, wouldn't it be more helpful to restore the natural power of the entire Orc continent? And the portable space can adjust the soil to avoid insect poison. Isn't this much faster than finding a piece of land in the Orc continent and messing around with it bit by bit? Not to mention that Bourgeois has to follow me to find the lost power of the god of nature. I will definitely not let him stay in one place. It is much more convenient to have a portable space. Don't you think so? System, eh? Finally, the system was persuaded, annoying, and gave a little hint. Please don't be too ambitious. With your current ability, you can't refine a plantable portable space. Please make good use of the game mall. Lao Shan quickly searched the game mall, and after using keyword searches several times, he finally found what he was looking for. Broken Law God Flower Garden. This is one of the garbage picked up in the battlefield of the gods. It is said that it is a toy made by the god of nature to coax children. Although it is a broken toy, it can be used after repairing it. Attention! This flower garden is an upgraded magic weapon, which requires careful maintenance and continuous cultivation by the user. Before cultivation, remember to repair it first. The thing is good, but the price is so expensive that it hurts his eyes. 15,000 contribution points. And now he has only more than 17,000 contribution points left. But who made him not have the ability to refine a portable space now? Even if he had, he didn't have those heaven-defying materials. Buy it. You won't lose money if you buy this thing. Others want it but don't have it yet. And as long as he thinks about how happy Bourgeois will be after getting this portable planting space, Lao Shang immediately feels that the price is not too high. At the beginning, the energy converter and the contaminated law god bracelet cost 50,000 contribution points. Shang Fifan bought the broken flower garden of the god of law, intending to see if there was anything that needed repairing before handing it over to Bourgeois. The flower garden looked like a toy, just the size of a child's palm, oval, with soil inside, and a small well in the middle of the soil. The base below the flower garden looked like a kind of stone, or bone. Now the base was broken badly, and the small well edge was also broken, and had a gap. Shang Fifan found through the appraisal technique that this thing could not be repaired by others, and its owner had to do it. That is, this thing first needed to be placed in the soul to nourish. Bu Shuai also looked curiously at the children's toy that Shang Fifan took out of his pocket. Shang Fifan was about to explain to him what this was. Be careful. Bu Shuai reached out to hold a little orc who rushed out. Ah! The little orc suddenly popped out his sharp claws in panic, and grabbed Bu Shuai's back of the hand. Bu Shuai was not angry, and stabilized the little orc. Okay, don't be afraid. The little orc looked up at Bu Shuai. The little guy had a big head, and a pair of very lively eyes, and looked very clever. The little guy made a face at Bu Shuai and ran away. Bu Shuai was amused. Shang Fifan rolled his eyes, and took Bu Shuai's hand to check. This kid has really sharp claws. Look, there are 3 white marks left. It's okay, it's not scratched, Bu Shuai said indifferently. Shang Fifan took the flower garden to show Bu Shuai the treasure. Bu Shuai didn't expect that there was actually a portable space in the world that could be planted. He was very surprised. Are you really going to give me this treasure? Of course. Shang Fifan immediately put the flower garden into Bu Shuai's hand. Bu Shuai looked at the flower garden over and over again, and liked it very much. Shang Fifan was happy to see him like this, and immediately taught him how to contract the flower garden. Shang Fifan blocked Bu Shuai to prevent others from seeing his actions. Bu Shuai dripped 3 drops of blood on the flower garden, and then silently recited a spell, while releasing his mental power to reach out to the flower garden. The flower garden suddenly disappeared from Bu Shuai's palm. A few seconds later, Bu Shuai vaguely saw a small garden of about 100 square meters appear in his spiritual sea. But the small garden looked in a bad condition. The land was dry, the fence was broken, the well platform was broken, and there was not even a piece of hay on the ground. Suddenly, Bu Shuai looked up at a nearby merchant who sold various animal bones, and walked over quickly. Shang Fifan didn't understand why, so he followed. Bu Shuai picked out a few kinds of bones, and asked the merchant how many were left. The merchant said he could take them to the warehouse to see. Bu Shuai went to a nearby warehouse with the merchant. Shang Fifan naturally followed behind. When the two went to the warehouse of the bone merchant, the second prince and the master of Tianqin Valley sensed something at the same time and turned their heads to look at the booth of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce. The booth of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce was very large, with various materials on it. Just now, they took out some new materials. The second prince and the master of Tianqin Valley walked quickly to the booth of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce. The two reached out almost at the same time and picked up a human rib each. The second prince asked the stall manager where the 2 bones came from and how many were left. This steward was the steward who had received Aries Shang and Raphael before. Seeing that the second prince and the master of Tianqin Valley were both interested in the bone, his eyes flashed. He did not say where they found the bone, but only said that there were only 2 bones left, each worth 100,000 gold. He also said that if they could tell what the special energy in the bone was, and what it was used for, he could sell it at a bargain price. I also found that this bone contains a very special energy, but I don't know what it is. 100,000 gold is too expensive. The second prince smiled, shook his head, and put down the bone with regret. The steward looked at the master of Tianqin Valley again. The master of Tianqin Valley secretly absorbed the magic power in the bone, but left a little to prevent the ribs from rotting on the spot. Only then did he put the bone down, also saying that the bone was too expensive. The master of Tianqin Valley picked up the bone that the second prince put down, and found that there was not much magic power left in this bone. He smiled and threw the bone back to its original place. The steward wanted to tell the two about Raphael's purchase of a bone to stimulate them, and see how they would react, but he thought of the vice president's instructions. He must not offend Aries Shang, the master of refining space props, and offending Raphael was no different from offending Aries Shang. Thinking of this, the steward finally shut his mouth. After the second prince and the master of Tianqin Valley left, the steward told the vice president about the two's interest in bones. The key point is that the two grabbed the ribs as soon as they arrived, and although they looked at other goods in a disguised way later, they were obviously not very interested. The vice president pondered for a moment and wrote down this matter. Bu Shuai picked up a lot of bones in the warehouse of the bone merchant. The merchant did not offer a high price, so Bu Shuai bought all of them very readily and collected all the bones with a wave of his hand. The merchant thought that Bu Shuai put the bones into the space ring, but in fact, Bu Shuai set all the bones to the flower garden that had just been contracted. The bones fell into the soil of the flower bed and sank instantly, as if they were digested by the soil. Bu Shuai looked at the soil of the flower bed again, and he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the soil of the flower bed seemed to be less dry. Shang Fifan poked his head and asked him, "Are you repairing the flower bed?" Bu Shuai nodded excitedly, "Yes. I can feel what the flower bed needs. In that case, let's go to the exhibition area and see what else the flower bed needs." Shang Fifan, who was rich and powerful, said that he could buy whatever he wanted today. Bu Shuai thought that if Shang Fifan broke up with him in the future, he would return the flower bed to Shang Fifan, and Shang Fifan would not lose money, so he agreed. The two began to sweep the exhibition. Unfortunately, Huapu doesn't like all materials. Huapu is very picky and doesn't care about ordinary materials. The materials that Huapu likes are either very expensive or very rare. Huapu also liked a batch of bones and a small box of refined mineral powder. Later, Huapu also liked all the animal blood on the stall of a merchant who specializes in animal blood. When Huapu swallowed a lot of animal blood, the dry soil in Huapu actually closed the cracks. Bu Shuai spent money with fear. He didn't know he was so good at spending money. But after a while, the gold card that Shang Fifan gave him was almost empty. "Shang Fifan, buy. This opportunity is rare. You can't see so many materials at ordinary times. As long as Huapu can grow it, we will make a profit." Bu Shuai thought so too. He gritted his teeth and continued to purchase. After looking at the inner exhibition area, they returned to the outer exhibition area again. Huapu took a look at a batch of wood here. This batch of wood is not rare wood, but Huapu has a big appetite and wants to buy all the goods brought by others. The price of wood is expensive in the Orc continent, not to mention that it is shipped from thousands of miles away. Bu Shuai and Shang Fifan calculated their remaining Jinda shields and decided to buy all the wood. Because the wood takes up a large area, it is not in the warehouse area of the material market. The two followed the merchant to the dock. All the wood was piled up on the freight ship. Bu Shuai pressed down on a piece of wood below. A whole ship of wood disappeared in an instant. The ship owner Zhang Dazue. Bu Shuai's space ring has a large space, but it is not large enough to swallow so many things continuously. No one could have imagined that so many things were swallowed by a flower bed that was only as big as a child's palm. Bu Shuai was also surprised. He didn't know how the flower bed digested so much wood. But as the wood was digested by the flower bed, the wooden fence around the flower bed became much more complete, and the last few cracks on the soil surface disappeared. Bu Shuai's eyes fell on the surface of the Blackwater River. The flower bed was extremely thirsty for water. Bu Shuai whispered to Shang Fifan. The two left the dock and walked along the waterway to find a river beach where they could walk down. There were still people fishing on the river beach. Bu Shuai pretended to wash his hands, squatted on the river bank, and put his palm into the river water. Gulp. Bu Shuai felt like he heard the sound of the flower bed drinking water crazily. He even felt that the flower bed was drinking water while disliking the poor water quality of the Blackwater River. The color of the soil in the flower bed began to change, like yellow mud that had been watered. Shang Fifan saw that the water level of the river seemed to have dropped a little. Bu Shuai had to reach deeper. Almost. If we go any further, we'd be discovered. Shang Fifan pulled Bu Shuai up. Bu Shuai whispered, "It's just right. It doesn't want to drink anymore. It doesn't like the water quality of the Blackwater River." Shang Fifan sneered, "It's good to have something to drink. It's still picking it up." Bu Shuai held Shang Fifan's hand and opened his spiritual sea. "Come and see." Shang Fifan was invited and extended his spiritual power into it. Without any hindrance, he saw the flower bed. "Is it bigger? You found it too?" Shang Fifan looked around the flower bed and found that the flower bed was in much better condition than when he handed it over to Bu Shuai. It wants good quality soil. Bu Shuai planned to feed all the soil he bought to the flower garden. "Let's talk about it when we get back." Shang Fifan suddenly regretted buying this flower garden. Look how much gold shields they spent in just a short time to raise this broken flower garden. He was worried that Bu Shuai would spend more than he earned to raise this flower garden, and he kept it a secret from him. The lounge at the Special Investigation Bureau was too small, so Bu Shuai simply followed Shang Fifan to the mansion he bought as Aries Shang. When he arrived at Aries Shang's mansion, Bu Shuai took out all the 500 cubic meters of soil he bought and fed it to the flower garden. When the flower garden touched the soil, it went crazy. The original soil kept rolling, as if it was embracing the new soil, and it seemed to be frantically merging and absorbing it. When the soil in the flower garden became calm again, the whole flower garden changed drastically. The flower bed, which was originally only 100 square meters, has been expanded to 200 square meters. The surrounding fences are neat, and the soil in the flower bed is yellow with black, which looks very moist. Although the well platform has not been repaired yet, it no longer looks as broken as it was at the beginning. Bu Shuai suddenly remembered that he had bought a box of soil in the exhibition area, so he took out that box of soil. When he took out this box of soil, he was a little hesitant, because this box of soil is really suitable for refining magic soil. Shang Fifan saw him hesitate, grabbed the soil in the box and squeezed it. The seller can get such a box of soil, which means that there is still a lot of this kind of soil, and it is nearby. I see if I can find the seller and ask him where he stole this box of soil from. Bu Shuai suddenly said, I know. Shang Fifan was surprised. Do you know where this soil comes from? Bu Shuai nodded. Royal Farm. The royal family has the best planting soil, which is high-quality soil collected from other places by the royal family, and it is cultivated carefully by relevant talents for many years. Only then can such good soil be obtained. I have been there twice, and I am very impressed by the quality of the soil there. But the guards of the royal farm are very strict, and the stall owner really doesn't look like someone who can steal this box of soil from the royal farm. Maybe he picked it up from somewhere. Otherwise, even if he is afraid of being exposed by me as a thief, he can't sell this box of precious soil so cheaply. Shang Fifan decided to talk to the merchant tonight. He still remembered the appearance of the merchant. If he asked someone, he should be able to find out where the other party lived. Bu Shuai showed a helpless smile on his face. The flower garden is making trouble. It wants this box of soil. Does the flower garden have its own consciousness? Shang Fifan frowned. Bu Shuai shook his head. It's not a complete consciousness, just like a baby crying for food, with a little vague consciousness, but not yet complete. Shang Fifan snorted. Trouble. Bu Shuai thought it was good, so that he could raise a flower garden just like raising a child, and he would feel more accomplished. Bu Shuai inserted his palm into the box of soil that was very suitable for making magic soil, and the box of soil was absorbed cleanly in an instant, without even a trace of residue left. The flower garden greedily absorbed all the little soil on the bottom and cover of the box. What a greedy little guy. Shang Fifan crossed his arms. Bu Shuai smiled. I think the flower garden can be used for planting. Shang Fifan looked like a black-hearted capitalist, and said bitterly, That's more like it. It has eaten so much of us, it's time for it to give back. Bu Shuai raised his hand and rubbed his chest. Shang Fifan turned to look at him. What's wrong? I don't know, my heart suddenly hurt just now. Suddenly, blood flowed from Bu Shuai's nostrils, corners of his mouth, and ears. Bu Shuai was in so much pain that his whole body convulsed, and he immediately fainted. Bu Shuai! Shang Fifan's right eye was burning. Found the curse. Do you want to swallow it? Fuck. Shang Fifan was so angry that his teeth broke, and he hugged the fallen Bu Shuai. He pressed Bu Shuai's chest with his right hand and grabbed it hard, and the invisible curse was pulled out by him. The black shadow wanted to escape. Shang Fifan opened his mouth and sucked. The cursed shadow was swallowed up completely by him. Shang Fifan took out the healing potion again, pinched Bu Shuai's mouth open, and poured it into his mouth. Bu Shuai drank a bottle of potion and quickly woke up. What's wrong with me? The curse took effect so quickly that Bu Shuai didn't react. Shang Fifan said hatefully, You are cursed. I am cursed? By whom? Shang Fifan grabbed Bu Shuai's hand and looked at the back of his hand. The kid who hit you just now must have a problem. Although he didn't get your blood, he must have left your skin in his claws. Bu Shuai's face changed slightly. He sat up and looked down at the back of his hand. With his recovery ability, the 3 white marks had disappeared long ago. It's really hard to guard against. Bu Shuai smiled bitterly. Shang Fifan's face was gloomy, and his eyes were red. Just now, when Bu Shuai fell unconscious with blood flowing from all his orifices, a strong hatred exploded in his chest. He had never hated someone so much. Old Shang? Bu Shuai held Shang Fifan's hand. Shang Fifan pulled him hard and pulled him into his arms, hugging him tightly. I'm fine, don't worry. Bu Shuai comforted him. Shang Fifan said nothing. Several black spots in his right eye were flying away. This was the reverse tracking of the curse. He was checking who cursed Bu Shuai. I'm really fine. Bu Shuai hugged Shang Fifan with his backhand. Shang Fifan held Bu Shuai in his arms, but he was muttering something in his mouth. Why didn't the other party use any other means, but actually curse Bu Shuai? Shang Fifan sneered. Come on, your ancestors will let you know what a real curse is. Shang Fifan swallowed the other party's curse, and he could directly return the curse in the same way, and return it 3 times. As Shang Fifan issued a counter curse, his resentment value decreased by 1,000 points. Not to mention 1,000 points of resentment, Shang Fifan wanted to use all the resentment to curse those who murdered Bu Shuai. Shang Feifan also specially added an operation to the anti-curse. He would not curse the other party to death immediately. He wanted the caster to live and endure the pain of the curse, and let the other party die in pain. In addition to the caster, he would not let go of anyone related to this curse. Shang Feifan gave Bu Shuai another bottle of physical and mental recovery potion, and sent him to rest. When Bu Shuai fell asleep, Shang Feifan began to draw a curse array in the house. He was furious. No one could stop him at this time. Generally, when a sorcerer curses others, he needs to hold personal items such as the hair and blood of the cursed person. Flesh and blood have the best effect, and others are second. But Shang Feifan never needs these things to cast a curse. He just needs a clear target. But this time, in order to clarify the object of the curse, and to make the curse effect the best, Shang Feifan took out a small bag. This was the spoils he collected when exploring the palace. Whether it was the Tiger King, the Queen, or other royal members, he had their hair in his hands. The backlash of the curse just now can only harm the person who cast the curse directly, but it is ineffective against the person who gave the order. Shang Feifan touched the hair in the bag with his fingers. When he touched a few of them, his right eye burned. The result of the reverse tracking of the curse came out. Found you. Shang Feifan found the mastermind and the person who gave the order. Shang Feifan took out the hair and put them in the spell array. The supreme and great existence, Cornezius, the god of curse. I dedicate the owner of the hair to you, my devout believer. Please curse the owner of the hair to rot all over, to be in unbearable pain, to be ineffective with medicine, but unable to die immediately, even if he committed suicide. And you will enjoy his pain, resentment, and soul until his soul is devoured by you bit by bit. Please enjoy it slowly, for at least 1 month. Chapter 168. In a warehouse in the material market, a group of people disguised as caravans were gathered together to kneel down in front of a palm-sized statue. The leading orc was wearing a black robe, with his head and face covered by the hood of the robe. He was thanking the god Ermaklaso for allowing his spell to be performed smoothly. Great Ermaklaso, your believers praise. The black-robed man suddenly fell down with his hands covering his chest. The extreme pain for a while made him unable to even scream. Eyes, nostrils, mouth, all the places on his body with exits were bleeding. My lord bishop. Other evil god believers noticed the abnormality of the leading orc and rushed over to check. As a result, as soon as their hands touched the black-robed man, he screamed extremely shrilly. The piercing scream scared all the evil god believers so much that they all trembled, and some even wanted to cover their ears. The scream was really terrible. Cover his mouth. Others will hear it. A believer with a higher status shouted. But no one dared to cover the bishop's mouth, not even the believer with a higher status. The man in black robe wanted the believers to stay away from him, but he couldn't speak. It hurt so much that he couldn't bear it. The believers surrounding the man in black robe suddenly widened their eyes, with fear in their eyes. They saw the man in black robe's skin peeling off, and pieces of flesh drooping from his face. This is the backlash of the curse. The believer with a higher status blurted out. Similar things have happened before. And it just so happened that the person who was cursed last time was the only disciple of this bishop. The other party didn't know what was going on at the time. The itch was so unbearable that no medicine could be applied to his body. The sorcerer was so itchy that he scratched his skin and flesh all over. His master, the bishop in front of him, also came to check on his disciple. In the end, he could not see anything except that it was a curse or the backlash of resentment. He could not find the caster of the curse or remove the curse. In the end, the bishop took action himself and sent his only disciple to the gods to relieve his pain. What should we do? Someone is coming. They may have heard the sound. You go and stop the people who are coming, and say that one of us is seriously ill. The higher-ranking believer was bold and raised his hand to chop the bishop's neck. He wanted to knock the other person unconscious first, and then ask his superiors what to do. But his palm just touched the bishop. The skin and flesh on the bishop's neck began to fall off, and the bishop was screaming until his voice was broken and his throat was cracked. The force that was supposed to knock the bishop unconscious broke the bishop's cervical vertebrae. The most terrifying thing is that the bishop is not dead yet, and he is still suffering from the backlash of the curse. Find Raphael Langmu. There must be a powerful sorcerer around him. Finding him may help save the bishop. The other side, the palace, the queen's palace. The queen was in a good mood. She had received a report that Raphael Langmu went to the material fair with Aries Shan today. The group of people were hiding in the material market, where there were many people and eyes, which was convenient for them to take action. She specifically told those people that Raphael must not die too easily. She wanted the bastard to suffer, to make the bastard's mother, and the Tiger King could only watch the bastard they created die in pain little by little, but they had no way to do anything, and this is just the first step of her revenge. Next, she will find that bitch Anita. This time she has no scruples. As long as she finds her, she will punish and teach that bitch a lesson with the most cruel means. She wants to let that bitch know what the fate of daring to snatch her husband, daring to offend her, and daring to plot against her and her children is. As for the Tiger King, the Queen showed a sinister smile on her face. She knew that the other party attached great importance to this inheritance-sharing conference, and she knew that the other party wanted to use this conference to push his prestige to the highest level in history. But the more the Tiger King wanted it, the more she would not let him achieve it. She wanted him to fall before his wish was about to be fulfilled, so that he could only watch her son embark on the road to the king he had paid for himself. Suddenly, the Queen felt a little itchy and a little stinging on her face. She reached out and touched her face, and felt that the touch under her fingers was a little wrong. After a light touch, the piercing pain suddenly hit. The Queen screamed in pain. The maid beside her asked hurriedly, "Your Majesty?" The Queen was terrified. She dared not touch her face again. She looked up and asked the maid, "Look at my face. Is there a wound on my face?" The maid looked at the Queen's face. Her whole color suddenly changed, fear flashed in her eyes, and her body took a step back. "What's going on?" the Queen asked sternly. The maid's body trembled, and her voice was shaking. "Your Majesty, your face. I will go and call the healer." "Don't worry, I will go right away." The Queen was also scared. She didn't know what happened to her face. She shouted, "Go quickly." The maid turned and ran away. All the other maids lowered their heads, not daring to look at the Queen. The maids who were unfortunate enough to see the Queen's face were all trembling with fear. "Push the mirror over here." The Queen's gloomy voice made none of the maids in the palace dare to disobey her orders. They all responded and ran to push the mirror together. It was a full-length mirror, so large that the figures of the two orcs could be fully reflected in it. The maids pushed the mirror in front of the Queen, and then bowed and retreated to the corner together. No one dared to look at the Queen. They now wanted to leave the palace quickly, and even more so, they wished they had not appeared in this palace today. The Queen slowly raised her face and looked at the full-length mirror in front of her. The mirror was very clear, and the lighting in the palace was also very good. The mirror reflected her face clearly, and even her pores could be seen. "Ah!" The shrill roar resounded throughout the palace. The Queen looked at the mirror in disbelief. There were corrosion marks on her face. The skin in the middle of her left cheek had been corroded to the point that the bright red flesh underneath was visible. What was even more terrifying was that there was not just one corrosion mark on her face. A second one appeared near her cheekbone on her left face, and faint circular corrosion marks also appeared on her right face. These corrosion marks could not be touched at all, as they would hurt her to the bone marrow. If she didn't touch them, she would still feel terrible. Where are the healers? Where are the pharmacists? Call them over. Tell them all to come over here. In less than a moment, the news that the Queen went crazy due to partial decay of her facial skin reached the ears of the Tiger King. The Tiger King frowned and asked the waiter, "What did the court healer say?" The waiter replied tremblingly, "The masters have no way, their healing skills are useless." "The same is true for the pharmacists," the master said. The Tiger King stared at him. "Don't hesitate, tell me clearly." "Yes." The waiter gritted his teeth and replied, "The masters suspect that Her Majesty the Queen is cursed." The Tiger King stood up and changed his voice. "Curse? If you want to say what kind of ability the orcs hate and fear the most, it is probably the curse. This ability is extremely strange. You don't need to face you directly. As long as you get some of your items, you can curse you from a distance. The royal family has always been the most afraid of curses. The control of sorcerers from all over the world is very strict. They don't even allow sorcerers to walk in the Tiger Kingdom. If they find sorcerers doing evil, they will kill them at all costs. But the Tiger King also knows that because the curse is powerful and convenient, many nobles have contact with sorcerers, and some even keep sorcerers. As far as he knew, there was a sorcerer beside Marquis Denton, which was one of the reasons why he was very afraid of him. "Please ask the priest to go over and take a look." The Tiger King was not concerned about the Queen's safety. He was worried that if someone could curse the Queen, they could also curse him and other members of the royal family. The Tiger King waited anxiously in the study, and during this time, he called Clement to ask how the search for Anita was going. He suspected that the curse might be related to Anita. "Clement, we received a lot of information from the gossip newspaper, but after verification, most of them were false. There are also a few seemingly reliable clues, and we are tracking them. The Tiger King saw that Clement's expression was different and asked, "What do you mean?" "Clement, Your Majesty, Lady Anita may have made friends with more than one great nobleman. We found that she used Eva's identity to have close contacts with many dignitaries. Not only the kind of things in the romantic field, but also transactions such as money, weapons, and food, even including slave trade." The Tiger King was shocked. What does Anita want to do? Clement thought that she bought slaves and stored a lot of money, weapons, and food. What do you think she wants to do? The Tiger King couldn't believe it. With the exposure of the gossip newspaper and Clement's investigation, he almost didn't recognize the person who used to sleep with him. Why do I feel that Anita wanted to kill the queen, and could have succeeded long ago? The Tiger King said to himself. She didn't assassinate the queen. It's probably not that she can't, but she wants to destroy the Denton family behind the queen. She wants the queen to see the scene of the fall of the Denton family with her own eyes? Maybe she also wants the queen to see her children being killed one by one, and finally she can only watch Anita's children ascend to the throne. The Tiger King's voice became smaller when he said the latter part. At this time, even if he had a filter for Anita, he knew that he, the Tiger King, was probably on Anita's revenge list. Find Anita. Find her no matter what. The Tiger King's face changed completely, and he no longer had any pity or contempt for Anita. Clement obeyed the order. The Tiger King called him again. Check Ramil's whereabouts to see if he really delivered the letter. Yes. Clement could finally leave the palace. As soon as Clement left the palace, he went to find the old Count Longin. He needed to warn the old Count's family to prevent Anita and Ramil from using them to do something. Afterwards, Clement went to see the eldest prince in secret and had a secret talk with him. The eldest prince was very worried when he heard that the queen was cursed. He ran into the palace to visit the queen despite his subordinates' dissuasion. The second prince, the third prince, and the eldest princess also came. But the queen refused to see them, but instead sent someone to tell them that she was cursed, and there was no way to remove the curse. It could only be transferred, and it could only be transferred to direct relatives. The prince and princess who heard the message, The Tiger King soon learned about the method to remove the curse, and was immediately furious. He summoned the court priest to inquire about the situation. The court priest said that he did not tell the queen how to transfer the curse, and there should be another capable person around the queen. Are you sure it's really a curse? The Tiger King also went to see the queen, but did not get close, and the queen did not want to see him. The court priest lowered his eyes. Yes. You also have no way to deal with the curse? Yes. The Tiger King leaned back dejectedly, feeling a headache. What about the curse transfer? The court priest said slowly. I can only say that this is a possibility. The Tiger King, is there any way to prevent the curse? The queen is cursed. The court priest understood what the Tiger King was saying, and nodded. I will pray for your majesty and the royal family members. In addition, this is a magic weapon used to prevent the curse. Please carry it with you. The court priest took out a few small bags and presented them to the Tiger King. The Tiger King took it as if it were a treasure, and asked his trusted servant to deliver it to the prince and princess. The court priest, although this magic weapon can have a certain effect, it cannot be guaranteed to be foolproof. I have seen the curse on the queen. It is very powerful. The caster must be a master among the sorcerers, or even higher. Tiger King was horrified. The court priest comforted Tiger King, but such a powerful spell cannot be cast casually. The caster must pay a huge price every time he casts it, otherwise the world would have been ruled by sorcerers long ago. Tiger King was greatly relieved after hearing this. So, the sorcerer will not easily cast a second curse again? The court priest did not dare to guarantee it, but nodded. Unless the other party has a deep hatred for the Tiger Kingdom royal family, and is willing to fight to the death with the Tiger Kingdom royal family. The Tiger King gave an ugly bitter smile. This kind of comfort was really. As soon as the court priests left, the Tiger King ordered the prince and princess to stay away from the queen, not to listen to any orders from the queen, and to seal off the queen's palace, not allowing her servants to go out, and not allowing any orders from the queen to be passed on. Although the eldest prince and others wanted to save their mother, no one really wanted to be the transferer of the curse. At this time, the Tiger King gave an order, which also made them feel relieved. After the queen knew that the Tiger King had sealed off her palace, and did not allow her and her people to enter or leave, she was furious and raged in the palace. But soon, she had no strength to rage, because the corrosion on her body became more and more serious. It was not just her face, but also other parts of her body had corrosion spots. The children were unwilling to take the initiative to transfer the curse for her, which made her painful and sad, but she privately did not want her children to bear such a terrible curse. Is it true that only direct relatives can transfer the curse? Then, are my brother's children also considered my direct relatives? No. Why not? My brother and I have the same blood, and my brother's children also have half of the blood. The pulse is the same as mine. Anyway, he has several children, so I give it a try, just give it a try. In the past few days, the gossip newspaper in the royal city has been very lively, reporting many interesting things that happened at the spring materials fair. The most interesting thing for the public was the jealousy between the alchemy master Aries Shang and the handsome Tianquan Valley master for Raphael Longmu. This news even suppressed the enthusiasm of the whole nation to find Mrs. Anita. Afterwards, the gossip newspaper got the news from nowhere and reported that the queen might be cursed, and this curse. There is no medicine or cure, the only treatment is to find a direct relative to transfer the curse. This report caused a huge stir in the royal city, and even the entire Tiger Kingdom. The Tiger King was furious, and he didn't know how this damn gossip newspaper could be so pervasive that even such secret information of the royal family was discovered by them. And the Tiger King didn't know that the gossip newspaper employees were gearing up to brew a more shocking super news. They were very sure that as long as this news was reported, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Tiger Kingdom. It might even affect the succession of the kingship. Chapter 169. Shang Fifan insisted on keeping Bu Shuai by his side, saying that Bu Shuai had just been cursed and needed to be taken care of. Bu Shuai could only ask someone to send a letter to the director, and asked for a few days of sick leave. Bu Shuai knew what Shang Fifan was worried about. Old Shang was worried that he would be cursed again once he left his sight. Although Shang Fifan had already cast the curse backlash, he could not guarantee that the other party had only one sorcerer, and he could not guarantee that the sorcerer would be cursed to death. Perhaps the other party's spell was very powerful, and he would come to a dying counterattack. If he was not with Bu Shuai at that time. Old Shang refused to imagine this possibility. The old count and his wife received Clement's report and asked the butler to send a letter to Aries Shang, saying that they wanted to see Raphael immediately. The old countess felt flustered after returning from the material market, always feeling that something bad had happened to her grandson. The old count had the same ominous feeling. The two were old, and they went to the trade fair, not only to relax, but also because they heard that Raphael would go there, and they wanted to see their grandson. After seeing Raphael at the trade fair, they didn't know what to say to him, so they didn't have much interest in continuing to wander around. They showed up at the opening ceremony of the inner area, gave the eldest prince face, and then left the trade fair. But soon after returning home, the two began to be restless, and the old lady even pressed her heart and said that her heart hurt, but fortunately it only hurt for a while, and then it was nothing. The old count was worried, so he invited a therapist to come to his house, and he checked his wife again and again and gave her the usual treatment. After confirming that his wife was really fine, the old count was relieved. But after sending the healer away, the two began to worry about Raphael. When they received Clement's message, they were even more worried. The old count even regretted telling Ramil so early that he already knew his true life story. It was a pity that they couldn't contact Raphael directly now, and could only pass the message through Aries Shang. Who would have thought that Raphael and Aries Shang happened to leave the mansion for something, so they missed the letter, and didn't see it until they came back 2 days later. The two left the royal city because Shang Fifan planned to absorb the cursed fire in the necklace pendant. Shang Fifan had a hunch that there would probably be some anomalies when he absorbed the cursed fire, and he didn't want to be noticed by someone with ulterior motives, so he had to leave the royal city temporarily. In addition, the evil god believers were looking for Raphael. Although Shang Fifan was not afraid of these guys, he was annoyed by them constantly coming to his door, so he simply left with Bu Shuai. He was now waiting for the absorption and fusion of the cursed fire, and then another big wave came to kill all these evil god believers, who were looking for Raphael at once. The two randomly found a forest outside the royal city, and went in. Shang Fifan's process of absorbing the cursed fire was very smooth, but the sound was a bit loud. The cylindrical pendant looked small, but when Shang Fifan broke the seal and released the cursed fire inside, the cursed fire suddenly jumped up high, illuminating most of the sky above the mountain in black and red. The cursed fire also absorbed all the resentment and cursed power nearby. Shang Fifan deliberately chose the daytime. He thought that the sunlight during the day could cover up some of the firelight, but he didn't expect the color of the cursed fire to be so different, and it was particularly conspicuous when it jumped into the sky. But Shang Fifan was already in a difficult situation, and it was impossible to change the location temporarily. He could only speed up the absorption of the cursed fire. The cursed fire wanted to run, but was firmly controlled by Shang Fifan. The cursed fire was like a soldier encountering a general, and was suppressed by Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan did not let it run, and it dared not run even if it wanted to. After contacting the cursed fire, Shang Fifan also instinctively knew how to absorb this invisible fire. When Shang Fifan took the cursed fire into his body, he could clearly feel that his strength had risen a lot. Congratulations, the adventure mission is completed. You have absorbed the cursed fire that is naturally generated by the resentment and curse power between heaven and earth, causing your bloodline talent evil curse level to be upgraded from 200 out of 100 to 300 out of 100. That is, your evil curse bloodline talent is open to level 3. At the same time, the intermediate chapter of the resentment cultivation method is also included. Shang Fifan clenched his fist. Great harvest. Bu Shuai, who was guarding Shang Fifan, saw Shang Fifan's expression and guessed that he had made a great harvest. Let's leave first. Someone is coming, Bu Shuai reminded. Let's go! Shang Fifan pulled Bu Shuai and ran. When people who noticed the abnormality here found this forest, they naturally found nothing. However, there were also people with particularly keen perceptions who felt that the breath of this forest was particularly fresh, without any of the gloomy breath in the deep forest. Shang Fifan did not return to the royal city immediately after absorbing the cursed fire, but found another barren mountain, took out the tortoiseshell fort, and let Bu Shuai continue to repair the flower garden. In addition, he also had something to do. After Bu Shuai was cursed, the system issued him a task to rescue the cursed Bu Shuai, and the reward was the preparation method of the new insect poison dissolving potion. At that time, Shang Fifan was full of Bu Shuai, and he didn't notice that the system had issued him a task. When he helped Bu Shuai remove the curse and heard the system reward, he knew that the system had just issued him a related task. Shang Fifan brought a lot of materials with him. When he saw that he had all the raw materials for preparing the new insect poison ablation potion, he started to prepare the potion on the spot. Bu Shuai continued to cast natural magic on the flower garden to increase its vitality. As Bu Shuai continued to cast spells, the fields in the flower garden looked more and more moist, with a bit of black and oily fertile soil. Shang Fifan originally thought that it would be difficult to learn to prepare a new insect poison ablation potion, but he found that the system is a system, and the preparation method instilled in his brain is the same as a hand-in-hand full operation. Unless he does not follow the preparation method, it is difficult to make mistakes. On the contrary, the preliminary processing of the materials took some time, but 2 days later, Shang Fifan successfully prepared a new insect poison ablation potion. Bu Shuai mixed the new insect poison dissolving agent with water and poured it into the soil of the flower bed. Originally, there was no insect poison in the soil of the flower bed, but the soil he put in did. The effect of the new insect poison dissolving agent was extraordinary. After 3 bottles of the agent were mixed with water, all the insect poison in the soil of the flower bed was eliminated. Bu Shuai checked back and forth anxiously, and found that there was indeed no insect poison at all. He jumped up with joy. Seriously speaking, this is the first piece of land in the Orc continent that is completely free of insect poison. Shang Fifan rarely saw Bu Shuai's childish side, and couldn't help but lean over and kiss his big baby. The two played around all night, and returned to the royal city on the morning of the 3rd day. As soon as they returned to the mansion, the servant quickly handed them the letter sent by the old earl. After reading the letter, the two used the invisibility item to sneak to the old earl's mansion. At the same time, the Royal City Gossip newspaper was printing today's newspapers frantically. Newspaper sellers lined up to receive today's new newspapers. Player employees put a pile of newspapers into the space bracelet, rode the giant insect mount to deliver the newspapers to the newsstands in each district, and then the newsstands handed these newspapers to the small orcs selling newspapers in each district. Newspapers for sale. For 10 copper taels, you can know the latest and biggest gossip in the Tiger King's capital. Newspapers for sale. Today's news will definitely surprise you. 10 copper taels will not buy you a loss or a scam. Newspapers for sale. It's incredible. The royal bloodline was swapped. The real royal bloodline is actually him. Big news. The prince was swapped at birth. Who is so bold as to confuse the royal bloodline? Come and see. Raphael, the illegitimate son of the Tiger King, is not the Tiger King's child. Want to know Raphael's true life experience? Only 10 copper taels. When the people in the royal city heard the newsboy shouting, they thought they had heard it wrong. After listening to it several times, they finally confirmed it. Damn! The gossip newspaper is going crazy. It even reported such news. I just don't know if it's true or not. Who can resist reading such big news? I want one, give me one. Give me one. I want 3. The people of the royal city have never been so enthusiastic and generous. They almost surrounded the newsboy and bought newspapers, as if they were fighting for it. As the gossip newspaper became more and more famous in the royal city, almost all the nobles, officials, and wealthy families in the royal city subscribed to the newspaper. They were afraid that their own or their family's private affairs would appear in the newspaper, but they also wanted to see if there were any scandals in other families. This contradictory mentality made their heartbeats a little faster than usual every time they opened the newspaper. And today, when they opened the newspaper with a curious mentality. Puff, clang, rip, I don't know how many dignitaries lost their composure on the spot. Chapter 170. The queen was trapped in the palace, but she could not leave the palace, but the news channel was not blocked. The Tiger King did not let the queen leave the palace because he was afraid that she would find the prince and princess or even him to transfer the curse. He also turned a blind eye to the outside world, sending news to the queen. Your Majesty, today's royal city gossip news has been delivered. The palace maid who came to report with the newspaper had a very strange look on her face. The queen now had no idea whether to read the newspaper or not. After 2.5 days, she was tortured to death by the corrosion spots. The therapist, pharmacist, and even the court priests came to see her. The former two could not even relieve her pain. The court priest gave her a substitute bone doll, which allowed her to transfer part of the curse to the bone doll. But as the bone doll rotted a little bit, the ability to transfer the curse became worse and worse. This morning, the bone doll looked like a pool of mud, and all the corrosion spots on her body returned. The queen now dared not look at her face and body. Her exposed skin was covered with circular corrosion spots. The corrosion started from the skin, gradually penetrated into the flesh layer, and then invaded the bones. The queen was in so much pain that she could neither sit nor stand, let alone sleep. The pharmacist prescribed her the most effective painkillers and sleeping pills, but they were useless. Get out! Get out! The queen's speech was a little slurred, and her tongue and mouth began to develop sores. The maids bowed their heads, but no one really dared to leave the palace. In the past 2.5 days, the queen's temperament has become extremely perverse and unpredictable. She does and speaks erratically, and the palace people are always blamed. Because the queen's body has changed, she can't leave without people. She asked people to get out of the palace, but in a short while, she needed people to apply medicine to her and distract her. If the servants came in a little slower at this time, they would be severely punished by the furious queen. After several lessons, the maids serving the queen did not dare to leave even if they heard the queen chase them away. Sure enough, after a while, the queen was in unbearable pain, and asked the maid to read the newspaper to her to distract her attention. The maid who first brought the newspaper and cursed the queen with the dirtiest and most unpleasant words in her heart, but she was respectful on her face, and started reading the newspaper in a serious manner. Big news you can't miss. The Tiger King personally mixed up the royal bloodline just to protect his real flesh and blood. The queen was just listening casually, but who would have thought that she would hear such a title, and she was stunned immediately. What did you say? Read it again. The maid hurriedly repeated it again. The queen shouted, Bring the newspaper here. The maid hurriedly presented the newspaper. The queen's hands were wrapped in bandages, and she shivered in pain as soon as she touched the newspaper, but she still endured the pain and took the newspaper to read. According to our newspaper, in order to protect their own flesh and blood and to erect a shield for their own flesh and blood, Tiger King and Anita secretly replaced the descendants of the sacrificed hero with their illegitimate children, and then sent their illegitimate children to the homes of the sacrificed heroes. The two sacrificed heroes were none other than the former guard commander Lang Fei and her husband Zamerkani, who had strong royal blood. Yes, you read it right. The real Tiger King's illegitimate child was sent to the residence of the old Count Longjun, and was carefully cultivated as the heir of the Lang family by two poor old men who were kept in the dark. He was the former Tiger King's close guard and now the lieutenant of the city guards, Lemire Lang. Raphael Longmu, the illegitimate son of the Tiger King, who grew up in the eyes of everyone's ridicule, contempt and indifference, is the real descendant of the Lang family. The arrangement of the Tiger King and Anita has to be said to be very successful. Raphael Longmu has suffered countless grievances since he grew up. He has lived in insults, abuses, and ridicules from others since he was an ignorant child. Children of the same age bullied him, and the elders despised him. Many people wanted to please the queen and the princes and princesses by trampling on him and bullying him. Raphael Longmu was even assassinated many times because of his identity as the illegitimate son of the Tiger King. When Raphael was 10 years old, Anita deliberately revealed the secret that Raphael was the illegitimate son of the Tiger King in revenge against the Queen. Raphael suffered a great change at a young age. All his friends left him, and he was almost hit to death by a beast cart when he went out to play. When Raphael was 11 years old, he was almost poisoned to death when he bought snacks outside. At the age of 12, he was beaten by a group of powerful teenagers, and was almost beaten to death. At the age of 13, the third prince came to his house, and said he wanted to teach him the rules of being a man. He was punished to kneel in the snow. If the Tiger King had not sent guards to stop him, Raphael would have become disabled. At the age of 14, Raphael, who was still a young boy, was invited out by his childhood friend, but was stabbed in the heart. The serious injury made him recuperate for a year. There were countless bullying and assassinations like this. When Raphael grew up, he finally had some ability to protect himself. But at the age of 18, he was invited by his colleagues to go hunting in the mountains, and was assassinated by two young masters of Viscount Dude's family. Because of jealousy and resentment, the Queen could not attack the Tiger King and Lady Anita, who was protected by the Tiger King, so she could only vent all her anger on their illegitimate son Raphael. The princes and princesses followed suit, hating this illegitimate brother, and finding reasons to bully and torture him. The children of the Marquis of Denton and their relatives, those who wanted to curry favor with the Queen and the princes and princesses, all regarded dealing with Raphael as a shortcut to please the superiors. Raphael Longmu grew up little by little in this difficult predicament. Imagine, if you were in Raphael Longmu's living environment, what kind of person would you grow up to be? Would you be able to survive until now? And what about Ramil, who was supposed to bear all this pain? He enjoyed all the benefits that the son of a sacrificed hero should enjoy. He lived in the glory of a son of a hero, and everyone would praise him, pity him, take care of him, and have more tolerance and love for him. Longfei and Zemuer's former colleagues were all taking care of this poor child, who lost his parents at birth, often giving him gifts and various conveniences. The Tiger King used the excuse of taking care of the son of a sacrificed hero, and no matter how much care he gave to Ramil, and how much reward he gave him, it would not arouse others' suspicion. Not to mention the grandfather, the old Count Longzhen, who regarded Ramil as his only blood. The two children, just because they were artificially swapped, their lives were also exchanged. If Commander Longfei and her husband Zemuer, who sacrificed for the Tiger Country, knew that their own flesh and blood had to endure such unbearable grievances and pain that they should not endure, they would probably die with their eyes open, in order to train his grandson. The old Count Longzhen spent most of his family property to awaken Ramil's blood talent, and even gave his daughter and son in Law's mansion and all the property to him when Ramil was 16 years old. If the old Count Longzhen knew that his real grandson was suffering so much, while he was raising the child of the person who replaced his own flesh and blood with all his heart, I wonder if the old Count would be so angry that he would vomit blood. And the Queen. This woman with the highest status in the Tiger Kingdom, she used all means to frame, murder, and abuse Raphael Longmu, hating Raphael with all her heart, but she didn't know that she had chosen the wrong person. The person she should really hate grew up healthy, happy under her nose. Not only that, the other party also hooked up with the head maid beside her, and made the fifth princess jealous for him, leading to her death in the hands of the maid. The Queen didn't even know that Ramil had known his life experience as early as when he was 16 years old, and even contacted his biological mother Anita. The Queen only thought that Ramil and Eva's connection was just a connection between a guard beside the Tiger King and Anita, but she didn't know that it was a meeting between the mother and son. When the Queen was trying to murder Raphael, Ramil, Anita and the Tiger King were probably laughing at the Queen. Anita, who was extremely smart and didn't treat other people's children as human beings for revenge. The Tiger King was cruel, and took the son of a hero instead of his own son, and the Queen was stupid, blind and vicious and only attacked the child. The news was very long, and the Queen couldn't finish reading it. She made a very piercing scream. Hysterical, like crazy, she hated Tiger King. And Anita, you actually played tricks on me like this. You all deserve to die. The Queen suddenly transformed into a giant lynx. The Queen rushed out of the palace, and the palace people couldn't stop her at all. The Queen, who turned into a giant lynx, rushed to the study where the Tiger King worked. She wanted to kill the Tiger King. She didn't care about anything, she just wanted to vent her anger. Chapter 171. The whole royal city was in an uproar. The gossip newspaper is really brave. Awesome. Too brave. They dare to write such news. Look at its title. I was almost shocked when I saw it for the first time. Alas, my vision is still too narrow. I saw that the gossip newspaper was so rude to the Queen, Anita, and the nobles before. I thought that this was the upper limit of the gossip newspaper. I didn't expect that they dared to point at His Majesty the King and scold him. TSK, what courage. Compared to the content reported by the gossip newspaper, ordinary people didn't dare to discuss it at this time. More people were praising the gossip newspaper, and then they were waiting to see the gossip newspaper being closed down, and the editor-in-chief and various employees being arrested. I thought the gossip newspaper was backed by the king. How could it be our king? The gossip newspaper even reported such a thing, and you can see that the words in the news are not polite at all, not covering up for your majesty at all, and clearly pointing fingers at your majesty and scolding him. This is slander. This must be slander. I don't believe that our wise and powerful majesty would do such a thing. They finally listed all the evidence. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Holy Mountain Priest Palace to help test the blood. I said before that Raphael Longmu doesn't look like Tiger King and Lady Anita. It turns out that it is inherited from the previous generation. He looks like the old countess. Bah! You clearly didn't say that at the time. You said that Raphael Longmu was obviously the offspring of Tiger King at first glance, and you said that you had seen the portraits of the previous generation of Tiger King, and they were almost exactly the same. Then Raphael also has royal blood. Compared to the discussion of the Tiger Country people, who still consider the face of the Tiger King, the non-Tiger Country people are much more unscrupulous when talking about this big melon. The vice president of the Ghost Fire Chamber of Commerce, who was sent to the Tiger Kingdom, was busy in his office when someone broke in without knocking. Uncle, did you see the news of the Tiger Country today? It broke. A young orc rushed in, waving the newspaper in his hand, and said excitedly. The vice president raised his eyes from the newspaper. Call me vice president. Okay, vice president. The young orc approached the desk with a playful smile. Ah, uncle, you have seen it. The vice president, yeah. The young orc asked hurriedly, what do you feel? The vice president looked strange. I didn't expect it. The young orc, isn't it? This is really the biggest royal scandal in the orc continent in the past 10 years. In the past, I heard that people of low positions secretly replace their children with people of high positions. It's rare that there is the opposite. The king personally went out to replace his own bloodline just to protect his illegitimate son. TSK, this melon fell. How will this Tiger King explain to his military officials? High position? Do you think the identity of the Tiger King's illegitimate son is honorable? The vice president showed a sarcastic sneer on his face. The young orc scratched his head. That's right. A bastard is a bastard after all. In terms of status, Raphael. I mean, the status of the grandson of the old Earl Longin may be more noble. Vice president, of course. Raphael's mother and grandfather are both of true royal blood, and Raphael's father, Zemer's family, is also aristocratic. Such a status is much more noble than that of a Tiger King's bastard. At least, he can live a dignified life. The young orc nodded repeatedly. That's right. This Raphael is so pitiful, he has nothing to enjoy, and is hated by the Queen of Tiger Country. Look at the content reported in the news. It's not easy for him to live to this age. The vice president thought of Raphael whom he met at the trade fair 2 days ago, and his eyes showed admiration. There is no inferiority and darkness of an illegitimate child in Raphael, which is rare. The young orc, maybe the Tiger King and Anita have a guilty conscience and have trained him well. The vice president sneered. Really? I think that like fathers and daughters, like sons, like daughters. He has a good root, so he won't grow up too badly. After saying this, the vice president looked at the young orc. Don't be stupid, use your walnut-sized brain to think about it. If the Tiger King and his mistress really want to treat Raphael well, they will not tolerate the queen and others to attack Raphael. They obviously found a target to attract the queen's attention and vent her anger. The Tiger King did not show much favoritism to Raphael, which would make his subjects think that he still valued orthodoxy and official business more, and was not bewitched by a mistress. The young orc took a breath. Too vicious. The vice president said, think about how the king of the Fire Nation treated his illegitimate child. He gave him a title at birth, a fiefdom at the age of 10, sent him to the best school, hired the best teachers, and asked the court priests to help awaken his blood talent. He publicly said that anyone who dared to insult his child would be equivalent to insulting the prince and princess, and said that the child had no right of inheritance, but he had a veto power, which means that whichever prince and princess he liked would have a better chance of becoming the next king. Although that boy is an illegitimate child, he lives a more comfortable life than a real prince. None of those princes and princesses dare to mess with him casually, and the queen has to praise him. This is the template of happiness for illegitimate children. After making such a comparison, the young orc sympathized with Raphael even more, and couldn't help but despise the Tiger King a little, thinking that he was irresponsible. "Oh!" the young orc suddenly shouted. Before, Raphael was the Tiger King's illegitimate child, and it was fine if he was with a male or a female. But now, he is the only bloodline of the Lang family. If the old Earl knew that his grandson was with a male, wouldn't he be furious? Vice President, compared to who Raphael was with, I think the old Earl should care more about the Tiger King's deception. Just watch, the Tiger Kingdom is going to be in chaos. It was not only Vice President Guihua who said this. During this period, many dignitaries, businessmen and masters from various countries came to the trade fair and inheritance sharing conference. Now they almost all know the super news that the royal bloodline of Tiger Country has been mixed up. When they first heard the news, they all thought that a prince or princess of Tiger Country had been replaced. But when they saw the newspaper, they knew that the replacement was actually done by the Tiger King himself. How much does he like this illegitimate child? The dignified Tiger King actually did such a thing. He must have been bewitched by Madame Anita. If the king of our country did such a thing, the military officials below would definitely make a fuss. Do you think Tiger Country will not make a fuss? The child that the Tiger King replaced was not an ordinary person. The old Earl Lang was once the commander of the city guards. Just because he is old does not mean that he has no power at all. There are also Lang Fei's former colleagues, so I asked them if they would be chilled. Would other dignitaries worry that the Tiger King would use the same method to confuse their bloodlines? Look, Tiger Country will be in chaos soon. Why doesn't the Tiger King find an ordinary child to replace? If he chooses the offspring of an ordinary orc, there won't be such a big news today. How can ordinary children be better than the children of nobles? Besides, the Lang family is also of royal blood, but the old Earl's previous generation took his mother's surname, so the two children are not afraid of people finding something wrong when they grow up. That's right. Do you think the Tiger King will really find an ordinary family to raise his own flesh and blood? He is willing, but Mrs. Anita is not willing. I said, have you forgotten the Queen? Yes. The Queen of Tiger Country must be mad when she sees such news, right? If I were the Queen of Tiger Country, I would definitely raise the banner and completely rebel against the Tiger King at this time, and simply push my own children to the throne. The Tiger King doesn't look like a stupid person. Why did he do such a stupid thing? He probably didn't think he would be exposed. If you ask me, it would be better not to change it from the beginning, and just raise this illegitimate child openly. After all, he is the king of a country. Why is he so petty? That's because the Queen's family is powerful. This Tiger King has not yet completed the centralization of power. Have you seen the previous issues of the gossip newspaper? In fact, the root of this matter is still the Queen and the Denton family. If it weren't for the Marquis Denton and the Queen coveting the treasures that had been divided and persecuting Anita's family, Anita would not want revenge and seduce the Tiger King. That shouldn't harm other people's children. This Anita has gone too far. Her own family and her own children are precious, but other people's children have to protect her from knives and swords? Why? Does the Lang family owe him? Even more so, Tiger King. That's the child of a hero who sacrificed for the country. He can do such a thing. It's really... Even if he has been wise all his life, this incident alone can destroy all his reputation accumulated before. After such a thing, can the inheritance sharing conference continue to be held? Wait and see. It should still be held. After all, the invitations have been sent out. Tiger Country can't do anything about such a big thing, but who will host the conference in the end is hard to say. It doesn't matter who hosts the conference, as long as they take out the inheritance in the library. These outsiders are eager to see the excitement in Tiger Country, and people from neighboring countries are even more eager for the internal chaos in Tiger Country to be as fierce as possible, so that they can take advantage of Tiger Country a little more. There are also many children born to slaves, servants, lovers, and even prostitutes among the guests to Tiger Country. After hearing and seeing this news, they feel very complicated. Some people thought about their mistress's attitude towards them, and found it was not bad. At least their mistress did not think about killing them all day long. Some mistresses would deliberately cultivate their husbands and other people's children, with only one requirement, that is, their children would be loyal to them. Although such a status is equivalent to a slightly higher level servant, as long as they work hard, their future development will not be too bad. Some generous mistresses would simply take these illegitimate children under their knees, and raise them like their own children. Even if they could not treat them equally, they would give them what they should give. Of course, there were more who ignored him. But compared to Raphael, being ignored by his mistress was simply a great happiness. It is true that comparison can produce the most happiness. After these illegitimate children returned home, 80% of them showed respect or softened their attitude towards their mistresses, which made the mistresses secretly surprised. Later, when the big news of Tiger Country spread to other countries, these mistresses vaguely guessed the reason. And more children born in wedlock are lamenting. The queen and the prince and princess of Tiger Country really don't know how to appreciate their blessings. If my illegitimate brother, sibling, can be as quiet and trouble-free as Raphael, I can laugh in my dreams. In fact, illegitimate brothers and sisters are not all annoying. The ones in my family are all good. They are very sensible, never make noise, and never deliberately run to my mother to be an eyesore. It depends on how the parents teach. The environment is very important. Illegitimate children can also live uprightly. It just depends on how the elders guide them. Some people said pertinently, children cannot decide their own origins. We can only blame the previous generation. We can't control our parents, so let's control our own belts. But this is fate. Some people said sarcastically, just like some people are born with disabilities, some are born beautiful, some are born with amazing talents, some are born in aristocratic families, and some can only be the descendants of criminals, slaves, and gamblers. No matter whose child you are born, you have to bear your fate. Okay, let's not talk about fate. We can't decide this kind of thing. In fact, most people don't care about legitimate children or illegitimate children. What they value is the person himself. Those who value these things are nothing more than those who are related to their vital interests. Yes, let's not talk about that. Let's continue to eat melons. You see that Ramil is very cunning. He knew his life experience at the age of 16, but he didn't say a word to the old Count Lang. It's understandable that he protects himself, but watching other people's grandsons suffer for him, and he still enjoys everything from others, I don't know what he thinks. Just like his biological parents, selfish. Don't be too harsh. What does a 16-year-old child know? There are many people in their 20s and 30s who are irresponsible. Hey, don't you think this Raphael is a little lucky? He was killed so many times, but he can survive. Lucky? Being replaced by someone else's identity, and being despised and murdered all day long is also called lucky? I just say that he is a little bit undead after being killed like this. Weird. Maybe Tiger King and Anita didn't dare to let him die. Otherwise, once Raphael's life story was exposed, wouldn't Count Lang fight Tiger King to the death? Haha, do you know what I just heard? The third prince of Tiger Country actually came out to publicly shout, saying that he didn't get much benefit every time he bullied Raphael, and that Raphael was particularly fierce when he grew up, and he would fight back if anyone hit him. He said that when Raphael was a child, he would fight with others if he was provoked. He said that he asked Raphael to kneel in the snow, but Raphael refused to kneel, so he asked several people to press Raphael down in the snow, but Raphael also bit and scratched several of them, and even his face was scratched with several claw marks. That stupid prince. Is it honorable to say such things? He probably wants people to know that he didn't get much advantage. Even more stupid. The persecutor is still feeling wronged. I look down on him. Every time I beat my illegitimate brother, I beat him openly. After beating him, I also beat his mother and father. Pfft, how can your brother compare with Raphael? Your brother wants to kill you all the time so that he can inherit everything from your father, and your father helps him. Everyone laughed. The one who was laughed at didn't care. The situation of his family was also very famous in their country, and his bad friends all knew it. The third prince went to look for Raphael, but didn't find him. He went to look for Ramil, but he didn't find him either. Just when a reporter from a gossip newspaper interviewed him, he started to yell. The gossip newspaper reporter not only went to look for the third prince, they also went to look for other princes and princesses, but all the other princes and princesses refused the interview. The employees of that gossip newspaper are really awesome. They dared to interview members of the royal family at this time. They also seemed to interview other nobles and officials. The nobles and officials of Tiger Country all avoided the gossip newspaper reporters, and were even more unwilling to make any response to the news that King Tiger used the descendants of heroes as a shield for his own illegitimate son. If they wanted to discuss it, they would hide and discuss it with a few close friends or family members. But to be honest, the gossip newspaper's report today really shattered their three views. Some people who had a good relationship with the old Count Longzhen immediately set out to find the old Count and his wife. This fact was so big that no one could really ignore it. What the powerful families care about most is blood inheritance and face. But now their king has reached into the homes of his subjects, and replaced their flesh and blood with his own illegitimate children. Which noble can tolerate such a thing? Just when these powerful people secretly gathered to discuss how to deal with this matter, someone shouted frantically outside, "It's terrible, there is a fight in the palace. The queen wants to kill your majesty." All the princes and princesses are rushing over. Chapter 172. Zhang Fifan and Bu Shuai's expressions changed as soon as they stepped into the old earl's mansion. He had previously instructed the Sky Eye system to inform him if any major changes were found in the palace. Just now, the Sky Eye system told him that a big battle had taken place in the palace, and the queen challenged the Tiger King alone. How could such a big show be missed? Zhang Fifan immediately told Bu Shuai the news. Bu Shuai didn't know what had happened yet, and asked, why did the queen suddenly take action? And publicly? Bu Shuai thought that even if the queen took action against the Tiger King, she would assassinate him. Maybe she was too stimulated. Zhang Fifan thought of the task he issued to the players of the gossip newspaper, and guessed the reason. The old earl's mansion was also bustling at this time. The housekeeper grabbed today's newspaper, and ran to find the old earl and his wife. The old earl and his wife had just finished reading the headlines of the newspaper, and the two elders were extremely angry. They only knew about Raphael's childhood and youth from a side view, but Raphael didn't like to talk about himself, and many things were just understated. The content reported in this newspaper was much more detailed than what Raphael said at the time. And the content reported in the newspaper was obviously not all, but only some representative ones. Seeing that Raphael had suffered so much when he was a child, the two old people were so angry that their livers ached. The old earl's face turned pale, and the old lady's body was shaking. The housekeeper hurriedly took medicine to the old lady. Grandma, Grandpa. Bu Shuai had already come to the old earl's house. It was impossible for him to go to watch the fun without saying hello. The old earl saw the two people who suddenly appeared, and he was not surprised but happy. "You are here." Then he asked loudly, "Raphael, do you want to be the Tiger King?" Bu Shuai was stunned and shook his head. "I am not interested in being a king. I just want to live a free and unrestrained life." The old earl disagreed. "It's not wrong to want freedom, but there is no real freedom without power." Bu Shuai smiled. "It's the same with strength." The old earl looked at his grandson deeply. "Yes, strength is everything. You are obviously very confident in your strength." How should Bu Shuai answer this question? He is not as confident as Aries Shang, so he just smiled. The housekeeper was terrified. What is the master trying to do? But on second thought, the housekeeper thought it was not a bad idea. Their family also has authentic royal blood. Their young master Raphael looks so similar to the previous Tiger King, and he is a rare white tiger. The word king on his forehead is even more complete than the current Tiger King. Why can't he sit on the throne of the Tiger King? Although it is more difficult for young Master Raphael to ascend to the throne than other princes and princesses, it is not absolutely impossible. Orcs naturally worship the strong. As long as Master Raphael can defeat all the heirs and make those dignitaries and officials obedient, he can sit on the throne. The old lady held Bu Shuai's hand, looked at him with red eyes, and kept murmuring, "My poor child, you suffered, you suffered. It's our fault. Why didn't we find you earlier? You were right next to us, suffering so much, being bullied by so many people, but we are doing our best to raise the children of our enemies, and we are still gossiping about you." Bu Shuai looked at the old lady's appearance, and his heart softened. He reached out and patted the old lady. "Grandma, I'm fine, you see I'm fine now. I am not the kind of person who will not fight back when others bully me. I have retaliated against those who bullied me." The old lady kept shaking her head. "That's different. You were so young when you were young. How much older are the third prince and his people than you? How could you really beat them? So many rumors, such a living environment. It's all our fault. Why are we so blind? Why didn't we notice anything?" The old lady covered her face and cried bitterly. She was really in pain. When she thought of the life that Ramil had lived, and then thought about the life that her own grandson had lived, she wanted to travel back to the past and slap herself hard at that time, and even more wanted to rush to the palace immediately to slap the Tiger King, Anita and the Queen. If the Tiger King and the other two were in front of her now, the old lady could rush over and tear them apart. "Let's go to the palace," the old lady suddenly said. All the people present. Look at her. The old lady wiped away her tears with a cold expression. "Our family has suffered such a great injustice. Shouldn't the great Tiger King give us an explanation?" The old earl had more ideas. He originally wanted to plan before taking action. If he didn't take action, he would kill the Tiger King with a stick. But now what the old wife said is right. If they see such news, and can still bear not to find the Tiger King, the Tiger King may not believe that they can endure such humiliation and hatred. He will only be more suspicious of them, and will take the initiative to solve them first. It's better to strike while the iron is hot now. You are right. Let's go to the Tiger King now. I want the Tiger King to hold a royal meeting today. The old Earl calmed down, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The two elders didn't even call him His Majesty. Bu Shuai turned to look at Shang Fifan. What happened? Shang Fifan handed him a newspaper on the side. Bu Shuai quickly read it, and didn't expect his life experience to be exposed so easily. For a moment, Bu Shuai didn't know how he felt. It was very strange. Shang Fifan held his hand. The two elders are right. We should go to the Tiger King now, and let him give an explanation. The important thing is that they can still see the excitement if they rush over now. Seeing that the two elders insisted, Bu Shuai no longer hid himself, but took the beast carriage of the Lang mansion, and went to the palace with the old Earl and his wife. Shang Fifan had other plans in his mind, and he continued to choose to hide cunningly. It happened that many people came to find the old Earl at this time. Seeing that the old Earl and his wife were driving to the palace angrily, they all followed them without time to dissuade them. The latecomers who didn't meet the old Earl also rushed to the palace after hearing the servant's reply. This was a big event for the entire royal city, and even the entire Tiger Kingdom. The old Earl's trip did not hide from the eyes of the people around the mansion. Soon, the news that the old Earl and his old wife rushed to the palace to settle accounts with the Tiger King spread throughout the royal city. The Tiger Kingdom was completely in an uproar. The Queen's fight with the King was already the news of the century, not to mention that the vengeful victim of the same royal blood also went to find the Tiger King. It was said that Raphael Longmu, who was at the center of the incident, was also with the old Earl. Now, as long as the people in the royal city were worthy of status, they all rushed to the palace. There were many mercenaries, explorers, merchants, masters, and dignitaries from various countries who were brave and powerful, and they all didn't want to miss this big excitement and gathered at the Tiger Kingdom Palace. The palace guards became nervous and notified the city guards to send some people to guard the palace together. When the old Earl and his family arrived at the palace guards stopped him dutifully and did not let them in. The old Earl's face was pulled. Get out. Don't force me to break in. My lord. The guards were embarrassed. At this moment, Clement appeared and waved to the guards. Let my lord come in. The palace can't be in chaos anymore. If any royal family members and officials above the regional level appear next, lead them all to the meeting hall. The guards were relieved when they received the order. There were too many dignitaries who wanted to enter the palace at this moment, and they didn't know how to stop them. Now that they had a leader, they finally knew what to do. Shang Fifan, who was invisible, whispered something in Bu Shuai's ear and separated from Bu Shuai temporarily. It's best to fish in chaos. Since he caught up, he would not miss such a good opportunity. Bu Shuai knew Shang Fifan's ability, but he couldn't help but remind him to be careful. In order to prevent people with invisibility, the palace has alchemical tools that can break invisibility and detect invisible people. Shang Fifan blew into Bu Shuai's ear and slipped away. Old Earl Lang heard Bu Shuai whisper something he didn't understand, and then his face turned red for no reason, and he couldn't help but squint. The old Earl and his men were still a step late, and didn't see the first battle between the Queen and the Tiger King. Although the Queen transformed into a giant lynx, she was cursed, and the corrosive spots on her body made her painful, greatly reducing her lethality. The Tiger King, who also transformed into a giant beast, easily suppressed the Queen. At that moment, the Tiger King wanted to bite the Queen to death. But there were so many people watching, and the princes and princesses also rushed over. The Tiger King could not bite their mother to death in front of their children, so he had to let the Queen go. The princes and princesses saw the Queen's miserable appearance, and all opened their eyes wide. The Queen looked too miserable at this time. Most of her fur had rotted away, revealing the black and red flesh underneath. The degree of rot was painful to look at. In addition, she had just fought with the Tiger King, and the Tiger King's claws were not for show. The Queen was injured on top of the wounds, and many of the wounds were deep enough to see the bone. A pool of blood flowed under the Queen's feet. The palace healer was extremely miserable, and kept performing healing spells on the Queen. The palace pharmacist also took out the potion, and gave it to the palace maid for the Queen to take. The Queen's face was scratched by 3 claw marks, which looked particularly miserable. The Queen's body shrank and returned to human form. The palace maid immediately brought clothes for her to wear. As soon as the clothes touched the Queen's body, she felt so painful that she slapped away all the maids who approached her. The Queen simply kept herself in the lynx's appearance, But in order to save energy and reduce pain, she no longer maintained the giant beast's posture, but maintained the original lynx's body. However, the beastman's beast form was not small. Not counting the tail, the original body length was also 1.8 meters. The Tiger King also returned to human form, and put on the king's robe again. The beautiful maid held the Tiger King's belt, and tied it for the Tiger King with her head down. The queen glanced at the maid, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After the Tiger King was dressed, the beautiful maid quietly retreated behind the other maids and waiters. Others, including the Tiger King, only saw the queen's madness, but did not see the queen's calculations hidden behind the madness. She wanted to push her son to the throne, and besides his own ability and strength, he also needed money. Only with money can the army be paid, the palace servants and guards be paid, the royal family members be subsidized, and the officials be paid. Although a large part of this should come from the national treasury, it is absolutely impossible for the king to have no money. Moreover, the belt itself represents the inheritance symbol of the Tiger Kingdom royal family, and the king's seal and other important items are always in it, as long as the space belt can be obtained. The beautiful palace maid has found countless opportunities, but failed to let the belt leave the Tiger King. The Tiger King will not take off the belt even when sleeping or taking a bath, and even when he transforms into an ordinary tiger to relax. Only when he transforms into a giant beast and cannot enlarge the belt can the Tiger King take it off. And the queen found the best time and had the best reason, and no one would doubt her actions at this moment. Mother, how did your injury become so serious? Is there really no way to solve this curse? Who is cursing Mother? Damn it! Don't let me find him. Father, Mother, why did you fight? Father, Mother, is what the gossip newspaper said true? Everyone looked at the third prince, who was really daring to ask. The third prince shrank back at the many gazes, then turned and glared back. I don't believe you don't want to know. The princes and princesses stopped the queen, who was in a state of rage, and tried to ask her clearly. The princes and princesses also brought some of their subordinates. At this moment, all these people were staying in the square outside the meeting hall. The Tiger King didn't know what order Clement had passed on, but when he heard Clement come to report that the old Count Longjean and the royal family members had rushed into the palace, he was furious and had a headache. The queen smiled ferociously and mockingly. You came just in time. Now the only thing missing is that bitch mother and son. Where did you hide your sweethearts? It doesn't matter, try your best to hide them. I don't believe that the whole country can't find those two bitches. The Tiger King was very angry when he heard the queen calling Anita and Remir bitches. Looking at the eyes of the guards, palace servants, officials and princes and princesses around him, the Tiger King took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. At this moment, he undoubtedly encountered the biggest hurdle in his life. If he can cross it, then everything will go smoothly. If not, the Tiger King refused to think about this possibility. The beautiful maid retreated to the back of the crowd. She knew that many maids and servants were jealous of her and disliked her. They said a lot of bad things about her in secret, but so what? These people could only flatter her. The beautiful maid showed a hint of pride in her eyes. The queen would never have thought that she thought she was hers, but she didn't know that she had another master. The beautiful maid covered her stomach. Although the waiters next to her were secretly watching the excitement of the royal family, some of them were distracted and noticed her. Are you not feeling well? I may have eaten something bad. I felt so uncomfortable just now when I was helping His Majesty change clothes. I leave for a while and go to the pharmacist to get some medicine. I be back soon. The beautiful maid looked like she was in unbearable pain, but her facial features were not distorted. Instead, she had a kind of beauty of sorrow. The servant who was talking to her felt very distressed, and out of a desire to curry favor with her, he hurriedly said, "Then go quickly." The beautiful maid quietly left. When she left the square of the meeting hall, she immediately quickened her pace. She wanted to leave the palace and disappear immediately. And the person who was waiting for her was waiting outside the palace. The beautiful maid sent a signal, and a bug flew out of her body and flew out of the palace wall. The beautiful maid walked more and more remotely, and there were almost no people on the road. When passing the remote small garden where the fifth princess died, the beautiful maid took a look. A gust of cold wind blew, and the beautiful maid shivered, and her steps staggered. She felt as if she had bumped into something. But she looked around and saw nothing. Hiss! Why is the cold air so heavy here? The beautiful maid couldn't help hugging her arms. Maybe it's not the cold air, but the air. Thinking of this, the Qingli palace maid was so scared that she dared not look any more. She quickened her pace, and fled quickly from the vicinity of the small garden. Shang Feifan stood at a corner of the wall of the small garden with his hands behind his back, watching the Qingli Palace maid leave, and smiled slightly. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind, and the hunter hides aside. This time he took advantage of a little. He not only marked the Qingli Palace maid with resentment, but also got a gorgeous belt. The palace maid was very brave, and tied the belt inside her coat. He was originally looking for an opportunity to get the belt from the Tiger King, but he saw a series of actions of the Qingli Palace maid before he took action. The other party was good at stealing, and he might have learned magic, so his hand speed was extraordinary. The Qingli Palace maid took advantage of everyone's attention being attracted by the fight between the Tiger King and the Queen, quickly changed the belt, and then tied the space belt into her clothes, and no one around noticed it. If Shang Feifan had not also been staring at the belt, he might not have noticed the beautiful maid's movements. Tiger King obviously trusted this maid, and actually handed the belt to her. Shang Feifan was very sure that the belt in his hand was the Tiger King's space belt, because as soon as he touched the belt, his treasure hunting compass was prompting him frantically. The system even popped up, saying that he had obtained the lost belt of the statue of the god of nature, and asked him to return the belt immediately. The belt still had to be returned to the god of nature, but before returning it, he had to take out everything inside. In addition, if he handed in the belt, he would not get any benefits except 10,000 contribution points. It would be better to let Bushui pass it on. Maybe he could get some special rewards from the god of nature. Shang Feifan's figure flashed and entered the statue square. The space belt had the spiritual imprint of the Tiger King, but this was not a problem for Shang Feifan. His mental power was much stronger than that of Tiger King. He directly erased the mental imprints left by Tiger King and previous Tiger Kings on the space belt, and used his own mental power to connect the space in the space belt. TSK, it was blocked. There is actually another procedure. Shang Feifan temporarily put the space belt in the statue square, and shouted worriedly, "Don't take it directly. I haven't taken out the things inside yet. If any one of you takes it away, don't expect me to do the task again in the future." The statue square was silent, and the system did not respond at all. Shang Feifan thought that some existence had heard it, and left the statue square, and ran to find Bushui. The meeting hall square. "Your Majesty. Prime Minister Isaac wants to see you." "Your Majesty. The Grand Commander is waiting outside the palace." "Your Majesty. Grand Duke Chester is here." "Your Majesty Marquis Augustus." The Tiger King did not expect that in just a short while, all the high-ranking officials of the Tiger Kingdom would come. Damn the gossip newspaper, who gave them the courage to report such a thing. The Tiger King wanted to send people to close the gossip newspaper and arrest and execute all the people in it, but let's solve the trouble in front of him first. After such a thing happened, the Tiger King could not refuse these people to come in, which would only make him look more guilty, not to mention that the Queen was also qualified to let those dignitaries into the palace. The Tiger King thought about it again, and ordered Clement, "You go and invite Count Longzhen to my study, and let the others go into the meeting hall and wait." Clement did not move, but bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Count Lang asked me to tell you that he will not talk to you privately. He wants to hold a royal meeting today." The Tiger King was furious and shouted, "He dares." Clement bowed his head. The Queen laughed harshly. "Why wouldn't he dare? Count Lang is also of royal blood. His grandson was replaced by someone, and the person who replaced him is still a member of the royal family. According to the laws of the Tiger Kingdom, Count Lang is fully qualified to call for a royal meeting. Let all members of the royal family judge him, and deal with the culprit." This law was set by the first generation of Tiger King in order to protect the face of the royal family members, which is equivalent to solving their own family affairs. The Tiger King's chest rose and fell violently. "It's just a grandson." The Queen mocked. "The child born by my daughter is not my own blood. If you have the guts, tell this to everyone in the Tiger Kingdom. Moreover, Lord Lang himself has acknowledged this grandson. Why don't you? By the way, didn't you take him in as a shield for your illegitimate son, because he has strong royal blood and looks like the previous Tiger King? Why are you refusing to acknowledge him as royal blood now?" The Queen's words simply tore the Tiger King's face. The Tiger King was so angry that he wanted to slap the Queen, who would only hold him back. The eldest princess lowered her eyes. The succession right of the Tiger Kingdom is not about male or female, but she, the father, obviously values her son more. "Your Majesty, hold a court meeting." The Tiger King was startled. "Priest? Why are you here too?" The person who spoke was the court priest of extraordinary status. He usually would not show up unless there was something important, but he came here today on his own initiative. "Your Majesty, someone asked me to verify the royal blood." The court priest replied indifferently. Who? The Tiger King asked. The eldest prince hesitated for a moment, and walked out from behind the queen. Father, it's me. The Tiger King stared at the eldest prince in disbelief, and his expression was as if he had been stabbed in the back. The eldest prince did not avoid the Tiger King's gaze, but straightened his back, looked directly at his father, and said, Father, we all want to know the truth. Raphael Longmu is a good person. If he is not, he should not bear those things that he should not bear. You all believe the fabricated content in the gossip newspaper? The Tiger King was angry. The eldest prince said calmly, It involves the royal bloodline, the title, and even the right to inherit the throne. It is good for everyone to make things clear. If the gossip newspaper is just fabricated, then we can also shut the mouths of the people with facts, and even close the newspaper on the charge of defamation and fabrication of rumors, and convict those who spread rumors. The Tiger King looked at the eldest prince silently. He knew that this eldest son had certain abilities. He also cultivated the eldest son as the first heir to the throne, but he always thought that the eldest son had not really matured yet. He even thought that some of his ideas and practices were a bit foolish. He always felt that he was still a long way from sitting on the throne. But at this moment, he suddenly found that this eldest son had grown up to the point where he could compete with him. The Tiger King's eyes turned cold, and he was about to respond. His hand suddenly touched his belt. Just now, he felt that the mental imprint he left on the space belt was passive. He tried to connect the space belt with his mental power, and found that the connection was completely disconnected. How could this be possible? The Tiger King immediately looked down at his belt. The belt seemed to be the same as usual. No! The color of the gems on this belt seemed to be newer, and the feel was also different. This is not his space belt. The Tiger King turned his head sharply, and looked at the servant behind him. Where is the pretty maid? Where is she? Everyone saw the Tiger King's actions, and wondered why he was so angry. Just now, when the queen came to fight him, the Tiger King's face was not so ugly. Where is Anilina? Has anyone seen her? Let her roll over here. The Tiger King roared. The maids and servants turned their heads and looked around. The servant who finally saw the pretty maid was horrified and said tremblingly, Anilina said she was not feeling well, and went to the pharmacist to get medicine. What? The Tiger King reacted quickly. Pass my order. Seal off the palace, and everyone go find Anilina. I want to see her alive or dead, go. The guards immediately ran to find someone after receiving the order. Tiger King turned his head again, and glared at the queen. Is it you? The queen sneered. I don't know what you are talking about. When Tiger King saw the queen's expression, he was furious and pointed at the queen's nose and scolded. How dare you? Give me back the things. Otherwise. What else? The queen stood up and looked at Tiger King with an extremely arrogant look. Do you dare to kill me? What reason do you have to kill me? Shang Fifan sneaked back at this time, and he also saw the court priest. He hadn't figured out the background of this priest yet, so he naturally didn't dare to underestimate him. For this reason, he didn't go to Bushui immediately. Anyway, Bushui would come here later, so he hid aside and watched the situation develop. Don't think I don't dare to do it. Give me back the things immediately, otherwise, I will have people kill everyone in the Denton family. Tiger King shouted. The queen changed color. You dare. The Tiger King's face was ferocious. Do you think I dare? Come on. Kill all the Denton bloodline in Jinsey Manor. The crime is to steal the royal treasure with the queen. Several princes and princesses changed color, and begged their father to think twice. In order not to look different from others, the second prince also shouted twice. The eldest princess kept turning her head to look at the passage. Why hasn't the Lion Domain Grand Commander arrived yet? You dare. I see who dares to go. Ceres Feral, you bastard. I'm going to kill you, kill you. The queen was furious and transformed into a giant beast again, and pounced on the Tiger King. This time, the Tiger King didn't seem to want to let the queen go, and he transformed into a giant tiger again and fought with the queen. Father, mother, stop fighting. Let's talk it out. The princes and princesses shouted anxiously, trying to stop the two. But the two were already furious, and they didn't care at all, fighting more fiercely than the first time. Shang Fifan saw that the queen was completely at a disadvantage, and was beaten by the Tiger King without any resistance. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He should have delayed the queen's curse for a few days. But there are remedies. After integrating the curse fire, his evil curse level has reached level 3, and he is more adept at using curses. Shang Fifan gently hooked his fingers, and drew a black line from the queen's body. Just let you relax for a while. The court priest suddenly turned his head, as if he noticed something. Shang Fifan immediately swallowed the curse line into his body, and hid himself more tightly. The queen was no match for the Tiger King at first, but after a while, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, and even the corrosive wounds didn't hurt much. The queen didn't know what happened, but she had the strength to fight back, so she naturally didn't want to let the Tiger King go, and immediately counterattacked. The eldest prince was extremely anxious, and came to ask the court priest. Now only this priest has the ability to make the two bosses who are really angry stop. The court priest just sensed a curse power, and he was looking for it, but the other party hid too well, and he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. At this moment, the eldest prince came over and interrupted his attention. The court priest looked up at the queen, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why did the curse on the queen suddenly disappear? The court priest slightly bent his legs and jumped lightly, jumped high, and grabbed his palm down. A huge energy net appeared, wrapped around the giant lynx, and pulled it to the side. When the Tiger King saw the huge energy net, his mind suddenly cleared up and stopped attacking. The Tiger King, who stopped attacking, felt something strange around him. He looked around and found that 2 Grand Dukes, 3 Marquises, several Earls, and many members of the royal family, as well as the Prime Minister and the Minister of Commerce, had already arrived. They stood at the edge of the square and watched the 2 highest-ranking people in the Tiger Kingdom fight to the death. The biggest victim, the old Count and his wife Longjun, and the person involved, Raphael Longmu, stood at the front of the crowd. Tiger King, fuck! Chapter 173. Bushui felt that many people were peeking at him, and some were looking at him openly. These people seemed to be seeing him for the first time, with curiosity and sympathy in their eyes. The old Earl looked at his grandson worriedly. He was afraid that his grandson could not bear so many strange looks. Who would have thought that Raphael seemed to be very calm, and one of his hands was still holding the old lady. The old lady also snuggled up to Raphael, as if expressing the intimacy between the grandparents and grandchildren, and as if using her thin body to protect her grandchildren. The old Earl couldn't help but get closer to his wife and grandson, and people could see that they were a family. No one spoke, whether it was the Prime Minister or the Governor. They didn't express their opinions immediately, as if they were just here to watch. The few with the highest status didn't speak, and it was even more difficult for others to speak. They couldn't say that they were just here to eat melons and watch the fun. Your Majesties, you keep fighting and making trouble. If you accidentally kill someone, we will nominate a prince or princess on the spot. How could the Tiger King not know what these people were thinking? They were all orcs, so who doesn't know what was going on in each other's minds? It's not that there weren't some of them who were absolutely loyal to him, but there weren't many of them. When things were fine, everyone praised him, seemingly working together to build the Tiger Kingdom. When things really got bad, these dignitaries and officials rebelled faster than anyone else. It could even be said that many people here wished that he, the king who wanted to concentrate power, would die sooner so that they could support someone who was easier to fool to take the stage. Old Earl Longjun saw that everyone's eyes were focused on the family of 3, stepped forward, and spoke. Father, have you lost something valuable? A clear voice sounded in the awkward silence. Everyone turned around and found that the person asking the question was the second prince. Old Earl Longjun frowned, but stopped what he was about to say and looked at the second prince. The Tiger King's face was gloomy, and he didn't want to answer this question. The space belt was too important. Not to mention that it contained most of the property left by the Tiger Kings of all generations, including himself, and the King Seal passed down from the first generation of Tiger Kings. The belt itself was also a symbol of royal power. If he said that the space belt was lost, and it was lost in the hands of a palace mate he had slept with, plus the fact that he replaced his illegitimate son with Lang Fei's son, these 2 big scandals piled together, he really didn't need to be the king anymore. But this question couldn't be left unanswered. At least the queen couldn't say it first. The King's Seal. Someone stole my King's Seal. The Tiger King chose the lesser of 2 evils, and only said that the King's Seal was stolen. The queen, who was being examined by the priest, sneered. However, she did not want to tell the story of the Tiger King's lost space belt, because it would not do her much good to tell it, and it would attract a group of people to fight for it. The space belt itself is coveted enough, not to mention that the space in the belt contains most of the savings accumulated by the Tiger King's royal family over the past 200 years. If it is just the King's Seal, the meaning is different. Except for those who are qualified to inherit the throne of the Tiger King, this thing is useless. If it really doesn't work, the Tiger King can abolish the King's Seal and let the alchemist refine another one. The queen looked at the second prince and signaled him with her eyes to stay calm. She would clear all obstacles for this son and help him take the throne. The second prince had his own ideas. He pretended not to notice the queen's hint and said to the Tiger King with concern, "The seal was lost. This is not a trivial matter. Father, the things that happen one after another today are too weird. It seems that someone is secretly targeting the Tiger King's royal family." The Tiger King was originally thinking about finding the space belt. When he heard the second prince's meaningful words, his eyes lit up. "Oh, you have the same feeling? Tell me, have you noticed anything wrong?" The second prince nodded. First of all, the gossip newspaper. Since its establishment, this newspaper seems to have been reporting all kinds of news that are unfavorable to the royal family and dignitaries of our Tiger Kingdom. Some of them are true, but there are also many contents that cannot be verified. But it can be seen that they are trying their best to smear the royal family and want to reduce the prestige and reputation of the royal family of our Tiger Kingdom in the minds of the people. The Tiger King was refreshed. "Well said. Go on, what else have you discovered?" The second prince made a timely joke. "Some time ago, the gossip newspaper seemed to intentionally serialize some of your personal affairs, seemingly standing on a fair position, but in fact it was constantly provoking the relationship between the father and the mother. That is, the father is broad-minded and tolerated this newspaper." "That's right." The more the Tiger King listened, the more he liked it. He felt that this second son had never been so pleasing to the eye. The queen frowned slightly, but she also slightly heard the second son's meaning. Is he trying to coax his father to suppress the eldest prince? There seems to be nothing wrong with doing this. It would be better for her to work alone than to do it in two ways. Especially since the eldest prince had just taken the initiative and invited the palace priest to verify the royal bloodline. This kind of behavior that is similar to overstepping authority obviously displeases the Tiger King, who wants to hold power alone. The queen saw that the second prince had his own plan, so she did not interrupt. The old Earl Longjean felt more and more that something was wrong the more he listened, and was about to interrupt the second prince. A hand pressed on the back of his hand. It was Raphael. Bouchois shook his head at the old Earl, saying that it didn't matter, and let him continue. The old Earl was a little disapproving, but when he saw Raphael's calm and peaceful eyes, his heart strangely calmed down. The old Earl sneered, then let him see the next performance of His Royal Highness the second prince. Under the gaze of all the dignitaries and officials, the second prince sighed. "This newspaper is ruthless, using royal secrets to seduce the curiosity of the people in the royal city. Who wouldn't be interested in the gossip of the king of a country? Later, this newspaper took advantage of the conflict between my father and my mother to buy time for the newspaper to grow. When more and more people are attracted by the reports of this newspaper, they can not only make a lot of money, but also have a great weapon to destroy the reputation of the royal family. The newspaper has been advancing step by step, focusing the public's attention on the love and hatred between my father, my mother, and that lady Anita. Then this morning, the newspaper suddenly broke the news that Raphael and Ramil might have a relationship. The exchange of life experiences has achieved the greatest communication effect, and has also hit and discredited the reputation of the Tiger Kingdom royal family. Then, my mother was provoked by the content of the newspaper and lost her mind, and your father's seal was stolen." The second prince faced the Tiger King and threw out the final conclusion. "This series of events, no matter how you look at it, it seems that some foreign forces with ulterior motives want to destroy my Tiger Kingdom from within. Their purpose should be to destabilize the power of the Tiger Kingdom, and the timing is so subtle. Just when the inheritance sharing conference is about to be held, the material exhibition conference has begun, and guests from all over the world are gathering in the Tiger Kingdom." The Tiger King was excited. What he said was great. The second prince didn't need to finish. The Tiger King naturally continued. "Some people don't want the inheritance sharing conference to be successfully held. They don't want the Tiger Kingdom to move to a higher level. Those conspirators may not only be plotting to destabilize the power of the Tiger Kingdom, but also want to get involved in, or even monopolize the inheritance of the entire orc world." The Tiger King roared to the sky. The huge tiger roar spread throughout the royal city. Many people present could not bear this kind of pressure and fierce roar, either covering their ears, or being scared to the point of weakness. After the Tiger King roared, he finally let out a breath of anger. As soon as the howling stopped, the Tiger King immediately said to the old Count Longjean, "I can understand your anger, but I really didn't know that Raphael and Ramil's life experiences were swapped. That gossip newspaper said all slander. As for the purpose, you also heard the second son's analysis. We Tiger Country can't fall for this big trick at this time and lose our composure." The Tiger King didn't wait for the old Count Longjean to respond, and said generously, "Since the eldest prince has invited the priest, Why not ask the priest to test Raphael's blood on the spot to see whose child he is? No matter what the test results are, I promise you that I will get to the bottom of this matter, and will definitely give your Lang family an explanation. If the old Count Longzhen and others had not already calculated the possible response of the Tiger King, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood at this time. The Tiger King nodded to the second son. The second prince smiled and bowed. His speculative remarks not only helped the Tiger King, but also stepped on the eldest prince a little. His goal was perfectly achieved, so he naturally retired and continued to be his wallflower. When the Tiger King saw the thoughtful expressions of the dignitaries and officials, he was also very satisfied with the effect created by his second son's words. What's even better is that his second son's words just blocked Longzhen's anger and turned the initiative into his hands. Seeing that Longzhen had no way to vent his anger, and could only wait for the priest to test Raphael's blood with a sullen face, the Tiger King felt a twisted pleasure in his heart. However, an old man who no longer holds any power dared to come directly to the palace to question him. Is he too polite to these royal bloodlines? The Tiger King thought about how to deal with the Lang family and other dishonest royal bloodlines in the future, while showing Raphael a helpless and tolerant smile. It seems to be saying, "Child, I know this matter has nothing to do with you. And no matter what your background is, in my eyes you are my beloved junior." Bourgeois is really not good at acting, so he simply lowered his eyes, and didn't look at the Tiger King. For the first time, he found that the Tiger King, whom he had respected and supported, was so good at acting. When the Tiger King saw Raphael's reaction, he was not angry, but thought to himself that this was indeed very Raphael. To put it bluntly, the Tiger King did not take Raphael's reaction seriously at all. This child grew up under his nose, and he knew everything about his abilities and personality. Raphael seemed cold and kept people at a distance, but he was actually a very affectionate person. As long as he controlled the old couple Longzhen, Raphael would not be able to escape from his palm. Moreover, after years of raising him, he believed that even if Raphael had some complaints about him after knowing his life experience, he would never do anything to resist him. If he could make a fuss about the child swap and confuse right and wrong, the child might feel deeply guilty towards him and become a useful knife in his hand. In a moment, the Tiger King had completely calmed down. He had already prepared various countermeasures for the exposure of Raphael and Ramil's life stories. The headache before was just that the Queen suddenly came to trouble him, and several things piled up together, causing him to be confused for a while. He wanted to invite Count Longzhen to the study to talk alone, just to appease the couple first and promise to investigate the matter. Then in 2 days, he would take out the evidence he had prepared long ago, and say the words he had prepared long ago. But Longzhen actually asked for a royal bloodline meeting. This request was beyond his expectation and made him extremely angry. This was just like an inconspicuous side branch of the family suddenly asking the main branch and the side branches to come to a meeting together, wanting to pull the head of the main branch off the stage. It was simply the greatest offense and disrespect to the head of the family. Of course, although Longzhen is old, he is not an insignificant side branch. Otherwise, there would not be so many dignitaries and officials who would risk their lives to run into the palace today. The old man has lived for more than 200 years, but he has not lived in vain. He is retired and has not completely stopped communicating with his old friends and colleagues. There are many young and middle-aged people who have received his kindness and been promoted and trained by him. The more prestige Longzhen has, and the more powerful his connections are, the angrier King Tiger is. He once trusted this old man so much, it is not appropriate for so many people to stand in the square, so King Tiger asked everyone to move into the meeting hall. King Tiger sat at the top. The Queen sat next to King Tiger. The couple sat side by side, but everyone present could see that the couple looked like they were not in harmony, and they were both murderous, and wanted to kill each other. The Queen looked much better than before. After the curse temporarily left her body, the healer's healing technique and the pharmacist's potion had their effects on her again, and the 3 claw marks on her face had almost recovered. The Queen couldn't figure out why the curse in her body suddenly disappeared. She had various guesses in her mind, and she thought the most reliable one was that the curse transfer technique had taken effect. Marquis Denton was once cursed by an unknown person, and his skin was itchy all over his body. No means of relieving the itching were effective. Later, Marquis Denton found a sorcerer to transfer the curse, and he was free from this unspeakable torture. The Queen didn't know who the sorcerer was, but she contacted him and asked him to find a sorcerer to help her transfer the curse, and he agreed to help. Now the corrosion spots on her body have disappeared, and I think the spell was successful. Shang Fifan stood beside Bourgeois. He was not in a hurry to put the cursed thread back. The drama was not over yet. The queen was one of the protagonists. How could it be without her super fighting power? Bu Shuai felt someone touching his fingers. The familiar breath made him feel at ease. The prince and princess sat on the lower left hand of the queen in order. The nobles and officials sat down from the inside to the outside according to their status. It can be said that almost all the top leaders of the Tiger Kingdom were here. Everyone looked like they were going to have a palace banquet, but there was no food on the table. The palace servants dutifully brought clean water and then quietly withdrew. The priest's position was very special. He sat on the lower right hand of the Tiger King, and he had a seat for himself. Raphael and the old count and his wife walked up to the priest in front of everyone and asked the priest to take blood. The priest also verified the bloodline on the spot in front of everyone. The priest took out a strange object in the shape of a cross. There was a small disc at the top of each line of the cross, and there was also a small disc in the center of the cross. There were passages connecting these small discs. The priest introduced, "This is an alchemical magic tool for verifying blood relationship, and it has never been used wrong. The method of use is very simple. The child's blood is dripped on the small disc in the middle, and the other people who need to be verified drip their blood on other small discs, one for each person. If there is a blood relationship between each other, the blood of the younger generation will automatically flow to the blood of the elder. The more blood flows, the closer the blood relationship is. If it reaches half, it can be judged as a parent-child relationship, and if it is a grandparent-grandchild relationship, it is about a quarter." The priest raised the magic tool. This disc will show specific values, which allows us to see the degree of blood similarity between the testers very intuitively. In addition, if it is the same root, it can be displayed within 5 generations. The darker the color of the light emitted, the closer the blood relationship is. The priest said again, "Do we need to find a few unrelated people to test it first?" The Tiger King immediately said, "No. If we can't even trust the test results of the priest, who else can we trust?" Everyone echoed together. The priest with a dull face smiled. "In that case, let's start directly to verify the blood relationship between Raphael and the old count and his wife Longjun." The priest took out another mirror and pointed it at the magic weapon for detecting blood relationship. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. The projection of the magic weapon appeared in the air in the middle of the meeting hall. So the mirror was the Orc continent version of the projector? This mirror was probably a common alchemical item in Seekong. No one in the hall showed surprise or strangeness. Bu Shuai followed the instructions and dripped his blood into the small disc in the middle. The old Earl and the old lady of Longjun dripped their blood on the other 2 small discs respectively. The priest seemed to recite a spell silently. Something magical happened. The blood in the center disc automatically split into 2 streams and flowed to the other 2 discs dripping with blood. At the same time, the 2 small discs actually emitted a rich red light. And the whole process was projected into the air in the hall. The blood flowed very quickly. In just 10 seconds, the verification result came out. The priest pointed to the specific values displayed on the magic weapon and said, "Please look, these 2 lines show 25.2% and 27.8% respectively, both of which are more than a quarter. Such data is enough to prove that the Count and Countess Longjun are the grandparents of Raphael and Longmu. At the same time, such a bright red color can also show that Raphael and the old Count and Countess are direct blood relatives. If it is pure red, they are either brothers and sisters or parents and children." Although they already knew the result, the old Count and Countess could not suppress their excitement after hearing the priest announce it again so formally in front of so many people, and they couldn't help hugging Raphael. There was a sigh at the scene. Everyone had been mentally prepared before, but when they really saw the result, they found that Raphael and Longmu, whom they despised for many years, were actually the children of Longfei and Zamerkanii, heroes who had sacrificed their lives for the country. This kind of embarrassment and guilt are beyond words. Even those who have no conscience or don't like the Lang family will think that the Tiger King is really not authentic. Many people are looking at each other, exchanging information with their eyes. Although the second prince and his majesty said that the gossip newspaper was spreading rumors and deliberately slandering the royal family members. But from the results exposed so far, it seems that the gossip newspaper has not said anything wrong. The priest looked up. "Your Majesty, can you take a drop of your blood? This is to test it clearly." The Tiger King agreed. Raphael has already verified that it is the child of the Lang family. What's the point of him refusing to verify it? Bu Shuai contributed another drop of blood. In the projection, a little of Bu Shuai's blood also flowed into the Tiger King's blood, but the amount was very small. You could almost see how thin the bloodline is without looking at the specific value. But the priest still announced the result. 6%. This value is too low to confirm whether the two parties are related by blood. However, Your Majesty's blood plate has an orange-red color, indicating that Raphael and Your Majesty are close relatives, which can also prove that Raphael is also one of the royal blood of the Tiger Kingdom. At this point, Raphael's life experience has been clear. And since Raphael is the grandson of the old Count Longin, then Ramil is definitely not. Unless Longfei gave birth to twins on the battlefield that year. I don't know who muttered, at such a critical moment, why is Ramil not here? That kid should also be verified. The eldest prince turned his head silently. As soon as he heard the voice, he knew that the person who said this was his family's stupid third child. The queen retracted her gaze. In fact, she still had some doubts that Raphael was also one of the illegitimate children of the Tiger King. Seeing the result now, she couldn't say she was relieved, nor could she say she was worried. She had already offended him. It was a fact that she had murdered Raphael several times. Even if the truth was revealed now, there would be no room for reconciliation between her, Raphael, and the Lang family. The queen naturally couldn't feel the slightest guilt or apology for her enemies, who would definitely stand on the opposite side of her. In her opinion, the people who made her mistake the target were Tiger King and Anita, and she was also an innocent person who was deceived. What happened to Raphael was all his bad luck. After seeing the result, Tiger King sighed for a long time. It seemed that he had known the result for a long time, and it seemed that he was relieved that the dust had finally settled. I didn't expect Raphael to be. Tiger King seemed unable to continue. The old Earl and his wife were disgusted, and the old Earl was about to retort. But this time someone got ahead of him. The queen sneered. The results are only half out. There is still one more? Your Majesty, even if it is just to give an explanation to Count Lang, shouldn't you call Ramil out and let him test it? After all, this is related to whether Ramil is of royal blood. Besides, can you guarantee that Anita, that bitch, really gave you a son? Maybe you are also raising a son for someone else. What a lie. The Tiger King's face suddenly darkened. No male can stand his lover cheating on him, let alone the child is not his own. Originally, the Tiger King was very sure that Ramil was his own, but after seeing Anita's methods one after another and finding that Anita was completely different from the image of a beautiful, gentle and quiet little woman in his impression, he was no longer sure. Zhang Fifan gave the queen a thumbs up. As expected, she has top-notch fighting ability. That's it, keep fighting. I sent Ramil to deliver a letter, so he is not in the royal city. The Tiger King had to tell the truth. Your Majesty. Clement stepped forward. You asked me to find Ramil's whereabouts before, and I have found it. Ramil did not leave the royal city, and someone else delivered the letter. What? The Tiger King was furious. Ramil, you dared to play the game of pretending to obey but secretly disobeying him. He wanted to send the child out of the center of the vortex with good intentions, but he not only violated his orders, but also secretly stayed? What is Ramil trying to do? Ha! The queen laughed very loudly. The Tiger King was angry with Ramil, and he was also a little unhappy with Clement. It would be better to tell him this secret quietly. Why tell it in public and let the queen hear it? But this was not the time to scold Clement. Not only could he not scold Clement, but he had to follow his words and ask, where is Ramil now? Just say it was my order, and order him to come to the palace immediately. The Tiger King knew very well that even if he didn't say this, the queen would definitely give the same order to Clement. And in an occasion like today, he couldn't continue to hide Ramil. Not to mention that he also wanted to test the blood relationship between Ramil and him. Clement bowed. Your Majesty, Ramil is now in the palace. He exchanged identities with the guard Jazamia. Jazamia went to deliver the letter on his behalf, and he disguised himself as Jazamia and stayed in the palace on duty. The hall was in an uproar. The Tiger King's face was full of clouds, and both hands on the armrests were clenched into fists. It's not terrible for Ramil to stay in the royal city, but he can actually exchange identities with another guard and disguise himself so that others can't see it. This is worth discussing. If there is nothing wrong in his heart and no special ideas, would Ramil go to such lengths to stay in the royal city and the palace? Since Ramil disguised himself as Jazamia, how did you recognize him, Lord Commander? Chester, one of the two Grand Dukes, suddenly asked. Clement replied calmly, because I am Clement. This answer is particularly amazing, but no one present objected. Who can become the guard commander without two brushes? The position of guard commander is different from other officials. It combines many functions such as bodyguard, thug, counselor, investigation, interrogation, and even psychologist. It is really not something that ordinary people can do. Even the Grand Duke Chester who asked the question nodded and accepted it. Bushui touched his ear and felt someone snorted in his ear. Shang Fifan, you are so good at pretending. Tiger King smiled a little. He was proud of having such capable subordinates, but at the same time, he was troubled by their ability. Ramil, that idiot, didn't even know how to disguise himself more realistically. Clement saw through his flaws so easily. Go, take down Ramil and bring him here. Tiger King waved his hand with an unclear expression. Clement immediately took the order and left. Chapter 174. Ramil never thought that he would be so easily exposed. When Clement came to him, he was carrying out the task of arresting Anlina. Clement led people to stop their team, called him out of the team alone, and said that His Majesty the King wanted to see him. Clement did not reveal that the Tiger King wanted to see Ramil at that time, nor did he reveal his identity. As an ordinary guard, Ramil naturally couldn't ask why His Majesty suddenly wanted to see him, and he couldn't not go to see him, so he followed Clement. Who would have thought that he would be taken to the meeting hall and see more than 90% of the high-level officials of the Tiger Kingdom? Then, the Tiger King directly revealed his identity and asked him to remove his disguise in front of everyone. The Tiger King wanted to give his son some face, but the Queen was watching him from the side. If he defended Ramil, the Queen would do something that would embarrass Ramil even more. The Tiger King hoped that Ramil could understand his painstaking efforts. But Ramil looked at him with shock and blame and anger. He obviously believed that his father did not give him face. It was indeed embarrassing for Ramil to be exposed, but he really didn't think there was anything wrong with pretending to be someone else and staying in the palace at first, let alone thinking that it was a serious crime. This was just a trick. He was the son of the Tiger King. What was wrong with disobeying his father's order and wanting to stay with his father? It was impossible for his father to call for his death for such a small matter, right? It was a pity that the development of things was completely different from what Ramil expected. Let's not talk about other things for now. You should do a blood relationship test with Count Longjin first. The Tiger King had a cold face, so that others could not know what he was thinking. The old Earl and his wife did not mind dripping a few more drops of blood. The old couple still had feelings for Ramil. The old lady even said, "Don't be afraid, just verify it. As long as you are willing, no matter what the result is, you are still our child." Ramil looked at the two old people steadily. That day, under the almost clear words of the old Earl, he fled in panic and never saw the two old people again. He did not find his mother Anita either. Although he left a message, he did not receive any reply. He was 21 years old and thought he was no longer a child, but he still didn't know what to do when encountering such a thing. Fortunately, Anita had told him a long time ago how to deal with such a thing. Ramil took a deep breath, forced a smile to the two old people, cut his finger, and dripped a few drops of blood on the small disc in the middle of the magic weapon. Anita told him that he didn't need to worry about this kind of blood test. No matter how it was tested, he would only be a descendant of the Lang family. That day, the old Earl said it too suddenly, so he didn't have time to react. Afterwards, he really regretted it. Maybe the old man was not 100% sure at the time. If he had fooled around, maybe it would be fine. But his reaction at the time. Anyone who saw it would be suspicious. The court priest suddenly smiled at him. The smile was very gentle, but it seemed that he knew everything. Ramil's heartbeat quickened, and he felt that the hundreds of eyes staring at him behind him were like swords, piercing his skin. The blood drops dripped by Ramil were like Raphael before, and quickly split into two streams, flowing to the blood left by the old Earl and his wife. 24.4% and 25.1%. Judging from the numbers, it is very likely that Ramil is the grandchild of the Count and his wife Lang. The priest slowly announced the result. Everyone was surprised. What's going on? Why is Ramil also directly related to the Lang family? But the priest suddenly pointed to the magic tool for testing blood relationship. The color of the Countess's blood plate is blue, which means that she and Ramil have no kinship, and even the species of orcs are completely different. The ancestors of the Countess's branch do not recognize Ramil as a descendant at all. There was an uproar in the hall again. Ramil only felt his heart beating fast. Didn't Anita say that no one would find out? The priest turned to the Tiger King. Your Majesty, there are generally only two situations when the blood test witchcraft shows this result. One is that Ramil is the offspring of the old Earl, and another female beastman's child. The old Earl sprayed on the spot. How is it possible? I only have my wife in my life. The old lady patted the old Earl's hand to show that she believed him. The old Earl was so angry that his chest kept rising and falling. Raphael also gently rubbed the old man's back to calm him down. The Tiger King said with a headache, "Lang Lao, let the priest finish." The old earl stopped talking angrily. The priest continued, "Another possibility is that someone used a special method to change Ramil's blood, just to pass a similar blood test. But this change has a sequelae, that is, it is very difficult to awaken the blood talent ability. Even if it is awakened at a great cost, its power is very low." Ramil changed color. He didn't awaken his blood talent until he was 16 years old, and the awakening process was extremely difficult. After awakening, his ability was also very weak. The priest paused and said, "This magic weapon can not only detect blood relationship, but also invite the spirits of ancestors. No matter what cheating methods are used, they cannot be hidden from the spirits of ancestors. The spirits of ancestors do not only identify blood descendants from blood. If you don't believe it, you can also find other people to test on the spot." Shang Fifan thought to himself, "It is indeed a world where black technology and mystery coexist. You think that the magic weapon only detects genetic similarity, but in fact it calls your ancestors to watch the show." According to Shang Fifan's understanding, he believes that the so-called spirits of ancestors are probably a kind of spiritual power, similar to a family or ethnic belief collection. As for why the spirits of ancestors can see that Ramil and the old lady have no blood relationship, it is probably because the spirits of ancestors also saw Ramil's body genes other than blood. Living orcs cannot see what genes look like with the naked eye, but in the eyes of the spiritual collection, perhaps everyone's genes are as conspicuous as house numbers. The queen's mocking voice resounded throughout the hall again. "Haha, this is really a deliberate plan. How afraid are they that Count Lang and the others will find out that Ramil is not their grandson, so they don't hesitate to do such a thing? Was this little bastard's blood replaced when he was just born? Whose blood was it replaced with? Raphael? Raphael is really pitiful, but this little bastard is not much better. After all, he almost can't awaken his blood talent. TSK, I thought Anita loved this son so much, but now it seems that it's just like that. Maybe everyone in her eyes is just a tool for revenge. Your Majesty, what do you think?" The Tiger King didn't want to talk, and refused to respond. The Queen looked at Ramil up and down with the eyes of a cockroach, her eyes full of malice. "I heard that the old Count Lang spent most of his fortune just to ask for a divine blood talent activation ceremony that would allow his grandson to awaken his talent. Poor old Count spent so much property and effort, but it was just to make wedding clothes for others. He raised his enemy's child with all his heart and soul, but he didn't know that his own grandson was suffering so much right next to him. Ramil, don't you plan to ask your mother to pay back the money? I don't think you should worry that your mother can't pay the money. After all, she became a brothel madam after faking her death. She still has her charm. She should have had many guests, and made a lot of money." Ramil's face flushed, his anger rose rapidly, and he was ashamed and annoyed. He finally realized the situation that Raphael had experienced before, and this was just once. This queen used to pretend a little, but now she probably has a falling out with the Tiger King, and she really has no scruples when she speaks. Without waiting for Ramil to reply, the queen looked at the Tiger King again, as if she had just remembered. "Oh, if your mother really can't pay, your father should also be willing to help you pay the debt. After all, he is your own child. How could you let the minister's son be a shield for your own flesh and blood, and let that bastard embezzle and occupy the property of the minister's family?" The whole hall was so quiet, no one spoke. No matter how high the status of the people, they all watched their noses and their noses. Even the third prince was honest and silent. Shang Fifan was about to start to appreciate the queen. It turned out that evil people should be punished by evil people. The Tiger King finally spoke. "The matter has not been investigated yet. Please pay attention to your words, and don't do things that will make your relatives sad and your enemies happy." The queen sneered, then continued to investigate. "There are so many people here today, and everyone is a witness. Let's investigate it clearly, and make sure to find out the life stories of Raphael and Ramil." The Tiger King just wanted to end this matter quickly, and took the initiative to say, "Priest, please verify the blood relationship between Ramil and me." The priest nodded slightly, giving the Tiger King a lot of face, and took the initiative to walk up the stairs. "Wait!" The queen called a halt. "If Ramil's blood has been tampered with, how can we verify the result in this way?" The priest said lightly, "So this time we will not take blood, but hair and dandruff for verification." It was still the same magic weapon, but this time it was not blood that was put into the disc, but the hair of the Tiger King and Ramil. The priest also did not touch the magic weapon, but just silently recited the spell. The magic weapon automatically emitted light, and Ramil's hair broke into 2 sections, and half of it ran directly into the disc where the Tiger King placed the hair. It looked like a child's play, but everyone present watched it very carefully and seriously. The priest announced the result. Through the hair test, the blood relationship between Ramil and Your Majesty is similar to 50%, proving that the two are father and son. At the same time, the ancestral spirits also recognize that Ramil is of royal blood and is Your Majesty's direct relative. The priest didn't need to say much. Just looking at the bright red color of the Tiger King's blood plate, you can tell how close his blood relationship with Ramil is. The Tiger King was relieved, but he also sighed in his heart. It was finally revealed. Although he had long thought that there would be such a day, the scene he imagined for Ramil to recognize his ancestors was not this scene. The Queen smiled, and that smile looked much more flamboyant than before, and with her smoky voice, it actually formed a very unique charm. But there were not many people who dared to appreciate the beauty of the Queen, and many people felt their hearts tremble when they saw her smile. 21 years. You and Anita's flesh and blood have grown so big. Anyone could hear the poison in the Queen's voice. Tiger King, the Queen must not be kept. No matter how his children think of him, he must get rid of this big trouble. The Queen supported her chin with one hand and suddenly looked at the old Earl Longzhen. Earl Lang, your grandson has been replaced for so many years, don't you have anything to say? The old Earl knew what the Queen meant. This was to use him to deal with the Tiger King. Not to mention being able to pull the Tiger King off the throne. As long as she could slap the Tiger King in the face and shake his prestige, the Queen would also achieve her goal. But the old Earl was in the same position as the Queen at this time, and neither of them planned to let the Tiger King go. The old Earl immediately stepped forward, saluted, and then stood up and said, Your Majesty, as far as I know, when my daughter and son-in-law died in the war, the followers and servants they brought with them also died in the war, or died of illness or accident within a few months. My grandson was handed over to you as soon as he was born. Of course, you are busy with all kinds of things, and you can't keep an eye on my grandson all the time. My grandson is taken care of by a group of servants, and no one knows whether there are 1 or 2 people with bad intentions among them. Tiger King, yes, although it has been a long time since the 2 children were swapped, as long as you want to investigate, you can still find clues. Don't worry, I will find out the matter as soon as possible and find out who is behind this child swap. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old Earl saluted again. He straightened up and continued, In order to reduce the burden of investigation for Your Majesty, I will tell you some of my speculations. The Tiger King wanted to fool him, or find a private opportunity to talk to the old man, and was about to refuse. The old Earl had already said, I think the servants around my daughter and son-in-law can be excluded, because they have no reason and no need to do such things. I am not in a high position, but I am of royal blood after all, and I have the title of Earl. My family is not rich, but I can barely support a few grandchildren. I don't have to send my own grandson to be someone else's illegitimate child. The Tiger King's face was dark. Without waiting for the Tiger King to speak, the old Earl rushed to say, The most important thing is that they don't have that ability. First of all, my grandson is being raised by Your Majesty. Given Your Majesty's attention to the child, I think even if the servants and followers of my daughter and son-in-law want to get close to the child, they need Your Majesty's permission. The Tiger King opened his mouth. The old Earl rushed in 2 seconds. Secondly, it is even more impossible for them to get close to Madame Anita and steal the child from her, and then they can replace the 2 children from Your Majesty without anyone noticing. I remember that Your Majesty sent people to Madame Anita to protect her and serve her. The old Earl said again, There is also a third point. Your Majesty, you once said that my daughter's child is the same as your child. You said that when the child was just born, you always carried it close to your body. So what the child looks like, and what characteristics he has, you and the palace people around you should know best. If someone swapped the children, His Majesty, and the servants who took care of the children would not fail to notice it. The Tiger King didn't want to say it, but he had to say. The old Earl's analysis was good. The person who could swap the 2 children must be trusted by the King and Anita, and can contact the 2 children at the same time. Fuck. What's the difference between this and directly saying that the child was swapped by him and Anita? The Tiger King thought of something and hurriedly added, Maybe Raphael was swapped when he was just sent to me. The old Earl, Ha! If this is the case, then Ramil should have been born earlier than Raphael, and the person who swapped the child had planned it in advance, sent the child to the battlefield 1 step ahead, and has been waiting for my daughter to give birth to a child on the battlefield. Many of the dignitaries and ministers who heard this felt embarrassed for the Tiger King. Bringing a newborn baby to the battlefield, just to wait for another pregnant woman to give birth to a child on the battlefield and then exchange them. Not to mention the many variables involved, who would spend so much energy and cost just to exchange 2 children. What's the purpose? If someone really has plans for the Tiger Kingdom's national power or wants to destroy the Tiger Kingdom from within, why would he go to so much trouble to make a fuss about an illegitimate child? If he has the ability, he might as well go directly to the prince and princess. In fact, it's very simple to find out about this matter. Just ask the priest to help verify the bone age of Raphael and Ramil. The old count's ulterior motives are exposed. Tiger King, This old man is definitely well prepared. He almost blocked all the excuses he could find. The court priest looked at the Tiger King. Let your majesty know that it is a bit difficult to accurately find out the detailed bone age of each of the 2 people, and each person's bone age cannot completely match his real age. According to the physical condition of the tester, the bone age may be older than the actual age, or it may be younger. But if your majesty needs it, I am willing to serve your majesty. Tiger King, Why don't you usually be so active? The queen laughed strangely, not allowing the Tiger King to make excuses, and said directly, then please ask the priest to help test it. Since so many tests have been done, this step is not bad. Your majesty, what do you think? The Tiger King gave an order expressionlessly, then troubled the priest. The priest took out a new alchemical item. Shang Fifan glanced over and was surprised. This thing looks so modern, and even has a bit of black technology. The priest took the same alchemical item, and scanned it at Raphael and Ramil respectively, and gave the answer. Your majesty, the test results are out. Ramil's bone age is between 22 and 23 years old, and Raphael's bone age is about 16 to 17 years old. Everyone was surprised. This test result was completely unexpected. Even the queen was stunned when she heard the result. Many people looked at Raphael. He was a little confused. He was indeed 21 years old, and should be about 2 or 3 months older than Ramil. Ramil's bone age test result was normal. How could he be so much younger than his actual age? The old earl was also dumbfounded. The bone age test was just to discuss the Tiger King, but he didn't expect to get such a result. The priest cleared his throat and said calmly, this test result is not surprising. It only means that Ramil's bones are aging faster than his actual age. This is probably related to the bad magic he was cast on when he was just born. After all, not everyone's blood can be exchanged with others at will. If it is not suitable, it will cause great harm to the person being cast. Ramil's face darkened. He always thought that he was a treasure in his parents' hearts, but he found that he seemed to be almost destroyed by his biological parents when he was just born. The priest explained Raphael's situation again. As for Raphael, there is a very special energy in his body. This energy nourishes and improves his physical fitness little by little. If carefully tested, I think not only his bones, but also his skin, internal organs, fascia, etc. should become younger, or in other words, his physical condition is always in the best condition. Bu Shuai and Shang Fifan thought of the system reward at the same time. The favor of the god of nature. At that time, the reward said that Bu Shuai's lifespan would double, and his physical condition would remain at its best before the end of his lifespan. The physical condition of 16 or 17 years old cannot be said to be the strongest, but the recovery ability of this age group is undoubtedly the best, and the potential is endless. The old countess was a little unhappy when she heard the priest directly tell her about Raphael's physical condition, and she was also a little worried about her grandson. Raphael saw it, gently held the old lady's hand, smiled at her, and whispered, it's okay. He has been exposed for many things, and now one more thing is nothing. When the secret of his multi-system talent is exposed, it will really shock others. Did you eat anything? Someone couldn't help asking. Who doesn't want to live forever? It's impossible to live forever, but we can always pursue immortality, right? Eternal youth is what people dream of even more than immortality. Bu Shuai didn't answer. The person who asked didn't expect Raphael to answer. Tiger King was the only one who thought the test result was too good. This test result saved him the last bit of face. Tiger King almost couldn't wait to say, since the bone age test results can't confirm who was born first, Ramil or Raphael, then we could also preliminarily infer that the conspirator may have stolen Ramil first and then exchanged him with Raphael. Sang Yilin, listen to the order, you will be responsible for investigating this child exchange case, and you must find out who the conspirator behind it is. Sang Yilin, the highest officer of the Public Security Bureau, didn't expect that Tiger King would actually hand over such a super tricky case to him for investigation. Is this case still worth investigating? Anyone with a clear mind can see that the perpetrators of this child swap case are Tiger King and Anita. But Tiger King, for the sake of face, naturally cannot admit this. It is also impossible to push his lover Anita out as a scapegoat, at least not now. Yes, your majesty. I will do my best. Sang Yilin took on this task bitterly, while trying to figure out Tiger King's intentions. Many people cast sympathetic eyes at him. Yeah. Tiger King waved his hand, his face straightened, and announced, the matter has been clarified. Since the priest has verified the result and everyone present has no objection, from now on, Raphael and Ramil will each return to their respective positions. When the Tiger King looked at Ramil, he felt annoyed and unhappy. We deal with this kid later. Let's deal with the Lang family first. The old Earl was unwilling, and wanted to continue questioning the Tiger King. Bouchois pulled him back, and shook his head gently. Someone behind him, who was like a spirit, also had the same opinion as him, thinking that this was about the same. They were not the protagonists of this drama, but Anita, Ramil, the Queen, the King, and the princes and princesses. If the old Earl continued to question, the Tiger King would be embarrassed and might turn the table. At that time, the old Earl's family and Bouchois would become the Tiger King's primary enemy targets. Maybe the Tiger King, Anita, Ramil, and even the Queen and the princes and princesses could join forces to deal with them first. And when the Tiger King's military strength was still the first in the Tiger country, the dignitaries and ministers present could not really stand on the side of the Lang family to fight against the Tiger King. That was not in line with the interests of those dignitaries. Although the old Earl and his wife and Bouchois no longer have much attachment to Tiger country, there is no need to become the public enemy of Tiger country and end up fleeing Tiger country. So they should stop while they are ahead, and let the Tiger King maintain a delicate position towards them. The calm old Earl soon figured out these reasons, and realized that today they could only stop here. In fact, according to Aries Shan's original plan, they have already won this result. At least they have blocked all the possibilities of the Tiger King throwing the black water of the child changing on the Lang family. Now the Lang family and Raphael are the real victims in everyone's eyes. No matter how others scold, they can't scold Raphael and the Lang family. Raphael himself has finally pulled out of the mud pit of the royal family. Next, they can stand aside and watch the dog-eat-dog drama. The Tiger King was relieved when he saw that the old Earl Longzhen had no intention of causing trouble for him. But then he felt ashamed and angry because he was embarrassed by the old Earl. Let this old man live for a while longer, and tried to kill him after the inheritance sharing conference. The Tiger King made a decision and put his attention back on Raphael, sighing, "You have been by my side for many years. Although I want to protect you, I still have many inadequate care for you, which has made you suffer for so many years. Tell me, how can I compensate you?" The old Earl was disdainful. He wanted to hear what the Tiger King could compensate Raphael. The people around also pricked up their ears. The Queen pouted, but did not stop it. It was true that she had a grudge against the Lang family and Raphael, but her son did not. She could not care about the Lang family, but there was no need to continue to be hostile to the Lang family. Ramil bit his lip. He actually envied Raphael Lang Mu. He couldn't help but think, if the real child of the Lang family was him, then would everything Raphael got today be his? Chapter 175. The Tiger King really wanted to compensate Raphael. It was not because he felt sorry for Raphael, but because he wanted to win over the only person who could reach the underground library. When he thought that Raphael would be out of his control, and even resent him, the Tiger King felt a strong sense of irritability again. Why did the right to enter such an important library fall into Raphael's hands? Why didn't he, the great Tiger King, have this opportunity? Is there any way to truly gain full control of the library? The Tiger King thought for a while. Old Lang has publicly said that after his death, his title will no longer be passed down. In this case, I will give you a new title. Old Lang is a first-class Earl. You can't surpass him, so I will give you a first-class Viscount. What kind of title you will get in the future depends on your personal efforts. The old Earl's mouth drooped, and his expression almost said, "That's it? Is this your compensation?" The Tiger King wisely continued, "As a newly promoted Viscount, you should have been given a fiefdom, but you also know that since your grandfather took the initiative to return all the fiefdoms to the royal court, new knights have only titles and salaries, but no fiefdoms." The Tiger King also gave the old Earl a praiseful look at the right time. The old Earl had a blank expression on his face. "So you are using my grandson as a shield for your illegitimate son to repay my support and loyalty to your centralization?" The Tiger King smiled gently at Bouchois, "But your situation is special. Let's do this. I will give you a piece of land in the form of a lease. You can get a full 100 years of free lease time for that land, And you don't have to pay taxes for 10 years. 100 years later, as long as you are still alive, you will have the priority to lease that piece of land, and the tax will be halved. This is also an attempt by the Tiger King. He hopes to nationalize all the land from the nobles of all sizes without bloodshed in this way. And today's public statement can be regarded as a reminder to those nobles. The dignitaries present exchanged glances secretly very quickly. If the eyes could be turned into light, the meeting hall would have turned into a fireworks festival. Some people hoped that the two Grand Dukes and the Prime Minister and other high-ranking people would say something, but those people remained motionless, and no one knew what they were thinking. To be honest, the area of the territories owned by these people can rank among the top 10 among the dignitaries. If the Tiger King really wants to nationalize all the land, these people cannot have no reaction at all. Compared with officials and nobles, the princes and princesses are full of envy. Although they were princes and princesses, none of them owned a fiefdom. Although the land Raphael got was only leased, and did not belong to him in name. But 100 years was not a short time. Ramil was so envious that he wanted to take his place. The old Earl asked directly and bluntly, "Where is that land?" He did not need to play the role of a loyal minister who swallowed his anger at this time, and no one would believe it. In fact, even if the old Earl explicitly challenged the Tiger King, no one would be surprised. Didn't the old Earl want to challenge the Tiger King? He wanted it very much, but whether it was Raphael, Arishang, or Clement, they did not approve of him doing so. Not to mention that the old Earl was very likely not a match for the Tiger King. Not only would he not be able to vent his anger after the fight, but he would also be very likely to get himself seriously injured or even killed. Even if the old Earl could beat the Tiger King, it would be a tragic victory with both sides suffering losses. At that time, the Lang family would not only fail to take revenge, but also become the vanguard knife in the hands of others to deal with the Tiger King. No matter how you calculate the account, it is not worth it. The Tiger King did not mind the tone of the old Earl's speech. He asked someone to bring a map, pointed to a small blank on the map and said, "It is here. The Blackwater wasteland territory from Jinmai City to the north is all Raphael's leased land." The Tiger King also added, "It does not include Jinmai City. I haven't dealt with the Songhan family inside yet, so I won't let Raphael worry about this family." The old Earl looked down on him. "Isn't it because Jinmai City is also a big city with a lot of money, you are reluctant to give it away at all? Look at the land to the north of Jinmai City, it's all wasteland, not to mention that almost all the villages and towns are independent. There are also many robbers and bandits hiding in that area. How could this be a free lease to Raphael?" It was obvious that he wanted Raphael to work for him for free. After Raphael had collected all the land and sorted it out, and created value, he would come back to collect taxes and land lease fees. Once Raphael died, it would be logical to take back all the land. This plan was really amazing. The old Earl was so angry that he was not satisfied with this shitty compensation at all. But when Bu Shuai saw the location of the land, his heart moved. That land just happened to include Moyo Town. This was probably one of the Tiger King's plans. He knew that the relationship between him and Moyo Town had changed, but he still leased the land to him. He either wanted to use him to solve Moyo Town, or he wanted Moyo Town to become a thorn in his territory and let Moyo Town monitor him. But Bu Shuai wouldn't care about these things. The compensation from Tiger King is meaningless to him. It doesn't matter whether he gets it or not. It would be better to give him a gold shield directly than to give him so much land. But if Tiger King really rents this land to him for free for 100 years, he can give this land to the mayor of Moyo Town. If that doesn't work, he can also sublease it for cash. Bu Shuai was thinking about how to deal with the land, and suddenly felt someone riding on his back. "Shang Fifan, don't miss it. This is not good," the old Earl said in a gloomy voice. "Your Majesty has long wanted to take back all the fiefs in the hands of the powerful? Even leasing is not suitable. It is better for your Majesty to convert the total value of the land that can be generated in 100 years into gold shields and compensate Raphael directly." Tiger King, doesn't he want to give money without land? But he has no money now. His space belt for money was stolen and replaced. Even if he wants to take out a lot of money to shut up Raphael and the old Earl, he can't do it. Now, Tiger King has also experienced the pain of having his treasure stolen. For this reason, Tiger King could only force a smile and said, "Although money is good, it is not as stable as land. How about this, change the tax exemption within 10 years to 20 years. With 20 years, I believe that with Raphael's ability, he can definitely manage that piece of land." The old count seemed to look down on this piece of land, and made a request that was particularly difficult for Tiger King. 20 years is not enough, at least 50 years. In addition, during the period when Raphael leases the land, he will have full jurisdiction over the land, and the right to appoint all officials in the jurisdiction, and he can freely recruit militia. The fact that Raphael was not allowed to build his own army was a fig leaf given to the Tiger King by the old count. The Tiger King would rather collect less taxes than let such a large piece of land completely out of his control. 50 years of tax exemption is too long, 30 years at most. As the lessee of that piece of land, Raphael can freely cultivate the fields, mine ores, and do all kinds of business, but the appointment of officials and the army must be dispatched and stationed by the royal city. The old earl did not give in. Then what kind of compensation is this? Your Majesty, you just want to find a free slave to manage that piece of land for you? Don't talk about 100 years of free lease and 30 years of tax exemption. Everyone present knows that if you want to manage a piece of land well, basically all the profits must be invested. Especially in the early stage, it's just throwing money and people into it, and it may not work. Everyone who knows the situation of this piece of land knows it. If it is a good piece of land, would you be willing to give it to Raphael? Or Your Majesty, you can simply compensate Raphael with my city, and I can still see your sincerity. The prince and princess and Ramil who were envious just now. Think carefully, it seems to be true. This piece of land may have a lot of oil, but before squeezing out the oil, the investment is probably not a small amount. Just cleaning up the bandits and independent village forces on this land is a big problem. If Raphael had a large family behind him to help, it would be fine, but the situation of the Lang family. There are only 2 old people left, and the territory has been offered to the Tiger King. All the slaves and soldiers in the family have been dismissed, and the money is probably not too much. It is really impossible to support Raphael. Ramil felt relieved. He said, how could his father give so many benefits to an outsider? The Tiger King didn't want to argue with the old earl, who was so angry that his face turned red and his neck was thick, so he looked at Raphael. Raphael didn't care about compensation at all, and didn't want the old earl to get sick because of such a thing, so he opened his mouth to dissuade the old earl. An invisible hand covered his mouth. Shang Fifan, don't interrupt at this time, let the elders help you seek justice. The more you can get, the better. Don't think that doing this is unclassy, and there is no face for the dispute over interests. Raphael finally controlled his expression. Can you not be so bold? Do you really think that others can't see you? The spirit behind him was honest. Raphael also missed the opportunity to dissuade the old earl. The Tiger King saw that Raphael was about to say something, but seemed to be diverted by something again, and he couldn't help feeling upset. Raphael cared about him and valued him, but now. The queen wanted to speak, but before she spoke, she saw the second prince shook his head at her calmly. The queen endured it. She didn't want to help Raphael, and the Lang family gained benefits. She just wanted to go against the Tiger King, wanted to poke the Tiger King's heart and lungs, and make him uncomfortable. The Tiger King really hoped that someone would stand up and refute the old earl at this time. But he forgot that all the nobles present were vested interests of the feudal system. Helping the Tiger King to refute the old earl was equivalent to supporting the Tiger King's centralization and nationalization of the land. The Tiger King soon figured it out. While he was cursing in his heart, his eyes swept over several officials and nobles whose interests were tied to his. These people had no choice but to stand up and refute the old earl, asking him to stop while he was ahead and not to be too greedy. The old earl rolled up his sleeves and started to curse. He did not reason with these people, but asked them if they were replaced, used as a shield for so many years, abused and humiliated all day long, and tortured and assassinated from time to time, would they be so generous to stop while they were ahead? Those people said that His Majesty did not know about the exchange of children, and the fault was all on the conspirator. His Majesty was willing to compensate Raphael for this matter, which was already kind and generous enough. The old earl was enraged, and was about to challenge these guys who jumped out. When the Tiger King saw that the old earl was going to kill those officials if he couldn't kill him, he certainly couldn't let the old earl kill those people, so he could only jump into the battle again and continue to argue with the old earl about the compensation for Raphael. They argued with each other for a quarter of an hour. It wasn't a long time, but the Tiger King was already a little exhausted. In the past, the dignitaries and officials would argue about various interests below, and he would sit on the top and watch the show, and he only needed to make the final decision. But now, he needs to personally negotiate with the old count, and no one can help him. He realized how exhausting this verbal battle is. He really would rather go to the battlefield and fight the enemy for a day and a night than argue with the old count for a quarter of an hour. The Tiger King took another step back and agreed to not only exempt all rents for the land leased to Raphael within 100 years, but also tax exemption for 50 years. In addition, during the lease period, Bushuai has all jurisdiction and development rights over the land, and has half the right to appoint officials in the jurisdiction. A militia team can also be set up, but the total number of personnel, including logistics, cannot exceed 10,000. The army will be stationed in the royal city. The old earl could not tolerate the Tiger King interfering in Raphael's territory, so he was naturally unwilling to accept such conditions. At this moment, the Grand Admiral of Lion Domain, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke up. "Mr. Lang, didn't His Majesty say that the mastermind behind the child swap incident has not been caught yet? When the mastermind is caught, he will make him compensate Raphael and the Lang family for the pain and losses in the past 21 years. Now, you might as well accept His Majesty's personal compensation for Raphael." Tiger King. "Are you helping me or setting a trap for me?" The old earl thought about it, and saw that his wife and grandson were nodding to him, so he put on a reluctant expression on his face. "Since the Grand Admiral said so, let's do it this way first. Your Majesty, please make a formal decree." Tiger King, "You are so straightforward now." Tiger King wanted to say that the royal seal was not on him, but the old earl immediately blocked this loophole. "Your Majesty can stamp the tiger paw print." The corner of Tiger King's mouth twitched, but he didn't want to continue to waste time on this matter for such a small matter, so he agreed very straightforwardly. In front of everyone present, the Tiger King officially conferred the title of first-class Viscount on Raphael Langmu, and appointed him as the Grand District Chief of the Blackwater Wasteland. The clerk wrote the official title decree, letter of appointment, and land lease contract on the spot, and presented them to the Tiger King. The Tiger King confirmed that they were correct, and his palm turned into a tiger claw, and stamped the tiger claw seal on the spot. Raphael stepped forward and took the 3 compensations. The Tiger King and Raphael exchanged a few polite words. Raphael remained silent from beginning to end. And no one was surprised by his reaction, and no one felt it was wrong. After all, everyone's impression of Raphael was that he was such a low-key and taciturn person. Many people even felt that Raphael did not have the anger and grievance they imagined. He was really too calm. The Grand Admiral of Lion Domain sighed softly. "It's a pity that such a good talent has become alienated from Tiger Country." The Director General of the Special Investigation Bureau, Marquis Auguste, was in a more complicated mood, but he also had a similar understanding as Lion Domain at this time. The Special Investigation Bureau might not be able to keep Raphael. Raphael's compensation matter really came to an end here. The Tiger King was about to say that today's court meeting would end here, and let everyone leave. Grand Duke Chester said he had something to say. "Your Majesty, although Lieutenant Ramil is your own flesh and blood, he is not included in the list of royal family members. Do you think it is necessary to clarify his identity today?" The Tiger King was surprised and puzzled. He never knew that Grand Duke Chester and Ramil had such a good relationship, and he actually stood up at this time to fight for his official status as a member of the royal family. But did Chester really do this for Ramil's sake? The Queen was furious. The second prince suddenly gestured to the Queen. The Queen was surprised and held back. Ramil was surprised and happy. He didn't know why Grand Duke Chester wanted to help him, but he also knew that this was an opportunity. It all depended on how Tiger King responded. In Ramil's opinion, Tiger King cared about him so much that he would definitely accept Grand Duke Chester's suggestion and include him in the list of heirs to the throne. Bushuai pulled the old earl and his wife back to the crowd quickly, all the way back to where they were supposed to be. They were giving way to the real show. The Tiger King had never thought of giving Ramil a formal princely status. He could publicly acknowledge that he was his flesh and blood, could give him a title, and give him a lot of benefits, but he would not put him in the sequence of succession to the throne. He was dissatisfied with the Queen, but he did not want his lover's child to disrupt the succession of the royal power. Just like how much he liked Anita, he would not marry Anita as queen. The Tiger King clearly distinguished between public and private. No need. Ramil was proven to be my flesh and blood, that's enough. He will not be a prince, nor will he have the right to inherit the throne. The Tiger King said it calmly, and very matter-of-factly. He knew that saying this would inevitably hurt Ramil, but so what? He had already revealed his intention to Ramil. He could give him fatherly love, but not the throne. If Ramil doesn't realize this, and still holds unrealistic expectations, then let him cut it off clearly and thoroughly today. It's true that the Tiger King has a deep father-son relationship with Ramil, but he was particularly angry when he thought that Ramil violated his orders, and not only stayed in the royal city secretly, but also dared to pretend to be a palace guard and stay in the palace. Originally, he thought that this son just had some small ambitions, but his essence was still relatively simple. Unexpectedly, The other party not only concealed his connection with Anita, who faked her death, but also disobeyed his orders and pretended to obey, and even reached out to his palace guards. And these 3 points stepped on the bottom line of the Tiger King, especially the last one. His official princes and princesses were all quite old, but none of them dared to reach out to him. On the contrary, an illegitimate child was so bold. Who gave him the confidence? Ramil was young after all, and he couldn't control his expression. After he heard the Tiger King publicly announce that he would not be a prince, nor would he have the right to inherit the throne, he felt like he was slapped on the spot. Shame, disappointment, unbelievable, and the extreme pain that made his heart burst. Ramil couldn't believe that his father, who always showed that he loved him very much, would embarrass him in public. This was not just cutting off his expectations, it was simply cutting off his future. How would he live in the future? When he thought that people he knew and didn't know would laugh at him and point fingers at him in the future, Ramil wanted to run as far away as possible. Listen, they have already started to laugh at him. Look, they are all looking at him with ironic eyes. Ramil's body trembled, and without saying a word, he turned around and walked out of the hall. The Tiger King was furious. How dare this kid give him a cold shoulder? As expected of our Tiger King's most beloved and cherished child, although he is just an illegitimate child who cannot be seen on the stage, he is even more princely than a prince. This is the first time I have seen someone disobey the king's order and pretend to be someone else to stay in the palace, and nothing happened after being caught. Needless to say, the person who spoke was the queen. The Tiger King. Catch Ramil. Several guards quickly stopped Ramil and prevented him from leaving. Ramil's head was hot, and he roared regardless, I want to leave, who dares to stop me? Disappointment flashed in the eyes of the Tiger King. He felt that Ramil still lacked life experience, but he couldn't stand such a small setback. He also felt that Ramil's character was not good. If Ramil was in Raphael's situation from the beginning, he didn't know what this kid would become. Although the Tiger King was disappointed with his son, he still wanted to protect his son, so he just said, catch him. The guards all knew Ramil, and they were also very complicated when facing him. As long as they thought about how they had excluded and ridiculed Raphael because of their different identities, how they had said little about Raphael behind his back, and how they had taken care of and praised Ramil, they felt. How could life be so difficult? Ramil was heartbroken when he heard that the Tiger King wanted to arrest him, and he really fought with the guards who arrested him. The third prince curled his lips. Look, this is the reaction of a truly loved son. The second prince actually spoke up and said with a smile. He probably thought that what he did was nothing, and that his father would definitely forgive him. The eldest prince wanted to say something but held back. He had met Ramil many times. At that time, he just thought that his father really liked and trusted this young guard. Not only did he often bring him around, but he would not let him leave even in some very important and secret occasions. For this reason, as a prince, he was also very polite to Ramil and gave him some more precious things. If Ramil was just a trusted favorite of the Tiger King, there was nothing wrong with him doing this. But now that he knew that this young guard was the true blood of his father and Lady Anita, the eldest prince really felt disgusted and aggrieved as if he had eaten a fly. The eldest prince couldn't help but look at Raphael, wanting to know what Raphael was thinking, why he could act so calm. The eldest prince even had a hunch that the reason why Earl Lang didn't risk his life to challenge the Tiger King today, and the queen forced the Tiger King to hand over Anita, and it was probably related to Raphael's attitude. Raphael felt the eldest prince's gaze, and nodded to him as usual. The eldest prince, He actually hoped that Raphael was his brother, sincerely. The eldest princess suddenly approached the eldest prince, and said in a low voice, something is not right. The eldest prince was puzzled. Isn't it that everything is wrong from the beginning today? The eldest princess looked serious. Lang Lao and Raphael have already withdrawn. They obviously don't want to make a big deal. The eldest prince sighed. They still have Tiger Country in their hearts. The eldest princess almost rolled her eyes at her brother. They don't still have Tiger Country in their hearts, but they plan to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. They hope that father, mother, and Anita can fight. The eldest prince was worried. The queen mother alone should not be the opponent of father and Anita, right? Should we persuade the queen mother to stop fighting with father? The most important thing at this time should be to catch Mrs. Anita hiding behind. This woman is a bit scary. The eldest princess, okay, at least you got the point. But they won't listen to us, and the queen mother won't either. The eldest prince opened his mouth. The eldest princess waved her hand and said, don't interrupt. What I want to say is not Anita's threat, but that many of the people who came today have bad intentions. They may have wanted to use the old Earl Longzhen to shake my father's throne, But now that the old Earl Lang has withdrawn, they may have a backup plan. The eldest prince finally became alert. Are you saying that someone among the dignitaries who came today wants to pull my father down from the throne? The eldest princess stared at the eldest prince's eyes. Tell me the truth, is it you? The eldest prince was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? What do you mean by me? Wait, do you think those dignitaries who want to pull my father down are my people? The eldest princess said to herself. I don't think you have that brain. The eldest prince, This is his sister. Why is Raphael not his sister? The eldest princess's eyes shifted from the eldest prince to the second prince, the third prince, and finally stopped at the second prince. The eldest princess, if the stupid third prince can hide so deeply and act so truly, let alone the king of the Tiger Kingdom, even the throne is not impossible to think about. Excluding the eldest prince and the third prince, there is only one candidate left. The second prince noticed the eldest princess's gaze and smiled at her. The eldest princess, the dog that bites doesn't bark, as expected. The eldest princess reached out and patted the eldest prince on the back. Go and surrender to your second brother. Maybe you can get a fiefdom and become a small lord. The second prince is capable, and his mother likes him the most. His rise to power may really be no less than that of his eldest brother. If it comes to scheming, their eldest brother might as well just go to bed. The eldest prince, Just as the princes and princesses were mumbling, Ramil had been successfully captured by the guards. When the Tiger King saw that the guards had controlled Ramil, he told everyone present that he was tired and that everything would stop here today, saying that he would deal with Ramil's crimes according to the law. At the same time, he named the head of the General Security Bureau and asked him to send someone to close the Royal City Gossip News, arrest important members of the newspaper, and dig out their sponsors behind them. The Tiger King was anxious to find the space belt. The guards who went to catch Anilina had not responded yet. He looked calm on the surface, but he was almost going crazy in his heart. If he couldn't catch Anilina, he would have to detain the queen. Queen, I have something to tell you. Go to my bedroom. The Tiger King had already determined that Anilina was sent by the queen, and the space belt had already fallen into the queen's hands. The queen did not move, with deep irony and sneer on her face. Your Majesty, don't leave in a hurry. Everyone seems to have something to ask you. The Tiger King frowned and looked around. What is it? Prime Minister Isaac Hayes stood up. Your Majesty, just before I set out to the palace, I received a secret letter from the gossip newspaper, saying that they have collected a lot of clues related to Mrs. Anita. After their careful reasoning, analysis and verification, they have locked on Mrs. Anita's other disguised identity and whereabouts. The Prime Minister's words were like cold water poured into a frying pan, and the originally quiet meeting hall boiled again. The detained Ramil raised his head in sadness and despair. The Tiger King, how can this gossip newspaper be so powerful? Why doesn't his subordinates have such a powerful intelligence collection team? And it didn't send it earlier or later, but today, and it was specially sent to the Prime Minister. If you say that this gossip newspaper is not intentional, he doesn't believe it. At this moment, Chester coughed dryly, raised his hand and said, I also received a letter like this. Marquis Augustus, I also received one. The chief of the police department said awkwardly, actually, I received one too. Afterwards, many people in the hall echoed, saying that they also received relevant letters. Tiger King, who is it? Where is it? The queen suddenly laughed hoarsely. Your Majesty, you can ask me, I know too. Chapter 176. Bu Shuai wanted to ask a certain spirit behind the scenes. Is it you? Shang Fifeng quietly held Bu Shuai's hand. With him here, Anita, the instigator, still wanted to stay out of the matter, and wait for their family, and the royal family to fight each other until both sides were defeated, and then she would come out to take advantage. What kind of dream is that? He didn't send the queen directly to Anita, and let the two fight a few times first, which was already considered kind. The Tiger King ignored the queen and just asked Prime Minister Isaac, where is Anita now? Prime Minister Isaac reported as if he was doing business in a businesslike manner. According to the secret letter, Mrs. Anita is now in Jinsey Manor, and she disguised herself as the housekeeper Daphnesnard there. The Tiger King's pupils contracted. The queen's resentful voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Sayers Farrell, you did it on purpose, right? You knew that the Denton family had a grudge against that bitch, so you deliberately arranged that bitch to Jinsey Manor. I didn't. The Tiger King subconsciously denied it. The queen didn't believe it at all. You don't need to pretend anymore. You can even use the child of the former guard commander Lang Fei to shield your illegitimate son. What else can't you do? I wonder why you have to imprison the people of the Denton family in Jinsey Manor. It turns out that Anita is there. You did it on purpose. You just want to send the people of the Denton family to Anita to torture and let your little lover vent his anger. This is the most important reason that triggered the Queen's anger. The Queen was so angry that she had to transform and go to the Tiger King to settle accounts despite the curse. The Tiger King was angry. I didn't know Anita was faking her death, so how could I arrange Anita to be the housekeeper of Jinsey Manor? I put the people of the Denton family under house arrest in Jinsey Manor for their own good. Do you want all your family members to disappear like the Marquis of Denton? The Queen shrieked. Would you be so kind? Believe it or not, the Tiger King did not want to save face for the Queen. The first couple of Tiger Country had completely torn their faces apart and no longer pretended in front of the ministers. The Tiger King looked around at everyone. You should have sent people to Jinsey Manor to check or monitor. I ask you, who among you has caught Anita? The Tiger King did not need to ask the Queen, because just by looking at the Queen's expression and performance, he knew that she definitely did not catch Anita. Prime Minister Isaac shook his head. I did send people to Jinsey Manor, but not to arrest, just to confirm whether the news is true. After that, I rushed to the palace immediately after receiving the news of the incident in the palace, and I have not received any reply from Jinsey Manor. The Tiger King looked at the others again. Did the people you sent see Anita? All the people who received the secret letter shook their heads, saying that they had not received a reply yet. Golden Creek Manor is outside the royal city, and it takes at least 2 beast hours to go back and forth. Everyone present learned about the Queen's battle with the Tiger King, and the old Earl Longjean took his family to find the Tiger King soon after seeing the secret letter, so they rushed to the palace to calm the situation, watched the show, and naturally did not know what the people who rushed to Golden Creek Manor found. The Queen also secretly sent people out after receiving the secret letter, and now those who went out have not returned. Oh, even if someone comes back, I'm afraid they will be stopped outside the palace now. In order to find and capture Amelina, the entire palace is now blocked, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Tiger King looked at August, the chief of the Special Investigation Bureau. August nodded to him, and said that if they could find Mrs. Anita first, they would definitely bring her to Tiger King. Tiger King now just wanted to catch Anita faster than the Queen. But he was the last person to know that Anita was hiding in Jinsey Manor. The housekeeper of Jinsey Manor was a subordinate he trusted very much. If it wasn't for trust, he wouldn't have kept the blood of the Denton family under house arrest there. Who would have thought that a subordinate he trusted so much would be replaced by Anita? Tiger King looked at Ramil, who was detained by the guards. Did Ramil learn the ability to disguise himself from Anita? It's true that like mother, like son. Do you know? Tiger King originally wanted to ask Ramil alone away from people's eyes, but now he couldn't help it. Ramil was stunned, but he quickly reacted. He didn't want to answer Tiger King's question. He felt that Tiger King had betrayed him. How could a father treat his own son like this? But when he saw Tiger King's eyes, Ramil's heart trembled, and his mouth was faster than he thought. I don't know. I have never been to Jinsey Manor. I don't know that she disguised herself as a housekeeper there. Tiger King, but you know your mother is still alive, and you know that she is Eva, the proprietress of Yaminglu, but you never told me. Ramil suddenly felt a strong fear in his heart. He felt that Tiger King was angry, and this kind of anger was not ordinary anger. He had served as a close guard beside Tiger King for many years. Naturally, he had seen what Tiger King looked like when he was really angry more than once, and he also knew what the result would be if Tiger King was really angry. I also discovered it by chance. She asked me not to tell you, saying that if I lost my mother, you would pity me more and take better care of me. Remire murmured, and subconsciously told the truth. She said that she faked her death not to deceive you, but to avoid the Queen, the evil woman. She said that if she didn't die, the Queen would not let me go. Won't let you go. Obviously she won't let Raphael go, right? The third prince complained unhappily. Remire couldn't bear to hear the name of Raphael at all. When he heard the third prince mention Raphael, he shouted like a bull with red eyes. Do you think Raphael is a good thing? She told me that Raphael has a secret, and that he is the most terrible person. On the surface, he is a guard, but in fact he quietly joined the Special Investigation Bureau, and quietly began to investigate her. She was afraid that Raphael would find out the truth, so she faked her death. Wow! This is really an unexpected new melon. Almost everyone present looked at Raphael. Even the court priests looked over. Bouchois looked down calmly, as if he didn't know that Ramil was telling his secret, and didn't know that everyone was looking at him. The old count was angry, and moved his body to block Raphael. He stared back with his old eyes, and cursed. What are you looking at? Do you believe the words of this vicious woman who can do anything for revenge? Shang Fifan was also curious, and wanted to ask Shuai, "Have you really investigated Anita?" Shuai felt a hand drawing circles behind him, and he knew what someone was thinking. "I joined the Special Investigation Bureau because I occasionally found traces of evil god believers while working for His Majesty. Following His Majesty's orders, I had some dealings with the Special Investigation Bureau. After that, His Majesty asked me if I wanted to transfer to the Special Investigation Bureau. And I also felt that being a special investigator was more interesting than being a guard, so I transferred to the Special Investigation Bureau. Your Majesty knows this very well." Shuai explained slowly and calmly. Tiger King also confirmed this point above. Yes, it was indeed the king who first asked Raphael if he was willing to transfer to the Special Investigation Bureau. The reason is that August felt that Raphael was patient and meticulous, and was a good candidate for an investigator, so he took the initiative to ask me for him. Marquis August also admitted this. Shuai said again, "My joining the Special Investigation Bureau was a secret transfer. On the surface, I was still a palace guard. Except for His Majesty and Director August, no one else knew about it, and I didn't tell anyone. I didn't expect that Lady Anita knew about this, which is also very impressive." Tiger King's face darkened. He remembered that when he and August talked about Raphael's transfer, Ramil was beside him. So how many secrets has Ramil leaked to Anita over the years? Ramil saw that Tiger King's face was getting uglier, and his heart was getting more and more flustered. Did he do something wrong again? Shuai didn't look at Ramil, but just stated the facts. When I had just joined the Special Investigation Bureau for about 2 months, I occasionally found that Mrs. Anita had contact with the leader of a rogue. I was worried that she would be threatened, so I investigated a little, and then found some evidence of the rogue's crime, and sent him to the Public Security Bureau jail. At that time, I thought I had eliminated a threat for my mother, but I didn't expect her to think that I was investigating her. Everyone. So that's it. The Queen laughed mockingly. This is really a blessing in disguise. Raphael thought his mother was being harassed by rogues, and wanted to help her, but he didn't expect that his mother was actually in contact with his own people. Remire looked at Raphael's calm expression, and felt that he was silently mocking him. Why? Why did he fall to this point? Before his and Raphael's life story was exposed, everything was fine. Anita promised him that she would choose the best time to let people know that he was the real flesh and blood of the Tiger King, and there was no need to worry about damaging his reputation. Similarly, before this, the Tiger King also cared and loved him like a real father. But now everything has changed. This shouldn't be his life. This shouldn't be. Ramil's eyes were bloodshot, his expression was distorted, and he suddenly looked at the Queen and shouted hoarsely, "Queen, haven't you always wanted to know where the stone ear is? In fact, it has always been in front of you. It is hidden in Raphael Longmu's body. Anita told me personally that she put the stone ear into Raphael's chest with her own hands, which allowed Raphael to survive from fatal injuries." The Queen straightened her body with fiery eyes. "Is this true? The stone ear is in Raphael's body? Shang Fifan, chop it off." Ramil shouted at Shuai again, "Anita saved you, she saved your life. You owe her, you will always owe her a life." Ramil also shouted madly to everyone present. You all heard it. The priest said in person that there is a very special energy in Raphael Longmu's body that improves his physical constitution. Do you know what this energy is? Do you want to know why the Queen and the Denton family want to get the stone ear so much? The old Earl's face changed drastically, and he wanted to stop Ramil immediately. But Shuai held him back and whispered to him, "It doesn't matter, let him speak." Remir has already shouted, because that stone ear is part of the power of the god of nature. The mysterious energy in Raphael Longmu's body is the power of the god of nature. If you get it, you can all stay young and immortal. You can even become a god. Boom, the whole hall exploded. But it didn't. On the contrary, the whole hall fell into a strange silence. More eyes fell on Shuai. The second prince also showed an interested look. The power of God, I don't know if it's true or not. And if you want to verify this, the best way is to get that stone ear. Even the Tiger King is looking at Shuai with a strange look. Shang Fifan patted Shuai, saying that he didn't have to worry about anything with him. At worst, he would use his big move to take him and the old couple out together. Shuai's mouth curved. He didn't want Lao Shan to really use his big move here. Shuai gently pushed away the old Earl, who was blocking in front of him and wanted to protect him, took a step forward, and said in a neither loud nor low voice, "I think I need to declare 3 things. The Tiger King subconsciously said, "You say?" Shuai, first of all, I don't owe Madame Anita anything. It's not because she swapped me with Ramil first, so all her favors to me are equal. But she didn't take the initiative to give me the stone ear, nor did she use the stone ear to save my life. On the contrary, she dug out my heart with her own hands. In order to make me forget this memory, they even gave me a forgetfulness potion, which made me forget everything before the age of 14. It was not until recently that I regained this lost memory by chance. The old Earl and his wife were extremely shocked and grabbed their grandson's arm. Such an important thing. Why didn't you tell us? Bourgeois gave the old Earl an apologetic smile. It's all in the past, and it's not a big deal worth talking about. Isn't this a big deal? Tell me clearly, what happened? The old Earl was angry. Bourgeois whispered to the two old people, I will tell you in detail when I go back. The old lady held her husband and signaled him to speak according to the occasion. The old Earl held back. But he really hated Anita in his heart, more than the Queen. Bourgeois faced the crowd again. I know you are very curious about how I can survive after my heart was dug out. This is also the second thing I want to say. I can live until now because I have awakened a very special blood talent. As for what talent it is, you can guess as much as you want. The energy that the priest sensed was also related to this talent. The court priest showed an apologetic look to Bourgeois. Bourgeois didn't know whether this person did it on purpose, so he just maintained a superficial etiquette. Zhang Fifan had already set his sights on the priest. If he wasn't worried that this person would find him, he would have already stared at him. Although everyone present was extremely curious, they also knew that blood talent was a private matter for orcs. They could talk about it if they wanted to, but it was also their freedom if they didn't want to. Remir shouted frantically, You're lying. You didn't awaken any special talent at all. It was obviously Sher who saved your life and gave you more youth. The old count and his wife, especially the old lady, showed disbelief to Ramil. Since the two's life stories were exposed, Raphael has not said a word against Ramil, let alone resented anyone. But what about Ramil? He did not say that he was grateful for the kindness of the old couple in raising him, nor did he say that he felt guilty for deceiving them for so long. He even tried desperately to drag Raphael down with him when he was about to die. How did their family let down this family of three? Ramil? The old lady was very uncomfortable. Ramil seemed not to hear her voice, and there was no old count and his wife in his eyes. The old count hugged his wife. Don't call him. The fire of jealousy has burned his reason. He is just a little fool. He doesn't even know who he should hate and resent. The old lady took a deep breath. Ramil was raised by her and her husband, especially in front of them, for the first 16 years. After such a long time, even if you raise a bug, you will develop feelings for it. Even if it was revealed that Ramil was not her biological grandson, she did not say that she would immediately withdraw her feelings. That was impossible. Putting herself in Ramil's shoes, the old lady thought that she still had some status in Ramil's heart, but she did not expect that. They seemed to be inferior to the old Nani. If Ramil had them in his heart, how could he treat Raphael like this? Bourgeois comforted the old couple softly, without even looking at Ramil. The third thing, have you ever thought about it? As a weak girl who was forced by the Queen and the Denton family to the point of family destruction, and could only flee with her sister, why could Mrs. Anita successfully come to the Tiger King? Why could she lay out so deeply in the royal city in just 23 years? And it was under the eyes of the Tiger King and the Queen. In fact, many people present had already started thinking about this question. Bourgeois looked at the Queen. I think you may not be able to kill Anita because of the Tiger King, but you must be keeping a close eye on Anita, trying to find her handle, and even more want to find the stone ear, but you didn't find anything unusual. The Queen held the handrail tightly. Raphael was right. She did have someone follow Anita, trying to find any black spots on her, so that she could discredit her in front of the Tiger King, or find a suitable reason to kill her. But Anita was too careful, and her life seemed very simple. So she didn't find any handle or opportunity. The Queen said in a gloomy voice, What do you want to say? Bourgeois seemed to answer the question irrelevantly. I am a special investigator, and my main investigation is the activities of the evil god believers. After investigating for several months, I found a very interesting thing, that is, the Queen, the Marquis of Denton, and the proprietress of the Dream House, Eva, all have close contacts with the evil god believers. Boom! This is the real big bomb. Compared to the power of the god of nature, which was unknown whether it was real or fake, the followers of the evil god were what the beast men feared the most. The Tiger King distanced himself from the Queen on the spot. He knew too well how terrible the evil god and his followers were. After knowing that the Queen had contact with the followers of the evil god, how could he dare to continue sitting with this woman? In the hall, many people also showed a wary look, and many people stood up. The Queen was very angry. To Raphael, who exposed her secret, and even more to the followers of the evil god. Yes, the queen's anger at this time was more directed at the followers of the evil god. If what Raphael said was true, it means that the evil god believers were cooperating with her and the Denton family, while also colluding with that bitch Anita. What do the evil god believers want to do? Betting on both sides? Or are they deliberately using her and Anita's enmity to infiltrate the evil god's power into the upper echelons of Tiger Country? When the queen thought of this, her face turned pale instantly. You are slandering. The queen reacted promptly and reprimanded immediately. Bu Shuai looked calm and said indifferently, You say it is slander. I said this just to tell everyone present that Tiger Country has now been infiltrated by the evil god believers and turned into a big colander. Puff. The third prince saw the expressions of the people around him, and immediately frowned and acted serious. Under such circumstances, are you still determined to hold a heritage-sharing conference? Aren't you afraid that the evil god believers will take this opportunity to catch all the high-level people in the Orc continent? Bu Shuai said you, but his eyes were only on the Tiger King. The Tiger King clenched his fists. He had to hold this inheritance-sharing conference no matter what. This was related to the future status of Tiger Country in the Orc continent, and the future of him, the Tiger King. Raphael, have you forgotten? In addition to sharing inheritance, this inheritance-sharing conference also has an important matter that requires everyone's efforts to solve. If I simply called on everyone to come together to solve the continent-wide magma eruption, few people would believe it. Only in the name of sharing inheritance can the leaders of all races and countries on the continent be gathered together, the Tiger King said slowly. At least most of the people present heard of the continent-wide magma eruption for the first time. This matter made him widen his eyes on the spot. Bu Shuai, then please deal with the evil god believers who have infiltrated Tiger Country. Shang Fifan crossed his arms. This development is a bit bad. He doesn't want his Bu Shuai to be involved in the struggle between Tiger Country and the evil god believers. However, they didn't expect that Ramil actually knew about the stone ear and exposed it in public. Tiger King suddenly laughed and said, Raphael, you are responsible for investigating the evil god believers in the Special Investigation Bureau. In this case, why don't you continue to be responsible for this matter? Shang Fifan, fuck. He knew it. Bu Shuai said without hesitation, okay. But I need special authority to prevent some people from refusing my investigation by relying on their status. Tiger King was alert. How much authority do you want? Let this tiger bastard suffer. I shouldn't have left him to the end. Someone muttered. Bu Shuai, I heard your voice. Do you want to be exposed? The priest is looking over here. Bu Shuai was about to reply to Tiger King. The queen suddenly shouted, No. How can Raphael continue to investigate the evil god believers? Raphael had a grudge against her, and now he knows that she has contact with the evil god believers, so why not investigate her to death? As a queen, she must not have anything to do with the evil god believers, not even the Denton family. The queen reacted quickly and said openly, Raphael and I, the Denton family, and the royal family all have hatred. He just slandered me and Marquis Denton without any evidence, so Raphael is not suitable to be in charge of this matter. And hasn't Raphael been appointed as the governor of the Blackwater Wasteland District? He should have left the royal city earlier. Shang Fifan wanted to applaud the queen, just for what she said. Even if she was protecting himself, he was willing to let the queen relax for a few more days. The Tiger King cursed the queen in his heart, saying that she was a fool who would only hold him back. Your Majesty, there are many things that have been brought up today, and they involve the safety of the evil god believers and the entire Orc continent, but things must be done one by one. Why don't we find Madame Anita first, and find out the whole story of the child exchange, and whether there is anyone supporting Madame Anita behind her? If there is, what is the purpose? In short, let's find Madame Anita first. The person who spoke was Prime Minister Isaac, who was also a die-hard royalist. But he was not protecting the Tiger King, but the orthodoxy of the Tiger Kingdom. He had a lot of opinions about the fact that the Tiger King had a mistress and gave birth to an illegitimate child, which almost messed up the royal bloodline. Unexpectedly, the Tiger King actually made a big scandal of child exchange. This was simply intolerable to him, who valued the reputation of the royal family more than his own reputation. If he didn't want to be stable, and there was the inheritance-sharing conference and the disaster of the whole continent hanging in the front, and he was worried about the Tiger King's military power, he really wanted to unite with other dignitaries and nominate the eldest prince to succeed the throne immediately. Yes. Grand Duke Chester also agreed, and was even more ruthless. Now that the scandal of my Tiger Country has been exposed to the orcs of the whole continent, if we don't want to become a complete laughing stock, we must solve the source of the laughing stock. Mrs. Anita must be found and controlled, and find out what she wants to do by faking her death, and whether she is really involved with the evil God believers. That gossip newspaper must also be closed immediately, and the people inside should be arrested or killed. In addition, Grand Duke Chester's eyes swept across the Tiger King's waist. When we just came here, did your majesty lose something particularly important? I hope that item is really the royal seal you mentioned, and not the space belt that represents the symbol of the Tiger King's royal power. The Tiger King changed color. What does Grand Duke Chester mean by this? The Queen jumped out at the right time. Sirs Farrell, don't hide it. If you don't say it, I will help you say it. The Queen faced everyone. You guessed it right, the Tiger King lost the extremely important space belt. The Tiger King pointed at the Queen angrily. Kathleen. You? Your Majesty, the space belt is extremely important. I hope you don't hide it. The Prime Minister also spoke. The Queen pressed further. The great Tiger King, not only did he cause the child-changing scandal, but he also let his mistress cause chaos in the Tiger Kingdom royal family, and even the entire Tiger Kingdom. Now he has lost the space belt, the treasure that has been passed down since the founding of the Tiger Kingdom. How can such a person continue to sit on the throne? Sirs Farrell, why don't you just ask to step down and give your throne to your children? A deafening tiger roar. The Tiger King transformed again, jumped suddenly, and opened his mouth to bite the Queen. The whole audience changed color. The Tiger King really wanted to kill the Queen. Save the Queen/Mother. A shout rang out in the hall. Someone, fight, fight, fight. Let's go together. The Queen transformed and jumped to the side at the critical moment. Fortunately, the Tiger King did not transform into a giant beast. The hall is not big enough for the giant beast to move. The Queen transformed in time, but even so, one of her legs was bitten off by the Tiger King, and the skin and flesh were torn off. The Tiger King was not satisfied after biting off the Queen's leg, so he bit her head. The Queen screamed in pain. The eldest prince, the second prince, and the eldest princess all rushed over. The third prince was a step slower, and he turned around and shouted to the Grand Admiral and others, Grand Admiral, help! Prime Minister, priest, Grand Duke Chester, you all come on. The people whose names were called, damn horse, the guards all rushed over, trying to separate the Tiger King and the Queen. But the Tiger King was extremely fierce, as if he had completely lost his mind, and he kept chasing the Queen with a broken leg and biting her. The Queen was soon torn into large wounds. The eldest prince was the first to pounce on the Queen, screaming, Father! Stop! The eldest princess stopped the Tiger King, and was slapped away by the Tiger King's claws. Prime Minister Isaac, Director General of the Special Investigation Bureau August, Director General of the Public Security Bureau. All transformed and ran to stop the furious Tiger King. It was unknown whether the Tiger King was mad or wanted to use force to intimidate everyone. He roared and transformed into a giant beast in the hall. Well, the whole hall was in chaos. Shang Fifan held his head and laughed. This is more reasonable. We are all orcs. Why should we be so civilized? If we are unhappy, we should just start a war. Roar! The Grand Commander of the Lion Domain also transformed into a giant lion that was not much smaller than the Tiger King. Sirs! Calm down! The Lion Domain roared. The Tiger King roared at the Grand Commander in a challenging voice. Lion Domain, fuck, you are shameless, then fight. The battle between the two giant beasts left other orcs no chance to intervene, and they had to be careful not to be accidentally trampled to death by the two beasts. Boom! A good hall collapsed in the battle between the two giant beasts. Everyone ran out of the hall. Chapter 177. When the battle just started, Bouchois protected the old Earl and his wife away from the battlefield. The old Earl was still strong and held his wife while running, but before he could exert his strength, he felt a gentle force entangled him and his wife, and then gently dragged them to the square outside the hall, still in a corner where no one would notice. The old Earl looked at the old lady in surprise. The old lady also felt it. They turned their heads to look at Raphael together. Bouchois smiled at them and whispered, Little trick. The old Earl's eyes lit up. Is it the special talent you mentioned? Bouchois nodded. The old Earl and his wife were happy. Ramil also ran out. The situation was too chaotic, and the guards who held him could not take care of him, so he took the opportunity to break free. The guards were more than 3 points soft-hearted because he was the son of the Tiger King. Ramil ran out of the hall and looked around. He saw that everyone was either paying attention to the fight between the two giant beasts or saving the Queen. No one noticed him. He immediately slowly retreated to the foot of the wall and ran away. Bouchois and the old Earl and his wife saw it, but they didn't say anything. Shuai didn't regard Ramil as an opponent or even an enemy at all. In his opinion, he was just a tool controlled by his parents. Although Ramil exposed many of his secrets, when a person's strength is strong enough, how can he care about the provocation of an ant? Not to mention the old Earl and his wife, they have too complicated feelings for Ramil. Thinking that he would never come to them again, they simply let him go. The old Earl even looked at Raphael, and when he saw that Raphael was willing to let Ramil go, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He thought that Raphael probably didn't want them to be sad. The fight between Tiger King and Lion Domain became more and more intense, and they seemed to be unable to stop. Lion Domain was not smaller than Tiger King, but was a little at a disadvantage. It must be said that Tiger King was able to sit on the throne, and his martial arts value was really not covered. Grandma, Grandpa, let's go. Shuai didn't want to watch any more. The old Earl, isn't the palace blocked? Can we go out now? Shuai turned his head to look at the door, and there were indeed guards guarding there, and there were officials who wanted to leave, but they were all blocked back. Shuai heard someone muttering beside him. Shang Fifan, curse you to slip. The Tiger King slipped, and the attack that was originally intended to hit Lion Domain missed, and he was hit by Lion Domain's claw instead. Shuai, Shang Fifan, I curse you for having pulpitis. Tiger King jumped up and opened his mouth to bite Lion Domain. His teeth had already touched Lion Domain's neck. At this moment, a sharp and intense pain suddenly came from the root of the tooth. Tiger King shivered in pain, and his teeth could not bite down. Lion Domain got rid of Tiger King in turn. I curse you for stepping into the pit. Tiger King fought back fiercely, stepped into the stone pit he had just broken, and immediately felt a sharp pain in his ankle. Lion Domain opened his mouth and bit off half of Tiger King's tail with a snap. Shang Fifan was having fun. After advancing to the third level of Evil Curse, this innate ability can finally become a real combat power. Although it consumes a lot of resentment, there is not much in this world, and resentment can really be absorbed at will. For example, he is now using resentment to cast curses, while absorbing the thick resentment at the scene. The Tiger King was furious, roaring fiercely, and then suddenly spewing out blazing flames. Shang Fifan opened his eyes wide, worthy of being the Tiger King. Not only can he transform into a giant beast, but he also has the talent to control fire. Sure, you evaded flexibly, and even counterattacked with ice arrows. Boom! A big hole was knocked out of the palace wall. Boom! Another palace collapsed. The range of the two giant beasts fighting is getting larger and larger, and more palace buildings are affected. Very good, the palace can't be blocked now, and all those who want to escape took the opportunity to run out. People outside the palace also clearly saw how the two giant beasts fought in the palace. Shuai, they can leave the palace now. Shuai whispered to the two old men. The two old men didn't want to leave yet. They wanted to see the Queen and the Tiger King fighting each other, and wanted to see them pay the price for hurting Raphael and the Lang family. Shang Fifan looked at his resentment value, which should be enough for a while. Curse you to keep coughing? Cough. The Tiger King had just spit out a mouthful of flame and wanted to continue, but suddenly he felt itchy in his throat and wanted to cough uncontrollably. And he couldn't stop coughing. Good opportunity. Sure, you took this opportunity to leave the battlefield and waved his claws at the Tiger King. The thick ice froze the Tiger King's limbs. The Tiger King could have easily melted this thick layer of ice with flames, but he couldn't stop coughing. Crack! Despite this, the Tiger King still broke free from the thick ice with his strength. Your Majesty, have you calmed down? Sure, you shouted coldly. The other ministers and dignitaries also gathered in a circle, looking at the Tiger King with dissatisfaction. The Tiger King did calm down. His strength was indeed higher than that of the Lion Domain. If he fought hard, the Lion Domain would most likely die here. But did he have any reason to fight with the Lion Domain? Not to mention, if he fought with the Lion Domain, he would definitely not be intact in the end, and the Queen and some ill-intentioned guys were right next to him. He didn't dare to let himself get seriously injured at this time. Cough. The Tiger King cleared his throat heavily, and his throat finally felt better. The fight just now seemed a bit strange, as if the gods were helping the Lion Domain. Is there someone secretly helping the Lion Domain to deal with him? The Tiger King became alert. He was not afraid of fighting face to face, but he was afraid that someone would sneak up on him in the dark. The Queen was disappointed and frightened when she saw that the Lion Domain could not hurt the Tiger King. How can such a Tiger King defeat him? How can he willingly give up the throne? The Queen kept plotting in her mind. She and the Tiger King had completely torn their faces apart. It would be either him or her who would die. The Queen didn't want to die yet. She still wanted to support the child she favored to take the throne, and she also wanted to see the Denton family return to its peak, to find the missing Marquis Denton, to see the Tiger King die with her own eyes, and to torture Anita, the bitch, to death with her own hands. She still had a lot to do, and she definitely didn't want to die at the hands of the Tiger King. The Queen's eyes met the second prince. The situation was too chaotic just now. She saw her eldest son pounce on her and her eldest daughter blocking the Tiger King's achievements, but she didn't see the second and third sons. The second prince knelt on one knee beside the Queen and said softly, "Mother, I'm sorry. I just wanted to use my natural ability to hold my father back, and I didn't do it in the first place." The Queen immediately softened her heart. "I know." The Queen drank everyone around her, including the third prince, who just ran over. The eldest prince and the eldest princess had already walked to the Tiger King, as if on guard, but also as if protecting. The Queen lowered her voice and said to the second prince, "After today, your father will definitely not let me go. Listen, next you do this." Shang Fifan felt sorry. So the truce? He just started to practice his innate ability. Bu Shuai reached back, and a hand immediately stuffed into his hand. Bu Shuai couldn't help but pinch it. The other party held him in return. Bu Shuai whispered, "The priest has looked over here several times." Shang Fifan, "Let him see." The old Earl, "Raphael, what are you talking about?" The old man was old and shrewd, and didn't ask who his grandson was talking to. Bu Shuai made a mouth shape. The old Earl raised his eyebrows. He said that Ari Shang was so attached to his Raphael. How come he turned invisible when faced with such a big event? It turned out that he was really invisible, hiding behind Raphael. The old lady smiled secretly, and her mood improved a little. She also heard Ari Shang's muttering, although she didn't understand what he was saying. But the old lady believed that Raphael could remain so calm today, not overwhelmed by negative emotions such as anger, resentment, and grievance, and 90% of it was because Ari Shang was with him. Lion Domain and others seemed to have discussed with the Tiger King, and the Prime Minister and Grand Duke Chester and others began to clear the scene. The Tiger King did not object. He wished that all the people who entered the palace today would disappear. It was meaningless to say that the palace was blocked now. Several walls and palaces had collapsed. In order to avoid the fight between the two giant beasts, the guards had no time to look for Anlina. Clement is back. After capturing Ramil, he went to work on capturing Anlina. Clement shook his head slightly at the Tiger King. Although the Tiger King was mentally prepared, Anlina dared to take action, she must have found a supporter. But seeing that Clement could not find anyone after taking action, he still felt very anxious and bored. Anyone who had accumulated a lot of wealth for several generations would be crazy. The Tiger King was still patient enough to argue with the Tiger Kingdom dignitaries here. He was already a rare king who could remain stable. The court priest raised his foot and walked towards Bu Shuai's family. Bu Shuai gently pulled the old Earl and his wife. The old Earl and his wife immediately pulled Bu Shuai in return and left directly. The Tiger King glanced at Raphael and the old Earl and his wife, but did not stop them from leaving. The court priest stopped when he saw Bu Shuai leaving without looking back. He also saw that this family was very dissatisfied with him for revealing that there was a special energy in his body. The old Count Longjun, who had a good relationship with him, didn't want to talk to him anymore. The court priest sighed helplessly. He couldn't leave yet. The Lion Domain and the others asked him to stay and witness the results of the next discussion. The Tiger King glanced at the Queen again. His eyes were extremely cold. He suspected that his space belt and Anlina, who had stolen the belt, were hidden by this vicious woman. The Tiger King called Clement over and gave him 2 tasks. The first task was to find the escaped Ramil, capture him, and hand him over to him, and specifically note that he must be alive. The second task was to search the Queen's bedroom and make sure to find clues about the space belt. Of the 2 tasks, the latter was the most important. After leaving the palace, Bu Shuai and his family returned to the Earl's mansion. Shang Fifan had something to do, so he didn't go with them. Bu Shuai guessed that Shang Fifan was going to the gossip newspaper to report the news. Tiger King now hated the gossip newspaper that exposed his biggest scandal, and other Tiger Kingdom dignitaries, who feared the power of the gossip newspaper, also hoped to close the newspaper immediately. After all, this newspaper dared to report even Tiger King's scandal, so whose secrets would they not dare to tell the public? When Shang Fifan rushed to the newspaper, he saw that the newspaper was busy in full swing, and they were actually typesetting and printing a new issue of the newspaper. Shang Fifan transformed into the boss of the newspaper, Long Yu, and took the manuscript to read. After reading it, Shang Fifan couldn't help but sigh again. There are indeed many talents among the players. And they are really brave. When he was hiding in the palace watching the drama, he guessed whether there would be someone among the players who sneaked in. Unexpectedly, someone really sneaked in. It seems I don't need to warn you. You should know that Tiger King will send people to arrest you soon. This time, no matter what you do, Tiger King is determined to shut down the gossip newspaper. Editor-in-Chief Dingo looked indignant and sad, but his eyes were full of excitement. For the freedom of reporting news, we are all ready to sacrifice for the news industry. Long Yu. It doesn't have to be like this. Just go from open to covert. No! Dingo shouted excitedly. Even if our gossip newspaper disappears, it will disappear in a blaze of glory. Dingo turned around and shouted, Brothers, let us guard this last shift. No matter what, we must print out this latest issue of the newspaper. Okay. No problem. Is the Tiger King coming to catch us? Wow, so exciting, so thrilling. Have we become villains? If we resist, will there be thousands or tens of thousands of beast soldiers coming to catch us? Then can we support a new Tiger King? The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky should be established. Abolish the old king and welcome the new king. After this battle, we should be able to upgrade several levels, right? A new task has appeared. It seems to be a task assigned by our Valley Master himself. Let me take a look first. Long Yu, did the Valley Master Tionkin also want to join in? Long Yu suddenly realized that he, the boss, had nothing to do here. The newspaper employees were printing a new issue of the newspaper with all their enthusiasm. They didn't care that someone was coming to catch them at all, and even looked forward to it. Long Yu, if there is any problem, if you need machines and materials, you know how to contact me. Dingo waved his hand. His attitude was particularly perfunctory. If Long Yu was really the boss of this group of people, he would probably be angry to death. But he knew that these people only regarded him as an ordinary game NPC, and he looked ordinary, so of course they would not care about him. And this is exactly the effect that Long Yu's identity needs to achieve. The busy newspaper employees didn't even notice when their boss left, but a few ran out to check, waiting for the arresters to come. Get ready. This time, we're going to play a big one. Dingo was so excited that his voice was split. Call people. Hurry up and call more people over. The excitement at the palace just ended, and the excitement at the gossip newspaper started again. The Public Security Bureau brought a large number of people to arrest the members of the newspaper and shut down the newspaper. Neither side had any good words. One side wanted to arrest people, while the other side did not allow the arrest, let alone allow the other side to enter the newspaper office. In less than 2 minutes, the two sides started fighting. There were a lot of onlookers. Many people did not see the drama in the palace, but now they came to watch the life and death battle of the gossip newspaper. Many people were cheering for the gossip newspaper, and some followed the employees of the newspaper, and shouted, "We have the right to know the truth." People nearby who heard it naturally gathered around out of curiosity. As a result, more and more people came to watch the excitement. There were orcs and giant insects everywhere in the sky, on the ground and on the roof. The sheriff asked the city guards for help, and asked them to drive away all the people who were watching the excitement. The city guards wanted to roll their eyes. How to drive away so many people? By force? How big do you want to make this matter? But the city guards could not really do nothing. They formed a human chain to prevent the orcs, who were watching the excitement, from entering the vicinity of the gossip newspaper within 50 meters. The people from the Public Security Bureau and the people from the gossip newspaper fought on this open space. The people from the Public Security Bureau also hoped that the city guard would help them arrest people. But the captain of the city guard on the scene said, "We have not received any relevant tasks, so we cannot act rashly." The meaning is very clear. The responsibilities of both parties are clear. You should deal with the trouble you caused by yourself. Don't try to drag us into the water. The leading security officer wanted to curse. Is this how the cooperative units cooperate? Is there any brotherhood among the cooperative units? The captain of the city guard was firm. One thing is one thing. We will not be involved in this matter. If you have anything to say, please talk to our commander. The people from the Public Security Bureau were helpless. They didn't want to come, but Wang Ling was hard to disobey. When the fight started, the Public Security Bureau was shocked to find that this group of newspaper employees were actually very good at fighting. Not only did everyone have a special bloodline talent, but what was even more terrifying was that each of them was fearless, and anyone who has fought with others knows that being strong is not really strong. Those who are not afraid of death, dare to risk their lives, and have strength are truly strong. The sheriffs who came to arrest people could only keep asking people to come to help. But for some reason, The members of the gossip newspaper also became more and more numerous. There were obviously many corpses lying on the ground, but there were still people rushing out of the newspaper office, and there were also people outside shouting that they were rushing to fight with them for freedom of the press. The Lord of Tianquan Valley was standing nearby. As soon as the fight started on the side of the gossip newspaper, he knew it. He also knew why the members of the gossip newspaper could not be killed or captured, because his teleportation array had been set up, and a large number of players had come to the royal city in the past few days. The Lord of Tianquan Valley was happy to see this situation. He originally wanted to use the players to mess up the Tiger Country, and even the entire Orc continent. Now the players are fighting against the top leaders of Tiger Country. He doesn't need to find any excuses. Players are going crazy. But it's meaningless to fight with members of the Public Security Bureau. Tianquan Valley Master lowered his head, and edited and released several tasks again. The Tiger King is not upright. He teamed up with his mistress to commit the child-changing scandal, and even killed the original queen for this. Such a king. It is rumored that the belt lost by the Tiger King is a space belt, which is filled with most of the wealth accumulated by Tiger Country for generations. If anyone can get this belt, someone wants the Tiger King to die and is recruiting assassins to assassinate the Tiger King. Voila! A large number of newspapers suddenly fell from the sky. Some people shouted with loudspeakers, "Breaking news!" The queen turned into a giant beast and tried to bite the Tiger King to death. The Tiger King turned into a giant beast and fought back. Read the newspaper. A huge scandal in the royal family. The Tiger King and his mistress Anita have teamed up to replace other people's flesh and blood, which has been confirmed. Come and see the big news. The dignified Tiger King has lost the space belt that symbolizes the Tiger Country. The Tiger King fell into the pink trap again, and his space belt was replaced by a beautiful palace maid. The dignitaries of the Tiger Country blame the Tiger King. They think he is not worthy of continuing to be the king of the Tiger Country. The Tiger King turned his face, and was ruthless, ordered to arrest the illegitimate son Ramil, just because he... Anita hid in Jinxie Manor, just to kill the blood of the Denton family. The Tiger King and the Queen, the highest couple in the Tiger Kingdom, turned against each other, and wanted to kill each other in front of all the ministers and children. The Tiger King was angry that the Royal City Gossip newspaper revealed the truth and brought shame to the royal family. He even ordered the ministers to close the newspaper and arrest the members of the newspaper. The onlookers couldn't believe it. Could they hear these contents? But when the newspaper fell, almost everyone reached out to grab and pick it up. Usually, it would cost at least 10 copper taels, but now it can be obtained for free. If you catch one, even if you don't read the content, just use it as fire starter paper. In fact, most of the people in the royal city who can read are reading newspapers at this time. The employees of the gossip newspaper not only scattered newspapers around the newspaper office, but also delivered newspapers to various busy areas in the royal city. They handed out newspapers to everyone they saw, shouting horrifying headlines, and telling you that the newspapers are free. Who can resist picking up a newspaper? At first, there were still people distributing newspapers, but then the people distributing newspapers were surrounded by the enthusiastic people of the royal city. These enthusiastic people saw that it was too hard for the newspaper employee to distribute newspapers alone, so they took the initiative to help him distribute them. The Tiger King's space belt was lost? Is it true? Anyone with a little knowledge was locked in the eyes of this news. Not to mention those guests from outside the Tiger Country. Hearing that the Tiger King had lost the space belt that was called the symbol of the Tiger Country, and contained the wealth of several generations of the Tiger Country, many people were ready to move. If any of them could find this space belt before the Tiger King, wouldn't it explode? At the gossip newspaper, the people from the Public Security Bureau no longer dared to continue fighting. This was not an arrest, this was simply murder, although they were clearly told that if they encountered strong resistance, they could be killed without mercy according to the charges of assaulting the sheriff and obstructing public order. But did they kill too many people? The sheriffs were all numb. When did they kill so many orcs? There were really many orcs lying on the ground, all covered in blood. The people watching the excitement around them no longer cheered for the newspaper office, and many people just watched the arrest scene in silence. There were also little cubs whose eyes were covered by adults. The Tiger King is tyrannical. In order to cover up his scandal, he sent the sheriff to kill people wantonly. The sheriff, who was supposed to protect the people, became the murderer who killed innocent orcs. Such a Tiger King is not worthy of being a king. Such a Tiger King is not worthy of being a king. One after another, the originally chaotic and low voices gradually became more and more uniform and louder. The tyrannical Tiger King is not worthy of being a king. Sheriffs, who kill innocent orcs for the tyrannical Tiger King are not worthy of being sheriffs. They should stop. 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 The tyrannical Tiger King, step down. Step down. Step down. Not many people know how many of the people shouting here are players, and how many are real citizens of the royal city. In the end, the citizens of the royal city only know that the vicinity of the gossip newspaper is full of deafening shouts for the Tiger King to step down. The major news of the gossip newspaper's numerous casualties spread throughout the royal city on the same day, without any newspaper publicity. You didn't see it, the scene was really tragic. Many people died, the ground was full of corpses. Those damn sheriffs were all scared away in the end. They probably didn't realize how they killed so many people. At least dozens of people died. I heard that the ground over there was full of blood, and you could stomp blood if you stepped on it. Dozens of people? More than that, I heard that there were hundreds of people who died. At that time, many people were supporting the gossip newspaper, and many people who were not strong rushed out. Did you hear that hundreds of people died at the gossip newspaper? Those sheriffs themselves are afraid of killing. Did you hear that? There are cries everywhere in the royal city, because a group of people who want to overthrow the tyranny of the Tiger King were killed by the Tiger King's order. The number of people is at least thousands. You didn't see it. The gossip newspaper was simply a river of blood and piles of corpses. Many people were filled with righteous indignation. In order to fight for the right to know the truth, they fought desperately with the sheriff said by the Tiger King. Many people died. When the owner of Tianquan Valley saw this situation, he thought that the players were really useful, and contacted the second prince. He has helped him ascend the throne of the Tiger Kingdom as agreed. So should the second prince also fulfill his promise to him. He didn't ask for much. He just wanted to enter the underground library that had been preserved for 1,000 years and take a look. Chapter 178. Inside the Earl Lang's mansion. You said that the Lord of Tianquan Valley is also issuing tasks to players, wanting to overthrow the Tiger King? He also asked people to assassinate the Tiger King and find the space belt? What does he want to do? Bu Shuai frowned. Shang Fifan wiped his face with a hot towel. He had just removed the disguise on his face. What else can he do? Further disrupt the Tiger Kingdom so that he can fish in troubled waters. Do you think he wants to establish a sect and become a god? Bu Shuai poured him a cup of hot milk tea. Shang Fifan took it, drank a sip, and felt his heart warm. It's not that he wanted to, but that was his original plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the identity of the master of Tianquan Valley. A descendant of a noble family, he was born with a strange appearance and amazing blood talent. He took in a large number of Tianquan with compassion. He first established a life for the Tianquan, then gathered slaves, civilians oppressed by the powerful, and refugees. Then he spread the doctrine, erected statues, and created some miracles to collect the power of faith. This is a shortcut to a mature way to become a god. Bu Shuai suddenly had an idea. Miracles? Is that guy planning to use magic? Shang Fifan snapped his fingers. Why not use something that is already there? If that guy finds magic crystals, or finds energy to replace magic, he can package the magic into the power of a new god. He can also create a one-stop profit chain where only those who convert to his religion and believe in him can be granted the seeds of new divine power, and learn magic, and the higher the status, the more powerful the magic they learn. And his development territory is within the Tiger Country. If a sect wants to rise rapidly in the Tiger Country without being targeted, it can only get support from the upper echelons or even the government. Or simply mess up the entire Tiger Country, so that the upper echelons are completely unable to control and suppress the new sect. Bu Shuai reacted very quickly. The Lord of Tianquan Valley and the second prince have joined forces? Shang Fifan thought of the news he had heard from the Sky Eye system and nodded. The Lord of Tianquan Valley bought the right to use a barren mountain outside the city from the second prince, and built a teleportation array in the villa in the mountain. Bu Shuai, no wonder so many players came to the royal city at once, and they are still coming in a steady stream. Wait, do you know the exact location of the teleportation array? Doesn't that mean that as long as you destroy the teleportation array, new players will no longer be able to enter the royal city? Shang Fifan smiled. More than that. The reason why the Lord of Tianquan Valley built a teleportation array outside the royal city seems to be related to the fact that the birth point cannot be moved or built at will. Bu Shuai's eyes lit up. So, as long as the teleportation array is destroyed, the players will not be able to rush to the royal city immediately even if they are resurrected. Shang Fifan smiled. That's it. Bu Shuai heaved a sigh of relief. If necessary, they could deal with one Tianquan Valley master, but if they had to face countless players, then I'm afraid, he could only be a villain boss in the game. More importantly, he was born and raised here. After recovering his memory, he had to say that his sense of identity with this world was also strengthened. Although some people here were not good to him, there were also many people who were very good to him. He did not want chaos in Tiger Country. Otherwise, with his ability alone, he could have assassinated the Tiger King. In short, the Tiger King can be replaced, but Tiger Country cannot be in chaos. The two chatted about the players and the gossip newspaper for a few more words. Shang Fifan got back to business. The second prince must have some plans for the throne behind the scenes, but he is definitely not as powerful as the eldest prince, who has cultivated the power for many years. But with the support of the Lord of Tianquan Valley, who is also a player, it's different. The second prince is equivalent to having a large army of orcs that are invincible. But the Tiger King is not a pushover. Even if the second prince has the support of players, he needs to take it step by step if he wants to seize the throne. But now the Tiger King's reputation has been damaged, and his prestige has declined. In addition, the Queen hates the Tiger King, and other dignitaries are also dissatisfied with the Tiger King. This gives the second prince the best opportunity to exert his strength. Bu Shuai understood, so the second prince hopes that the King's city will be as chaotic as possible at this moment, and the Lord of Tianquan Valley must have made some kind of deal with the second prince, such as releasing players to help the second prince, and the second prince will legalize his sect after becoming the new Tiger King? Shang Fifan, it's almost certain. The current players may not have the strength to kill the Tiger King, but if they find an opportunity to besiege the Tiger King and adopt the method of flying a kite, they will trap the Tiger King in one place and grind it slowly. A group of players will be killed and replaced by another group of players, and they can take turns every 72 hours. No matter how powerful the Tiger King is, he will be worn out alive. If there are assassinations, poisonings, and disturbances before that, so that the Tiger King can't sleep well, the Tiger King will definitely become anxious and exhausted. If someone the Tiger King trusts suggests that he leave the palace and take shelter somewhere else, the Tiger King may really agree. Bu Shuai interjected, but the Tiger King will not think that the place where he takes shelter is the place that will really kill him. Shang Fifan, yes. What are you two talking about? Aries Shang, when did you come in? Who are you? The old earl changed color as soon as he stepped into the small hall. However, he did not take an attacking stance, nor did he show hostility. Just seeing his eldest grandson standing so close to the other party, with such a relaxed and intimate look, he knew that the other party would not be an enemy. Shang Fifan turned his head, put his right fist on his chest, and saluted, "Hello, Grandpa." The old earl, "Who is your grandpa?" "Don't shout." "Aries Shang?" Shang Fifan smiled, his expression changed, and became very cool. "It's me." The old earl looked Shang Fifan up and down speechlessly. "Is this what you really look like?" Shang Fifan nodded. "What's your name?" "Shan Huang." Bu Shuai coughed dryly. "Grandpa, you can just call him Shang." Shang Fifan blinked. "You can call me Aries. This is my name on my passport." The old earl didn't understand what the passport meant, but it didn't prevent him from understanding. "Okay, I call you Aries." The old earl looked at his grandson again. "So you have known each other for a long time?" Bu Shuai nodded embarrassedly. The old earl snorted. "Why is this guy pursuing you so openly?" Shang Fifan rushed to say, "I am really pursuing Bu Shuai. And I always have to have a reason to appear next to Bu Shuai. Why do you deliberately create an identity like Aries Shang?" The old earl didn't know. Shang Fifan, "First, this identity can be used to do things in a high-profile manner without involving Bu Shuai. Second, an additional identity can also provide an additional cover. Third, if others knew that Bu Shuai and I knew each other from the beginning, some people might suspect Bu Shuai and then want to further investigate him or even murder him." The old earl understood and said with appreciation, "Very good. Although you are young, you are also thoughtful." Shang Fifan accepted the praise calmly. "How is Grandma?" Bu Shuai changed the subject. The old earl sighed. "I let her rest first. Although her health has improved a lot, she was very upset today. Seeing Ramil like that, she felt very uncomfortable." When the three came back, Bu Shuai saw that the old lady was a little bit strong, so he hurriedly sent the old lady back to her room with the old earl to rest. The old lady talked to him for a while, and fell asleep when she couldn't hold on. The old earl felt sorry for his wife, so he sat by the bed and accompanied her for a while. Bu Shuai withdrew and browsed the portraits hanging in the earl's mansion. The butler was very attentive and introduced him to him. Bu Shuai felt embarrassed to bother the butler so much, so he found an excuse to let the butler do his own thing. Although the butler left, he always paid attention to Boushuai's needs. The hot water used by Shang Fifan and the hot milk tea he drank were all brought by the butler after hearing the noise. Ramil, let him go. Boushuai just hopes that this person will stop causing trouble and never show up again. He actually feels sorry for this person. He seems to be protected, but in fact he is still treated as a tool. He has not been taught well, and now his true life experience has been exposed. In his opinion, the other party's jealousy and hatred towards him are caused by the huge gap after the sudden change of identity and position. In addition, Ramil regards the Tiger King as his father, and the Tiger King puts himself in the position of the king before becoming Ramil's father. Ramil wants to be a son who can do whatever he wants with his father, but the Tiger King hopes that Ramil, his son, can act like a spoiled child with him, and at the same time, he must be respectful like the most loyal minister and never violate his orders. Looking at Ramil's expression when he was caught today, Boushuai really sympathized with him. Not to mention that the queen hated Anita to the core, and would never let Ramil go. But the queen's situation obviously wouldn't last long. As long as he could survive until the queen passed away, Ramil wouldn't have to worry about someone hunting him down in the future. The world is so big, where can't he go? I have someone go to. Your parents' house later, maybe he's hiding back home. When the old earl said this, he knew very well that Ramil couldn't hide back in that house at this time. If others wanted to find him, they would definitely go to that house first. Boushuai and Shang Fifan both heard what the old earl meant. The old earl should be very troubled, whether the house should be taken back. In theory, the house must be taken back. But many things in the world are not just about reason. Ramil was cruel to them, but they couldn't be cruel to Ramil and cut him off completely, and they wanted him to leave the house. Boushuai just nodded. He had no thoughts about his parents' house. The old earl, the house doesn't matter, but Ramil still has to return some of the things your parents left there. Lang Fei and Zemur are not his biological parents. He has never seen them, and those things are meaningless to him. Shang Fifan said before Boushuai, then we will go there and take a look. If we can meet Ramil, we can just put an end to this matter. By the way, why did Ares call you Boushuai? The old earl frowned. This name is really ugly. Is Ares disliking Raphael for not being good-looking enough? When the old earl thought that Ares Shang might dislike his grandson's appearance, he looked at Shang Fifan with a particularly unfriendly look. Shang Fifan felt very aggrieved. I also think Amu is very handsome, but this is not the first time he told me that the name is not handsome, and then I got used to it. The old earl looked at Boushuai. Boushuai had to explain, my official name to the outside world is Raphael Longmu. But before my identity as the illegitimate son of Tiger King was made public, that is, before I was 10 years old, I was called Boushuai. The old earl was angry. Is this the name given to you by Tiger King or Anita? How can they be so vicious? Boushuai, it's just a nickname. A cheap name is easy to support. And my facial features are indeed ordinary. Bah! The old earl was particularly angry. Those two bastards. They replaced you and refused to treat you well. How did I treat their son? They didn't even want to give you a good name. The old earl was so angry that his body trembled. Boushuai didn't care about his name, so he coaxed the old man. Then I will be called Lang Mu in the future, not Hu Boushuai or Raphael. The old earl was immediately relieved and said loudly, yes. You will be called Lang Mu in the future. You are my Lang family blood. Shang Fifan's heart moved, and he suddenly asked, Grandpa, did you name Ramil? The old earl was stunned. No, it was your majesty. Before he finished speaking, the old earl got angry again. When the Tiger King personally gave his grandson a name, he thought that the Tiger King loved his wife, and thought it was an honor. Even though the old couple thought of many names for their grandson, they finally gave up the right to name their grandson. His daughter and son-in-law said that they would let the old couple name their first grandson. Not to mention other things, according to the tradition of the Lang family, their children and grandchildren should also use ideographic characters to express meaning when naming, rather than using phonetic characters. Shang Fifan asked again, are you familiar with the name Lang Mu? The old earl recalled, and after a while he said, I felt a little familiar with the name Lang Mu when I first heard it. Now I think this name seems to be on the list that the child's grandmother and I made. We thought of many names at the time, and we also made various permutations and combinations of the names of Lang Fei and Zemur. But there were too many names, and except for the one or two that I liked the most, I couldn't remember the others very clearly. The old earl looked at the two people. You suspect that the Tiger King saw us naming our grandson? Shang Fifan nodded. Because this naming behavior of taking a separate pronunciation from each of the two names is not like the habit of phonetic characters. Tiger King said that the name Longmu was given to his child in gratitude for the sacrifice of the former guard leader and his wife. But according to the naming habits of phonetic characters, shouldn't it be Raphael Langzimur? The old earl suddenly realized, yes. That's it. Why didn't I think of it back then? The old earl regretted again. Zhang Fifan comforted the old man. This is intentional. You have a grandson by your side, and his appearance is similar to that of Commander Lang Fei, so how can you doubt that other children are your own grandsons? Even if you hear the pronunciation of the name, you won't think too much. And Tiger King's explanation is reasonable. The old earl was still angry, and thought that it was fortunate that his wife was not here now, otherwise he would have fainted after hearing this. Zhang Fifan said again, so the name Bu Shui may really be just a nickname. Tiger King and others don't care about a Mu's name, but because they care about it, they dare not call it casually. The Tiger King may have chosen the name Raphael Longmu a long time ago. He must have felt sorry for the Lang family at that time, so he found a less prominent name from the names given to his grandson by the two of them, and gave it to AMU. But he was guilty, and did not dare to make the name public. 10 years later, the Tiger King must have felt that the matter of the child swap would no longer be dug up, and AMU's background was exposed. The son of the Tiger King, even if he was an illegitimate child, could not be given a casual name, so he officially gave AMU the name Raphael Longmu. The old earl, including Lang Mu himself, thought that this possibility was very high. Zhang Fifan hooked Lang Mu's hand. Of course, this is just my personal guess. What is the situation? You can ask the Tiger King or Anita when you have the chance. The old earl did not want to dwell on this matter anymore. Anyway, his grandson would be called Longmu in the future. The royal city is in chaos now. I just heard from the housekeeper that many people seem to have died at the gossip newspaper. It's really a sin. They are just telling the truth. The old earl was angry. Do you think our family should help the gossip newspaper? I plan to go to the Public Security Bureau later to ask for people, and bring back all the arrested newspaper employees. Although the old earl was asking the two juniors, his attitude was obviously decided. Lang Mu and Zhang Fifan looked at each other. Zhang Fifan shook his head, and said to the old man, no need to go. The gossip newspaper has solved this problem internally. They have brought back all the arrested people. In addition, the remaining members of the newspaper have all turned from open to secret. The Public Security Bureau killed a lot of people this time, which caused public resentment, and they dare not do anything big for the time being. Can we contact that newspaper? Are they short of money and medicine now? The old earl still felt that his family should do something. Zhang Fifan wanted to refuse, but then he thought, okay, I go and look for them. They should need the care and support from the public now. It's also good to let the old man send warmth to the players, and leave a good impression on the players. As soon as possible, find them earlier, and save more people. The old earl was still worried about the lives of those newspaper employees, and even said, if they have no place to hide, bring them to me. I see who dares to come to my house to cause trouble. The old earl's teeth were creaking. He didn't believe that the Tiger King would have the nerve to run to his house to arrest and kill people. Lang Mu neither agreed nor disagreed. His focus was not on the players, but on, if the royal city is in chaos, those evil god believers will be more likely to cause chaos. I want to find all the evil god believers in the royal city before I leave. That is the work of the Special Investigation Bureau, and the duty of the Tiger King. Do you still want to continue working in the Special Investigation Bureau? The old earl was angry. Lang Mu comforted the old man. No eggs will be left unbroken when the nest is overturned. Besides, if something really happens in the royal city, can you and Grandma really turn a blind eye? I'm afraid that you will be more sad and upset than anyone else at that time. The old earl was silent. He and his wife have been in the royal city for most of their lives. They were born and raised here. How could they really see the royal city being robbed and remain indifferent? Even if they want to leave, they hope that the royal city and the Tiger Kingdom will be fine when they leave. How much can you do alone? The old earl muttered in a low voice. Lang Mu smiled. We can do as much as we can. I don't want to take on too much. We will leave the royal city when the next Tiger King takes the throne. The old earl and his wife were ready to leave the royal city when they went to settle accounts with the Tiger King today. Whether the Tiger King continues to sit on the throne or his children become kings, it is a big embarrassment for their family to stay in the royal city. It's not embarrassing for their family, but they will feel embarrassed when the Tiger King and the royal family see them. Okay, it just so happens that our family still has some family property to deal with. The old earl then asked where the two planned to go in the future. You could also go to the Black River Wasteland to do business. The sky is high, and the king is far away. You too can slowly develop your power there. It is not impossible to take over the entire Black River Wasteland in the future. Don't worry about the initial construction funds. Although your grandfather gave all the land to the Tiger King, the family foundation is still there. Not to mention how much, I can still get together 1.8 million for you. The old Earl's posture clearly showed that he did not intend to return the Black River Wasteland. Lease? What the hell, he was stupid before, and gave all the land in his family to Tiger King, hoping to support his centralization. Now, who cares, the land was given to his grandson, so it belongs to his grandson. Not to mention that they won't pay the lease fee 100 years later, even the tax 50 years later, their family won't pay a penny. Lang Mu wanted to refuse politely, but the old man didn't give him a chance to speak. If you don't want to develop in Tiger Country, you can go to other countries. Then you can sublease the Black River Plain to others, and take the money to the Southern Alliance. Your grandpa bought a farm there. I wanted to give the farm to Ramil, but the kid didn't want it. Ah Mu, you don't mind if grandpa gives you things that others don't want, right? How could Lang Mu mind? The old man deliberately didn't give him any excuse to refuse. The old Earl patted his grandson's arm. Grandpa and Grandma will live with you then. But if you think we are old, useless and annoying, we won't bother you. Grandpa. What are you talking about? I wish I could live with you. Lang Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, then our family of 3 will live together. It's not impossible to add one more person. The old Earl smiled. Shang Fifan interrupted. That must be added. Lang Mu was embarrassed. Oh, you are still young. It doesn't matter if you don't want to stay at home to farm. Grandpa will help you look after the house. You can come back whenever you want. Grandpa and Grandma will look after the house for you. The old Earl found his grandson, and became full of energy. He no longer had the strong feeling of old age waiting to die. Lang Mu felt that if his grandpa and grandma were well taken care of, they might live another 100 years. Grandpa. Lang Mu was moved. In this world, even Shang Fifan could not give him a sense of home. But the old man in front of him said that he would help them guard the house, so that they would have a place to go back at any time. Lang Mu's heart suddenly felt a little settled. It was like duckweed finally floated to the shore, found its own soil, and showed signs of taking root. In the previous 2 lives, he also had a home, but from beginning to end, it was a house where he lived alone. I always feel that it is a little different from home. Maybe a house with family members waiting for it is home, and it has to be a family member who treats you sincerely. Lang Mu hugged the old man and said sincerely, Where you 2 go, I will go. Where you 2 are, that is my home. The old Earl's eyes were red. He smiled with relief, and kept patting his grandson's shoulders with his backhand. Okay. Shang Fifan was jealous. But what could he do? Those are AMU's grandparents, they are really close relatives. Think about AMU's previous 2 lives. The relationship with relatives was extremely shallow. In the second life, there were no relatives, and the relatives in the first life were worse than no relatives. In this third life, it is not easy to have relatives, and they have been separated for 21 years. Now that the grandparents and grandchildren meet, if the 2 elders have mediocre feelings for AMU will never force it, let alone get close to them, just fulfilling his filial piety. But the 2 elders liked AMU very much even though they didn't know that AMU was their grandson, and now that they knew AMU's background, it goes without saying. Even Shang Fifan, as a bystander, had to admit that the old Earl and his wife really loved and cared about this grandson. In other words, the 2 elders were definitely the kind of family that Lang Mu wanted most. Forget it, his eldest baby lacked love, and it would be a good thing for more people to love AMU. Shang Fifan turned his head and looked at the passage. The housekeeper stood there wiping tears, and he watched and listened for a long time, but couldn't bear to interrupt. Or Lang Mu noticed the housekeeper coming, and embarrassedly let go of the old Earl. The old Earl now thought his grandson was good in every way, but he still had to take care of the things that should be taken care of. Ah, what's wrong? Butler Wu cleared his throat. The eldest prince is here. The 3 of them looked at Butler Wu together. The old Earl was surprised. Why is the eldest prince here? Is Clement here too? Butler Wu shook his head. There is no Lord Clement, only the eldest prince, and he only brought 4 guards, and he traveled light. The old Earl had a lot of opinions about the Tiger King and the Queen, but he had a good impression of the eldest prince. After thinking about it, he asked the butler to take the prince to the living room. You come with me to see what the eldest prince wants to do by suddenly coming here, the old Earl said to his grandson. Lang Mu agreed and guessed. He should have no ill intentions. He even guessed the intention of the eldest prince to come to the Earl's mansion. Shang Feifan took out his makeup tools and began to disguise himself. The old Earl and Lang Mu did not wait for him. Shang Feifan waved his hand and let them go first. Looking at Lang Mu's back, Shang Feifan suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have not told Bu Shuai about getting the space belt. The purpose of the eldest prince's coming here was exactly as Lang Mu guessed. He came to apologize. Fortunately, you are all still at home. I was afraid that I would not be able to make it in time. I was worried that you would leave the royal city immediately. I thought that if I didn't come today, I didn't know if there would be a chance in the future. The eldest prince said, as soon as he saw Lang Mu and the old Earl. The old Earl's face was a little dark, but he still gave the eldest prince some face, and asked the butler to serve tea and snacks to the eldest prince. I wonder if His Highness the eldest prince has come here specially. What's the matter? The eldest prince talked about his thoughts and apologies for the child exchange incident. Although my father gave you and the Lang family compensation, I know that it is far from enough. This is my personal collection. I have no other intentions. I just hope you can accept it. I am sorry that my brothers and sisters and I treated you so harshly in the past. I don't ask for forgiveness. It's just think that I want to make myself feel better. The eldest prince was very humble. The important thing is that he was not pretending. Lang Mu shook his head. Your Highness, you have never been harsh to me. You don't need to apologize to me. Then just think that I, as a brother, apologize on behalf of my brothers and sisters. I know that the third brother and Xena have caused you a lot of trouble. They were so old at that time, but they still bullied you as a child. It was really outrageous. It's a pity that I couldn't stop them every time. Your Highness, it's really not necessary. You are not the one who should apologize. Raphael Lang Mu accepted. The old Earl spoke. Since the eldest prince sincerely apologized, just as he said, you should think of it as a way to make him feel better. The eldest prince immediately looked at Lang Mu expectantly. Lang Mu had no choice but to accept the small box that the eldest prince pushed over attentively. The eldest prince's purpose was to apologize and give gifts. Seeing Lang Mu accept it, he felt like he had accomplished something great. He stood up and sighed. Raphael, it would be great if you were really my brother, I mean the kind with the same father and mother. The old Earl failed and wanted to kick the eldest prince out. Lang Mu, Your Highness, you are too kind. The eldest prince left, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. In addition to apologizing, he also wanted to see what Raphael and the Lang family thought of him. In his heart, he actually hoped that Raphael could stay. If Raphael was willing to stay and assist him, he would be very happy. Although he didn't see that the other party had the intention to stay, he could also feel that Raphael didn't hate him, which was already very good. A head popped up next to Lang Mu's shoulder. Look at what good things the eldest prince gave you, which is worth his trip. The eldest prince didn't give anything else, just this small box. The old count was also very curious. Lang Mu didn't care what was in the box. Seeing that everyone was curious, he opened the lid of the box casually. Chapter 179. There is a white velvet cloth inside the box, and on the white velvet cloth is a palm-sized black stone. The shape of the stone is irregular, the whole body is pitch black, and it has a slightly transparent feeling, just like black jade. If it were just like this, it would not be rare. The rarity of this stone is that the black stone is covered with golden lines. Coupled with a slightly transparent feeling, it is luxurious and mysterious. Even people who don't know the goods can see that this is a priceless gem. Is this gold-sprinkled black jade? No, this is no longer gold-sprinkled, it should be called gold-patterned black jade. The old Earl is old and has seen a lot of good things, but he also admits that this gold-patterned black jade is extremely precious. At least he has seen gold-sprinkled black jade more than once, but it is the first time he has seen gold-patterned black jade that forms a picture. Shang Feifan's reaction is very flat. It's just a good-looking stone. But is this stone a little special? Shang Feifan found that after Lang Mu opened the box, his eyes were fixed on this gold-patterned black jade, and his expression seemed extremely surprised. Is there anything wrong? The old Earl also noticed his grandson's surprised expression. Lang Mu took a deep breath. He did not reach out to pick up the gold-patterned black jade to play with, but pulled out the magic bone staff. The old Earl was stunned when he saw Lang Mu pull out a bone staff out of thin air, and then thought of Ari Shan's identity as a master of space props. Even as a grandfather, he was a little envious of his grandson's treatment. But what did Amu want to do by pulling out the bone staff at this time? Lang Mu didn't care that the old Earl was around. He believed in the old Earl. He originally planned to find a suitable time to tell the other party that he could use magic, and wanted to ask the other party about his understanding of magic power. At the same time, it was also to make the old Earl alert to people like Tionkin Valley Master and the second prince. Plans can't keep up with changes. Today, I just happened to encounter this piece of gold-patterned black jade, which was sent by the eldest prince. Maybe this is God's will? Lang Mu pointed at the gold-patterned black jade with his bone staff and whispered a spell. The ancient gods walk in the sky and on the earth. Their divine power is omnipresent. I follow the power of the ancient magic contract, and use the power of the God of Knowledge to open the door of knowledge in front of me. As soon as the spell fell, the gold-patterned black jade suddenly burst into a brilliant golden light. In an instant, the stone turned into a thick magic book. The old Earl opened his mouth and rubbed his eyes subconsciously. He didn't see it wrong. The stone in the box just now turned into a book and floated in the air? Lang Mu reached out and took the thick magic book floating in the air, opened it, and he only read one page before closing the magic book again. As soon as the magic book was closed, it turned back into gold-patterned black jade. Shang Fifan's eyes were particularly bright. No need to ask, this must be a good thing. What is this? The old Earl almost couldn't wait to ask his grandson. But before Lang Mu could answer, the old Earl shook his hand and said, "If it's not convenient to say, don't say it, don't make it difficult." Lang Mu smiled, "It's not difficult, there's nothing that can't be said. But Grandpa, don't spread it after hearing it." "Of course." The old Earl motioned Lang Mu to wait. "Let's go to the study to talk." The three of them immediately changed locations. Once the door of the study was closed, the old Earl could ensure that even the best orcs could not hear their voices in the study, including those with hearing talent. Lang Mu showed the gold-patterned black jade again, and he didn't cast magic again, just explained, "This is the magic mystery stone, also called the magic saint inheritance stone." Magic? The old Earl looked a little strange, but he didn't ask any more questions, just motioned Lang Mu to continue. Lang Mu followed suit. The mage saint is the magician second only to the mage god, equivalent to the top level of magicians. Some mage saints will make this magic secret stone when they feel that they are about to die, or simply want to leave their own heritage. This secret stone is very rare and difficult to make. Getting it is equivalent to getting the entire heritage of a mage saint, and it is also equivalent to getting a road to heaven that leads directly to the mage saint road. Lang Mu really didn't expect that he could see a magic secret stone in the Orc continent. This thing is a super rare treasure that any magician in the Fidel continent dreams of but cannot get. Even if they are all mage saints, they will want to get the secret stone so that they can study the path to sainthood of other mage saints, add knowledge to themselves, broaden their horizons, and maybe figure out a way to become a god. But only a magic saint can make a secret stone, and how could a magic saint easily let others know after making a secret stone? In addition, how many magic saints are there in the entire Fidel continent? Therefore, the secret stone has always been a legendary thing. But the appearance of the secret stone is not a secret. Before coming to this world, Lang Mu had already reached the realm of a great magician. It was difficult for him to move forward. He needed more profound magic knowledge and guidance from magicians of higher realms. But how could magicians at the level of magic masters and magic saints easily accept disciples for teaching? Not to mention that he was already very old at the time. And wanting to break through only by self-study and closed-door development, Lang Mu believed that he did not have such a strong talent, so he was naturally particularly interested in the inheritance of the magic saint, such as the secret stone, and had learned about its appearance and characteristics early on. But he never expected that he would be so lucky that he would get a legendary secret stone. Who would have thought that he would die in the land of Fidel, where magic flourished, and be reborn in the land of orcs without magic, and he would unexpectedly get a secret stone? If the secret stone was not in front of him, and he had just verified it with magic, he would have thought he was dreaming. The remains of the two magic saints? Shang Fifan asked on the side. Lang Mu nodded. I saw the signature on the magic book. It was Ludwig the magic saint. Shang Fifan. So Ludwig is likely to have fallen. Lang Mu was not sure. Maybe there will be relevant instructions in the magic book, but I felt a hint of danger when I opened the magic book. Danger? Shang Fifan immediately became alert. Lang Mu, I don't know either. Maybe Ludwig did something to this mysterious stone, and as long as someone opens it, he will know. Or something else. In short, if I want to read this magic book, I'm afraid I have to make some preparations. Shang Fifan immediately said, It's better to be more alert. Let me accompany you when the time comes. Lang Mu nodded. The old count finally found a chance to interrupt. What are you two talking about? Who is Ludwig? Where did this magic saint come from? AMU, do you know magic? Was that magic you just performed? Grandpa, don't be nervous. I'm not nervous, I'm just curious. The old count was really curious. Could it be that his grandson had an adventure that he didn't know about? Then let's sit down and talk. The three of them sat down in the study. Shang Fifan naturally sat next to Lang Mu. The old earl sat opposite the two. The old earl glared at Shang Fifan, then looked at his grandson expectantly. Lang Mu sorted out his thoughts. Grandpa, have you ever heard of magic or magic? The old earl paused. I once heard a legend. It is said that a long, long time ago, before the establishment of the old god-blood empire of the orcs, that time should be considered ancient, almost all the orcs in the orc continent could awaken the god-blood talent and transform into giant beasts at the same time. But some orcs awaken not god-blood, but demon blood. This kind of orc is also called demon witch bloodline, and they use magic. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan looked at each other. The legend mentioned by the old earl was also mentioned by the old man in the library, and in more detail. Who told you this legend? Shang Fifan seemed to be very curious and asked. The old earl said frankly, it was the court priest Duo Haichao. I have a good relationship with him, and he told me some ancient legends that only the Holy Mountain Priest Palace knows. He also told me that in ancient times, the god-blooded orcs could absorb divine power to make themselves stronger, and the demon-blooded orcs absorbed magic power. Unfortunately, as time passed, especially with the fall of the gods, the divine power has disappeared, and the magic power has also disappeared. The old earl added. He also said that divine power and magic power are a pair of twin brothers, just like light and darkness, life and death, and neither can be missing. When one disappears, the other will also disappear. And if you want the divine power to reappear, you must also awaken the magic power. The old earl smiled bitterly. I didn't understand what he was saying at all at the time. I just thought he was talking nonsense as usual. Priests always say some very weird and incomprehensible words. Besides, he was drunk at that time. Shang Fifan said thoughtfully, it seems that the people in the Holy Mountain Priest Palace know much more than ordinary orcs. Lang Mu, they should still have a relatively complete inheritance. The old earl said that he only knew so much about magic, and then asked Lang Mu if he had awakened the magic blood. Without waiting for Lang Mu to answer, Shang Fifan rushed to ask, what do orcs think of the magic blood? When you were chatting with the court priest, did he mention the magic blood as fear, contempt, rejection, or something else? The old earl immediately understood what Shang Fifan was worried about, smiled, and shook his hand. Magic blood and divine blood are just a saying. Now there are not many orcs who have awakened their talents, and there are not many who can transform into giant beasts. Look at my tiger country. Among the top orcs, only the Tiger King and the Lion Domain Grand Commander can transform into giant beasts. The old earl also said, if the queen had not been able to transform into a giant beast, the Tiger King would have been more likely to give birth to a child who could transform into a giant beast if he married her, and the Tiger King would probably not have married her. Fortunately, the Tiger King's plan was not a failure. The queen gave birth to 5 children, and the eldest princess was the only one who could transform into a giant beast. A ratio of 5 to 1 is not low. I heard that in many large tribes and kingdoms, none of the new generations of royal bloodlines can transform into giant beasts. The old earl finally said, so the saying of divine blood has long been lost. If someone can help others awaken their innate abilities, or let them master special abilities, what does it matter if they change to demon blood? What the orcs ultimately desire is power. Shang Fifan talked about something off topic. Since the eldest princess can transform into a giant beast, why didn't the Tiger King let her be the first heir? Instead, he focused on training the eldest prince? The old earl. The succession right of the Tiger Kingdom royal family depends on the order of birth first, and then on ability. Because orcs have a lifespan of 300 years, and the reproductive period lasts from adulthood to about 200 years old, many orc couples will have many children in their lifetime, and the ages of these children will also vary greatly. This is also the reason why nobles, especially kings, get married very late. The eldest prince is in good health, and his awakened talents are also very good. He is nearly 10 years older than the eldest princess. When the eldest princess showed signs of being able to transform into a giant beast, the eldest prince had already reached adulthood and had been trained as the first heir for many years. Shang Fifan understood. The old earl looked at his grandson again. Lang Mu had already thought of an excuse. I don't know if I have the blood of the devil, but I did learn magic by chance. But I thought at the time that the content of the magic book was just nonsense, because I couldn't sense the magic power. Until I met the master of Tionkan Valley, and found that the ability he displayed was not a natural ability, but very similar to the magic described in the book, La Shang, and I tried to take this bone staff from him. Lang Mu showed the bone staff again, and let the old earl see the magic crystal inlaid on the head of the staff. This magic crystal is the source of magic power. Until the magic power in this magic crystal is consumed, I can use this magic wand to cast magic. The old earl was very curious. He took the bone staff and played with it for a long time, and then memorized the appearance of the magic crystal. So the magic blood of our orc continent has never disappeared. Maybe? We occasionally found a magic crystal mine. The magic crystal reserves in it are not rich or pure, but the level is not low. Shang Fifan intentionally revealed more. The old earl is not an ordinary old man. If he can't take responsibility, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu won't tell him so much. But the old earl not only has rich life experience, but also has ability. If Lang Mu keeps hiding the fact that he is a magician, and they are looking for the lost power of the god of nature, it doesn't make much sense. Not to mention that they also hope that the old earl can be alert to the magicians who have appeared in the orc continent. I didn't expect that the master of Tionkan Valley is also a demon blood. The old earl sighed. Shang Fifan, perhaps there has never been a difference between divine blood and demon blood. The so-called divine blood is nothing more than a born supernatural being. And demon blood is suitable for people who learn magic. I suspect that divine blood can also learn magic, but the orcs in ancient times were too powerful, so they disdained to learn magic. If you can spit fire with your mouth and create earthquakes by stomping your feet, why bother to condense magic seeds and learn magic spells and magic arrays? This is just like the competition between technology and divine blood ability. Naturally, fewer and fewer people awaken the divine blood talent. In order to defeat the divine blood beasts, ordinary orcs have to work hard to condense magic seeds and learn magic spells and magic arrays. This is just like the competition between technology and divine blood ability. Naturally, fewer and fewer people awaken the divine blood talent. In order to defeat the divine blood beasts, ordinary orcs have to work hard to condense magic seeds and learn magic spells and magic arrays. People can only rely on weapons. In ancient times, the demon blood orcs probably couldn't beat the god blood orcs, so they took a different approach and developed witchcraft, that is, magic. The old earl was happy. Your guess is very interesting, but it is not impossible. Shang Fifan shrugged. In fact, the demon blood orcs did lose to the god blood orcs in the end. The abilities of the god blood orcs are all instantaneous, and they are strong and can transform into giant beasts. The demon blood orcs have to recite spells and draw magic circles to cast magic, so their combat effectiveness is much worse, and their physical fitness may also be much worse, such as not being able to transform into giant beasts. In the end, the magic blood orcs had to flee to other continents. Shang Fifan sighed again and said, relying on talent for a living is different from relying on knowledge for a living. Talent is something that appears in this generation, but it may not appear in the next generation. Just like farming, the first batch of crops will always have a good harvest, but as the crops absorb too much nutrients and the land becomes barren, the harvest of future crops will be worse year by year. But mastering knowledge is different. They can cultivate good varieties before farming, then improve the soil quality, fertilize the land, weed and kill insects, etc., and they can also rotate farming to ensure that the crops on the same piece of land can be harvested every year. So there are fewer and fewer god blood orcs on the orc continent, but the magicians on the magic continent are becoming more and more prosperous. At least, they are not declining so quickly. The old earl hesitated. Are you saying that the future of the orcs is not to look at the god blood, but to vigorously develop the magic blood? The knowledge of the magic witch? Shang Fifan. History has already told us the answer. The first is the emergence of orc alchemy, and the second is the emergence of technology. These two major changes were driven by knowledge. Lang Mu interrupted. If the god blood orcs can summarize how the god blood ability appears, how to stimulate it, how to pass it on, and how to make better use of the power of God, maybe it won't disappear so quickly. God blood talent stimulation ceremony. The old earl murmured. The old earl's expression suddenly became excited. Maybe the insect people have mastered the method of awakening the god blood talent. This may be the real reason why the insect people and the evil god cooperated. Shang Fifan suddenly felt something. But this feeling flashed so fast that it disappeared before he could experience it carefully. The old earl stood up and walked around in his study. He felt like he knew a big secret. But soon, the old earl calmed down. What if he knew this secret? The god blood talent initiation ceremony had already appeared in the orc continent, and he used this ceremony to help Ramil awaken his talent. But the god blood talent that Ramil finally awakened was very ordinary, and the power was like a child's play. So the key is the disappearing divine power? Because there is no enough divine power in the world, there are fewer and fewer god blood orcs, and their power is getting lower and lower. The old earl looked disappointed. Similarly, what if he figured it out? There are so many powerful people in history, and many people must have thought of this a long time ago, but they are powerless to change the reality that the divine power is always fading. The old earl turned and looked at the two young orcs. Have you all learned magic? They nodded together. The old earl, okay. I will help you keep an eye out for this kind of magic crystal containing magic power in the future. Since you can find one, there will definitely be more. Lang Mu glanced at Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan nodded. Lang Mu then said to the old earl, the key is neither divine power nor magic power, but energy conversion. The magicians on the magic continent have long begun to study the problem of energy conversion to ensure that even if there is no magic power in a certain place, they can convert other energy into magic power. The old earl waved his hand. This energy conversion depends on you young people to study. Then the old earl looked at his grandson as if he was looking at some new species of orc. I didn't expect it. I thought my grandson was just a poor little guy who was bullied for 20 years. But who would have thought that he might be the key figure in the future development of the orc continent? I said, how could ordinary orcs discover and enter that 1,000-year-old library? I really want to let those who look down on you know how powerful you are. Lang Mu was embarrassed and waved his hands repeatedly. Grandpa, please don't say that. The future development of the orc continent has nothing to do with me. I can only do what I can. I don't want to be a celebrity. The old earl smiled. I don't want you to take too many responsibilities. You just need to live well and happily. Shang Fifan took the opportunity to mention that the second prince might also be a magician, so that the old earl could be careful. The old earl was going to talk to Clement immediately. The second prince has always acted as aloof from the world, and on the surface he has not developed his own power. But if he is a magician, and he is very close to the master of Tianqin Valley who is also a magician, once he wants to compete for the throne, it will be difficult to say whether the eldest prince will succeed to the throne. And the queen will also help the second prince. Shang Fifan warned. I will make something for the eldest prince to protect himself. Lang Mu originally favored the eldest prince to succeed the throne. Now that he has received this great gift from the eldest prince, he has to help the eldest prince even if he has to repay the favor. Shang Fifan snorted. Okay, he doesn't want to owe the eldest prince anything. The family took a short rest, and the old earl was going to take the two to the house where Lang Fei and Zamir lived before they died. He also asked his wife to go with him. For such an important matter, if he didn't ask his wife, he was afraid that his wife would not talk to him for a few days after knowing it. When the old earl went to find the old lady, Shang Fifan stopped Lang Mu. Two things. First, the space belt of the Tiger King is in my hand. Second, I thought of the key to the revival of heaven and earth, which is to open the cage of God. Lang Mu took a deep breath. Let me relax first. Shang Fifan did not give him time to relax, and directly pulled him into the statue space. The moment he entered the space, Shang Fifan sealed the treasure hunting compass. This thing burst into golden light as soon as it came in, urging him to hand in the space belt quickly. The space belt was still there, and the unknown existence did not touch it. Shang Fifan picked up the space belt, and took out a small bottle. The bottle contained a little dark red blood. Shang Fifan poured the blood in the bottle somewhere on the space belt, and then used his powerful mental power to force a breakthrough. Bang! A very small sound, more like mental perception. The space of the space belt was opened. Whose blood is this? Lang Mu smelled the blood, and he had a guess in his mind. Shang Fifan said happily, the blood of the Tiger King. I got some when he was fighting with the queen before. He guessed right. This space belt has 2 control locks. In addition to the spiritual imprint, there is also a biological lock. Let's see what's in it. Shang Fifan extended his spiritual power into it. It's worthy of being a god's belt. The space inside is quite large, and you can't see it all at a glance. And the things piled up inside. Shang Fifan, who has seen the world, can't help but get excited. We've made a fortune. What's in it? Lang Mu couldn't help but be curious. Shang Fifan held Lang Mu's hand, signaling him not to resist, and took Lang Mu's spiritual power into the space in the belt. The first thing Lang Mu saw was a mountain of grain. There were more than one mountain of grain, and there were many varieties, from wheat to beans. So much grain, enough for tens of thousands of people to eat for 10 years. In addition to grain, there were also a lot of animal skins, bones, and meat. The meat actually looked very fresh. Shang Fifan was jealous. It can actually keep fresh. This statue square does not have such a function. The space props I refined do not have it either. At most it can delay the shelf life. Or we should not return it. Lang Mu, I believe you can definitely refine a space prop that can keep fresh. Shang Fifan immediately smiled. That's right. Perhaps because of the famine, this space belt stored a lot of food and clean water, as well as medicine. In addition to food, the rest was a lot of gold, silver and jewelry. All these gold, silver and jewelry were packed in boxes, and the boxes were stacked in different categories. There were thousands of boxes for Jinda Shield alone. One box is 10,000 gold. There are not many silver dalu and copper daju, but there are hundreds of boxes. There are also some rare treasures. There is also a box full of maps. There are many treasures, and Shang Fifan has no time to identify them one by one. Lang Mu also saw the royal seal, and some special items with royal marks, including the king's scepter. It was the first time for Lang Mu to see the king's scepter. This thing is rarely taken out unless it is a major state event such as the king's enthronement. Seeing the huge magic crystal on the king's scepter, Lang Mu was silent. Shang Fifan also discovered the secret of the king's scepter and laughed. This is really a case of planting flowers with care but not blooming, but planting willows by accident and getting shade. Today is definitely a good day. This is not a magic wand. It's just a well-made scepter with a high-level magic crystal inlaid on it. I can take this magic crystal and make a magic wand for you, Lang Mu said. Shang Fifan shook his head. I don't need magic crystals. I can use resentment as magic energy. You should keep this magic crystal. Lang Mu wanted to refuse, but Shang Fifan blocked him. I'm not being polite to you, but I really don't need it. The magic crystal is just icing on the cake for me, but it's a necessity for you. Lang Mu thought, how could it be just icing on the cake? Shang Fifan leaned over and kissed the corner of the big baby's mouth. What is our relationship? Do we need to push it back and forth like this? Lang Mu blushed and quickly changed the subject. What do you plan to do with the things here? Shang Fifan, what do you think? Lang Mu hesitated. Shang Fifan hugged him. Just say what you want to say. We can discuss everything. If you don't say your opinion, I can only guess. Although this is also very interesting, I hope you can speak it out. Think about it. If you encounter this situation, do you also want me to tell you all my thoughts? Lang Mu glanced at Shang Fifan. I was just thinking that we can't finish all the food and meat. There is no good way to preserve them. I can use magic to extend the shelf life of these food and meat, but it consumes magic power, and the extension time will not be too long. There are too many food and meat here. Sell it? Shang Fifan asked. Lang Mu shook his head. I thought about whether to sell it just now, but the quantity is too large. If I sell it at this time, it will definitely attract the attention of the Tiger King. What do you think of giving it to Moyo Town? Shang Fifan, I thought you said you wanted to give it to the eldest prince. Lang Mu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It's not convenient for the eldest prince to sell these grains. After all, he is not the king yet. Giving him so much grain and fresh meat will only bring him trouble. Of course you can sell it. At worst we can go to other countries to sell it. Lang Mu said again. Shang Fifan said indifferently. It's too troublesome. We don't need this little money. Just give it to Moyo Town. Lang Mu asked tentatively. There are also royal seals, royal scepters, crowns, dresses and other clothes, shoes and socks, portraits of kings and queens of past dynasties, and other royal items, as well as some commemorative items. Why not return them all to the eldest prince? Shang Fifan simply said generously. In addition to what you said, give him half of the gold, silver and jewelry. As a king, you can't be without any money. And give him all those bottles, jars and potions. He can refine space props, making money quickly and in large quantities. So there is really no need to covet the royal property of the Tiger Kingdom. But he worked so hard on this trip, it is impossible for him to want nothing. He left those rare treasures. As for the box of maps, he asked Lang Mu to use magic to copy a copy, and kept the originals for himself. These maps may be more than just maps to be placed in the space belt by the Tiger King. But he can study this later when he is free. Shang Fifan asked Lang Mu to choose some of his favorites. Lang Mu had little desire for material things, so he only let the flower garden absorb some bones and minerals, and took the 9th level magic crystal on the scepter. He didn't want anything else. Shang Fifan divided the things into 4 piles, took out one pile, and put it into his space ring, which was the reward for his hard work. Food, fresh meat, and animal skins were put into several large space bracelets. Then he put the things to be given to the eldest prince into a space belt he had refined. The appearance of this belt is very similar to the space belt of the Tiger King, But the space inside is not as large as the original one, but it is also 3,000 cubic meters. It is the largest space prop Shang Fifan has refined so far. Shang Fifan stuffed all the remaining half of the gold, silver and jewelry into Lang Mu's pockets for him to play with. After the division of the spoils, Shang Fifan handed the space belt to Lang Mu. Then he started to perform seriously. "Oh, look what I found. Isn't this the belt that the statue of the god of nature lost? This handsome investigator, can you please give me this belt? I am willing to dedicate my body and soul to you for this." Lang Mu couldn't listen anymore and quickly stuffed the belt back to Shang Fifan. "Take it, give it to you. You don't have to dedicate it." "No, this belt belongs to you. It is so precious. How can I accept it for nothing? Come on, don't pity me. Please enjoy me to your heart's content." The system probably couldn't listen anymore. When Shang Fifan's fingers just touched the space belt, the belt was taken away, and Shang Fifan didn't even have to send the belt to the statue. At the same time, the reward information was given. "Congratulations on completing the 9th main task, finding the missing belt of the god of nature, and successfully obtaining a reward of 10,000 contribution points. Your innate skill, immortal body, has a fusion degree of 4 out of 10. You sent back the scattered power of the god of nature, and won the favor of the god of nature. However, due to the influence of your bloodline talent, the evil curse, any blessing buff is ineffective for you. Because the Orku Bushui once again took the initiative to offer the scattered power of the god of nature, he once again gained the favor of the god of nature. The broken law god Flower Garden bound to his soul obtains the original power of nature, and in the future, planting crops can obtain a 5-fold acceleration and a gain buff that keeps the crops in the best condition after maturity. For other benefits, please explore them yourself." Chapter 180. Lang Mu saw a light spot flying out from the statue of the god of nature and directly sank into his body. He wanted to hide at that time, but the moment the light spot approached him, he did not feel any malice, and Shang Fifan told him in time that this was a gift from the god of nature. As soon as the light spot sank into his body, Lang Mu felt the changes in the flower garden. Although the flower garden had recovered a little vitality before, it always felt that something was missing. But now looking at the flower garden again, there is a sense of vitality, even if he has not planted any crops yet. The biggest change is the well in the middle of the flower garden. White mist appeared in the well, and the white mist condensed in the well, and did not spread out. But Lang Mu just felt that the well water had undergone such a big change, and these white mists were of great benefit to the entire flower garden. He even scooped out the water from the well, and drank a sip. The taste was cool and sweet, and after drinking it, I felt that my body was refreshed a lot. Lang Mu scooped another spoonful, and asked Shang Fifan to drink it too. Shang Fifan drank it, and immediately gave a thumbs up. "This well water is amazing. Isn't it?" Lang Mu was extremely happy. Do you smell anything?" Shang Fifan suddenly sniffed his nose. Lang Mu was reminded, and his extraordinary sense of smell came into play, and he also smelled the faint odor. And the source of the odor. The two looked at each other, and then lowered their heads to smell themselves. Lang Mu took out his staff without saying a word, and cast a cleansing spell on himself and Shang Fifan. The cleansing spell was very effective, and the dirt and odor secreted from the two disappeared in an instant. "I didn't expect this well water to have the effect of cleansing essence and marrow," Shang Fifan exclaimed. Lang Mu shook his head. "It's not as exaggerated as cleansing the essence and marrow. It just helps to eliminate toxins and waste from the body." "That's good too." Shang Fifan felt that the reward from the god of nature this time was very generous. The change in the water quality of the well was just a side effect. They had not yet experimented with other changes in the flower garden. The two went to see the statue of the god of nature again. A belt made of soft rattan was added to the waist of the statue, and the rattan was inlaid with flowers of different colors. "Do you think this statue has come alive?" The two stared at the statue for a long time. "By the way, you said before that you thought of the key to the revival of heaven and earth, which is to open the cage of God. The cage of God mentioned by the mage who married and had children in the Orc continent?" Lang Mu asked. Shang Fifan: "Yes. Speaking of the cage of God, we have to mention the secret of the fall of the gods in the Orc continent. I will tell you in detail this evening. Grandpa and Grandma are coming." The two left the statue square immediately, and when they came out, they saw that the old Earl and his wife were ready. Lang Mu looked at the sky, and it was already dark. "Grandma, Grandpa, there is no rush to get the souvenirs. Let's go tomorrow." The two old people were busy all day today, and were very emotional. They would be sadder when they saw their daughter and son-in-law's relics at night. He was really worried that the two old people's bodies could not bear it. The well water in Lang Mu's flower garden had just been upgraded, so he thought of giving it to the two old people to drink first to recuperate their bodies. It would not be too late to go there tomorrow. The old count looked at his wife and thought for a while. Okay. The old lady hesitated to speak. Lang Mu walked up to her and whispered, "Grandma, are you worried about Ramil?" The old lady smiled bitterly. "I thought the Tiger King would be so good to this son, but he was still wary of Ramil's involvement in the throne, and he didn't even intend to recognize him as a member of the royal family. Ramil is also stupid. He really thought he was the Tiger King's darling and dreamed of ascending to heaven in one step." The old earl snorted coldly. "He would think so. Isn't it because someone kept instilling this idea in him? Otherwise, knowing that he is just an illegitimate child, and the Tiger King already has 5 legitimate children, would he dare to covet the throne?" Shang Fifan interrupted. "Ramil is not in Lang's house at this time. He just asked the Sky Eye system. Although Lang Fei is a female, her position and title are higher than her husband's Americanei, and the house where the couple lived together is used to being called Lang's house. When Lang Fei was still alive, it was also called the Commander's Mansion." Lang Mu also realized that the two elders chose to go to the Lang residence at this time. In addition to wanting to retrieve their daughter and son-in-law's things, they also wanted to protect Ramil. If Ramil really hid in the Lang residence, and Clement and others went there to find him, the two elders would definitely give them some face if they came forward. But the housekeeper has not come to report that Clement went to the Lang residence until now, and it is unknown whether Clement gave them face or had other clues. The old lady did not ask Shang Fifan how she knew that Ramil was not in the Lang residence at the moment, but just sighed with a look of disappointment. Then go there tomorrow. She actually wanted to talk to Ramil face to face, and also wanted to question him, how their family had wronged him, and wanted Raphael to suffer because of her own badness. After asking clearly, it is natural to cut off the relationship, and cut it off completely. The housekeeper appeared at the right time, and said that dinner was ready. The old earl slapped his forehead and said in annoyance, "Look at me. It's been so long, I forgot that you haven't eaten yet. Ah Wu, come on, serve the food." After the family of 4 had dinner, the old couple took Lang Mu to see the room. The room they prepared for Lang Mu was on the 2nd floor, occupying the left half. The right half was Lang Fei's former territory. It was late, and the two old people did not take Lang Mu to visit Lang Fei's room, and urged Lang Mu to rest early. "The guest room is downstairs. Sir Aries, it's getting late, you should go downstairs to rest," the old earl said without any euphemism. Shang Fifan. "Mu's place is very spacious, enough for 2 people." The old earl stared at Shang Fifan with a murderous look. Shang Fifan quickly pulled Lang Mu out as a shield. Lang Mu stood in front of Shang Fifan, and seeing the old earl's incredulous eyes, he had a hard time holding back his laughter. "Grandma, Grandpa, I take you downstairs. I just happen to have something to honor the two elders." Lang Mu didn't wait for the two elders to refuse, and took the two elders downstairs with one hand each. Shang Fifan stopped and tilted his head. Someone wanted to run. He felt that the object of his curse was moving away from him. According to the distance, the other party might have left the royal city at this time. Shang Fifan chuckled, took out the cursed thread, and flicked it lightly. "Go back to where you came from." Originally, he wanted to keep the queen to torture the Tiger King, but the queen rationally chose to stay in Shishan. And the queen was narrow-minded and killed innocent people indiscriminately. How could she live in peace with Amu and the old earl and his wife when they were already enemies? What's more, the Marquis of Denton died at the hands of him and Lang Mu. Oh, the heir to the throne supported by the other party is still the second prince. Rather than leaving such a time bomb, it is better to solve it as soon as possible. Shang Fifan was bored and started to chat with the Sky Eye system. Lang Mu gave each of the two old men a cup of well water, and when he saw that the two old men were in good health after detoxification, he came up. He had already asked the housekeeper to prepare a bath for the two old men. He could use the cleaning technique, but the two old men still wanted to take a bath. "Are you trying to trick someone?" Lang Mu stopped, and Shang Fifan's expression at this time looked like he was plotting something bad. Shang Fifan showed a bit of a ruffian smile and extended his hand to invite. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Lang Mu seemed to guess something. "Today is really a long day." Shang Fifan added, "Tonight will be even longer for some people." The two ran out of the earl's mansion hand in hand. In the palace, the queen got the news that the people she sent to capture Anita failed to capture Anita and lost her. The queen was very angry about this, and ordered her men to find Anita no matter what. But finding Anita now is secondary, the queen has more important things to do. Because the Tiger King believed that she was the one who took the space belt, he not only ordered her to hand over Anilina and the space belt, but also abolished her position as queen. The queen took the opportunity when the Tiger King was surrounded by the Lion Domain and the Prime Minister and others, and quickly fled the palace with her trusted men. She wanted to take her men and the people of the Denton family back to the clan, where she would fight against the Tiger King. This was also her last gift to her second son. Only when the second son she favored came to power, she would let the people of the Denton family be loyal to the Tiger King royal family again. But when the queen arrived at Jinsey Manor, she received a terrible piece of news. Not long after Anita, who was disguised as a housekeeper, escaped from Jinsey Manor, all the members of the Denton family, who were under house arrest here, showed symptoms of pain and being bitten by thousands of insects. The guards in the manor found a therapist and a pharmacist, but these people were helpless in the face of this disease. In the end, the members of the Denton family died painfully one by one, starting with the weakest. After death, many small insects crawled out of their bodies. The servants and guards of the manor were afraid that these people would mutate, so they immediately burned the bodies and the insects that ran out. When the queen arrived at Jinsey Manor, it happened that the last Denton bloodline took his last breath. The queen was crazy. She angrily scolded the guards of the manor, asking them why they did not pass such important news back to the palace. The guards felt wronged and said that they had passed the news back to the palace early and passed it on more than once. At first, the palace was probably too busy, so Tiger King didn't receive the message. It was not until the evening that Tiger King sent a message saying that he didn't need to worry about it. The queen was so angry that she wanted to kill Tiger King and all the guards in the manor. It was her trusted subordinates who repeatedly persuaded her to leave the royal city as soon as possible. The queen was also worried that Tiger King would catch up and take her back to the palace, so she could only flee with her subordinates. Tiger King had not abolished the title of queen at this time, so it was not difficult for the queen to leave the royal city. Not far from the city gate, the queen suddenly felt a little itchy on her face. This familiar feeling made the queen change color in horror. After confirming that the queen led the people to leave the royal city, the city guards immediately sent someone to report to Tiger King. The Tiger King had already known that the queen had fled the palace, but strangely, he did not chase her immediately. Next to him stood a general, who was the Tiger King's confidant. "No hurry, wait for her to lead the way, and personally lead us to the hidden army of the Denton family," the Tiger King said gloomily. The Tiger King waved his hand. "Follow her, don't let her notice." The general saluted silently and disappeared quickly. The Tiger King sat alone in the study, feeling terrible. Today, he was forced by several ministers to make an agreement with them. He was forced to agree to find the space belt that represents the symbol of the royal family and contains most of the royal family's wealth before the inheritance conference, and at the same time eliminate the evil god believers hidden in the royal city, and also find ways to restore the damaged reputation of the royal family. If these 3 points cannot be achieved, these ministers will reselect a new king together with the Tiger Kingdom's royal family and dignitaries. The Tiger King knew very well that these ministers were just making trouble for no reason. They had long been dissatisfied with his desire to centralize power, especially his desire to take back all the territories of the nobles. In the past, they were afraid of his military strength and were afraid that if they pushed him too far, he would fight to the death with the nobles. But now he has lost the queen as his arm. Although the Denton family is annoying and secretly fights for power with him, they have to admit that they, as the uncles of the princes and princesses, are also one of his arms. And because of the child-changing incident, his reputation plummeted, which made many ministers dissatisfied. More importantly, he lost the space belt that was equivalent to a retreat. With the materials and property in the space belt, even if he was forced to lose the throne and the royal city, he could still find a way to make a comeback. Without this huge amount of material, what is the difference between him and other nobles? If only one of the 3 committed the crime, he could stand it. But now all 3 have committed the crime. How could those ministers, who have long been dissatisfied with him, miss this good opportunity? The Tiger King slowly clenched his fists, his face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of rage. He was so angry, not only because he was betrayed and his self-esteem was damaged. What made him angry was that those ministers dared to force him like this, and they were ready to pull him down no matter what. Who would let a king who resented him continue to sit on the throne? Those ministers were not stupid, and they found a fierce blade hanging over their heads for no reason. He was the Tiger King, but he was forced to this point. The Tiger King closed his eyes and told himself that the more this happened, the more he could not mess up. Outside the palace. After leaving the palace, the eldest princess went to visit the Grand Governor of Lion Territory and stayed there until the evening. The eldest princess wanted to ask the Grand Governor for advice. The Grand Commander asked her directly, "Do you want to be the queen?" The eldest princess was silent for a long time. "If I say I do, will you support me?" The Grand Commander said flatly, "No." The eldest princess was puzzled. "Why? Do you think I am not as good as my brothers? Not to mention personal ability and ability to govern the country, I think I am not inferior to them. Not to mention that I can transform into a giant beast, but they can't." The Grand Commander looked indifferent, because you only have a desire for power, not a bit of love for the people. The eldest princess, If I can't beat you, I will really turn hostile. The Grand Commander picked up the teacup and made a gesture to see the guest off. The eldest princess ignored him and said she would stay for dinner and live here tonight. The Grand Commander stood up. "It's up to you." The second prince met with the master of Tionkin Valley to discuss further plans. The third prince hid at his mansion and decided not to go anywhere during this period. Even if he heard the news that the queen had taken people away from the royal city, he pretended not to know. After returning from Lang Mansion, the eldest prince was also worried about the queen leaving the royal city. He wanted to persuade the queen not to leave, but he knew that the queen would die 99% of the time if she stayed. This is his biological mother. After thinking about it, the eldest prince could only pretend that he didn't know that the queen had left the royal city. On the other side, Anita never thought that her identity would be exposed so thoroughly. If someone found Eva's fake identity through Ramil's whereabouts, how was her identity as the housekeeper of Jinsey Manor exposed? And why would someone deliberately monitor Ramil? Could it be that the murder of the fifth princess was ultimately linked to Ramil, causing the queen to send someone to track and investigate Ramil? Anita was just about to wait for the news to die down before going to Ramil to ask for clarification. But just so abruptly, the gossip newspaper in the royal city actually exposed her other identity so easily. What is the origin of this gossip newspaper? Why is it so powerful? The people sent by the Prime Minister and others were just inquiring and following, probably wanting to wait until her identity was confirmed before taking action. But the people sent by the Queen didn't care whether it was fake news or not, and they broke into the manor directly, saying that they were ordered by the Queen to take her to the palace. She had to find an excuse, and said that she only obeyed the King's order. As a result, when the Queen's people heard that she refused to go with them, they immediately turned hostile and accused her of being a traitor, and demanded that she surrender on the spot or be killed without mercy. What can Anita do? Of course she can only run away. If she hadn't made some preparations, the people sent by the Queen might have killed her on the spot. Anita fled from Jinsey Manor in a panic, and finally got rid of the stalkers behind her. Helplessly, she could only go to her partners. Anita didn't want to have a deeper entanglement with these people, and she wouldn't borrow their power unless it was necessary. But now she has been planning for many years, and a big hole has been opened inexplicably, which caught her off guard, and she didn't know who the enemy was. It's not that Anita looks down on the Queen. If it weren't for her huge plan, taking the Queen's life was just one of her goals, and the Queen would have been killed by her long ago. She kept the Queen, not only because she was afraid of the Tiger King, but also because of Marquis Denton. Because she cooperated with those people, she knew that Marquis Denton also had a deep cooperative relationship with those people, and Marquis Denton himself was also very powerful. At the same time, she also learned a big secret from her partner, knowing that Marquis Denton was planning to make a big one in the near future. Once Marquis Denton succeeds, Tiger King and him will inevitably be irreconcilable. Even if they don't become enemies, they will tear each other apart. If she instigates one or two more things, such as letting Tiger King know that Marquis Denton and the Queen want to murder him, support one of their children to take the throne, and thus control Tiger Country, or even replace the royal family of Tiger Country, then Tiger King will definitely hate the Queen, and will completely stand on the opposite side of Marquis Denton. Once Tiger King fights with Marquis Denton, the loser will definitely die, and the winner will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. And she will help Tiger King, so she can guarantee that the one who dies must be Marquis Denton. After that, she gradually eroded the royal bloodline, first killing several princes and princesses with the last right of succession, leaving the two with the highest possibility of succession, and then using various means to sow discord and let these two people fight. When the strongest and most promising heirs were defeated, and the Tiger King was seriously injured and difficult to treat, then he would only have one choice. Once Remir succeeded to the throne as the new Tiger King, she could control the entire Tiger Kingdom in disguise. If Remir was obedient, it would be fine, but if he was not obedient. Look, she made a very thorough plan. She dared not say that this plan would succeed 100%, but there was still a possibility of more than 80%. But things really developed and deviated from her plan. First, Marquis Denton did make a big show of sacrificing all the citizens in Black Forest City, but the result was anticlimactic, and in the end even Marquis Denton disappeared. Secondly, a giant suspected of being the blood of the god of war suddenly appeared in Black Forest City. Third, the underground temple of Black Forest City was exposed, and a 1,000-year-old library was also exposed. Fortunately, the Tiger King had long been eyeing the Black Forest City and the Denton family's property. When he saw that Marquis Denton was missing, he immediately controlled all the bloodlines of the Denton family and also confronted the Queen. The Tiger King and the Queen confronted each other because of the Denton family, which was simply a happy thing for Anita. The Denton family was under house arrest in Jinsey Manor, which was basically the same as falling into her hands. When she heard that the Queen wanted to nominate the eldest son of Marquis Denton to inherit the title and property, she immediately took action to deal with the gambling playboy. No one suspected her. Overall, although the initial action deviated from her idea, it still achieved her goal. Apart from the giant, it would not be bad for Tiger King to hold a heritage sharing conference. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. No matter how much bonus Tiger King can get in this sharing conference, according to her plan, it will only be a wedding dress for others. Her plan did go smoothly. She took a roundabout way and killed the fifth princess. Just as she was about to take action against the third prince, things began to become more and more wrong. A gossip newspaper suddenly appeared. At first, the content reported by this newspaper seemed to be biased towards her, so she did not alert in time and only thought that this newspaper was well informed. At that time, she also speculated whether the owner behind this gossip newspaper was Tiger King. But as the gossip newspaper changed to a daily newspaper, the content of the report became more and more unfavorable to her. She asked someone to investigate this newspaper, trying to find out who was providing them with her information, but she only found that the core members of this gossip newspaper were very strange. They seemed to have suddenly appeared in the royal city, with no origin and no identity cards. Several people took out their identity cards, but after careful investigation, they found out that they were just other people's identity cards that they didn't know where they got from. When Ramil and Raphael's life stories were exposed, Anita was sure that the owner behind the gossip newspaper was definitely not the Tiger King, let alone the Queen. She began to suspect whether the old Count Lang had found out something and deliberately created this newspaper to retaliate against them. But before she could take action against the old Count and his wife, her last disguise was exposed. Anita hid in the secret hiding place of her partner, where she saw the gossip newspaper extra edition that was just published this afternoon. She saw the old Count and his wife take Raphael to settle accounts with the Tiger King, saw a bunch of powerful officials running to show concern, watched the fun, saw the Tiger King and the Queen completely fall out, and saw that the Tiger King actually lost the space belt that symbolized the royal power and contained a large amount of royal property, and Ramil was arrested and fled the palace. While Anita felt a strange pleasure in her heart, she was also thinking carefully, trying to find the possibility of turning the tables through these latest events. Her fake death and disguised identity were indeed exposed, but she believed that she had not lost yet. She still had a descendant of the Tiger King, Ramil, in her hands. As long as she killed the Tiger King and all the princes and princesses according to the original plan, and then used the power of the partners, it was not impossible to seize the throne of the Tiger Kingdom. Of course, there would definitely be many nobles who would oppose it at that time, and even take this opportunity to become independent. But it didn't matter. What she wanted was the end of the Tiger Kingdom royal family. If she could take over the Tiger Kingdom in the end, it would be the best. If not, it would not be unacceptable for the Tiger Kingdom to fall apart. According to the latest situation, Anita reformulated a new action plan. She did not delay any longer and immediately disguised herself as an old woman to find Ramil. Others did not know where Ramil would hide, but she knew it clearly. Chapter 181. Merwin Earl's Mansion. 9. Merwin took a sip of the golden wine and whispered, "Do you know that the Queen has secretly left the royal city?" Ramil looked anxious, his eyes red. "What does that vicious woman leaving the royal city have to do with me? What do you want to say?" 9 smiled. "How can it have nothing to do with you? Originally, His Majesty the King and His Majesty the Queen were fighting each other, and it was impossible for them to devote all their energy to searching for you and your biological mother. But now that Her Majesty the Queen has left the royal city, can't our king free up his hands and focus all his energy on capturing you and Lady Anita?" Ramil looked fierce. "So?" 9 was unmoved. "So I suggest that you leave the royal city immediately. This is the best choice for you and Lady Anita. Ramil? Mir stared at IX. You don't want to kill me and seek credit from Tiger King, do you? IX put the wine glass on the windowsill and chuckled. Why do you think so? Ramil's muscles were tense. Do you think I would come to you without any preparation? If something happens to me, believe me, your Earl of Merwin will not have a good ending. Nine really laughed this time. Your Highness Ramil, are you threatening my Earl of Merwin? When Ramil heard Nine call him your Highness, his self-esteem was like being burned by a branding iron. Hee, look at your face now. You seem to have forgotten how you used to flatter me. What? Seeing that I am down and out now, and feel that you can't get anything out of me, you reveal your true face? IX raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. You actually thought I had tried to curry favor with you before? Are you thinking too much? Nine also touched his chin and said, Speaking of flattery, I seem to have only flattered Raphael. At first, I was just curious about him. Seeing him being gossiped by so many people at such a young age, and being bullied by the third prince and the fifth princess, he could actually remain calm and even fight back appropriately. Even adults can't do this. I thought this boy was really cunning, but after actually meeting him, I found out. Nine looked at Ramil. He is not cunning, he just pulled himself out. He is like a bystander, looking at everything calmly and handling everything rationally. This is a very outstanding, terrifyingly outstanding talent. Don't you understand why I say this is a terrible talent? Because everyone has emotional problems. You see, you are now greatly affected by emotions, and your whole body is overwhelmed by strong negative emotions such as anger, jealousy, and inferiority. If your wisdom and ability to do things can reach 5 points, I am afraid you don't even have 1 point now. You have been with His Majesty for such a long time. Do you think Our Majesty has been affected by intense emotions? If so, how much of the performance is it? A successful king must first learn to control his emotions, not be controlled by them. Ramil, just in this regard, you are much worse than Raphael. Of course, it's not just you, the other 5 princes and princesses are also not as good as Raphael. Ramil's nails dug deep into his palm. Nine suddenly pressed his heart and said exaggeratedly, But when I think about how Raphael developed this talent, I feel heartbroken for him. How old was he when I met him? A boy of only 15 years old has cultivated his mind to the point of being calm. In addition to his own personality, how much has he experienced? Ramil, you really should thank your parents, who lack great virtue, for finding such a shield for you. If it were you, what do you think you would become? If you can't imagine it, you might as well refer to the illegitimate child of the Kara family, who was recognized, or the illegitimate siblings of the parting family. Ramil's eyelids twitched twice. These illegitimate children of 9 were all bullied and humiliated since childhood. The one in the Kara family grew up to be a murderer who was extremely inferior to the powerful, and was extremely cruel and vicious to ordinary people. If he dared to take revenge on his biological father's family, and those who bullied and humiliated him, others would praise him for his courage. But he didn't dare to face those who bullied him. Instead, he vented his pain and anger on innocent people. And the illegitimate siblings of the parting family, in order to fight back, they wanted to climb up, dared to do anything, had no shame, and had no bottom line at all. They were proud of what they got, but they didn't know that others only regarded them as a joke. Are they pitiful? They are very pitiful, and equally pathetic. Ramil shuddered whenever he thought that he would grow up like that. Whether it is a legitimate child or an illegitimate child, the environment in which they grow up is really important. Raphael can grow up to be an upright, soft-hearted and just person in such an environment. This is simply a miracle. 9 finally sighed. The more I know about Raphael, the more I regret that he is not the true blood of the Tiger King. If it is him, even without Lady Anita, our Earl of Merwin would be willing to support him to ascend the throne. Ramil clenched his fists, his face flushed with humiliation. Yes, he was sure that 9 was humiliating him. 9 looked at Ramil like this and shook his head. You actually think I am trying to please you, just because of your illegitimate status? Have you seen me trying to please any prince or princess? Don't you know what a real noble family is? 9 suddenly laughed. Oh, do you think that my Merwin family is just an earl, so you think we are ordinary? Ramil only thought that 9's smile was a sneer. He wanted to turn around and leave. If we were ordinary, do you think your mother would come to our family, cooperate with us, and reveal your life story to us? 9's voice came from behind like a devil. Mrs. Anita told us your life story just to show her sincerity, and she treated you as a proton. If necessary, our family can choose to kill you and destroy you, so as to destroy Mrs. Anita's plan. Remir's body trembled, and he wanted to shout that this was impossible. 9 was as if he was worried that Remir was not collapsed enough, and said the most exciting words in a gentle voice. Of course, Mrs. Anita would reveal your life story to us. I think it was only because you were not the most important part of her plan, let alone the most important existence in her mind. To her, you are just a useful tool. If necessary, you can be discarded. If Ramil hadn't bitten his tongue tightly, he would have cried. In any case, he was only 21 years old. These few days were like a world-shaking change for him. Ramil turned around. He really couldn't stay here any longer. Nine smiled at Ramil, who had already walked to the door. Guess what arrangements Mrs. Anita will make for you now? Ramil's hand was already on the doorknob. He bit his tongue tightly, and didn't want to say anything. He was afraid that any word he said would become a handle for Nine to laugh at him and attack him. He shouted in his heart, "Go away, leave here," but he really wanted to hear what Nine would say next. It was like a perverted self-abuse. He needed to use more painful pain to cover up the current pain. Nine satisfied Ramil, as if teasing, "If Mrs. Anita really loves your son, what she wants to do most now is to send you far away from the royal city, or even out of Tiger Country. With the wealth that Madame Anita has plundered and accumulated over the years, she also has enough money for you to live well anywhere else." Remier turned his back to Nine. His heart was wavering. After so many consecutive blows, a deep-rooted idea of his was also shaken. Maybe leaving the royal city would be the best thing for him. 9. If Madame Anita cares about you as her son, she will go directly to the Tiger King and let him recognize you as a royal bloodline, and use all means to make the Tiger King put you among the heirs. Although you will become a thorn in the eyes of other princes and princesses in the future, as long as you don't let yourself down and Madame Anita can win over the Tiger King, your future is not without hope. Remier's body was so tense that he trembled slightly. Nina's mouth curled up. If Madame Anita only regards you as a tool for her revenge and power struggle, she should come to my house to find you, and discuss the next action plan with my family. She will comfort you, and let you continue to stay in my house, and play your role as a hostage. If necessary, she will also let you go to the old Count and Countess of Longjean, and let you cry and beg for apology to them, and try to make the Lang family and Raphael no longer target you and her. When the time is right, for example, all the princes and princesses are dead, including our king. Madame Anita will most likely let you stand up and announce that you want to avenge your father, and then let my family use the excuse of supporting the last Tiger King's bloodline to either push you to the top or start a new one and completely disrupt the Tiger Kingdom. But with Madame Anita's character, she will never allow you to grow up to the point where you can suppress her, so you should become Madame Anita's stepping stone after your moment of glory. The Mother Regent, and then become the Queen? That is also a path that someone has successfully taken. 9 looked at Ramil's back. Ramil, which future will you choose? Ramil's body stopped shaking. He turned around and spit out blood foam. Then what about your Moen family? You said that my mother would use me to the end, and finally step on me to get to the top. So don't you worry that your Moen family will follow the same path as me? Ramil sneered. So you are just like my mother, you just want to use each other. It's just a matter of who has the better means in the end. And I am a useful tool for both my mother and your Moen family. Ix actually nodded and admitted, yes, we and your mother are in a relationship of mutual use. Then do you know why I told you so clearly today? Ramil's face was gloomy. You want me to betray my mother? Do you want me to stab her in the back in the end? 9 smiled but said nothing. Ramil sneered. Do you think I am really stupid? You said that my biological mother could kill me in order to ascend the throne. How can I believe that your Moen family will support me to ascend the throne in the end and be my subject? I am afraid that after you use me to deal with my mother, you will completely get rid of me. 9 praised. You are not stupid, you can think of so many things. Ramil was so angry that his face turned red. 9's face straightened. I might as well give you a reassurance today. I will tell you clearly that our Moen family will fully support you to ascend the throne, including becoming your greatest arm. Unless you take action against us, we will never take action against you. Remir sneered. What are your conditions? 9. It's very simple. You need to agree as the king that Tiger Country will establish the true God religion, worship Ermakraso as the true God, and worship the true God religion as the state religion, and order all citizens of the country to believe in Ermakraso. All gods except Ermakraso are evil gods. Remir's face changed drastically, and his voice became sharp. You want me to recognize the evil god sect? 9 smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. What nonsense, what evil god sect, we are obviously the true god sect. Evil god, it's all slander against our true god. Your mother, Madame Anita, agreed to the same request. Ramil's body trembled again. He looked at Ix again, and suddenly found that this man was so evil. You Moen family, you actually. Shoo. Ix raised his finger. You heard this secret. If you don't sign a soul contract with us, you will never be able to leave this room alive again. Ramil was terrified. He soon figured out why 9 had to sign another soul contract with him. Because they thought he was much easier to control than Anita. I need to think about it. Give me some time to think about it. Okay. You stay in this room and think about it carefully. When you figure it out, just shout it out to the outside world. 9 picked up the wine glass on the windowsill, turned the door handle leisurely, and walked out of this spacious reception room. Ramil rushed to the window and pushed it hard, but found that the whole window was sealed. After a while, Ramil sat down on the chair dejectedly. When Anita entered the Earl of Merwin's house disguised as an old woman, it was already late at night. This time, Earl Merwin personally received Anita, and Ix accompanied her. Anita and Earl Merwin discussed for a long time, and both parties needed to renegotiate the plan based on the current situation. Raphael is useless. But it is also a good thing for us that he and old Earl Longjean leave the royal city together. Raphael himself has a certain talent for investigation, and he also likes to keep a close eye on the followers of the evil god, which really caused us a lot of trouble. As the former commander of the city guard, Longjean has extraordinary influence in the city guard and the guard camp. If he helps Raphael and makes the city guard and the guard camp conduct in-depth self-examination, it will inevitably cause great harm to us. Moreover, Longjean was originally a royalist. His stay in the royal city will also help the Tiger King. At least, he will never allow anyone to harm the Tiger King and the royal family. Don't look at the old man. Not to mention his influence, he is also super good at fighting. Otherwise, he would not be able to become the commander of the city guard, and he has been so many years. But now, the old man is probably the one who wants the royal family to be embarrassed the most, and he hopes that the Tiger King will step down. And once Raphael leaves, the alchemist Master Aries Shang is very likely to leave with him. This person staying in the royal city will also have a significant impact on the royal city. Especially before we have investigated the strength behind him. The Tiger King has sent people to follow the queen, probably to find the army hidden by the Denton family. Let's just let them fight each other, and wear each other down. The second prince finally showed his ambition. He took over all the connections and property left by the queen. It won't be long before he and the eldest prince will be evenly matched. And the Tiger King should be happy with this situation. Similarly, this is the development we expect. Don't touch the third prince and the eldest princess yet. They are at the back of the succession. Instead of attacking them first and attracting the attention of the other two heirs, it is better to get rid of the strongest one first. The inheritance sharing conference has not been suspended. The Tiger King obviously wants to use this opportunity to make a comeback and re-centralize the royal power in his own hands. For this part, we can prepare according to the original plan. The conversation room between Earl Merwin and his son and Anita is specially made with excellent sound insulation. Even if there are gongs and drums inside, no one outside can hear them. But this level of sound insulation obviously cannot stop a person with super hearing talent. And the three people who were talking in the room would never have thought that Raphael Langmu would run to Earl Merwin's mansion to eavesdrop at this time. Langmu turned his head and looked at Shang Fifan halfway through, with a strange look in his eyes. Shang Fifan, why do you look at me like that? Langmu couldn't help but, how do you know that Earl Merwin has a problem? He knew 9 and had met Earl Merwin. 9 was like a familiar person and regarded himself as his friend. After he left the royal city, the other party ran to Moyo town with wildebeest to find him. But he always felt that he couldn't see through 9 as a person, and never dared to make close friends with him. But no matter how he thought about it, he never thought that 9 and his father, Earl Imoan, would be related to the evil god believers. Not only that, they seemed to be high-ranking among the evil god believers. That's the Earl. What's the purpose of believing in the evil god? He also heard that the genealogy of the Imoan family is very old, and it seems to be a family that has been passed down since the New God Blood Empire. Shang Fifan asked back, didn't you tell me? Langmu was speechless. He remembered that he had conducted a detailed analysis based on the large amount of intelligence clues he had collected, and found some seemingly plausible things from countless clues. 2 of the clues involved the Earl Imoan's mansion, but these 2 clues were broken after careful investigation. Langmu looked around but couldn't see any problem with the Earl of Mervin's mansion. But he felt that it would be wrong to let it go. Soon he learned that 9 Mervin was officially engaged to Nina Mervin, the sister of the socialite Doris, and he felt that something was wrong. That was the Earl of Mervin's mansion of an old family. Later, when Shang Fifan asked him how the investigation of the evil god believers was going, he gave Shang Fifan several uncertain clues, including the Earl of Mervin, and asked him to help check it out. He knew that Shang Feifan had some special abilities, with a system that could find out some things that others couldn't. So you found out that there was really a problem with the Earl of Mervin's mansion? Lang Mu asked. Shang Feifan shook his head. No, I just found out that Ramil hid in Earl Merwin's mansion. This Earl Merwin and his family are very cautious and leave almost no trace outside. Lang Mu told Shang Feifan roughly what he heard, and hesitated for a moment. Do you think we need to warn the Tiger King? Shang Feifan's attitude towards this is, you decide. Although I hope they kill each other, you definitely don't want their fighting to affect other tiger people. Lang Mu told the truth. No matter how bad the Tiger King is, he is better than the evil god believers. Not to mention that he is not bad at governing the country, but his personal morality is a bit problematic. Letting evil god believers become national decision makers is the most terrible thing. Shang Feifan sighed. Why do people in your Orc continent always want to set up sects? Is it because there was a successful god blood cult? Lang Mu rolled his eyes at Shang Feifan, as if there was no Shu cult on Earth. Shang Feifan sighed. His AMU is becoming more and more active, no longer so calm and unperturbed, like a monk who has returned to secular life. Then, Shang Feifan was amused by his own thoughts, and couldn't help but raise his hand to touch Lang Mu's head. Lang Mu was puzzled. Why are you rubbing my hair? In the secret room. Anita and Count Merwin's discussion has come to an end. This is a very secret meeting. Count Merwin is very confident in the defense of their family, and Anita is also sure that no one can follow her. Therefore, none of the three people realized that the content of their secret discussion had been heard from beginning to end. Do you want to see Ramil? Count Merwin's eyes were gentle, and he looked at the old woman dressed by Anita as if he was looking at a lover in love. Of course. Anita stood up with a normal expression. Comfort him well. The child is scared. Count Merwin gestured to his son Ix to lead the way. As the two moved, Shang Feifan and Lang Mu followed. But Shang Feifan saw that Earl Merwin did not come out of the secret room, so he whispered to Lang Mu and slipped in quietly when the door of the secret room was about to close. Lang Mu followed Anita and Nine alone. Anita saw Ramil. Ramil looked haggard. When he saw the old woman played by Anita, he did not recognize that this was his mother, until Anita called out Ramil's name in her own voice. Ramil's eyes burst into surprise, and even his shouting was a little tearful. Mother. Nine smiled slightly. You mother and son can talk slowly. After that, Nine closed the door and left. When he left, Nine quickly looked around the room, as if there was something strange, but he didn't see it. After thinking about it, he felt that he was just being suspicious. Lang Mu stood in the corner of the reception room, silently watching the real mother and son. As soon as Nine left, Ramil couldn't wait to complain to Anita, saying that Nine threatened him. But the child was not stupid at all. He didn't ask Anita if she really planned to use him to obtain the throne of Tiger Country as Nine said, and then abolish him and replace him with him. He didn't even question Anita, exposing his life experience to Earl Merwin, whether she really treated him as a hostage. Ramil just said that Nine wanted to sign a soul contract with him, and let him support the True God Church as the state religion of Tiger Country. Mother, do you know that the Mountain family has dealings with the True God Church? Anita was silent for a moment. We need strength, and we can only pretend to be friendly with these people in the early stage. But, is it really a good idea to introduce evil God believers into the upper echelons of Tiger Country? Those people obviously have great ambitions. Ramil has not stayed with the Tiger King for so long in vain, and he still has the most basic political literacy and vigilance. Anita smiled and said gently, no matter how sharp a knife is, it is just a knife. But whether it is used to kill people or to cut vegetables depends on the user. Do you understand what I mean? Ramil, he understands. The question is why he thinks this metaphor sounds reasonable, but it is actually fooling him. Anita said again, you are still young, and you can't hold this knife now, so you are so worried. When you grow up to be able to hold this knife, or even destroy it at will, you will know that the knife will always be just a tool. Seeing that Anita seemed determined to cooperate with Imowen and the others, Ramil stopped trying to dissuade her. His mother looked elegant and graceful, but in reality she had a strong desire for control, and once she made up her mind to do something, even the 9 giant insects could not pull her back. What he really wanted to talk to Anita about was, Mother, what should I do next? Anita's voice became softer. She took her son's hand and patted it gently. Don't worry, I have agreed with Earl Imowen that you will live in their house first, and they will protect you. When the time is right, I will let you see your father. He is angry with you now, because he is in a bad mood. After a while, he will definitely miss you and regret doing this to you. Ramil looked at Anita's gentle and caring eyes, and his mood was agitated. He couldn't help but say it, "Mother, I don't want to be king anymore. I don't like the royal city. I want to leave. I want to start over somewhere else." Anita's eyes suddenly changed, becoming sharp and pointed. Ramil's heart contracted, and he suddenly felt fear. Anita quickly adjusted her expression. Her eyes became gentle again, and her tone was like coaxing a child. "I know you have suffered a great blow these days, and it is understandable that you think so. People always avoid difficulties, and yearn for comfort. But are you willing? Ramil, you are obviously better than those so-called legitimate princes and princesses. Do you really want one of them to become the next generation of Tiger King?" Anita's tone became sad, holding her son's face. "Do you really want the child born by the Queen's vicious woman to become the new Tiger King? Take away everything that should belong to you. And let that vicious woman show off her power, and ride on your mother's head forever?" Ramil's fingers spasmed slightly, and he heard his mouth saying, "Mother, I was wrong. I won't let you down again. Good boy." Anita hugged Ramil, and patted his back gently. After a while, Anita let go of Ramil and said gently, "Don't worry, you are my only child. I will prepare everything for you, pave the way for you, and will definitely let you ascend to the highest position. As for Earl Merwin's request, you might as well agree first." "But they asked for a soul contract," Ramil said dully. Anita smiled. "As long as you don't violate the content of the oath, why worry about whether the contract is a soul contract or a king seal contract? And the soul is illusory. Maybe they want to scare people." Ramil wanted to ask, "Why don't you sign a soul contract with them, but let me sign it?" But what Ramil actually said was, "Then I think about it again." Anita patted her son's arm. "Then think about it carefully. There is no rush. With me here, Earl Merwin, and the others won't dare to force you. Okay, I have some urgent things to do, so you stay here and don't run around." "Okay, mother." Ramil forced a smile and watched Anita leave. As soon as Anita left, Ramil buried his head in the chair. Nine was right. In Anita's eyes, he was just a tool to realize her desire for revenge and ambition. Ramil regretted it. When his grandmother, Old Lady Lang, proposed to him that she would send him away from Tiger Country and let him live in the Renaissance Alliance in the South, why did he refuse? At that time, the old lady clearly knew that he was not her grandson, but she was still willing to think about him, and even gave him a farm where he could grow crops. But what about his biological mother? She sent him into the abyss with her own hands with a gentle face, and even stepped on him to prevent him from climbing up. Ramil trembled and sobbed softly. Chapter 182. Shang Fifan couldn't help but sigh as he entered the secret room. The resentment here is so thick that it's almost forming a real dark cloud. Before entering the Earl of Imowin's mansion, Shang Fifan felt a lot of resentment when he stood outside the Earl's mansion. But he didn't expect that there were more resentments trapped here. Shang Fifan absorbed the resentment while observing the secret room. Earl Imowin, who had not come out of the secret room, was not in the secret room at this moment, as if he had disappeared. Shang Fifan was not surprised at all. He looked at the secret room carefully, using the architectural knowledge he had learned, the investigation technology and experience, and the hunter skills, and soon found the layout of the suspected mechanism. Sure enough, who would stay in a fully enclosed secret room without even a window for no reason? The secret room is not a study, let alone a rest room. Earl Imowin stayed alone in the secret room. There is a 90% chance that he has something secret to do. Out of professional intuition, Shang Fifan decided to temporarily separate from Lang Mu. Neither he nor Lang Mu were weaklings, and they had many more ways to save their lives than the average person. After watching the fight between Tiger King and Grand Commander Lion Domain that day, both of them had a concrete estimate of their own strength. It should be no problem to fight Tiger King alone. Shang Fifan walked to the wall that he judged to be the door, and began to concentrate his mental power to cast the magic of penetrating the wall. Why did he find the mechanism, but not use it? Of course, he didn't want people to notice it. This was not the first time he cast this magic, but he was still a little unfamiliar with it. The consumption of resentment value was a bit high, probably because he forcibly converted the resentment into magic power. Fortunately, this Earl's mansion doesn't have much else, but it has plenty of resentment. Shang Fifan successfully passed through the thick wall and entered a passage. The walls of the passage were covered with black beetles. These bugs are much more lethal than the guard bugs. The guard bugs responsible for checking luggage and goods at the city gate are only responsible for inspection, and their lethality is not strong. But these black beetles, just looking at their sharp forelimbs and sharp wings, you can know how strong their attack power is. After they entered this mansion, they found that it was a typical open and dark, with a lot of bugs. These bugs are all hidden in the dark, and they can't be easily found even if they search carefully. Kumu is favored by the god of nature, and his natural magic perception is extremely high. He can communicate with the natural environment and know many secrets that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Shang Fifan also has his means, and his professional skill is Zerg researcher. Especially after he absorbed the fragments of the mother's heart for the second time, this professional skill has been upgraded from keen to synesthesia. In other words, he can sense most types of insects, like the insect mother. Maybe there is no way to communicate with the insects and let him command these insects to do things, but it is relatively simple to sense their existence. At the same time, under the influence of the power of the insect mother, he has a natural blood suppression ability against mutants affected by insect poison and all insects, including the insect people. So Shang Fifan had already sensed that there were a large number of insects hiding in the Earl's mansion before he stepped into the M01 mansion, and there were also mutants affected by the Zerg. In addition, Anita walked into the Earl's mansion. The two had a bold guess at that time. In general, no matter how high or low the status of an orc mansion is, there are not many people who have so many insects in their homes. Although the orcs make a lot of use of various insects, there are still only a few orcs who like to raise and use insects. Even many high-ranking orcs do not like to have insects other than giant insect mounts at home. This is just like the Earthlings may raise a guard dog at home, but very few people raise dozens or hundreds of dogs at home. And livestock farmers will also separate their livestock from their homes. Unless there is really no place to live, they will not let people and animals live together. So far, the people who like to raise insects the most, and raise a lot of them, are the followers of the evil god. In order not to alarm the people in the Earl Mowen's mansion, the two did not communicate or deter the insects, but used invisibility to enter the Earl's mansion. Shang Fifan also used the skills of the insect researchers to simulate the magnetic field of insects. Lang Mu let his breath blend into the natural environment, and any insect that met him would not regard him as an enemy. The Earl of Mowen's mansion also has alchemical artifacts that can break the invisibility spell. However, Shang Fifan has gained experience in using the invisibility props to visit the palace, and he has now figured out the principle of the alchemical artifact that can break the invisibility spell. With preparation, the alchemical monitors of the Earl of Mowen's mansion are naturally useless to them. The insects, which are the main means of vigilance and attack, treat them as their own insects. When they find them, they will only greet them and call them brothers. They will never notify the owner of the mansion that an enemy has entered, let alone pounce on them and bite them. Now these black beetles behave in the same way. Shang Fifan did not stop, and just shuttled through the dense insect wall. The black beetles did not move at all, just like decorations. Less than 20 meters into the passage, a bone door appeared. The bones were black, with a little red in the black, which looked particularly creepy. In addition, the lighting here was very dim, and those who were timid would either turn around and run away or be so scared that their legs would weaken, and they could not walk. The bone door suddenly opened, and the handsome and slender Earl Mowen walked out of the door. His expression could not tell whether he was happy or sad. Shang Fifan noticed that the Earl was holding a small box in his hand very carefully. While the bone door was not closed, Shang Fifan slipped sideways into the door. Earl Mowen suddenly stopped and turned his head. The bone door was slowly closing. Earl Mowen pretended to look back at the densely packed black beetles on both sides of the wall, and saw that the black beetles were quiet, and he couldn't help but sneer. These black beetles are much more useful than alchemical monitors. No matter how powerful your stealth talent is, you will be detected by the black beetles if you enter here. Earl Merwin held the small box and walked out of the secret room quickly. As a hairy orc, he also didn't like being surrounded by so many insects. In the reception room of the side building of the Earl's mansion, Ramil felt that someone was looking at him. He was also a face-saving and strong person. When he noticed someone in the room, he immediately wiped his tears and looked up. He thought it was Ix who came to laugh at him and force him to sign the soul contract, but he didn't expect to see someone who shouldn't be here at all. Raphael? Ramil was dazed, his eyes and nose were still a little red. Lang Mu nodded. It's me. Ramil was shocked and a little silly. Why are you here? Lang Mu, following Mrs. Anita. Oh! Ramil pulled himself out of his emotions, and his brain started working again. He immediately said anxiously, You are crazy. You just popped up like this. I don't know if there is anything in this room watching me. If they find out? Lang Mu interrupted Ramil. There are 2 bugs watching you. They are asleep now. As soon as he entered the reception room, the dust, air, and flowers and plants in the room told him that there were 2 monitoring bugs watching Ramil. One of the 2 monitoring bugs was lying in the soil of the flower pot, small, and almost blended with the soil. The other one was on the ceiling. Monitoring bugs usually appear in pairs. Once the monitored person is found to be abnormal, one of them can fly out to transmit information. Lang Mu used the high-end invisibility technique in magic to come in. This invisibility technique can not only achieve optical invisibility, but also isolate odors, and make his body temperature the same as the environment. Neither the two monitoring bugs nor Anita noticed him. It was not until Anita left that he planned to talk to Ramil and cast a sleep magic to hypnotize the two monitoring bugs. Can you make the monitoring bugs fall asleep silently? Ramil was incredulous. Lang Mu did not answer this question. Ramil, he seems to have underestimated this person. No, including the Tiger King, maybe those who knew Raphael in the royal city underestimated Raphael. This person definitely has more than one hearing talent. No wonder his mother faked her death to escape, maybe because she was afraid that her actions would be noticed by Raphael? Ramil suddenly wanted to laugh. When his mother and the Tiger King chose to use Raphael as a shield, they probably didn't expect that this person could grow up secretly to the point where they couldn't control him. Ramil even thought that his mother had the stone ear for so many years, but in the end the stone ear was put into Raphael's body. Does this mean that even the gods are on Raphael's side? Ramil was gloomy. Biting his lip, are you going to take me and my mother back, or are you going to kill us? Lang Mu answered irrelevantly. I heard your conversation with Madame Anita. You seem to be trapped in the Earl of Merwin's mansion? Ramil subconsciously said, What's it to you? Lang Mu didn't mind Ramil's tone, just smiled. It's really none of my business. For the sake of the two elders, I wanted to ask you if you want to leave the royal city. They are still very worried about you. It seems that I am too nosy. Ramil's mouth opened subconsciously, and in less than a second, his face flushed again. Seeing Lang Mu turn around, he looked like he was going to leave. Ramil didn't bother to ask Lang Mu how he entered the Earl of Merwin's mansion, and how he sneaked into this reception room before Anita found him. He jumped up anxiously. Raphael. Ramil called in a whisper. Lang Mu stopped and looked at Ramil sideways, as if asking if there was anything wrong. Ramil knew that this might be his last and only chance to escape the abyss. If he let it go, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. You didn't lie to me? What did I lie to you about? Ramil clenched his fists, his eyes full of anxiety. You wouldn't deliberately lie to me that you could take me away, and then hand me over to Nine when I was full of hope, right? I remember that you have a good relationship with Nine Merwin. Lang Mu was speechless. Even if I hand you over, I will only hand you over to Clement. Will you hand me over to Clement? Remire asked. Lang Mu, that's up to you. Do you want to leave the royal city and stay away from the disputes of your parents, or do you want to return to the Tiger King and continue to be an illegitimate child? Remire hesitated for a second, but when he thought of the Tiger King's cold attitude of not recognizing him as a royal bloodline and wanting to arrest him, Remire gritted his teeth. I want to leave the royal city. I can swear to you that I will never tell anyone that I am the Tiger King's bloodline, and I will never get involved in the dispute over the succession to the throne of the Tiger Kingdom. I just want to leave the royal city. The farther away from the Tiger Kingdom, the better. Lang Mu said lightly, You don't have to swear to me. This is your life, and it's your freedom to choose how you want. I am willing to send you away. Opening the royal city is just to fulfill the two elders' feelings for you. I don't want them to worry about you anymore. Also, this is the last time I will help you. Ramil clenched and relaxed his hands several times, but couldn't help asking, Why? I thought you hated me. I said in front of so many people that the stone ear was on you. Why are you still willing to help me? Lang Mu was surprised. I have already told you the reason. Ramil didn't believe it. Don't you dislike me at all? Don't want to destroy me? Don't want to retaliate against me? Lang Mu, do you want to hear the truth? Ramil nodded heavily. Of course he wanted to hear the truth, even though he knew that what Raphael said next would most likely be very harsh. Lang Mu thought about it. There are really not many reasons. I want to help you. One is that you are not old, and have no bad deeds in the past. You are not hopeless. Another important reason is that I don't want my grandparents to worry about you for the rest of their lives. If you die or something happens to you, they won't say it, but they will be very sad in their hearts. Remire's voice trembled slightly. Aren't you angry? If someone said bad things about him in front of so many people and exposed his secrets, just to kill someone with a borrowed knife, he would definitely want to cut the other person into pieces. He didn't believe Raphael could be so generous. Lang Mu saw that Remire still wanted to dig deeper, and was a little amused. Well, actually I don't want Anita and the Merwin family, including the evil god believers behind them, to use you to make trouble. Although you are not too important, without you, they can still mess up the tiger country. But with you, they will obviously be more successful. Then you can kill me, and put an end to it, Remir murmured. Lang Mu smiled, with a little bit of Shang Fifen's little evil in his eyes. That would be boring. I want you to escape alive, so that I can slap your mother Anita in the face, and let them taste the feeling of not being able to get what they want, and not being able to take shortcuts. Lang Mu tilted his head. Don't you want to see the way those conspirators, who used you as a tool, are furious after losing you? It's not that you were killed, but you ran away by yourself, when they believed that you couldn't escape at all. The resentment and gloom on Ramil's face disappeared a little, and his eyes became more lively. How are you going to take me out? Ramil regained a lot of rationality, and he told Lang Mu, the Earl of Imowen's mansion is loose outside and tight inside. They are also related to the evil god believers. There is no telling how many terrible things there are in the mansion. I think besides the surveillance bugs, there must be someone outside watching me. Lang Mu said calmly, if we can get in, we can get out naturally. It's not a problem to take you with us. Remir grasped the key words. We? Who else is coming? Lang Mu smiled without saying anything, took out the bone staff, and prepared to cast magic. Suddenly, I'm sorry, Remir whispered. His voice was very, very small. 2 hours ago, he would never say such a thing. But now he said it. Lang Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, and then smiled. He didn't have any extra feelings for Remir. He helped him just because he didn't want the two elders to worry about Remir for a lifetime, and he didn't want Anita and the evil god believers to be proud. He didn't care about Remir's gratitude and apology. He really didn't care what Remir thought of him. As he told Remir, he would only help him this time. What Remir would do in the future, and what kind of life he would live were all his own choices. I was just mad at the time. Jealous of you. So jealous that I wished you would lose everything like me. Once the first sentence is out, the rest of the words will be easier to say. You don't know, the day I knew my true life experience, I didn't want to see you. No, it's not that I didn't want to, but I didn't dare. Every time I saw you, and saw others laugh at you because of your illegitimate status, I would put myself in your shoes, and I would be very scared, afraid that our identities would be swapped. During that time, I had nightmares almost every day, dreaming that my life experience was exposed. The more proud I acted, the more I knew in my heart how inferior I was. Especially when facing you. Sometimes I really hope they didn't tell me my true life story, so that I can at least face you and Grandpa and Grandma calmly. Several times, I wanted to tell Grandma, but they wouldn't let me, and I was also afraid of the consequences of my life story being exposed. I was afraid of seeing my Grandma and Grandpa dislike and hate me. I'm just a coward. When our life stories were exposed by the gossip newspaper, I was terrified, but also felt relieved that the shackles on my body were removed. But I didn't expect my father, Tiger King, would treat me like that. I thought I was his most beloved youngest son, his favorite, and even if my life story was exposed, he would acknowledge me, feel sorry for me, and support me. No matter what I did wrong, he would also clean up my mess. But in fact, I just didn't want to leave the royal city, so he regarded it as a betrayal. And he also discriminated against my illegitimate status. Since even the father looked down on his illegitimate child, and thought he was not worthy of the inheritance, why did they give birth to me? And my mother Anita? I thought she was the person who loved me the most in the world, and thought that everything she did was for my sake. But in fact, in her eyes, I was no different from those girls in the dream tower. Ramil lowered his head, tears falling down. This would be the only time he confessed. He had never said these words to anyone before, and he would never do so in the future. A hand fell on his head, and patted it gently. Ramil could have noticed it and dodged it, but at this time, he did not make any evasive moves. He even thought, if Raphael wants to kill him, then kill him. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I've done something wrong, and I don't even have the courage to admit my mistakes. I'd rather you kill me than be used and controlled by them. Remir raised his head, stiffened his neck, and tried hard to hold back his tears. He still didn't want to lose his last dignity in front of Raphael. Raphael was only 2 or 3 months older than him, so why did he act like a child facing an adult when facing Raphael? He felt that he was very mature, and even felt that he was mature enough to govern a country and be a great king. But in fact, he is very childish to think like this. Lang Mu, this child seems to have grown up a little. Is it true that setbacks make childish ghosts grow up more easily? I am not interested in killing you. If you really feel that you have done something wrong, apologize to your grandparents. They are the ones you should say sorry to the most. Ramil, I know I just... Lang Mu didn't want to coax the child anymore. He quickly finished the magic formula and pointed the bone staff. Go to sleep. When you wake up, you will be out of trouble. It won't be too late for you to consider your future then. Ramil slowly closed his eyes, with tears hanging in the corners of his eyes. Lang Mu caught the sleeping Ramil and put him on the chair. He then held the bone staff and cast a shrinking magic on him. Ramil turned into a thumb boy in an instant. Lang Mu picked up Ramil and stuffed him into his pocket. Lang Mu passed through the wall and left the reception room with the nature of a prison cell. About 15 minutes after he left, the two surveillance bugs woke up. When the monitoring bug found that the monitored object disappeared, it immediately flew out to pass on the message. But at that time, the Earl of Merwin's mansion could no longer care about the escaped Ramil, because something more serious happened in the mansion. Boom! Half of the Earl of Merwin's mansion was blown up into the sky. The huge explosion alarmed half of the people in the royal city. Chapter 183. AMU. Zhang Fifan slipped to the agreed meeting place. Lang Mu was looking up at the debris and fire that was blown up into the sky. Seeing Zhang Fifan's figure, he was surprised and asked, "What did you do?" Zhang Fifan smiled proudly. "Nothing, just blew up an underground altar and emptied the treasure house of Earl Imowin's mansion." Lang Mu opened his mouth slightly. Zhang Fifan thought it was cute and leaned over to kiss him. Lang Mu quickly closed his mouth. Zhang Fifan took a light bite. Lang Mu blushed and coughed dryly. "Well, let's talk about business," Zhang Fifan said dissatisfiedly. "That's it." Lang Mu held Zhang Fifan's face. "No. What's the matter with the underground altar? How did you find the treasure house of Earl Imowin's mansion in such a short time? I tell you in detail when I get back. This is for you." Zhang Fifan took out a space bracelet and stuffed it into Lang Mu. Lang Mu took the bracelet with a complicated look. He knew what was inside without asking. "Zhang Fifan, don't put all your eggs in one basket. You take half, I take half. No matter which of us has an accident in the storage space, the other party will cover it." After hearing what Zhang Fifan said, Lang Mu naturally couldn't refuse and could only accept it. Zhang Fifan was very happy. They were a family, so why should they be so polite? His was his AMU's, wasn't it? But AMU was still a little polite to him now, and would not make decisions for him. Let's take this slowly. When his AMU can take it for granted to manage his accounts and hold both of their properties in his hands, they can truly become a family. Zhang Fifan himself was not a person who trusted others very much. He thought that if he hadn't met Lang Mu, but just found someone who was not bad to marry, he might at most hand over a superficial salary card, but he would never give all his property to the other party to manage, let alone tell the other party all his secrets. It was strange. He and Lang Mu had only known each other for a short time, but he just believed in him, and felt that this was someone who would spend his whole life with him, and would never betray him. Even if they broke up for some reason in the future, his AMU would never hurt him, but might hurt himself instead. Zhang Fifan thought of Lang Mu's previous 2 lives, and couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. He subconsciously reached out and hugged the man. This time, he would never miss this person again, and would never let him go. Never. Lang Mu was stunned. Why did this guy suddenly hug him? And he hugged him so tightly. Zhang Fifan knew his big baby's body lines too well. He immediately noticed something wrong when he got close. "What's in your pocket?" Zhang Fifan reached into Lang Mu's pocket and took out a small thing. When he saw what was in his hand, he immediately wanted to throw it away in disgust. Lang Mu took it. "Go back to Grandpa first, let Ramil meet them, and then we will send Ramil away from the royal city." Zhang Fifan was unhappy. Why bother with that guy? Lang Mu, even if it's for my grandpa and grandma? Zhang Fifan didn't say anything, took Lang Mu's hand, and went home together. The old Earl of Longshan also heard the explosion, and was arranging the housekeeper to find out the details of the matter. "It's a troubled summer." The old Earl sighed. The old lady came out, and put on her coat while walking. The old Earl saw his wife, and immediately hugged her into his arms. "Why did you get up?" "Such a loud explosion, and the vibration, I can feel it even if I'm deaf." The old lady looked up at the sky. "It's burning badly. I wonder which family it is." The old Earl, looking at the direction, "It's either the Earl of Imowin's mansion or the Grand Governor's mansion, but the Grand Governor's mansion should be farther away." The old lady turned her head. "Where are Amu and Aries? Are they out?" The old Earl didn't know either. He only knew that he didn't see the 2 little guys when he woke up. The 2 elders were nagging the 2 little ones, and the 2 little ones came back hand in hand. The old Earl just felt it was too much to watch. The old lady smiled slightly. She just hoped that more people would pamper her little AMU. The explosion is related to you? Whose house was bombed? The old Earl asked the two. The Earl of Imowen's mansion. Shang Feifan nodded openly. He just thought that the two elders would ask him, so he told Lang Mu to tell him in detail when he came back. The old Earl snorted, without any blame, just asked, "What did you find?" The old lady patted her husband's arm. "Let's go in and talk. What's the point of standing outside and talking?" The family of four moved to the living room. Wu Guanjia's wife brought tea and snacks. Lang Mu thanked her. Wu Guangyang touched Lang Mu's head with a smile and a bit of affection. Lang Mu felt a little embarrassed. He was already so old. Wu Guangyang nodded to the two elders, looked at Lang Mu again, and left the living room with a smile on her face. The old lady whispered to the two little girls, "She is Ah Wu's wife Ah Kuang, born without a voice, but she can't speak with her mouth, but her heart is bright." After she married Ah Wu, she worked as a cook at home, managing all the imported things in the house. She was also the one who took care of your mother, and fed your mother milk for several months. Your mother may have eaten it. Lang Mu understood that this was the confidant of the confidant, and Wu Guanjia and his wife were the people the two elders trusted the most. The old lady didn't say that Chef Wu wasn't very close to Ramil. At first, she took good care of Ramil because he was still young, but she stayed away from Ramil after a few years. The old lady didn't think too much at the time. She just thought that the female tutor sent by the Tiger King to take care of Ramil was a little repulsive to other people getting close to Ramil. Over time, the Lang family members, who originally took care of Ramil, became estranged from Ramil. But Chef Wu obviously liked Lang Mu very much. It was the first time she saw AMU, but she actually reached out and touched his head. The old lady was also amazed by this in her heart. I guess that you, who has a clear mind, may also feel it. The old Earl added to his grandson, "After your mother passed away, your grandmother, and I didn't want to take care of things anymore. We arranged all the houses, shops, caravans, trades, fields, and servants. Now there are less than 20 people in the whole mansion, including the guards. They are all the old people who followed me and your grandmother back then. They have long regarded the mansion as their home and raised their children here. When our family leaves in the future, we must take them with us. I have asked them, and they all want to go with us." Lang Mu was surprised, "But I don't seem to see any young orcs at home." When the old lady heard Lang Mu use the word home, she smiled with her eyes curved. "This Earl's mansion is as old as us. When Ramil was sent here, it was lively for a while. When he turned 16 and asked to move out, this place became stagnant again, not suitable for young people to stay. I made the decision. Fortunately, your grandfather still had some connections, so I arranged for all those young people to leave." Lang Mu understood. "When we leave, will those young people follow us?" The old Earl shook his head. "It depends on the situation. It shouldn't be all of them, but some of them will follow us. Anyway, we won't force them. If they want to stay, they can stay. If they want to leave, they can leave together. Okay, let's talk about family matters later. What happened to the Earl of Imowen's mansion first?" Lang Mu looked at Shang Feifan. Shang Feifan spoke first, and the two complimented each other, telling each other what they found and did in the Earl of Imowen's mansion. Behind the bone door is the evil god altar, and thousands of corpses are buried under the altar. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpses, this kind of living sacrifice should have been going on for a long time. The evil god statue on the altar is also the most powerful one I have found so far. Shang Feifan did not say specifically how he dealt with the evil god statue, but only assured the two elders that he had dealt with the evil god statue cleanly, and there would be no sequelae. Because the statue was rich in the energy of the evil god, his curse level was directly upgraded by 1 level, which shows how satisfied the cursed god was with this sacrifice. The boss ate meat, and he drank soup, and he absorbed all the extremely strong resentment in the altar. When he absorbed all the resentment, it seemed that something was guiding him. A wall cracked, revealing the family treasure house hidden behind the altar of the Imowen family. The treasure house was placed behind the evil god altar, which was really safe. Even if the Tiger King came, he could not pass the evil god altar smoothly and get the family treasure of the Imowen Earl's mansion. But the Imowen family never thought that someone could not be affected by the power of the evil god, and could directly contact the evil god statue, and could sacrifice the evil god statue containing a trace of the evil god's power, and could not lose reason and go crazy in the thick resentment. You should know that people who entered this underground altar before, if they were not protected by the power of the evil god, would go crazy without exception. In addition, there are several monsters in the underground altar that have been affected by insect poison and mutated. They are tied to alchemical chains. They look like guards protecting the altar, but in fact they are being immersed in the power of the evil god. Shang Fifan looked slightly solemn. I suspect that those evil god shadows were created in this way. The old Earl and his wife were shocked. Earl Imo actually created the evil god shadow in the royal city? Does he want to destroy the entire royal city? Shang Fifan spread his hands. I don't know. Maybe the evil god shadow is a national-level destructive weapon for them. It is very useful whether it is used for destruction or deterrence. The old Earl was unbelievable. I really didn't expect it. 2. The ambition of the Imo family is so big. No, how could they collude with the evil god believers? Obviously, the Imo family has a very high status. Shang Fifan. Sometimes status does not mean everything, not to mention that Imo is only an earl, not a king. And what is the point of just becoming a king? The lifespan of a king of a country is at most 300 years, and the power of one person cannot compete with thousands of people. But if they are loyal to the evil god promises to give them longevity and extraordinary power, such as more powerful blood talents, such as giant beast bodies. Even tell them that the Orc continent is about to be destroyed, and only believing in the evil god can be saved. How many people will not be tempted? The old Earl was silent. The old lady sighed. Lang Mu suddenly said, maybe this is how old Denton was bewitched by the evil god believers. What's going on with old Denton? Without waiting for Lang Mu to answer, the old Earl waved his hand and said, forget it, there's no rush for this, you can tell us slowly later. Let's continue with the Earl of Imowen's mansion. The old Earl paused. I won't ask Ares how he resisted the invasion of the evil god's power. I will ask Ares what you found in the underground altar. Just by looking at Shang Fifan's expression, the old Earl knew that he hadn't finished speaking. Shang Fifan continued. In addition to those insect poison mutants, who are suspected of being transformed into evil god shadows, I also found a worm on the altar. That worm is a mother worm. When I found it, it had just laid eggs, and was eating living people to replenish its physical strength. The old couple and Lang Mu showed shocked expressions. The old Earl was even more stimulated to stand up. Worm mother? It's not a worm mother, just a mother worm. Shang Fifan corrected. He was very sure of this. He even guessed what was in the small box that Count Imowen was holding before. It should be insect eggs, and they are relatively rare and precious insect eggs. This Imowen is really crazy. Not only did he collude with the evil god believers, but he also colluded with the Zerg. The old Earl was furious and turned around twice. No, I have to tell Tiger King about this. He must take care of this matter. Lang Mu hurriedly grabbed the old man. Shang Fifan laughed. Grandpa, you don't have to worry about this. Such a big thing. Naturally someone will tell Tiger King. The old Earl saw Shang Fifan's determined expression, and his mood gradually calmed down, and he sat back in his chair. In short, whether it is the evil god altar, the evil god shadow who is transforming, or the queen insect, they are all gone now. I guarantee that they will never jump out to cause trouble to the king's city again. If there is something that jumps out, it definitely doesn't belong to the Earl of Imowen's mansion. Shang Fifan made a little joke at the end. Unfortunately, the two elders were not very supportive, and they didn't laugh. They were a little worried. If the two children hadn't told them about the discovery in the Earl of Imowen's mansion today, they wouldn't have known that the top leaders of the Tiger country had been so deeply infected by the evil god believers. But the land was still polluted. In order to prevent the evil god believers from continuing to use it, I did some tricks and blew it up, which was also considered disinfection. Shang Fifan winked at Lang Mu. Lang Mu, this guy must be hiding something. Shang Fifan did hide a little bit. He didn't intend to make a big explosion. It was too high profile, and didn't fit their sneaky behavior tonight. He just used the thousands of corpses there as sacrifices and made a large curse. Curse all the direct and indirect murderers who participated in the persecution of these victims to be cursed with an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Perhaps the power of the thousands of resentful souls was too huge. As soon as his curse formation was activated, a huge explosion occurred. With the evil god altar as the center, half of the Earl of Imowen's mansion was blown up to the sky. When I came out of the Earl of Imowen's mansion, I seemed to see Earl Imowen. He died a bit miserably. Believe me, he was definitely not blown to death. It was more like he was tortured to death. Shang Fifan spread his hands, looking innocent. I know nothing. Earl Imowen's death has nothing to do with me. The two elders, I don't believe your ghost, Shang Fifan said like a charlatan. The death of Earl Imowen should be just the beginning. Maybe tomorrow, we will hear more news of the death of people in the royal city. Ha! The old Earl suddenly laughed. Very good, let the bastard Tiger King be in trouble. The old lady shook her head. Ever since she knew what Tiger King had done, the old man disliked Tiger King very much. He wished that Tiger King would be beaten 3 times a day, and even cursed Tiger King for no reason. After Shang Feifan finished speaking, it was Lang Mu's turn. Lang Mu simply said that they found Mrs. Anita disguised as an old woman, followed Anita to the Earl of Merwin's house, and then he and Shang Feifan followed separately, and then he found that Ramil was under house arrest in Merwin's family. They want to force Ramil to sign a soul contract, agree to make the true God Church the state religion, and establish the evil god Ermaclaso as the true god. Ramil was unwilling, but Madame Anita actually persuaded Ramil to agree. What? The old lady was shocked and even more angry. What is Anita doing? Ramil is her own flesh and blood. It would be fine if she didn't help Ramil, but she actually forced Ramil to sign such a contract. A soul contract? What does she want to do? Let Ramil become a running dog of the evil god? The old count snorted coldly. More than that. Anita simply wants to sacrifice the entire Tiger Kingdom to the evil god. This woman is crazy. She is no longer for revenge, she is simply. The old lady didn't know how to describe it. Selfish. Shang Feifan spat out indifferently. From my investigation, Anita should have obtained the stone ear when she was very young, and she even knew to hide the stone ear in her body. Her mother, Madame Cheong, is really wronged. Madame Cheong should really not remember that there was a stone ear in her dowry. Shang Feifan paused for a moment. When the Queen's people went to inquire about the Linglet family, it was impossible for them not to ask about Mrs. Jones' 2 daughters. The Queen even arrested her cousin and her cousin's husband? Would she care about arresting 2 more little girls? Lang Mu, what do you mean? Shang Feifan, I'm saying that Anita was very likely to know why the Queen arrested her parents, but she pretended to know nothing in order to save her heir. And adults usually don't take children seriously. Although Anita was 16 years old at that time, she was just a girl at that age. The Queen's people thought that they could make the 2 young ladies, who had never seen the world, tell everything by scaring them a little. But some people, even if they are young, can fool adults. This can also explain why Anita was able to escape from home with her sister in time, when the Linglet family asked them to get married, and she was able to take away certain property. Because she knew why the Queen persecuted their family, and she also knew that in order to find clues about the stone ear, the Queen would definitely send people to keep an eye on the sisters, and would not let them go at least in the short term. Lang Mu, the logic is smooth. The old Earl also agreed with this reasoning, but he had another question. How did Anita know the importance of the stone ear? Shang Feifan, according to the Queen, Mrs. Jones showed a great interest in the stone ear when she was a child, and she wanted to get the stone ear with her father at a young age. This is also the reason why Mrs. Jones' father gave the stone ear to his daughter as a dowry. Looking at Mrs. Jones' father, he was also attracted by the stone ear, which is why he chose the inconspicuous stone ear when the previous generation of Marquis Denton asked his children to choose treasures from the treasury. The old Earl suddenly realized, that is to say, Anita's grandfather's branch has inherited a certain trait, which can sense the hidden power of her heir and be attracted to her heir? Shang Feifan, it should be. Such as natural affinity. But her heir finally chose AMU. The old Earl looked at his grandson, with a lot of pride and a little worry. Does this mean that AMU's natural affinity is much stronger than Anita's grandfather's branch? Maybe the god of nature likes AMU more. Shang Feifan smiled, and held Lang Mu's hand. Lang Mu, The old Earl was proud, that's right. The heart fruit of Clement's family is also actively drilling into our AMU's body. By the way, will this heart fruit also be part of the power of the god of nature? Very likely. Shang Feifan suddenly thought of a question when he said this. Before, whenever the missing parts of the statue of the god of nature were found, the system would chase him to take back those missing parts. But if the heart fruit is also a missing part of the statue, why would the system have no reaction? Including the treasure hunting compass, there was no special reaction. Lang Mu also looked at Shang Feifan at this time, and it was obvious that he had thought of this. Shang Feifan wrote down this question and planned to call the system to ask it later. Anita hated the Queen and the Denton family so much, and even hated the Tiger King and other irrelevant people, and didn't even care about her own son. Do you think it's because she also hates herself? The old lady spoke slowly. Because even if the whole world doesn't know, she knows that she had a chance to save her parents' lives, but in order to keep the stone ear, she pretended to know nothing, and waited for the news of her mother's death and her father's disappearance. The old lady sighed. Although the Queen is so vicious that she may not let go of Lady Jones' family even if she gets the stone ear. But as children, they always have to try even if they know it's impossible. But Anita didn't even try. Psychological imbalance caused by guilt? Lang Mu murmured. The old lady nodded. The family of four fell into a brief silence. The old earl broke the silence with a sneer. What Anita thought and did at the time, and what she thinks now, is no longer important. What matters is what she did when she grew up. She can take revenge, but she shouldn't use my child as her revenge tool, and she shouldn't get together with the evil God believers and not treat other people's lives as human lives. She must pay the price for what she did. Seeing that the old earl was angry again, Lang Mu coughed lightly and took the initiative to mention, I think Grandpa and Grandma must want to ask us, how is Ramil now? The old lady smiled bitterly. That's right. When Lang Mu mentioned Ramil, just now, she wanted to ask if the child had been forced to sign the soul contract. Lang Mu comforted her, saying, Grandma, don't worry. I have brought Ramil out. He was hit hard by Anita, and no longer wanted to get involved with them in the royal city. I promised to send him away from the royal city. Do you and Grandpa want to see him? The old count blurted out, no. The old lady did not answer immediately. Lang Mu saw Grandma's hesitation and stood up. Ramil is outside. I will call him in. You have a good chat with him. Maybe this is the last time you see him. It's better to untie the knot in your heart. The old earl snorted, but he didn't really say he didn't see him. Lang Mu pulled Shang Fifan up and walked out of the living room. Lang Mu took out the thumb boy from his pocket, chanted a magic formula, and threw it to the ground. The thumb boy turned back to normal size as soon as he landed. Lang Mu untied the hypnotic magic on Ramil. Ramil opened his eyes and jumped up. Where is this? Ramil lost his voice. He recognized it. He was too familiar with this place. Grandpa and Grandma are waiting for you inside. Go in and say whatever you want to say. After that, I send you away. Lang Mu raised his hand to signal. Ramil opened his mouth and finally turned around and walked into the house. The two stood outside and waited. Lang Mu was not afraid that Ramil would turn against them and hurt the two elders. Although he did not go in, he could hear everything in the house clearly. The two elders were not weak either, especially the old earl. It is impossible for Ramil to kill the two elders with one strike with his ability. The fruit of heart. The two said in unison. Wait a minute. Shang Fifan began to call the system. System, I'm asking you, is the fruit of heart in AMU also part of the missing power of the god of nature? The system replied after a while, yes. Shang Fifan, then why didn't you urge me to take it back? The system asked back, would you be willing? Shang Fifan. In other words, once the fruit of heart is taken back, Lang Mu will lose his life? System, yes. Shang Fifan, then you should know how I will react after hearing this, right? System, if you postpone the main quest and deliberately don't do the main quest, the system will find another suitable player to do the main quest. Once other players discover the heart fruit in Lang Mu's body, they will not show mercy. Shang Fifan, are you threatening me? System, please pay attention to the content of the main task. Shang Fifan quickly flipped through the main task to check. After completing the task, you will get a special reward. The system will grant you a wish. Okay, he found the point. Can this wish allow Lang Mu to survive even if he loses the heart fruit? The system said mysteriously. Don't underestimate the favor of the god of nature. The orc body has the ability to heal itself. Shang Fifan was so angry that he laughed. You are just trying to trick me. The system gave a little guarantee. Complete the main task as soon as possible and gain more favor from the god of nature. Only when taking out the heart fruit will not affect Lang Mu's life will you be asked to recycle the heart fruit. Shang Fifan's anger subsided a little, and he muttered, that's about right. Lang Mu asked him with his eyes. Shang Fifan breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. We just need to find more of the missing power of the god of nature, and you will get more favor from the god of nature, and your body's self-healing ability will be greatly improved until your heart grows back. Then we will hand over the fruit of heart at that time. Lang Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. If it were before, he would have died. But now he has grandparents, and he wants to take care of them until the end of their lives, so how can he give up his life so easily, not to mention. Lang Mu held Shang Fifan's hand. Chapter 184. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu sent Ramil to the outside of the royal city, and then turned back to the royal city. Ramil turned his head and took a last look at the royal city, took a deep breath, turned around, and strode into the distance without any nostalgia. From then on, he would truly embark on his own life path. He didn't know what the future would be like, but at this moment, his heart was extremely relaxed and his whole body became light. The two old men didn't say they forgave him, but he could see that they were always worried about him. The old earl scolded him. He was very happy, because if the old earl was extremely disappointed in him, he probably wouldn't say a word to him. And the old earl was more scolding those two people, saying that those two bastards taught a good child badly, just like the old people in the family scolded their children for teaching their grandchildren badly. In short, the fault was all the adults. The old lady saw his discomfort, inferiority, and regret, and was willing to reach out and hold him in her arms, just like she did to him when he was a child, and gently patted him. Ramil's mood at that time could not be described in words. He knelt on the ground and lay on the old man's knees, crying and saying sorry. Knowing that he was going to leave Tiger Country, the old lady was still worried that he didn't have enough money, so she insisted on giving him money. Ramil didn't have the nerve to ask for it, and said that he had saved a lot of money in the past few years. Because of this, the old lady called Lang Mu and others in, and asked them to take him to get the money and other necessary supplies, and then send him away from the royal city safely. Lang Mu actually agreed. Accompanied by Lang Mu and Ari Shang, he returned to his residence, which was the former commander's mansion of Lang Fei. He only took his own personal property, and he didn't touch anything that originally belonged to the Lang family. When he left, he also handed the key of the mansion back to Lang Mu. These were much better than he had originally thought. He originally thought that he would have to flee the royal city in a hurry and struggle to survive in the wilderness like a wandering savage. Although he still needs to go far away alone now, he at least brought enough wealth for an ordinary orc to live a lifetime, and his own strength was not too bad. As long as he is careful and finds a more reliable caravan to join on the way, he should be able to go to other countries smoothly. Shang Fifan chatted with Lang Mu on the way back to the city. That guy just pulled you aside and stuffed something in your hand? He was so shy. Lang Mu laughed and spread his palm. This is it. Shang Fifan was curious and took it to look carefully. Key? The key to Lang's house? Lang Mu shook his head. No, he said he got it from Anita. He didn't know what it was, but Anita seemed to value it. After losing it, he looked for it for a long time. Shang Fifan, he didn't return it to Anita? Lang Mu, he said he wanted to return it, but he was afraid that Anita would scold him, so he didn't dare to return it immediately. I forgot about it after a long time. This time when I went back to get his savings and personal belongings, I saw this thing and remembered it. Shang Fifan, naughty child. Lang Mu smiled. Your identification skills are good. The thing is left with you. You can think about it, and see if it is useful. Okay. Shang Fifan was not polite, and put away the key-like metal strip, intending to take a closer look when he had time. At the first glance just now, he had used the identification skill, but the result was empty, suggesting that he needed to upgrade the level of the identification skill. That guy actually has a space bracelet. Shang Fifan muttered. During this period, he sold a lot of space props intermittently, but he remembered that Ramil was not among the buyers. Lang Mu smiled. Ramil is the son of the Tiger King after all. Anita wants to use him, but she will not treat him badly. If he wants a space prop, he can still get it. That kid got it cheap. Shang Fifan still disliked Ramil. Just based on the words that Ramil shouted in the palace at that time, it was enough to put him on his enemy list. Lang Mu said, just give face to Grandpa and Grandma. You see, they scolded fiercely, but they still care about Ramil in their hearts. After all, they raised him for so many years. And Ramil is not really a bad guy. Otherwise, after he knew his life experience, he could have secretly harmed Grandpa and Grandma and completely occupied everything in the Lang family. Or simply use emotions to deceive the two elders, use Grandpa's status and connections, and let the Lang family cheer for him to fight for more power and status. It is because Ramil is a person with bottom line and conscience that he would move out of the Earl's mansion after knowing his life experience, and gradually alienate the two elders. In the final analysis, it is because of guilt in his heart. Similarly, Ramil is just a young boy who has not grown up yet. He shouted those words in the palace just. Lang Mu gave Shang Fifan a look that said you know. Shang Fifan curled his lips. He didn't understand. You are just soft-hearted, and you can find so many excuses for him. I used to be a teacher. I have seen all kinds of children. Sometimes children do bad things without knowing that they are doing bad things, either because they are influenced by the environment or instigated by their friends. When they grow up, they will regret what they have done. There are not many people who are born bad. 21 is still a child. People will regret something they did when they were 99, when they are 100 years old. Age does not represent psychological and behavioral maturity. I think it is the lack of social beatings. That's why Ramil grew up a lot overnight. Lang Mu sighed. I would rather never have been beaten by society, and would rather be innocent and stupid forever, which means someone is protecting you well. Shang Fifan touched his chin. Now that you say that, I can't throw Ah Dai out early to accept the test of society. Lang Mu wanted to kick him. How old is Ah Dai? The two chatted and laughed, and also went to watch the excitement at the Earl of Merwin's mansion. The city guards, the Public Security Bureau, and even the Tiger King sent Clement here. After all, the one who got into trouble was an earl, and he was an earl with a high status and strength and real power. Not to mention that Earl Merwin died suddenly in the explosion. Clement couldn't think of other words to describe the death of Earl Merwin. The moment he saw the body, the only thing that flashed through his mind was sudden death. Words. Count Merwin's death was too tragic. But it didn't seem to be related to the explosion. If Clement hadn't known that the Count had shown up in the palace today, he would have thought that the Count had been imprisoned for many days, and tortured until he couldn't bear it and died. In addition to the tragic death of Count Merwin, his son Ix Merwin's situation was not much better. Although Ix didn't die, he was only a breath left. The whole person looked like he had been tied to a copper pillar and burned with fire, and his handsome face turned into a ghost. Clement wanted to ask Nine what happened in the Earl of Merwin's mansion, but Nina's tongue was almost rotten and he couldn't say a word. Clement saw Nina's eyes. Nina's eyes were very strange, as if he was going to tell him a big secret, but also as if he was afraid and looking forward to something. Clement, and the head of the city guards and the Public Security Bureau went to find other people who could take responsibility in the Earl of Merwin's mansion. They found the Countess of Merwin, but this lady died even more miserably, with no skin, as if she had been skinned alive and put into boiling oil. Then, they went to find the housekeeper of the Earl of Merwin's mansion. The housekeeper looked like he was killed by the broken bricks, but he also had strange scars on his body. Clement and others looked around, and the more they looked, the more they felt that this Earl's mansion was extremely strange. They didn't find many living people. It was as if the whole Earl's mansion was cursed by some evil magic. Many people either died miserably, or were seriously ill or injured to the point of only having one breath left. In addition, they encountered a large number of bugs. These bugs rushed out of the Earl's mansion crazily. The city guards and the police had to deal with these bugs first. Why are there so many bugs in Earl Merwin's mansion? Do these bugs look a little wrong? They don't look like the bugs we usually use. Has Earl Merwin's family been cursed? When did such a powerful cursor appear? He could curse so many people to death with just one curse? Didn't I hear that the cost of a curse is very high? Do you remember what the queen looked like? Some people say that the queen was cursed. Hush, don't talk about this. Who can curse the queen? Report to the commander, a dungeon was found. The guard who reported looked strange and hesitated to speak. Clement, what? Is there something strange in that dungeon? The reporter, Commander, you will know when you go to see it. Clement immediately led people to the dungeon. The leaders of the city guards and the Public Security Bureau also led people to rush over after hearing the news. Several orcs hid secretly near the Earl of Merwin's mansion. Did you all take pictures? Yes, it's first-hand information. I guarantee it will be eye-popping when I release it. It's a pity that so many corpses were blown up. Just be happy that you took pictures. I don't know who the boss is who passed the news to us. The Fierce Fox. It's the gang of information dealers who are obsessed with money. There are big guys in it, and they always seem to get the latest and most secret news one step faster than others. As soon as I got the news, didn't I summon all of you? Do you think the mysterious boss in the Fierce Fox gang is the player's platoon leader? The bug in the ranking list? Yu Huang? It's very likely, isn't it? I don't think it's him. Everyone says that your Huang ID is used by game developers to test the game, or it's the account of the dog planner himself. Otherwise, how can someone's ID be gray all day long and still be upgraded continuously? That's right. By the way, those NPC bosses seem to have all gone to the same place. Should we go over and take a look? Go! It'll only be 72 hours after they are killed. A few orcs sneaked into Earl Merwin's mansion again. They were quite capable. The entire Earl's mansion was surrounded by the city guards, but they were able to find a gap to sneak in. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu stood not far away to watch the excitement. They also saw Butler Wu. Butler Wu was talking to a few people who were also the managers of big shots. Everyone pointed at the bombed Earl Merwin's mansion and whispered about the gossip they knew. There were a lot of people watching. If it wasn't late at night, there might be more people. There were a lot of orcs flying in the sky, circling over Earl Merwin's mansion. There were naturally some flying people in the city guards, who flew up to drive away these guys who were watching the excitement. Shang Fifan asked the Sky Eye system in a low voice. He asked the Sky Eye system to stare at Anita. AMU, let's go. I take you to catch Anita. Langmu, don't keep her fishing. We've almost caught all the fish we should catch. Anita's role is not much anymore, and we should settle our grievances with her. Shang Fifan said very coldly. And Anita's situation is not good now. If we don't go there, I'm afraid some people may deal with her in return. The two immediately left the Earl of Merwin's mansion. The palace? Clement came back to report. The Tiger King supported his forehead. Today is really too long a day. The various things that happened during the day have already made him anxious, and he didn't expect that he would not be at peace at night. Your Majesty, the problem is the Earl of Merwin's mansion. Clement gave the answer neatly. The Tiger King snorted in his heart, but it was a pity that the problem was not the Grand Governor's mansion. Today, the Lion Domain and he were evenly matched, which made him lose face. However, the Tiger King did not really want the Grand Admiral to get into trouble. Although the Grand Admiral was rude to him, he was also a royalist and devoted to the Tiger Kingdom. He was the real backbone of the Tiger Kingdom. For the Tiger King, it didn't matter if a few earls died, but the Grand Admiral really couldn't get into trouble. Tell me in detail, isn't this family always low-key and stable? How come such a big thing happened after a commotion? Clement told the Tiger King everything he saw. Don't know the cause of the explosion? Earl Merwin and his wife are all dead, and their son Ix Merwin is only left with one breath. The Tiger King almost doubted his ears. This is simply the annihilation of the whole family. The dead are still great nobles, which is definitely a top priority in the Tiger Kingdom. I remember that Earl Mervyn has a married daughter? Yes. Miss Mervyn married a grandson of Grand Duke Chester, and the two lived in Dean Fortress, the territory of Grand Duke Chester. Even if Miss Mervyn heard the news, it would take a month for her to rush over. Does Ix have a fiancée? Yes. His fiancée is Nina Mervyn, the sister of Doris, the socialite of Dream House. It's her. The Tiger King's expression became cold. He knew that the Queen had captured Doris and tortured her, and she has not been released until now. Nina Mervyn disappeared since Doris was captured, and everyone thought that this woman was hidden by Nine. But Clement told the Tiger King that he did not find Nina Mervyn in Earl Mervyn's mansion, but found her in the dungeon of Mervyn's mansion. Royal family member? The Tiger King doubted his ears again. Clement nodded calmly. It was your fourth uncle, Earl Miles, who was said to be traveling. When we found him, his condition was very bad, and it seemed that his blood was taken many times. Blood? The Tiger King was furious. What does the Merwin family want to do? Clement, Earl Miles doesn't know either. He said that he occasionally found that the Merwin family seemed to be buying a large number of slaves on the black market. A beautiful female slave he liked was bought by the Merwin Earl's mansion. He went to the Merwin Earl to ask for it, and asked the Merwin Earl why he bought so many slaves. The Merwin Earl said that they were used to cultivate the fields. The Tiger King was angry. That idiot. Clement gave the Tiger King some time to digest his anger, and then continued to report. In addition, we found a more secret cell deep in the dungeon of Earl Merwin's mansion, and inside it was Annlena. The Tiger King stood up, and his face changed. What did you say? That bitch Annlena was imprisoned in the dungeon of Earl Merwin's mansion? Clement nodded affirmatively. How could it be? Isn't Annlena the Queen's? I thought she was in the Queen's hands. If Annlena was not the Queen's, why didn't the Queen say it? The Tiger King couldn't figure it out. Clement guessed, maybe the Queen was also waiting for Annlena to give her the belt, but too many things happened today, and the Queen had no time to find Annlena. Maybe the news leaked out when the Queen sent people to look for Annlena, allowing Earl Merwin to catch Annlena first. Does she still have my belt? Tiger King was anxious. Clement, she said she had handed the belt to Earl Merwin, but Earl Merwin locked her up after checking it, and tortured her to find where the real space belt was. Tiger King frowned fiercely. He finally got the news of Annlena, and thought he could get his space belt back immediately, but he didn't expect things to be complicated again. Wait. Hand it over? Could it be that Annlena is Earl Merwin's person? Tiger King changed color. Clement's expression remained unchanged. That's what Annlena said. She said that she was under the Queen's command, but in fact she was a spy trained by Earl Merwin's mansion. She also took the initiative to confess that Earl Merwin's mansion trained a lot of stunning female orcs, specifically to seduce some big shots and defraud intelligence or property from them. For example, the stunning female slave that your fourth uncle, Earl Miles, found was the bait that lured him into the trap. And you? Tiger King, The word lust is like a knife hanging over your head. This time, Tiger King really deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. 2 generations of their royal family actually fell for female orcs. And these two female orcs were trained by Earl Merwin's mansion. What exactly does this Earl Merwin's mansion want to do? Tiger King was extremely angry, and wanted to tear Earl Merwin apart. Oh, Earl Merwin is now burping. You go and interrogate Anilina in person, and make sure to find out the whereabouts of the belt. As the owner of the lost belt, Tiger King was naturally very sure that Anilina had indeed exchanged his space belt. Clement nodded and left. The Tiger King walked around the study anxiously. It seemed that since the life stories of Ramil and Raphael were exposed, everything around him seemed to be out of control, and became a mess. The master of Tionkin Valley was particularly depressed. Why did he always seem to be a step late? In addition to wanting to make friends with the powerful, he came to the royal city to get the Tiger King's space belt. But the second prince told him that the space belt had been replaced by someone, and now it was gone. In addition, the players also gave him a little headache. He issued several tasks to the players, hoping that they could disrupt the royal city. But it seemed that not all players were interested in his tasks. They also accepted other tasks, and were very busy. It happened that those tasks were tasks that were automatically issued by the game system under the trigger mechanism according to the environment and situation, and even he could not delete them in the first time. So many players have already received tasks, and are doing them. If he temporarily deletes these tasks, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the players. The owner of Tionkin Valley also wants players to help find a space belt, and the reward is a space backpack with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. If you buy a space item of the same capacity from Ares Merchant, it will cost 10,000 gold, but whether the player can complete this task is also unknown. The owner of Tionkin Valley does not have many space items in his hands. The space backpack he puts in the grocery store is just a gimmick and a carrot. When a player really collects 100 gold to buy this backpack, the next space item that appears will not be at this price. In short, high-end equipment such as space backpacks is one of the channels he uses to recycle currency. He gave money to the players, and then used various equipment to collect the money, which could barely achieve the currency balance of the game. Tian Kangalord began to look through the tasks that the players were performing in the royal city, and he wanted to find some clues from them. The gossip newspapers made by the players themselves always seemed to get some new or secret information, and no one knew where they got the information from. Seeing a series of new task contents, Tian Kangalord was silent. What happened to the explosion of the Earl of Merwin's mansion? And the players actually found Anlina, who stole the Tiger King's space belt. The latest triggered task is to find out why Anlina was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Earl of Merwin's mansion. Tian Kangalord rubbed his forehead and decided to talk to the second prince. How could such a small Tiger King's capital be so complicated? Tian Kangalord changed his mind. Complexity is good. How can it create chaos without complexity? He wished that the Tiger King's capital would be in chaos immediately. The more miserable the Tiger people lived, and the worse their situation was, the faster religion could develop and take root. As soon as he saw the second prince said to him, "There is a third magician here. I feel the residual magic power and magic fluctuations." The Lord of Tionkin Valley immediately asked, "Where?" The second prince, "It's in the Earl of Merwin's mansion." "You went there too?" "There are nobles near the Earl of Merwin's mansion. I also live not far away. With such a big thing happening, how could I not go to check it out?" "So the incident in the Earl of Merwin's mansion is related to the magician?" The Lord of Tionkin Valley pondered. Who could it be? The second prince had several guesses in his mind. Everyone was scattered at that time, and no one knew where the others had landed. "But I suspect there is an exit on the Tiger Country side, causing not only you and me, but also more magicians to fall into the Tiger Country territory. Or the space wall on the Tiger Country side is relatively thin." The Lord of Tionkin Valley also suspected this, because several important NPCs around him were magicians, but now they can't use magic and can only be blacksmiths, doctors, etc. Who do you think that magician is? And why can he use magic? He should be like you, with his body and storage items on his body, instead of just retaining his soul like me. The second prince smiled bitterly. The Lord of Tionkin Valley looked even more solemn. He can wear it through, so he must be at least a high-level magician, maybe the sage himself. The second prince didn't say anything. He didn't want to fight a magic saint, especially when the other party had magic crystals and magic wands in his hands. If he was really a magic saint, why would he fight against the Earl of Merwin's mansion? Does the Earl of Merwin have any secrets? Does it count as cooperating with the followers of the evil god? The second prince knew a little more. The Public Security Bureau found several strange people in the Earl of Merwin's mansion. Although those people were not dead, they only had one breath left. One of them could still speak, and kept muttering the name of the evil god Ermicaleso. What's even more strange is that the person who kept muttering the name of the evil god actually spontaneously combusted without fire and burned into a pool of black ash in a blink of an eye. The other guys who were about to die saw it and were like crazy, shouting Ermicaleso together. Some people were still shouting even though they couldn't make any sound, and some people could only shout with a breath. Then these people died one after another. Although they didn't turn into black ash, their deaths were also very strange. There were many wounds on their bodies, as if they had been tortured, but they had strange smiles on their faces, and their eyes were wide open, as if they were expecting something. The Lord of Tianquan Valley frowned. Evil god believers? They were also very afraid of the evil god, and they didn't want to contact the evil god if they could avoid it. Especially the prophetic magic saint, who shouted that he was deceived before his death. In addition, although these magicians wanted to embark on the path of becoming gods, they still had reason. It would be best if they could become orthodox gods. The path of evil gods would be their last choice. Besides, no one dared to guarantee that if they cooperated with the evil god, they would become the evil god's puppets. The second prince speculated, the evil god believers may want to come to the fore. They have always been suppressed and shameful, and their gods have always been regarded as evil gods. But now that the ancient gods of the Orc continent have disappeared, it is normal for the evil gods to want to take over as the situation changes. The Lord of Tianquan Valley smiled. The evil gods and the righteous gods all depend on people's words. Aren't many sects also regarded as evil by the Orthodox at the beginning of their establishment? But as long as they develop well in the later period, the evil gods can also be shaped into righteous gods, or even the only gods. On the contrary, the original righteous gods will be regarded as evil. The second prince, you don't want to cooperate with the evil god believers, do you? The Lord of Tianquan Valley shook his head. Those evil god believers may have set their eyes on the territory of Tiger Country. Any sect needs a place to take root. If they are allowed to take root in Tiger Country, they will never allow another religion to appear on Tiger Country's territory. And he can't just move the birth pool at will. In other words, he also regards Tiger Country as his base, and naturally he can't give it to the evil god believers. But this does not mean that he must confront the evil god believers. Many things can be negotiated as long as the interests are properly exchanged. This magician seems to have confronted the evil god believers. Let's ignore him for the time being and let him fight with the evil god believers. The Lord of Tianquan Valley said. The second prince also said, it is most important to find the space belt now. If I can find the space belt, even if I can't sit on the throne immediately, I can leave a very good impression on the Tiger King and other dignitaries. The Lord of Tianquan Valley, I have someone looking for it. What's the matter with Anilina? Can I see her? The second prince, I will find a way to let you see her. Their magicians have many ways to make people tell the truth. The second prince just doesn't want to expose his strength for the time being, and he also wants to save magic crystals. The Lord of Tianquan Valley suddenly said, by the way, I heard that Raphael Longmu seems to have obtained the stone ear that the queen has been looking for. The second prince laughed. Is that true? Or Ramil shouted it out. But I think Raphael doesn't seem to take it seriously, and I don't know if the stone ear is really on him. The Lord of Tianquan Valley smiled mysteriously. You know when you see him. If he can't get the space belt, it's good to get the stone ear. As long as his real body actually touches Raphael, he can tell whether the other party really has the power of the god of nature. Chapter 185. Anita took a potion and found it didn't work, so she took another healing potion. But the wounds on her body still didn't disappear, and even became more serious. Nina Melvin looked at Anita anxiously, wanting to help her, but she was helpless. Anita was in unbearable pain, and took another bottle of potion. This potion was used to resist the curse. Yes, she had guessed that 99% of the changes in her body came from the curse. Only spells can be so mysterious and hard to guard against. The anti-curse potion she took seemed to have some effect. The wounds on her body did not disappear, but they did not continue to get worse. Madam, I go find Lord Juster. Nina Melvin suggested. Anita sat up. Don't go. Juster is also a spellcaster, but he is not her man, but a free mercenary. As long as you pay enough money, Juster can do things for you. Similarly, don't expect him to be loyal. Anita doesn't trust Juster. There are so many people out there looking for her. It's impossible to say Juster is not tempted by the bounty. That means he doesn't know where she is hiding now, otherwise he would have betrayed her long ago. Nina Melvin saw Anita's refusal and was worried. But is this a curse on you? How can you solve it if you don't find a sorcerer? Anita asked back. Do you trust Juster so much? Nina's eyes flickered. Anita was alert and thought that Nina couldn't be trusted. This little girl looked like she was in love. She thought Nina liked Ixmerwin, but she didn't expect that she also had feelings for Juster. However, Juster's appearance is indeed very attractive to women, and he has a bit of indifference and mysterious temperament, so it is not surprising that he would attract Nina. Well, then you go find Juster and come over. When you find him, don't tell him about me first, just say that I asked him to come over. Anita said. Nina smiled. Okay, I go find him now. Madam, wait, Juster will definitely find a way to save you. Anita watched Nina leave happily, immediately got up, quickly picked up a few things and put them into the space bracelet, put on a cloak, turned around and left through the back door. Tisk, it's really uncomfortable to see the space props I refined wearing these people's hands. Who? Anita turned around suddenly. This way. Someone waved to Anita on the top of the wall of the alley. Anita looked up and saw two figures. The two jumped down from the roof and landed right in front of Anita. Anita wrapped her cloak tightly. She felt that the curse-resistant potion seemed to be starting to lose its effect, and the wounds on her body began to hurt again. The light in the alley was not very good, but it was enough for Anita to recognize the two people opposite. One of them was really familiar to her. Raphael, and that Aries Shang. Anita didn't say anything. She was not sure whether the two people really recognized her, or just met by chance. Shang Fifan looked Anita up and down and laughed strangely. Are you also cursed by a tooth for a tooth? I didn't expect that you would also sacrifice living people and torture innocent people. You didn't die directly, so you are probably an accomplice? Anita's eyes narrowed. My lord, I don't know what you are talking about. Shang Fifan chuckled. Anita, what's the point of pretending at this time? Anita was silent for 2 seconds. Is the curse related to you? Shang Fifan, where are you going? People say that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I think you probably have at least 30 burrows, madam. Anita saw that Aries Shang refused to answer directly, so she looked at Lang Mu, and her voice returned to her original voice. Long time no see. Lang Mu nodded to Anita, just like greeting an ordinary acquaintance. Long time no see. Anita simply took off her hood and revealed her true face. Can you tell me how you found me? Lang Mu smiled. He smiled. The news given by the gossip newspaper. Anita, Shang Fifan didn't care whether Anita believed it or not, and said with an expression that made people want to hit him, well, you have 2 choices. The first choice is to follow us to the palace, and let us get the bounty smoothly. The second choice is, see if you have anything good to bribe us. If the value is higher than the bounty given by the Tiger King, we can consider turning a blind eye and letting you go. Anita didn't look at Aries Shang, but only stared at Lang Mu. Do you hate me? Lang Mu wanted to laugh. Aries Shang sneered and answered, who do you think you are? How can my Mu hate you? Anita put one hand in her pocket and said to Lang Mu, I don't know who you are, but I know you are definitely not Raphael. If you send me to the Tiger King, I will tell him about this, and he will tell the old Count Longjin. Aries Shang tilted his head. Are you threatening my Mu? Anita was shocked that Aries Shang had no reaction to the secret she revealed, but she remained calm and stared at Lang Mu. You have stone ears on your body. Guess what if I tell you about this? You don't need to tell me. Your son Ramil has already said it in public in the palace. Aries Shang crossed his arms. Come on, continue, and see how many little secrets you have that can threaten Mu. Anita was a little angry and depressed. Why didn't Ramil tell her about such an important thing? Then aren't you worried? Anita stared at Lang Mu's eyes. Stone ears are part of the power of the god of nature. Many people know this secret. As far as I know, the evil god believers have a way to extract the power of the god of nature that has been integrated into the human body. Lang Mu finally spoke. Oh. Anita didn't understand. Oh. That's your reaction? I know you're calm, but aren't you too calm? Shang Fifan was too lazy to watch Anita continue to perform, and turned to Lang Mu and said, no more playing, beat her up and send her to the Tiger King. Or just cut her up and avenge you. When Lang Mu first knew that he was the original Raphael, he felt really bad. But when he saw Anita's face, he suddenly lost interest in revenge. Is the curse on her body incurable? Lang Mu asked Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan said with unusual confidence, no, unless the god of curses removes the curse for her. It's you? I didn't expect you to be a sorcerer. Anita lost her voice. Both ignored Anita. Lang Mu, send her to the Tiger King for disposal. I think this might make her suffer more. It's a pity that the queen is not here, otherwise it would be best to give her to the queen. Anita was incredulous. Raphael, how can you say such a thing? You are not that kind of person at all. Lang Mu looked at Anita without emotion. Sometimes, I really find it strange that you people can always do anything when dealing with others, but if someone treats you like this, you will make a fuss, as if others should lie down and let you bully and slaughter them. Anita raised her hand and turned to run. Paralysis all over the body. Anita's legs softened and she fell to the ground. The potion that Anita sprinkled gathered together in a breeze and fell on Anita's face. Anita screamed suddenly. Blood bubbles appeared on her face one after another in an instant. Hiss. Shang Fifan grinned. This potion is really poisonous. Anita's body suddenly sank, and her whole body sank into the ground. Lang Mu pulled out the bone staff and pointed to the ground. Come out. Anita's body flew out of the soil directly. Anita's eyes were full of disbelief. What kind of tricks did Raphael use? Her blood talent is Earth Walker. As long as her feet land on the ground, she has more opportunities to escape and attack the enemy than others. She encountered danger several times, including today in Jinsei Manor, and she relied on this blood talent to escape. Generally, as long as she drilled into the ground, it would be very difficult to catch her again. Even though her body was paralyzed just now, and she couldn't control her body freely, her mental power was still there, so she could control her body to sink into the ground, but she didn't move as fast as when her limbs were free. But just as she was about to run away, she suddenly felt a force that caught her like a net and pulled her out of the soil. Anita was dragged out of the ground and felt the numbness in her body disappear. She immediately took out an alchemical weapon and shot it at Lang Mu. Crack! The alchemical dagger flew halfway and turned into a lump of ice and fell to the ground from midair. Boom! A fist hit Anita's temple and knocked her out. Shang Fifan saw Anita hit the wall and slid down softly, and apologized without any apology. Sorry, my hand was a little heavy. Anita was already unconscious, and didn't hear Shang Fifan's apology at all. Lang Mu looked down at Anita, who was lying unconscious on the ground, with a slightly strange look in his eyes. Is it solved just like that? Shang Fifan, how complicated can it be? Even though she has been planning for so many years, and seems to have done a lot of things, if she is a strong person who can knock down the Tiger King and the Queen with one punch, she doesn't need to do these things. Lang Mu thought so. Sometimes, being scheming means lack of strength. When others use fists, she can only use tricks. People who use tricks are like some magicians, who don't cultivate their bodies, and can't cast magic instantly. They are most afraid of people getting close to them. It is said that the magicians in the Fardel continent suffered a lot from their weak bodies. Later magicians paid great attention to body training. Some even cast black magic directly on their bodies, and used alternative methods to refine a strong body for themselves. And why are magicians so powerful? In addition to their ability to cast large-scale magic, they can also cast powerful magic instantly in large quantities. Although Lang Mu has not reached the level of a mage, he is only a hair's breadth away, and has mastered a lot of small instantaneous magic. Moreover, he has obtained the magic secret stone from the eldest prince. As long as he integrates the secret stone and begins to accept the inheritance of the magic saint inside, I believe it will not take long for him to enter the mage realm. Shang Fifan picked up Anita and threw her into the statue square. The two did not immediately go to find the Tiger King, but walked towards the mansion where Anita had just come out. The two searched around the mansion and found some property and secret letters. Shang Fifan didn't hesitate and stuffed all the things into his pocket. Nina Melvin came back with Juster quite quickly. Shang Fifan saw that there was no sign of curse on the two, and it didn't seem like they knew much about the evil god believers, so he ignored them and took Lang Mu away. Nina ran around the house looking for her, and finally said to Juster in frustration, "The lady is not here, there are no signs of fighting or breaking the door, she should have left on her own." She also took away all the valuables in the house. Juster looked around the house, and secretly regretted that he could not take Anita to claim the reward, but Juster smiled and took Nina's hand. The Earl of Merwin's house has been ruined, and Lady Anita has also run away. I don't think Lady Anita will come back to find you again. You don't need to listen to her anymore to win over that 9 Merwin, and be a bridge between Lady Anita and the Merwin family unwillingly. Nina, you are free. I think the Tiger Kingdom city will be in chaos. You might as well leave with me early. Nina was still a little hesitant, but when she thought about her sister Doris being captured by the Queen for so long, Lady Anita said she would save her but did nothing. If she hadn't taken her sister's personal belongings to Juster and asked Juster to help find her sister, she didn't know that her sister had died tragically during the torture. Nina thought about Anita's leaving without saying goodbye, and finally made up her mind. She smiled shyly at Juster. "Okay. I go with you." Juster smiled smugly in secret. These girls, who are in love, are really easy to deceive. Gudong. Jester's eyelids suddenly flipped, and a big hole broke in his head and fell to the ground. He was dead in an instant. Nita was shocked and almost screamed. Shang Feifan, who turned back, said to Lang Mu helplessly, "Are you relieved now?" Lang Mu just smiled. "Didn't you say that the sorcerer has a lot of resentment entangled in his body?" And he heard the screams and curses of the undead. Shang Feifan didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but Lang Mu took a few steps and insisted on pulling him back. When Lang Mu heard what the undead were cursing, he was going to attack Jester. Shang Feifan took the lead and knocked Jester down with a brick, which was particularly neat and tidy. This time, the two really left. Nina Melvin stood there in a daze for a long time, and finally reacted, quickly went back to the house to pack her things and ran away. She didn't touch Jester's belongings, because he was a sorcerer, and she was afraid that it would be unlucky if he took his things. When it was almost dawn, there was a little movement in the mansion. Someone sneaked in. Player Pippi Shrimp looked around with a side look, and confirmed that the huge mansion was actually empty, and immediately showed joy. "I hope there is a treasure chest in this house for him to open." "Oh! What is that?" Pippi Shrimp almost tripped over something, looked down, and was shocked. "Damn! Corpse mission?" Pippi Shrimp was a little disappointed when the mission didn't pop up, but when he started to touch the corpse habitually, his mouth was crooked with a smile. Just now, the system popped up a reminder, saying that he had discovered the inheritance of the sorcerer, and asked him if he wanted to learn to become a sorcerer. This is really a blessing from heaven, a great adventure. Pippi Shrimp almost couldn't wait to run to the World Channel to show off. Pippi Shrimp's adventure was put aside. In the palace, the Tiger King slept for a while at dawn. Maybe less than an hour and a half. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a report from the guards outside the door. "Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Someone has sent Madame Anita here." The Tiger King opened his eyes, and quickly turned over and sat up. Airy Shang stood carelessly in the yard outside the Tiger King's bedroom, and he just rushed here carrying Madame Anita. A group of guards surrounded him. The Tiger King walked out quickly. Airy Shang said without waiting for the Tiger King to speak, "Where's the bounty? Hurry up and pay the bill. I have to go back and hug my dear to sleep. I've been busy all night, and I'm so sleepy." Tiger King. "Airy Shang?" Airy Shang rolled his eyes. "Who else but me? Your Majesty, the Lady Anita you asked for is here. Where's the bounty you promised?" When the Tiger King issued the bounty, he never expected that someone would find Anita so quickly, and send her all the way to the palace. He didn't expect that this person would be the alchemist Airy Shang. So Airy Shang really likes Raphael, so he's working so hard. The Tiger King felt that he had to reevaluate the strength of this alchemist. Anita, who no one else could find, was found by a foreign playboy, so he asked how powerful this playboy was. "Wait a minute, where did you find Anita? And how did Anita become like this?" The Tiger King had good eyesight, and saw Anita's face full of blood bubbles. Airy Shang said impatiently, "How do I know? I saw her near the Earl of Merwin's mansion. She was like this when I found her. And you showed me her portrait. Although she has become like this, it doesn't prevent me from recognizing her." "Okay, Your Majesty the Tiger King, you have confirmed that she is Anita. Can you trade her quickly?" The Tiger King was silent for a second and waved his hand to ask someone to get the bounty. The waiter came in with a box. The Tiger King asked the waiter to put the box in front of Airy Shang. Airy Shang opened the box and took a look. After confirming that the amount was correct, he nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and put the box into the space ring, and left Anita and left. Tiger King, doesn't this dude take him? The Tiger King, seriously? Even if the Tiger King doesn't like Airy Shang, he can't do anything to him for the time being. He put all his attention on Anita. When Anita woke up, she saw the Tiger King sitting opposite her. She was soaked, and the cold wind in the morning made her shiver. Someone poured cold water on her. Clement stood 2 steps away from her. There was also a group of guards surrounding her from a distance. Anita gritted her teeth and sat up slowly. Her body was in so much pain. Damn the curse. Anita also felt that someone must have carefully touched her body, and all the extra parts on her body disappeared. Now, except for a cloak covering her body, she had no other external objects on her body. Seeing the alchemical shackles on her wrists and ankles that were specially used to prevent bloodline talents, Anita slowly raised her head. Is it necessary to go to this extent? The Tiger King looked at the female beastman in front of him coldly, and after a long while he said, "Your ambition also surprised me." Ambition? Anita didn't need to raise her hand to touch her face. She knew how terrible her face was now. She didn't expect to use this face to elicit the Tiger King's pity or past friendship. In fact, she knew very well that if she fell into the hands of Raphael and the Lang family, she would still have a chance to survive. But if she fell into the hands of the Tiger King, although it would not be as miserable as falling into the hands of the Queen, she would not be able to survive. Because she knew too well what the Tiger King cared about most. And she had seriously trampled on the Tiger King's bottom line. Why don't you say that you are lustful and greedy, and you are ambitious but incompetent? Oh, you are so stupid that you use the grandson of the first noble, who is willing to dedicate his territory and wholeheartedly support your power centralization, as a shield for your illegitimate child. I really have never seen a more incompetent king than you. The Tiger King was ashamed and angry, and was furious. It's obviously you. Anita sneered. I proposed it, but I just said that I was worried that Ramil would be humiliated and bullied because of his illegitimate status when he grows up. I didn't suggest using the son of the sacrificed Commander Lungfei in exchange. The guards around him wanted to cover their ears. Could they listen to such words? Wouldn't they be silenced afterwards? Clement was as still as a mountain, as if he had heard nothing. The Tiger King's chest rose and fell violently several times. Perhaps he had figured it out. There was no point in arguing with Anita. He tried to get down to business. You can't have so many plans in the royal city by yourself. Tell me, who are your other partners? Anita, your eldest son. Tiger King, bullshit. Anita, that's your second son, or you can think of it as your eldest daughter. Forget about the third son, that pig, he's a real waste. Tiger King was once again so angry that his chest hurt. Anita also mocked. Where's your queen? It's a pity that you are still the king of a country, but because your wife's family is powerful, you are like a turtle grandson, having to endure the queen's arrogance and domineering, and you can't even protect your own son, let alone protect your lover. Fortunately, I became your lover to avenge your family, otherwise whoever becomes your lover will be unlucky. A coward like you is learning to cheat from others, bah. Guardians around. We don't exist. His Majesty has forgotten us. Tiger King was angry, and suddenly calmed down, and he looked at Anita as if he was looking at a dead object. Since you don't want to say anything, then let it be. You died more than a year or two ago. Why would a dead person come out to disturb the world again? The Tiger King stood up and looked down at Anita. Don't worry, this time I will watch you die with my own eyes, and I won't give you any chance to fake your death and escape. Anita hasn't seen the Queen die, hasn't seen the Tiger King fall, and the Tiger Kingdom end. How can she be willing to die like this? You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will die too. The Tiger King said grimly. Do you think I'm afraid of your threat? Anita's voice became even more grim. This is not a threat. This is a fact. If you don't believe me, you can try it, but the price of your try is your life. The Tiger King thought Anita was just talking nonsense to save her life, and his eyes showed a sneer of extreme sarcasm. Do you think that killing me will solve all problems? Anita suddenly laughed wildly. Sars Farrell, you have misjudged more than just me. The one you misjudged the most is not me, but Raphael Lungmu. Who do you think found out and exposed the series of events during this period? Do you think that gossip newspaper is really that powerful? Wrong. Very wrong. Sars, I'm waiting to see your throne and your country taken away by Raphael Lungmu. And your sons and daughters will surely die one by one at Raphael's hands. I faked my death back then, not just to avoid the Queen. I am more afraid of Raphael than the harassment of that vicious woman. You should look at his eyes carefully. He seems to know everything. He knows, but he won't say it. Look at him after he turned 15. Who of those who bullied him had a good ending? Do you remember your stupid third son, who was beaten several times, but the murderer was not found? And your little daughter, who is as vicious and bad as her mother, wasn't her hair shaved and thrown into an ice hole in the middle of winter, but the murderer was also not found? Annette giggled. Her laughter was particularly unpleasant, without the gentle and pleasant sound of the beautiful lady in the past. Who do you think did all those things? It was Raphael, who you thought was very honest. Ha ha ha. By the way, who sent me here? Do you think it was someone else? Don't be stupid. It was also Raphael who found me, caught me, and sent me to you. Anita laughed more and more crazily. I didn't lose to you, nor to that vicious woman of the Denton family. I lost to Raphael. He is the one who will kill all of us if he doesn't move. Aren't you surprised that Marquis Denton suddenly disappeared without a trace? And why did Raphael appear in Black Forest City that day so coincidentally? He was so lucky to discover the library from 1,000 years ago, and he was the only one who had a way to get in. Because Raphael is the most powerful person. It was he who killed Marquis Denton. Lord. He also stopped Marquis Denton from sacrificing the entire Black Forest city. Just wait. Raphael's revenge has just begun. He didn't let me go, and he will never let you, an evil woman of the Denton family, go. By the way, is that evil woman already in trouble? I heard that she was cursed. Hee, you see I am also cursed, you can't escape, you will also be cursed, you are just put last. Lang Mu, who was hiding and watching secretly, turned his head and looked at Shang Fifan innocently. Look, everything you did is attributed to me. I am almost the big boss behind the scenes. Shang Fifan was amused by Lang Mu's little expression, and pinched his face. Baby, what I did is not what you did, there is no need to distinguish so clearly among family members. The Tiger King's expression changed with Anita's words, and I don't know what he was thinking. Clement, who knew a little bit of the truth, not to mention the Tiger King, even he almost believed Anita's words. I should have killed him as soon as I realized something was wrong. I shouldn't have waited to see what was going on, and I shouldn't have. Stone Ear chose him, the god of nature chose him. Not me. God didn't choose me, why didn't he choose me? Why? Stone Ear chose me first. Who is he? He's not Raphael. What kind of monster is he? What's his relationship with the god of nature? How can he have those weird abilities? Kill him. Ramil, kill him for me. Sars, kill him for me. He's not my son, he's a monster. A monster? Anita seemed to have a mental problem. The Tiger King was inexplicably annoyed when he heard Anita constantly trying to make Raphael hate him. Huh? A mouthful of fire spurted out and landed on Anita. You actually did it to me, Sars. You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Have you forgotten what oath you made to me? Anita screamed and laughed. She shouted, Sars Farrell, you won't be happy even if I die. The Tiger King frowned deeply, and he couldn't remember what oath he had made. Everyone watched in silence as Lady Anita burned into a ball of flames. When the flames died down, Anita became a charred corpse. Even so, the Tiger King drew his sword and personally chopped off Anita's head, and had her bones and ashes pulverized. Clement silently followed his orders. Lady Anita, once the most beautiful woman in the royal city, who had stirred up trouble and almost overturned the Tiger Kingdom's royal family, ended her life like this. Lang Mu took the initiative to hold Shang Fifan's hand and whispered, Let's go. Shang Fifan knew that Lang Mu was upset, but he said nothing. At this time, any words of comfort were meaningless. The two returned to the Earl of Longcham's mansion and slept for a long time. On the way back, Shang Fifan also sent a special message to Lao Fu. I believe that the newly released gossip newspaper today will be very popular. Yes, the gossip newspaper did not go bankrupt, but it just turned from open to dark. Chapter 186. Lang Mu got up in the morning, his legs went limp, and he quickly supported himself against the wall with one hand to avoid kneeling on the ground. Lang Mu's cheeks flushed, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Beast. Such a beast. It took him a long time to recover. AMU, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Shang Fifan pushed the door open, and saw Lang Mu standing against the wall, and quickly reached out to help him. Lang Mu slapped his hand away, and gave him a fierce look. Shang Fifan's eyes were full of smiles, and he reached out to help Lang Mu again. How long have I slept? When Lang Mu spoke, he found that his voice was unusually hoarse. Not long. Just dawn. Shang Fifan took out a glass of water from the space very smoothly, and wanted to feed it to Lang Mu. I drink it myself. Lang Mu took the cup of water, and gulped it all down in one breath. Shang Fifan looked at Lang Mu with a smile. He was not wrong. His AMU did not sleep for long. They had a good sleep yesterday. After waking up, he pestered AMU for a long time, and did not even eat dinner. Lang Mu handed the empty cup to Shang Fifan, indicating that he was going to wash up. Even with the cleaning technique, he was still used to the traditional washing up. Shang Fifan wanted to follow him in, but was patted out by Lang Mu. When they went to the restaurant for dinner in the morning, the old Earl looked at Shang Fifan with a particularly dissatisfied look. The old lady smiled and personally served Lang Mu a bowl of soup, asking him to drink more, saying that it would replenish his body. Lang Mu's ears were red, and he lowered his head to drink soup and eat breakfast without saying a word. Maybe it was because of the carnivorous orcs. The breakfast in the Earl's mansion was all meat early in the morning, and wheat cakes and soup became supplementary food. Shang Fifan was thick-skinned and had a very happy breakfast. He had a big appetite and ate a lot. The old Earl said to him, With your appetite, I can't say I can feed you even if I don't have 1,000 acres of land at home. Shang Fifan stuffed the fat meat that Lang Mu didn't like into his mouth. It's okay, you can feed me. Lang Mu, Shang Fifan's action of taking the fat meat from his plate was so natural that he didn't think there was anything wrong. It wasn't until he saw the old Earl's eyes that he felt embarrassed. As for what Shang Fifan said, he was not wrong. He was indeed capable of feeding Shang Fifan, and he liked the feeling of being able to feed his partner and being relied on by his partner. The old Earl was furious. Aries Shang was much more annoying than Zamerkane, who married his daughter. Although Zamerkane was a beast, he was introverted, and he was slow in doing things and talking. He didn't like to cause trouble, which was very similar to Amu. The old Earl thought of his daughter and son-in-law who had passed away many years ago, and felt a pain in his heart. Then he looked at Aries, who was cunning, vicious and multifaceted, and suddenly felt that Aries was good like this. At least, he didn't have to worry about him being at a disadvantage. But he was afraid that the honest Lang Mu couldn't beat Aries Shang, who looked particularly sinister. Aries was stupid, and he was worried. Aries was too smart, and he was also worried. Change to someone else? Not to mention whether Lang Mu likes it or not, but can the person who changes really be better than Aries? But if Lang Mu doesn't find a partner and stays single, he will also be worried. The old Earl sighed in his heart. It's really true that raising a son for 300 years, and worrying for 290 years. The old lady reached out, and patted her husband. She felt that the old man was just worrying for nothing. Just looking at everything Aries has done so far, she knew how much he cared about their Amu. To put it in an exaggerated way, Aries challenged the king of a country for Lang Mu alone. Family members know their own affairs. Their Lang family has already declined. Even if the old man still has some connections, he can't really fight against the Tiger King and the Queen. Not to mention that there is Anita, who has been scheming for many years hiding behind. But since Aries appeared in the royal city, first of all, those who bullied Amu have all suffered bad luck. Not to mention that their families have been broken up, but their families have also declined. The former high-ranking officials have fallen to the bottom, and their lives are more painful than death. Then, there are the Queen, the Tiger King, and Mrs. Anita. The old lady was shocked when she came to her senses. It seems that Aries didn't do anything, but the Lord and Queen of a country were almost crippled, and Anita even lost her life. The old lady even thought that if Aries wanted, he could even completely overthrow the Tiger Kingdom regime in just a few months. This Aries is definitely not from an ordinary background, the old lady thought to herself. Sir, this is the latest gossip newspaper today. Butler Wu came in and presented a newspaper to the old Earl. Lang Mu nodded to Butler Wu and said hello. Good morning, Uncle Wu. Shang Fifan also said good morning to Butler Wu. Good morning, young master. Good morning, Master Aries. Butler Wu was full of joy. Looking at the four people who were eating and laughing in the restaurant, he felt that this was like home. The old Earl opened the folded gossip newspaper and read it from the beginning. Lang Mu was slightly surprised. Can you still buy gossip newspapers now? Butler Wu replied. The original site of the gossip newspaper was closed, but the newspapers are still being distributed. There were some yesterday. The streets were full of little cubs shouting to sell gossip newspapers. Many pubs, restaurants, and grocery stores also sold them. The people from the Public Security Bureau can't manage it even if they want to. Butler Wu whispered again. The main reason is that the Public Security Bureau doesn't dare to intervene. The gossip newspaper was banned the day before yesterday, and too many people died. It had already caused public outrage at the time. If the Public Security Bureau snatches the newspapers from the shops and the cubs again, the whole royal city will explode. Lang Mu looked at Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan was full, and took the napkin to wipe his mouth. The most popular news yesterday was probably the agreement between the Tiger King and the dignitaries, and the two pieces of news that the Earl of Imowen slaughtered thousands of innocent people to worship the evil god. Butler Wu nodded vigorously. Yes, these two. Just two special editions in the morning and evening. These two special editions made the whole royal city boil. The morning special news told everyone that the Tiger King promised the ministers that he would find the space belt that represents the royal symbol and contains most of the royal family's wealth before the inheritance conference, and at the same time eliminate the evil god believers hiding in the royal city, and also find a way to restore the damaged reputation of the royal family. If these 3 points cannot be achieved, these ministers will reselect a new king together with the Tiger Kingdom royal family and dignitaries. Not many people know what the space belt looks like, but it does not prevent people from discussing it. Later, the content of the news changed to say that anyone who can find the space belt can become the new king of Tiger Country. Now, Everyone in the royal city will subconsciously look at other people's belts when walking on the street, so that people in the royal city dare not wear belts that are too luxurious when going out, for fear that they will be robbed of the king's belt. The evening special news came with 3 photos. One was the evil god altar, and the other was the thousands of corpses exposed under the evil god altar. The photographer was Shang Fifan himself. He bought a camera from Daphne Waji in the mall, which was similar to a Polaroid. Another photo was taken by a player of the gossip newspaper, which showed the Earl of Wyn's mansion being blown to pieces. The gossip newspaper combined this explosion with an explosion that had occurred in the gambling street, believing that the Earl of Wyn's mansion did something to anger the evil god during the sacrifice to the evil god, or that there was something wrong in the sacrifice process, which led to the explosion of the altar. It also exposed the fact that the Earl of Wyn's mansion believed in the evil god, and slaughtered innocent people to sacrifice to the evil god. How can this gossip newspaper be so well informed? They even knew that the Tiger King had captured Anita, and they also knew that the Tiger King had executed Anita on the spot. The old Earl was surprised when he looked at today's new newspaper. Shang Fifan, who provided the information, smiled slightly. Anita was caught? And was she killed? The old lady was very surprised, and asked the old Earl to read it to her. Lang Mu pointed at Shang Fifan. The old lady's face showed a look of sudden enlightenment. It turned out that it was Ares who did it, so it's not surprising. The old Earl glared at Shang Fifan. If you are capable, why don't you bring Anita to their house? He has a lot to say to that twisted female orc. Shang Fifan pointed at Lang Mu. It's better to cut the Gordian knot quickly, so that the woman won't say anything to upset Amu again. The old Earl snorted, and let Shang Fifan go. There is more than one piece of news in this newspaper. There are also follow-up reports from the Earl of Merwin's mansion, saying that the Earl of Merwin and his wife, and their son Ix Merwin were cursed by the resentful spirit. The Earl of Merwin and his wife were cursed to death on the spot, and their death was extremely miserable. And their deaths were also related to the evil deeds they had done. Huh? The newspaper said that Ix Merwin was missing? The old Earl sat up straight and read carefully. He couldn't help but frown at the end. The old lady looked at her husband. Isn't Ix Merwin under the supervision of the Public Security Bureau? How could he disappear? Butler Wu went to watch the excitement, and saw Ix Merwin being taken away by the Public Security Bureau. Because the matter might involve the evil god believers, the Special Investigation Bureau also came and wanted to take Ix Merwin away, but was rejected by the Public Security Bureau. The city guards and Clement did not interfere with the investigation of the Earl of Merwin's mansion. After all, this matter was indeed under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. The Tiger King ordered Clement to search for the space belt with all his strength, and to search for it secondarily. Nita, the third person to look for Ramil. Clement naturally didn't want to take on more things. He just went to the Earl of Merwin's mansion to take a look, and then told Tiger King what he saw. After that, the Public Security Bureau would report whatever it found. Shang Fifan shook his head at Lang Mu, saying that he didn't know about 9 Merwin's disappearance. He stayed with Lang Mu almost all day and all night yesterday, and didn't go out to cause trouble. The old Earl was surprised again. The curse of the resentful soul? The gossip newspaper said that people with miserable deaths appeared in many places in the royal city, and almost all of them happened overnight. Some people didn't die, but they were covered with strange wounds. These people found pharmacists and healers, but it was said that their wounds could not be cured. The gossip newspaper called on the Public Security Bureau and the Special Investigation Bureau to investigate these dead and injured people, suspecting whether they were related to the Earl of Merwin's mansion, that is, the evil god believers. The Lang family was amazed by today's news, and so were other places. Tiger King also saw today's gossip newspaper. This made him depressed, helpless, and a little angry at his subordinates' incompetence. He also had intelligence personnel under his command, so why were their news not as well informed as a newspaper? Tiger King really wanted to recruit the gossip newspaper for his own use. Unfortunately, the person that the gossip newspaper probably hates the most now is him. But he couldn't do anything about the gossip newspaper for the time being. Not to mention that this newspaper went from being open to being secret. It would be difficult to find their new nest. Even if they found it, what else could they do? Would they kill them again, if the gossip newspaper was talking nonsense, deliberately slandering, and deliberately provoking confrontation? Then he would have reason to close down the newspaper and continue to arrest the people inside. But they were really reporting the facts, and although the language was a little exaggerated, they basically did not distort the facts and told the truth. People are not all fools, and they will really believe if you say they are writing nonsense. His reputation and prestige have reached their lowest point during this period. If it drops further, he probably won't need to look for a space belt. It would be better for him to give the throne to his children and keep the Tiger Kingdom safe. The most ridiculous thing is that he, the Tiger King, actually needs to read the gossip newspaper to know the latest happenings in the royal city. For example, the Public Security Bureau didn't report the disappearance of Ixmerwin, and he didn't know about the large number of people who were cursed to death and injured in the royal city. Come here. Pass on my order to let the Public Security Bureau and the Special Investigation Bureau jointly investigate the strange deaths and injuries in the royal city, and make sure to find out whether they are related to the evil god believers, including their families and relatives. If any abnormality is found, arrest them immediately regardless of their identity. If anyone disobeys, they can be killed on the spot. Yes. The guard immediately ran to pass the order. The evil god believers are so harmful that even the old noble Earl of Imowin's mansion has been won over by the evil god believers, and Anita seems to be cooperating with the evil god believers. The Tiger King only felt that these evil god believers had been plotting against the Tiger Country for a long time, and might want to overthrow the Tiger Country. For this reason, he would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. The Tiger King even had an idea in his mind, wondering whether he should label the members of the gossip newspaper as evil god believers. But as soon as he had this idea, he rejected it himself. Before finding the space belt and convening the inheritance conference, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. After everything stabilized, it would not be too late for him to slowly deal with this gossip newspaper. The Tiger King deliberately ignored the headlines. He saw the gossip newspaper exposed. He was really angry about Anita's execution, and was even more shocked by the gossip newspaper's news channel. After reading the news, he wanted to order Clement to investigate all the guards at the scene. But he endured it in the end and only asked Clement to secretly investigate whether there were guards who were dissatisfied with him or had connections with other dignitaries. He didn't want people to know that there was a traitor in the close guard camp he relied on the most, and he didn't want those guards to know that he suspected them. But the Tiger King was still very painful. He felt particularly aggrieved. Although he could not achieve complete centralization, his orders were smooth. The dignitaries had to look at his face to live, not to mention the people. If they didn't worship him, they would at least respect him and rarely say bad things about him. But in the past few months, especially in the past few days, he felt like he was being strangled by someone. Most of the Denton family had been destroyed, the Queen had run away, and he had killed Anita, the biggest hidden danger. He should have felt relieved. Why did he still feel suffocated? Ugh! Tiger King raised his hand to cover his neck. This was not a feeling. He was really suffocating. Tiger King's face turned red and quickly turned purple. Several close guards and waiters nearby discovered that Tiger King was abnormal and shouted in shock, "Your Majesty." Several guards rushed over together. Tiger King fell ill. Not only was he having difficulty breathing, but he was also burning all over. If he hadn't had the innate ability to release fire, he might have been burned into a paste by the high temperature at this moment. The court pharmacist, the therapist, and finally even the court priest came to see Tiger King, but they were all helpless against Tiger King's condition. They could only barely make Tiger King feel better, so that he would not die from evil magic. The story of evil magic was told to Tiger King by the court priest, Duo Hai Chao, after he used various strange alchemical tools to verify it again and again. His original words were, "Your Majesty, you have traces of the law of shared life. The person who established a life contract with you is probably dead now, and you are also affected by the law of shared life contract. If you were not wearing an extremely precious life-protecting magic weapon, you might have died when that person died." The court priest gestured to Tiger King to look at the necklace he was wearing on his chest. I saw that countless cracks appeared inside the crystal in this crystal necklace, and it seemed that it would shatter if it was touched slightly. Tiger King raised his hand and held the crystal necklace. This is a gift given to him by his father, the previous Tiger King, before he died. It is as important as the space belt. The previous Tiger King told him that this necklace can save a life, and he must not take it off no matter what, at any time and in any occasion. He has never encountered life-threatening dangers while wearing this necklace, which makes him doubt whether this necklace really has the effect of saving lives. Now he has finally encountered the extreme danger that makes this necklace work, but this necklace can only ensure that he will not die temporarily. He still has difficulty breathing, and he feels that his neck is strangled, and it seems that he cannot breathe fresh air. He is burning all over, as if there is a raging fire burning him inside. Life-sharing contract? Impossible. I have not established such a contract with anyone. The Tiger King flatly denied it. The priest, think about it again. You can think about the symptoms on your body first. The symptoms you show may be what the other party experienced when he died. When you think about who the deceased is, you may remember whether you have established a life-sharing contract with the other party. When the Tiger King heard this, he immediately thought of Anita. Anita was burned by him with fire, and he also cut off her head. Not to mention the latter, the former can cause suffocation and burning. Could it really be Anita? The Tiger King was in doubt, and then he thought of the words Anita shouted when she was dying. He thought Anita was just unwilling to be executed by him, and wanted him to have a hard time. So she shouted those words: if she dies, he can't live either. But in just one day, what Anita said came true to him. Did he really make a life contract with Anita? Tiger King thought hard. He had never thought about something so seriously. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered vaguely that about half a year after he met Anita, when Anita was pregnant with Lemire, he and Anita were very close. At that time, he went to see Anita almost every night. One day, when he and Anita were in love, Anita said that she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. She said that she did not ask to die on the same day of the same month of the same year, but only to have a place to lean on him. He was excited for a while, and at that time, the arrow was on the string. He seemed to promise to live and die with Anita. But in his opinion, it was just sweet talk said when he was passionate, and he could not take it seriously at all. He did not swear, he just said it casually. "Priest, it seems you have remembered it." Tiger King blurted out. "I didn't swear, I just said casually that I would live and die with her, that's a sentence." "The other party is Mrs. Anita?" "Yes." The priest lowered his eyes. "It's intentional. Mrs. Anita has been in contact with the evil god believers for a long time. She may have used some evil method. As long as you say something like live and die together, the contract will be established." This vicious and insidious woman. Tiger King was so angry that he vomited blood. Anita actually planned to plot against him so early. Maybe Anita herself didn't believe that this evil method could succeed. Otherwise Anita would definitely use this contract to threaten him before he executed her, instead of just shouting a few empty words. When Anita died, she probably didn't expect that this life-sharing contract was really established. It's a pity that Anita didn't know. If she knew after her death, she would probably be angry to death like him. What a good threat, but it was wasted. The Tiger King wanted to laugh, and laughed wildly. Puff! The Tiger King spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted in an instant. The court priest and the therapist treated the Tiger King together, and confirmed that the Tiger King was greatly stimulated. The emotional excitement caused the internal fire to rise, and the body could not withstand the high temperature and caused internal organs to be injured. The Tiger King did not die, but when he woke up again, he no longer had the ability to work normally. The priest told the Tiger King with great regret, "Unless Anita comes back to life, you can only be dragged to death. This is the law of shared life at work. Your life replacement necklace is equivalent to helping you cheat, but cheating is cheating. The power of the law is extremely strong. Even the gods cannot compete with it. You may only be able to save your life in the future, which is between death and life." The Tiger King was confused. How did things turn out like this? He was able to kill thousands of enemies yesterday, but today he has become a sick person who could only lie in bed, and needs to lie in bed for the rest of his life? The priest sighed. This should be the conspiracy of the evil god believers. They may not have told Mrs. Anita too much, but this is obviously a move they made. If Mrs. Anita's conspiracy succeeds, and Ramil sits on the throne, it will be the best for the evil god believers. If not, Mrs. Anita will be captured and killed, whether by the queen or you, or die in the hands of others. You will also be in trouble, and the Tiger Kingdom will fall into the shock of changing positions. No matter what we do, the evil god believers will not lose. Tiger King, The Tiger King closed his eyes, and after a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "Please ask the Grand Commander Lion Domain, Prime Minister Isaac, the Commander of the City Guards Jia, and the Commander of the Guards Clement to come over. Priest, please be present and listen." The priest nodded, "Okay." At the same time, Shang Fifan took Lang Mu out for a stroll, and after a few strolls, he lost all the followers and entered Clement's mansion. "Please help me give this belt to the eldest prince." Lang Mu took out a gorgeous belt, and handed it to Clement. Even though Clement admired Lang Mu very much and believed that he was extremely capable, he was still stunned for several seconds. "How did the belt end up in your hands?" Lang Mu waved his hand. "This is not the original belt. This is made by Ares specifically for the eldest prince, as a gift to thank him for giving me. But this is also a space belt." Clement took the belt with mixed feelings. "Then I would like to thank you too on behalf of His Royal Highness the eldest prince. If the original belt is really not found, this one can be used as an excuse, probably. It's a fig leaf after all." They are all space belts anyway, and they look similar. And the eldest prince owning this belt will naturally be of great benefit to his succession to the throne. Can I tell your majesty the origin of this belt? Clement asked. Shang Fifan understood that Clement's question was also to relieve the eldest prince's worries, so that no one would suspect that he was related to the belt thief. Lang Mu nodded. Okay. The more generous they are, the less likely the Tiger King will suspect them. But even if they suspect that the original belt is in their hands, so what? At most, they can fight with the Tiger King. Just then, someone from the palace came to pass on a message, asking Clement to go to the palace immediately without delay. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu saw that Clement was busy, so they didn't talk to him anymore, and he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Clement was helpless about the two men's elusiveness. After thinking for a moment, he took the space belt and immediately ran to the palace. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu found the club under the name of the Second Prince, which was the location of the Occult Research Club. The two put some things in the secret room of the club, left some traces, and then left the research club. The Tiger King already knows that Anilina is imprisoned in the dungeon of the Earl of Merwin's mansion. Will this make him suspicious? With the Tiger King's personality, he will definitely think whether someone really framed the Second Prince, or the Second Prince deliberately wanted him to think that someone framed him, so that the Second Prince would have an excuse to take out the belt in the future. Lang Mu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You really hit the common problem of the king's suspicion. Shang Fifan said that this was basic operation, and was not worthy of praise. Not long after, the third prince, who was hanging out with a group of dudes in a tavern, saw a figure that looked like Anilina, and was so excited that he immediately led his men to chase after her. Anilina equals space belt. How could the third prince not be excited, even if he had the lowest chance of getting the throne among his brothers and sisters? If he could find the belt and give it to his father, he would definitely be able to walk with his head held high among his brothers and sisters in the future, not to mention whether his father would look at him with new eyes. The third prince, with a group of lackeys and thugs, followed all the way to the door of a high-end club, and saw with his own eyes the person, who looked like Anilina, running into the club. Chapter 187. Shang Fifan was originally going to take Lang Mu to destroy a player's teleportation array, but when he was communicating with the Sky Eyes system, he got a message. Let's go to the palace. What's wrong with the palace? Lang Mu really didn't want to go to the palace again. He wanted to quickly deal with the evil god believers, so that he could leave the royal city as soon as possible. Shang Fifan pulled him. The Tiger King is sick. He also called the Prime Minister and the Governor to the palace. Just now, Clement was called away by the Tiger King. It was about this matter. The Tiger King is sick? How could it be? Lang Mu was surprised. The Tiger King was always healthy. Why did he fall ill? And he was so sick that he had to call several important ministers? It may be related to Anita or the evil god believers. Let's go and see. Shang Fifan must have first-hand information on such an important matter. If his family's Mu has the ambition to be king, this is definitely a great opportunity for them. Unfortunately, AMU didn't want to be the king at all. He hoped that the succession to the throne of Tiger Country could be smooth, and he didn't want anything to happen to Tiger Country. But now Tiger King suddenly fell ill, the eldest prince's foothold was not yet solid, the second prince was mixed up with the master of Tionkin Valley, and the evil god believers were also showing their fangs in secret. No matter how you look at it, it is an ominous sign for Tiger Country. I hope it's not the evil god believers who did it. Lang Mu looked heavy. He had mixed feelings for Tiger King. He originally thought that it would be over if he didn't see him. But now he heard that he was so sick that he had to call the ministers to his bedside, and he couldn't help but worry again. Shang Fifan held his hand tightly. He didn't really want Lang Mu to see Tiger King. The biggest problem of his AMU is that he is soft-hearted. As long as someone treats him a little bit well, he will remember it for a lifetime. The Tiger King cheated him, but he also took care of him and treated him well. That care and appreciation made Lemire jealous. Shang Fifan can also see that the Tiger King is not 100% sincere to Lang Mu, but he still has 30% to 40%. Especially with Anita as a comparison. Anita is still Lang Mu's nominal mother, and has lived with Lang Mu for so many years, but AMU has not felt any maternal love from her. If Anita can be a little better to AMU, he won't want Anita's life. In fact, AMU didn't want Anita's life. Instead, Anita poisoned and slandered AMU, and wanted to kill AMU. AMU sent Anita to the Tiger King. If the Tiger King kept Anita alive for the sake of past friendship, I think AMU would not have any objection. Forget it, let's go and see. Then we can really make a conclusion, so that AMU won't still be thinking about these unworthy people in the future. The Grand Commander and others stood in the Tiger King's bedroom. Their expressions were very heavy. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they still felt very uncomfortable when they saw the Tiger King suddenly change from a lively person to a patient lying in bed with difficulty breathing, and he might not be able to stand up in the future. Especially the Tiger King is the most powerful force of the Tiger Country, and the pillar of the Tiger Country. Once the news of the Tiger King's illness spreads, the impact will be extremely terrible. Especially since the Spring Materials Exhibition has been held, the King City is full of people from other countries. Not to mention that the Tiger King also sent invitations everywhere to invite people from other countries and tribes to participate in the Inheritance Sharing Conference. At this time, the Tiger King fell, and nothing could be worse than this. Some dignitaries wanted the Tiger King to step down, but they couldn't stand the Tiger King's desire to concentrate power, and wanted to replace him with a king who was better controlled and more gentle. But they didn't want the Tiger King to die. Not only did they not want the Tiger King to die, they also hoped that the Tiger King could live well, and continue to deter the orcs of other countries and large tribes. Although they knew that the Tiger King's life would inevitably affect the policies and ideas of the next new Tiger King. This is a very contradictory idea. To put it bluntly, they want this and that. They want the current Tiger King's military force to support them, and they want the new Tiger King to give them power and freedom. The priest has a seat, sitting alone on the side. He is a bystander and witness, and will not give any opinions. The people called by the Tiger King are all true royalists, and they are also the people he trusts most. Even just a few days ago, these people, except Clement and the priest, stabbed him in the back. But at least they didn't really want him to step down. They just wanted to force him to find the space belt and restore the royal family's reputation as soon as possible. Besides, the Tiger King's current situation doesn't allow him to hide or delay. No need to be silent. Tell us your opinions. Now we must choose the next successor. Who do you think is more suitable to be the new king among the princes and princesses? The Tiger King panted. It's hard for me to speak. Don't force me to repeat it again and again. The Grand Commander turned his head away when he saw that the Tiger King was even struggling to breathe. Seeing the once powerful man fall like this, the more people who regarded him as an opponent, the more uncomfortable they felt. I suggest the eldest prince. Prime Minister Isaac was the first to speak. The commander of the city guards, Jiahe, nodded. The eldest prince is fine. He is legitimate and capable. Clement said nothing, and everyone's eyes fell on the Grand Admiral. As the highest military commander of Tiger Country, her opinion is undoubtedly very important. Several people thought that the Grand Admiral might choose the eldest princess. After all, the eldest princess is almost her disciple. The Grand Admiral Shiyu asked the Tiger King, "Who do you like?" Several people thought that the Tiger King would definitely choose the eldest prince. Unexpectedly, the Tiger King hesitated for a while, and said intermittently, "The third prince is not good. He was spoiled by his mother. He is just a playboy, and his mind is not clear. He is easily instigated by people around him." Several of the most powerful adults in Tiger Country all nodded. The third prince was the first successor they gave up. Tiger King. Although Mala is a girl, she is not weak in ability, especially she is ambitious. But her biggest shortcoming is that she is too cold and intolerant. She is suitable for expanding territory, but not suitable for being the head of a country, unless there is someone with strong administrative management ability willing to assist her and influence her. The Tiger King seemed to have finished speaking, but everyone present was a political expert. As soon as they heard the Tiger King's words, they understood that the Tiger King did not want the eldest princess to succeed to the throne. He was afraid that the eldest princess would be aggressive, and even more afraid that the eldest princess would be sidelined while fighting outside, and finally become a national combat weapon. At the same time, the Tiger King was also worried that once the eldest princess succeeded to the throne, she would attack several brothers, including royal family members, who posed a certain threat to her, and illegitimate children, like Ramil, would definitely be the first to die. The Tiger King wanted to capture Ramil, that is, he wanted to teach him a lesson, not to execute him or exile him. It was one thing that he did not recognize Ramil's royal family status, but Ramil was his biological son, which would never change, even if his mother was Anita. He hated the queen as well, but didn't he want to pass the throne to the child born by the queen? The Tiger King looked at the Grand Admiral, and he also thought that the Grand Admiral would support the eldest princess to take the throne. Who would have thought that the Grand Admiral looked calm and asked directly, "The eldest prince and the second prince, which one do you prefer?" The Tiger King was silent for a long time. He originally thought that the second prince had no intention of the throne and wanted to develop in the academic world in the future, although he was obsessed with mysticism, which seemed a bit out of tune. But the performance of the second prince in the palace that day made him realize that the second prince might not have no intention of the throne, but was very good at hiding himself, and might be accumulating strength in secret. The Tiger King thought that the second prince's choice was correct. Instead of making an effort early to attract attention, let the eldest prince regard him as an enemy, and let his father, who was in his prime, be wary of him. It would be better to develop secretly and win the favor of his father, and then make an effort when his father was old and weak. Because the second prince hinted at such intentions and abilities, the Tiger King hesitated when choosing an heir. He was the king of the Tiger Kingdom, and it was impossible for him to choose an heir based on his own preferences. This was why he did not recognize the identity of Ramil's royal family. He hoped that the royal family would be stable, and he did not want his heirs to fight for the throne and murder each other, and he did not want the Tiger Kingdom to split. The position of the Tiger King was not only glory and power, but also responsibility. He had to consider comprehensively and choose the best and most suitable heir for the Tiger Kingdom. If the second prince was capable, but he didn't choose him, then an ambitious and capable prince would most likely become a hidden danger for the Tiger Kingdom. The Tiger King thought of the eldest princess again, who was also an uneasy person. Headache. Second brother, what do you think? The Tiger King asked everyone. Prime Minister Isaac and the commander of the city guards looked at each other. They didn't know much about the second prince. The second prince seemed to have always been outside the circle of power, and rarely made friends with ministers and children of dignitaries. The Grand Commander said, he is very strong. If Mawa doesn't transform into a giant beast, he won't be his opponent. Everyone was shocked. They all knew the strength of the eldest princess, which could be said to be the strongest among the princes and princesses. If the eldest prince really fought with the eldest princess, he would probably only be abused. But the Grand Commander said that the second prince was as powerful as the Grand Princess. The Grand Commander Shiyu continued, as far as I know, when the Queen left the royal city, she gave all her connections and property in the royal city to the second prince. This was a big revelation that shocked everyone present. Shiyu did not say where she got the news from, but her expression told everyone that she was not talking nonsense. The Tiger King believed what Shiyu said. Shiyu was the highest commander of the military, and the Queen must have won over the generals in the army. And were the generals won over by the Queen really won over by the Queen? You can know the answer by just looking at the secrets that Shiyu knew that no one else knew. So the Grand Princess was determined to pester Shiyu to become her disciple, and she really did not choose the wrong person. It was just that this Grand Commander was bright-minded, too clear-sighted, and had his own absolute principles, which made the Grand Princess's plan fall through. The Tiger King choked on his trachea and coughed violently. There was no waiter on the scene, so Clement acted as a waiter, patting the Tiger King on the back and pouring water for him. Prime Minister Isaac suddenly said, if the second prince is allowed to succeed to the throne, will the Denton family forces on the Queen's side also completely submit? Isaac continued, the eldest prince is tolerant. I wonder what the second prince will do. If the eldest prince succeeds to the throne, what will the second prince do? Will he assist his brother, or split the Tiger Kingdom? The city guard commander Jiao frowned. You are asking, if the second prince is allowed to succeed to the throne, will the eldest prince be willing to assist his brother? If the eldest prince is willing, then the best choice will not be the second prince? Then doesn't it mean that the unreasonable can get everything, while the honest can only suffer? Jioha was unhappy. Prime Minister Isaac was not angry, he just said, I am just stating the facts. Don't forget, I am the most supportive of orthodoxy, and the eldest prince is the orthodoxy in my eyes. But we cannot ignore the threat of the second prince. Jioha said bluntly, you mean if you want the eldest prince to succeed to the throne safely, you have to deal with the second prince first? Prime Minister Isaac did not answer. Jioha sneered, does the eldest princess also need to be dealt with? In the end, in order to prevent the third prince from taking advantage of the situation, does the third prince also need to be dealt with? The Prime Minister said nothing, just looked at the Tiger King. The Tiger King's chest rose and fell violently, and he panted for a long time before he spoke. Are you trying to kill all my children? The Grand Commander said, if the eldest prince succeeds to the throne, Mawa will not have any objection, but the new king must promise that Mawa can inherit my position in the future. Before that, I will send her to guard the border. If your majesty has no objection. This is equivalent to the promise of the Grand Admiral, ensuring the stability of the succession of royal power, and also the Grand Admiral's protection of the Grand Princess. The Tiger King calmed down for a while and nodded, yes. The Grand Admiral said again, If your majesty considers the second prince, please also consider the grand princess. In the eyes of the grand admiral, the second prince is not a kind king who sympathizes with the people, and he can't see through the second prince. Let the second prince take the throne. It is better to let the grand princess be the queen. The Tiger King didn't want to reply, looking at others. What do you think? Why don't we vote to see whether to choose the eldest prince or the second prince? After the successor is selected, we will see how to appease the other person who lost the election. Prime Minister Isaac proposed. Clement did not speak from beginning to end, but in the final vote, he chose the Tiger King. Clement said loyally, "Whoever your majesty chooses, I will choose." No one else thought there was anything wrong with this. Clement was the commander of the guards, and the person the Tiger King trusted the most. It was normal for him to do so. The commander of the city guards, Jiahe, voted for the eldest prince without hesitation, and so did the grand commander. Prime Minister Isaac was originally a staunch supporter of the eldest prince, but he wanted the Tiger Kingdom to be stable, so he hesitated for a long time. Or we can set a question to test the two princes, and whoever wins in the end will be chosen as the first heir? Jiahe rolled his eyes. You are the one who asked for the vote. Everyone has voted, and you said you want to make a test. Prime Minister, why don't we just choose you as the new king? Prime Minister Isaac showed no sign of being irritated, and said calmly, I just don't want the two princes to fight each other for the throne. Our vote is important, but wouldn't it be more effective to let the two princes admit that the other is better than themselves? Jiahe sneered. The eldest prince has brothers and sisters in his heart. If he loses to his younger brother, he may be willing to assist the second prince. But if the second prince loses, I don't think he will really be willing to assist the eldest prince. Just look at how he has been hiding until now. He also let the queen lean towards him, so we know that this man is definitely not a willing subordinate. Prime Minister, do you mean to completely abolish the second prince and make him no longer able to compete with the eldest prince? If you hesitate when you should make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. The voting result just now clearly shows that the eldest prince won the highest number of votes, so we should nominate the eldest prince as the next king. As for the second prince, if he chooses to surrender and is willing to assist his brother, it would be best. If he is unwilling, if he dares to make trouble, he should be suppressed by thunder. Jiahe's attitude was tough. The Grand Commandant suddenly asked, Your Majesty, why didn't you let Grand Duke Chester come over? Several people actually wanted to ask this question when they came over, but they all held back. The priest also looked at the king at this time, and he was also curious about the answer to this question. The Tiger King looked uncertain. His family is very close to Earl Merwin. The Prime Minister hesitated. Your Majesty, do you suspect that Grand Duke Chester also has dealings with the evil god believers? The Tiger King remained silent. I remember 12 years ago, when the Duke of Chester fell seriously ill, he was already over 260 years old. Overnight, he went from being a middle-aged man to an old man, Clement said. Others were surprised. They had never heard of this. Tiger King couldn't say that his intelligence department had found out, so he motioned to Clement. Clement skipped the secret of how they discovered it, and continued, but half a month later, Grand Duke Chester appeared in front of people again, and he was back to his prime. Prime Minister Isaac blurted out, This is impossible. Clement, at that time, I also investigated the reason out of curiosity. But the answer I got in the end was that Grand Duke Chester was lucky and bought a very special potion that not only cured his serious illness, but also restored his body functions to his prime. I reported this to His Majesty and I were very envious, but no one thought much about it. A year later, Earl Mervyn's youngest daughter married Grand Duke Chester's favorite grandchild. Clement paused. It seemed very ordinary at the time, but now it seems. The Prime Minister took a deep breath. Do you think that the reason why Grand Duke Chester was able to recover and return from aging to his prime was because he believed in the evil god and gained the power of the evil god? Clement said lightly, Besides this, have you ever heard of anyone who can regain youth after entering the aging period? The Prime Minister smiled bitterly. Indeed. I didn't expect the evil god to be so powerful that he could even do such a thing. Jiahe asked suddenly, Are you envious? The Prime Minister said frankly, I am already over 200 years old. No one knows when my aging period will come. Maybe I will wait until I am 300 years old, but it may also come tomorrow. If I say that I am not tempted to regain youth, I would be lying. I think even if the evil god can do this, it can't be done easily, and the recipient can't do it without paying a huge price. Otherwise, the evil god would have replaced the righteous god to conquer the entire Orc continent. Clement said rationally. The Prime Minister nodded, Yes. The commander of the city guards, Jiahe, Didn't the gossip newspapers say that the Earl of Merwin's mansion set up an altar for the evil god, and buried thousands of corpses in the land around the altar, and they were all tortured to death, which led to the spread of the curse of the resentful souls in the Earl of Merwin's mansion? Maybe this is the price. Maybe we can dig up a lot of corpses in the Chester mansion. The Tiger King didn't speak. He thought, if someone stood in front of him at this time and told him that he could restore his health and get rid of the evil law of sharing life, as long as he believed in the evil god, he would be tempted. By the way, why don't the evil god believers come to him? What a good opportunity to tempt him and threaten him. Could it be that the evil god also has no way to change the effect of the co-life contract? The Tiger King's heart became even colder. Clement, go ask the Grand Duke of Chester who he prefers to inherit the throne, the Tiger King said slowly. Clement immediately took the order and left. The Grand Commander, the Prime Minister, and the Commander of the City Guard went to the reception room next door to continue the discussion. The three of them also knew that they would not be able to leave until the successor to the throne was decided today. The Tiger King stayed in the bedroom to rest. He was very tired after discussing with a few ministers for such a short time. The priest looked around the corner of the bedroom, smiled slightly, and temporarily withdrew from the Tiger King, and gestured at the same time. Shang Fifan, who was hiding in the corner, poked Lang Mu's palm. That guy seems to have discovered us. Do you want to follow him? Lang Mu was silent. He felt the power of the law from the Tiger King. For magicians, the magic of the law is probably the most advanced magic, nothing else. There is even a common rumor in the magician world, that is, if you master the power of the law, you can become a god. In other words, he can't save the Tiger King. Lang Mu nodded. Shang Fifan walked out of the palace with him. Outside the palace, the priest looked up at the sky, as if he was thinking about something, or in a daze. None of the servants and guards around dared to disturb him. Shang Fifan walked to the priest and coughed lightly. The priest lowered his eyes and took a step. When the two followed the priest into the palace built specifically for priests, the priest Duo Haichao spoke. I didn't find you. I just had a premonition that I would see you today. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, The two simply showed up. The priest praised, your stealth ability is really amazing. I didn't notice it at all. Shang Fifan, you know prophecy? The priest looked at Lang Mu. You should know me. I am both a court priest and a court prophet. Lang Mu was surprised. It turned out to be you. Shang Fifan looked at Lang Mu. You haven't seen a court prophet? Lang Mu shook his head. The prophet is the most mysterious existence in the palace. Except for the Tiger King, even the queen doesn't know who he is. Shang Fifan thought so too. In the battle, kill the healer first. The prophet is sometimes more buggy than the healer. If he commands the battle, he will kill the prophet first. In this case, it is not too much for the Tiger King to protect the prophet. Shang Fifan looked at the priest again. You deliberately asked us to follow you. Could it be that you saw a prophecy related to us? The priest smiled, neither admitting nor denying. It's a pity that I didn't see the scene of the Tiger King falling ill. The Tiger King complained to me for this. But prophecy is like this. I can't see whatever I want to see. The Tiger King asked me to see his future, but what I saw was. About an hour later, Clement just returned to the palace and saw the third prince with several large boxes, shouting to the guards that he wanted to see the Tiger King, saying that he had important news and important items to present to the Tiger King. The guards had been ordered long ago that no prince or princess could be allowed to enter the palace without the Tiger King's permission. The third prince couldn't get in, so he made a fuss at the door. The third prince saw Clement, his eyes lit up, and he immediately came up. It's really a very important thing, and it's also a very important thing. The third prince emphasized the importance. Believe me, my father will be very happy when he sees me bring these things. Clement had no choice but to ask patiently, what is the news and what is it? If the third prince doesn't mind, why not tell me, and I will tell his majesty. Then see if his majesty is willing to summon you. The third prince did not dare to offend Clement, who was his father's real confidant. Well, that's you. The third prince muttered and leaned close to Clement's ear. I found Annlena and followed her. Clement raised his eyebrows. Annlena? Are you sure? But when he heard the rest, Clement's face changed a little. This is indeed a very important matter, especially today the Tiger King summoned important ministers to discuss the succession to the throne. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I will present the things you brought to His Majesty. Clement's face became serious. The third prince was excited. Okay, I wait here, you better hurry up. Chapter 188. As soon as Clement entered the palace, he saw the Tiger King's eyes full of eager expectation. He couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, Grand Duke Chester said that there is only one potion. The light in the Tiger King's eyes dissipated, and the whole person became lifeless. Clement really understood him very well, knowing that he was just looking for an excuse for him to ask Grand Duke Chester if he had any miracles to recommend. And Grand Duke Chester's answer almost told the Tiger King clearly. He had no way, and the people behind him had no way either. If Grand Duke Chester was really manipulated by the evil god believers behind him, he asked Clement to go to Grand Duke Chester to send a signal. The other party did not accept this signal, which means that even the evil god could not solve his problem. Maybe there is, but the price is too high, and the evil god believers know that he will never agree. At least, he can't sacrifice the people of the whole city just to restore health. He wanted to get in touch with the evil god believers, and also wanted to negotiate to see if he could pay other prices in exchange for health. But the evil god believers didn't even want to talk to him. Why? Your Majesty, Clement suddenly said, I heard a rumor that the evil god believers seem to want to make the true god they believe in the Tiger Kingdom the state religion, and the only sect, so that all the people in the Tiger Kingdom would believe in Ermacrosso. Impossible. They are dreaming, the Tiger King said flatly. Clement lowered his eyes. The Tiger King looked at his most trusted subordinate, understood something, slowly sat up, and said with difficulty, Did someone contact you? Clement nodded. After I came out of the Grand Duke of Chester's mansion, someone asked a little cub to send a message to me. The Tiger King was silent for a long time, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Let the lion domain and the others come over, I want to tell them something. The evil god believers finally contacted him, but he would never agree to the conditions they proposed. The Tiger King closed his eyes. He wanted to live, he wanted to be healthy. But he couldn't give the entire Tiger Kingdom to the evil god with both hands. This was his last bottom line as a king. Besides, what's the point of being a king controlled by the evil god, even if he gets healthy? Even if the evil god believers wanted to ask him for a fiefdom, and set up a country within a country, he might hesitate. Your Majesty, there is another thing, Clement said with an unchanged expression. The third prince followed a woman suspected to be Annalena into a club, and found a large number of royal treasures, and royal seals, in a secret room, called the Mysticism Research Association. The Tiger King did not meet the third prince. He just let Clement take over the royal seal and royal collection sent by the third prince. After seeing these things, Tiger King was very sure that these were all the things in his space belt. All the items that were closely related to the royal family were here. Tiger King really thought a lot, and finally he thought that no matter whether the second prince was framed or not, he needed to come to explain the situation to him, and the occult club no longer had to exist. It is undeniable that this incident made Tiger King's originally wavering thoughts firm, and his choice completely leaned towards the eldest prince. Tiger King immediately ordered the chief of the Public Security Bureau to lead the team to seal up the club and conduct a detailed search of the occult club under the name of the second prince, including inviting. Those members of the club went to the Public Security Bureau to have tea and talk. At the same time, he ordered the second prince to come to the palace to see him. The third prince only waited for the praise of well done in the end, and didn't even see the Tiger King. The third prince didn't even make a fuss, because he heard the Tiger King's order to let the second prince come to the palace, and imagined how angry the Tiger King would be after seeing those things. So he didn't care about rewarding him, but just wanted to take the second prince for questioning. The third prince thought that the second brother, who always looked down on him, would be scolded by his father, and maybe even lose the right to inherit the throne. So he was so happy that he could party all night for many days in a row. The third prince still refused to leave. He wanted to see his second brother's embarrassed appearance with his own eyes. Before meeting the second prince, the Tiger King summoned the governor and several others who were staying next door again. The priest also received the order and went to witness. Before that, what do you think? The priest sat cross-legged on the chair with a gentle smile. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, dressed as Aries Shang, sat opposite the priest. When you say chaos is coming, do you mean the entire Orc continent, or just Tiger Country? Shang Fifan put one hand on Lang Mu's shoulder and asked nonchalantly. Priest, I can't see much, I only see Tiger Country. I use Tiger King as an anchor to peek into the future. Will Tiger King still be alive at that time? Lang Mu asked. Priest, I saw the last scene he saw. Lang Mu understood. Boss Shang sneered. Do you know what I hate most about people like you? It's that you are evasive when it comes to prophecy, and you refuse to get to the point. If you just give us the prophecy of chaos, then sorry, we are very busy. What happens in Tiger Country has nothing to do with us. AMU, let's go. Shang Fifan stood up as he spoke. The priest still sat steadily, The blood of the devil appeared. Or should I say the magician? Lang Mu pulled Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan stared at the priest coldly. The priest couldn't stand the sharp eyes of this man. He didn't look at him, but continued slowly. I didn't see many scenes. I could only analyze and speculate from those scenes that the devil blood should have joined forces with the evil god believers. They first joined forces to defeat the royal family of Tiger Country, killing the Tiger King, the Grand Governor and the palace priests, and then sacrificed all the royal family members including the eldest prince and the eldest princess. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan looked at the priest together. The priest's face did not change at all, and the speed of his speech did not stop. The last scene I saw was that the evil god Shadow led the insect poison mutants to appear and fight with thousands of Tionkan orcs. The devil blood was behind the scenes to control those Tionkan orcs. I didn't see the end, I only saw the devastation. The Tiger Kingdom capital completely disappeared. The reception room fell into silence, with only a little incense smoke lingering at the tip of the nose. Shang Fifan's sneer broke the silence. What's the point of you telling us this? My MU is an unlucky guy who was used as a shield. It took him a lot of effort to figure out his life experience and recognize his relatives. And I am just a little alchemist who can make some space props. What role do you think the two of us could play in this chaos? The priest sneered. Your Excellency Aries Shang, you don't have to be so humble. Originally, I didn't think of putting my hope on you too. But after seeing that kind of future, I naturally couldn't help wanting to see a way out of the situation. So, I sacrificed 100 years of life, just to get a glimpse of hope. Lang Mu's eyes changed when he looked at the priest. Shang Fifan, cunning guy, this is simply taking advantage of my AMU's soft-hearted weakness. The priest sighed. Finally, my god did not completely abandon us. He let me see the only green in the fallen world. There are people working and living normally on that land, and the people who protect that land are. The priest looked at Lang Mu. Shang Fifan's eyes turned cold, without any warmth. What god does the Holy Mountain Priest Palace believe in? Shang Fifan asked suddenly. Priest, the ancient god, the oldest and most primitive god, is also the world itself, or the rules and knowledge itself. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. Lang Mu was not surprised. Magicians also regard the maker of the rules of heaven and earth as the highest god. Shang Fifan was not interested in discussing gods with priests. For him, gods and bosses are the same existence. It's just that the latter is easier to resist and even counterattack. The former is difficult to resist and can't even touch its shadow. To be honest, he is now working for some gods, or maybe several gods. I have always been very surprised. Your Holy Mountain Priest Palace has such a transcendent status, and is responsible for the inheritance of knowledge in the entire orc world. Logically, those evil god shadowers, evil god believers, Zerg queens, etc., shouldn't you be the first to be destroyed? Also, why don't you know the existence of the library? No, that's wrong. You know the library. But why don't you know where those libraries are? Why don't you find those libraries and benefit the current orcs? Shang Fifan's expression was full of provocation. Duo Haichao replied calmly. Priests are also human beings, and they will make mistakes. The library is another guarantee. It is two parallel lines with the Holy Mountain Priest Palace. We know each other's existence, but we each do our own thing. This is to ensure that if one side has a problem, the other side can continue. Shang Fifan nodded and agreed with this statement. Duo Haichao then said, the Holy Mountain Priest Palace has a certain ability to protect itself, but it is only self-protection. We never interfere in political affairs, and we have no armed forces. Even if we want to protect more people, we can't do it. Is it because you are impartial, and have always existed as a bystander and witness? Shang Fifan seemed to be mocking. Duo Haichao looked normal and admitted frankly, yes. Even the insect mother, who hates orcs, doesn't have much resentment towards the priest palace. There are insect people among the members of the priest palace. Shang Fifan, then what do you think of the evil gods? Ju Haichao, our world is tolerant of the ancient gods. If we can coexist, we will accept it. But the facts prove that they cannot coexist with us. In fact, over the years, the Holy Mountain Priest Palace has been attacked by the evil god believers. It can be said that it is because the Holy Mountain Priest Palace has involved most of the power and attention of the evil god believers that the evil god believers in other places are just minor fights. Shang Fifan's expression is better. No matter what, he still admires and respects these people who work silently and dedicate themselves behind the scenes. Lang Mu was the same. If Shang Fifan hadn't pressed him with his arm, he would have taken the initiative to ask, what do you need him to do? Let's get back to the point. What do you want us to do with AMU? Shang Fifan directly pointed it out. Duo Haichao said earnestly, "Take the children away." Such a request was completely unexpected by the two. Duo Haichao didn't seem to expect them to stop the upcoming chaos, but just hoped that they could help keep some fire. Shang Fifan turned his head, and when he saw AMU's expression he knew. Duo Haichao succeeded. This is a conspiracy. All the things this cunning priest said before were all foreshadowing, including the last request he made. What he wanted was not as simple as taking a few children away. He just wanted AMU to jump in and do more. Shang Fifan dared to bet that the future scene seen by this priest must be more than what he said. He may have seen AMU performing magic. That's why he specifically mentioned words like magic blood and magician to attract and retain them. Duo Haichao was unable to continue chatting with Shang Fifan, as the messenger sent by the Tiger King arrived. The three of them went to the Tiger King's palace again. Lang Mu couldn't speak, so he could only sneak a glance at Shang Fifan along the way. Shang Fifan caught him sneaking a glance. Seeing a Mu's flattering and expectant expression, Shang Fifan couldn't help but feel distressed. Whether it was the old man in the library or the priest, they all knew that a Mu was soft-hearted. If he hadn't come to this world, if he hadn't met a Mu, wouldn't a Mu have to take on a bunch of messy responsibilities and do a lot of thankless things now? In the end, there is a 99% chance that he would sacrifice his life, and maybe even become an unknown contributor, or even a stepping stone for others. Maybe the path to becoming a god for the Lord of Tianqin Valley depends on AMU. Shang Fifan subconsciously checked Lang Mu's current luck value, 97 minus 93/100, equivalent to 4 points. That is, every time a missing part of the statue of the god of nature is found, Lang Mu's luck value can be increased by 1 point, but in this way, even if all the missing parts of the statue are found, Lang Mu's luck value cannot be restored to 97 points. So there must be other ways to improve AMU's luck value, such as completely killing someone. He always felt that so many shitty things happened to AMU, making it impossible for them to play around as planned, because AMU's luck value was reduced so much. Shang Fifan was thinking about something. The priest Duo Haichao hoped that they could stay to solve the upcoming chaos. AMU would not just leave with him after knowing that there was such a crisis in the royal city and the tiger country. If he could do this, AMU would not be AMU. Even the old Earl and his wife Langzhen would not leave the royal city after hearing such a prophecy. Good people are always like this, always automatically shouldering more responsibilities that do not belong to them. So good people always die quickly. Shang Fifan's cold smile contained a trace of venom. The hand holding him shook, and the owner of the hand looked up at him and asked with his eyes, "Are you angry?" Shang Fifan's eyes changed, from cold and vicious to gentle and tolerant. "No, how could I be angry with you? I just think that I hope those who tried every means to keep us will not regret it." Lang Mu did not understand Shang Fifan's eyes, so he felt terrified, always feeling that the development of things might be out of some people's expectations. The priest Duo Haichao, who was walking in front, suddenly felt a chill spreading from the depths of his heart to his whole body. When the Tiger King saw everyone, he did not immediately tell them his decision, nor did he ask the Lion Territory people about their final choice. Instead, he said first, "Pass on my order. Starting from this generation, no matter who inherits the throne of Tiger Kingdom, no sect shall be established, let alone any sect as the state religion. Tiger Kingdom does not recognize any religious organization except the Holy Mountain Priest Palace. Any sect that performs sacrifices of living people and animals, propagates threatening and intimidating doctrines to the people, and uses imaginary objects to demand a large amount of property from the people in disguise is a cult, and everyone can kill it. This king's order is the highest king's order. Anyone who violates it is not worthy of being king, and anyone can overthrow it." The Tiger King spoke these words intermittently, but his attitude was extremely firm. He also asked Clement to carve this passage into an inscription and erect it at the main entrance of the palace to ensure that everyone who passes by the main entrance of the palace can see it. Shiyu and Jiaohe had no objection to the supreme order suddenly issued by the Tiger King. Prime Minister Isaac hesitated a little, but in the end, he said nothing. When the second prince received the order, he also received the news that his occult club and the high-end club were closed down. What the third prince did was not secret, but the second prince was taking over the personnel and property left to him by the queen at that time, and the person responsible for reporting the news failed to find the second prince in time. When the second prince knew what the third prince had done, the third prince had already transported the things to the palace. Although he was angry, he was more concerned about why the Tiger King secretly sent a message to the Grand Commander, the Prime Minister, and the commander of the city guard to enter the palace together. Although he didn't know that the Tiger King was ill, he had some vague guesses. "Your Highness, I'm afraid." The loyal subordinate was worried, and always felt that his prince was going to the palace this time. Although his prince was also a tiger. "It's okay. I have a clear conscience. If my father has any misunderstandings about me, just explain it clearly." The second prince looked relaxed, holding the staff he had just made, and was about to go to the palace. "Your Highness, let's leave. Her Majesty the Queen is waiting for you in the territory of the Dinton family, and there is an army there." The second prince shook his head and chuckled. "It's not that serious yet, you don't have to worry. Even if my father really has a problem with me, it's not difficult for me to figure it out." The second prince looked relaxed, but he was wondering who was framing him, and who had the ability to frame him. The first person he thought of was the eldest prince. But he always felt that the eldest prince was not such a sinister person, and it was not that he underestimated the eldest prince. He really didn't think that the eldest prince could get the space belt without anyone noticing. If the eldest prince got the space belt, he didn't need to take out part of the things inside just to frame him. Given the eldest prince's temperament, he would most likely give the belt directly to the Tiger King, or keep it hidden until he became the new queen. This frame-up was very careless, and someone who looked like Anilina entered the club, and the third prince caught her red-handed. The news that Anilina was imprisoned in the dungeon of Earl Merwin's mansion had already spread. Anyone who saw it would think that this was a complete frame-up and farce, and no one with a brain would take it seriously. Moreover, if this frame-up is not handled properly, it will make the framer fall into a deep pit. No matter how the second prince thinks, he doesn't think that the eldest prince will go to such lengths. That is the eldest princess. If the Tiger King has not designated an heir, he thinks that the eldest princess is more likely to challenge him, and he will simply use force to decide the winner, and whoever wins will take the throne. As for the third prince deliberately framing him, he is a fool who was used, and he still thinks he has done something great. Maybe he is complacent now, waiting to see him get into trouble. The second prince thought about it, and didn't think that someone put those things in his place, not to frame him, but just to find a suitable place to take out those royal items and return them to the Tiger King, and to make things difficult for him. Before the second prince arrived at the palace, the Tiger King had made his final choice. He had also issued the second royal order. That is, to pass the throne to the eldest prince, and this royal order would not be made public immediately. If the throne is passed to the eldest prince now, the people and other countries will definitely discuss and doubt whether something big has happened to him, the Tiger King. He must stabilize the Tiger Kingdom and other countries first. After communicating with the Grand Governor and several others, the Tiger King decided to let the eldest prince handle government affairs on his behalf under the pretext of training, while he would hide behind the scenes. During this period, he also observed the second prince and the eldest princess to prevent them from causing trouble. Wait until the eve of the inheritance conference to officially announce the news of the eldest prince's succession. The leaders of various countries and tribes can also watch the ceremony. The Tiger King will find a reason not to show up at that time, such as breaking through. In this way, he can still exist as a military deterrent and can minimize the turmoil that may be caused by the new king's succession. When the second prince entered the palace, the Grand Commander and others just left. The second prince received a note, opened it, read it, destroyed it, and all kinds of thoughts flew in his mind. The third prince waited for the second prince, but before he could get close to laugh at him, he suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. The third prince fell down screaming, his body twitching constantly, and red and black blood flowed from his eyes, mouth, nose and ears. The palace guards and the third prince's waiter were almost scared silly when they saw the scene. Someone shouted in panic, "Curse! This is a curse of resentful souls." Shang Fifan, who was about to leave the palace, glanced over. What a curse! Lang Mu saw, "Oh, magic. This magic will not kill people, but it will make people feel painful." Obviously, the second prince is not going to kill the third prince. It's not that the second prince doesn't want to kill the third prince, but it's not good to kill him directly at the gate of the palace, and giving him a lesson is also a way to vent his anger. The second prince is holding a staff. He casts punishment magic without much spells, which means his magic level is not low, probably about the same as mine. Lang Mu had a headache. Why is it so difficult to leave the palace? It's just one wave after another. Shang Fifan was amused by Lang Mu's expression and directly pulled Lang Mu to turn around. Let's go and take a look. For the sake of the stone tablet erected by the Tiger King, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu did not want the Tiger King to have any more problems, and they did not want the newly determined successor to the throne to have any more twists and turns. But Lang Mu did not see the viciousness and determination in Shang Fifan's eyes when he turned around. Chapter 189. Resentment Curse. Curse you to never become the king. No one saw a thick resentment rushing into the second prince's body. The second prince shuddered, so cold that his mind became much clearer. Then he suspected that he had been plotted against. But he checked his body several times secretly, and found nothing wrong with his body, so he could only continue to move forward with doubts. When the second prince found that the guide was not leading him to the study, but to the Tiger King's bedroom, his heart was disturbed. When he saw the Tiger King half lying on the bed in the bedroom, breathing very hard and unable to cover himself, several thoughts flashed through the second prince's mind. However, the Tiger King was not defenseless. Clement was standing by his bed. There were guards guarding the four corners of the bedroom, and there were waiters responsible for serving. In order to confirm that this was not a trap, the second prince silently recited the magic formula. His eyes flashed a little bit of light, and quickly scanned the Tiger King's body. That's right, the Tiger King was indeed sick, and he was very sick. He seemed to see the traces of the law. The Tiger King was also observing his second son. He felt that he had not seen his children properly for a long time. The lighting in the bedroom was very good, and the position of the bed was also very clever, so that the Tiger King could see the appearance of everyone entering the bedroom. The second prince was the best looking among his children, and his temperament was very special. The Tiger King was recalling the second prince's childhood, but for some reason, perhaps because he had too many children and time had passed, he could not remember what the second child looked like when he was a child. He remembered the eldest prince, who was his first child, and he was naturally very concerned. He was mature and steady at a young age, just like a little adult. He also remembered the third prince. That kid was very noisy since he was a child, and he would roll on the ground when he was not satisfied. He also remembered the two princesses clearly. The eldest princess showed strong fighting power at a very young age, and she was able to awaken into a giant beast at a young age, which made him very happy. The little princess was cute and lovely, and was the treasure of him and the queen. She was so cute when she was young, but she became particularly spoiled and domineering when she grew up. Only the second prince had a very shallow impression, and he only remembered that he was in poor health. It seemed that the first clear impression of the second prince in his mind was that he stood in the study and saluted him, saying that he wanted to go to Igwa to study. How old was the second child at that time? 16 or 18? He remembered that he agreed to the second child's request. It was 3 or 4 years later when he saw the second child again. After that, the second child seemed to be like now, quiet and not causing trouble, away from power, and only interested in mysticism. Sometimes he felt that the second child seemed to look down on his brothers and sisters. I remember you seemed to be sick often when you were a child, the Tiger King said slowly. The second prince was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the Tiger King's opening remarks would be this. A little confused, but the second prince still patiently replied, "Yes, my son was in poor health when he was a child, which made my father and mother worried." The Tiger King suddenly asked, "How long have you been sick? When did you recover?" The second prince couldn't figure out the Tiger King's thoughts, so he could only answer carefully, "I heard from my mother that my son was born with poor health, and she thought he would not be able to survive. But my son's vitality was also tenacious. He took medicine until he was in his early teens, and his body began to recover when he was about 14 or 15 years old. During this period, the son has been living in another palace." The Tiger King nodded, thinking that it was no wonder that he had a weak impression of the second child. It was probably because he was in poor health, and the queen had other younger children to take care of, so she had to send the second child to another palace for recuperation. This is also the usual practice of orc nobles or large families. For children with disabilities and poor health, they will first give up training. This is probably due to the primitive animal nature of the orcs. In ancient times, if the orcs gave birth to children with disabilities or unhealthy bodies, they would even bite the unhealthy and disabled children to death if they had other healthy children, and later developed into abandoning them. "Do you hate me? Father, you are joking." The second prince seemed extremely surprised, and said with a smile, "How could my son hate you?" "That's good." The Tiger King supported himself with the pillow with one hand, trying to sit up a little, but this small movement made him gasp for breath. The waiter came to help. The second prince was worried. "Father, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" The Tiger King waved his hand, and asked the waiter to step away. "Eddie Adrian, if I let your brother Gabriel Mueller become the new Tiger King, are you willing to assist him?" The second prince heard himself say, "Of course I am willing." The Tiger King looked at his second son. "In this case, are you willing to stay in the palace from today to serve your father until the inheritance sharing conference is over?" The second prince was silent for a moment. Father, you can tell me directly that you don't believe me and want to put me under house arrest. The Tiger King seemed to smile and said slowly, It's not that I don't believe you, it's that I don't believe your men. I heard that the queen left some people for you. You are a good child, but people cannot stand instigation. I just don't want you to be led astray by those people. The second prince looked at Clement and found that Clement's hand was already on the handle of the weapon. The second prince sighed and pulled out his staff from the space bracelet. The Tiger King saw the second prince's action without any anger or surprise, but said calmly, It seems that you have learned some very special skills. Those who enter the bedroom are not allowed to bring in any alchemical items, weapons, including space storage props, etc. without permission. The second prince must have been searched before entering the bedroom, but he still brought the space bracelet in. The second prince, I can't help it. You seem to have convicted me in your heart and determined that I would be an obstacle to Gabriel Mueller's succession. You are just under house arrest now, but we have all seen the fate of the Denton bloodline under house arrest. And my mother now has to flee to the Denton territory. Kill him. Kill the Tiger King. Control him, and Clement, you can do it. As long as you control them, and let the Tiger King pass the throne to you, you will be the Tiger King immediately. No, what's the point of being a king? I don't think it's possible for me to become a king. I'm obviously a magician. There were two voices fighting in the second prince's mind. If I didn't want to put you under house arrest, would you be obedient when I announced that your elder brother would become the new generation of Tiger King? The Tiger King seemed really curious about this. The second prince sneered. I remember that the education in our tiger country has always been the law of the jungle, and the strongest people deserve the best. Do you think Gabriel Mueller will be the strongest one? Yes, kill the eldest prince and the eldest princess. They are not your opponents. Forget it, we are all brothers and sisters. Why kill them? I am just a magician. Tiger King. So do you think you are the strongest one? How confident are you that you can be better than your eldest brother and more suitable to be the king? The second prince smiled and kicked the other voice out of his brain. Father, you don't think I want to hurt you, do you? The second prince shook his head. No, I won't do anything to you. In fact, I am not very interested in being a king. Yes, this is his true thought. He was born to be a magician. What kind of king is he? Clement, who was going to stop the second prince, and Lang Mu and Shang Fifan, who were standing in a corner of the palace, also had a little curiosity. What exactly does this second prince want to do? The Tiger King also laughed. Then what are you interested in? Becoming a god. The second prince said his ultimate goal lightly. Isn't it ridiculous? The second prince was disappointed. But this is really the only thing I want most. This has almost become my obsession. The second prince looked at the Tiger King. Father, can you tell me how to become a god? The Tiger King felt that his second son was a little sick. If I knew, would I still lie here? Yes. The second prince nodded. I heard others tell me that ruling a country, gathering the people's faith, and turning the power of faith into magic, it is possible to send me to the throne of God. The Tiger King frowned. You want to promote religion in the territory of Tiger Country? The second prince shook his head. It's not religion. A great king can also gain a lot of faith from the people. But I have observed for a long time and found that it is impossible to become a god in the Orc continent, even if it is to become the emperor of the entire Orc continent. Because of the existence of the ancient gods, they have blocked the way up. There is also the legendary god's cage that has sealed the entire world, and magic power cannot flow. The remaining energy is simply not enough to support the sage of magic to break through the shackles and become a god of magic. Tiger King, it's over, this son is really sick. The second prince held the staff and smiled at Clement. Don't worry, I really don't plan to do it. If I wanted to do it, you would have been lying down now. Clement didn't speak. The second prince looked at the Tiger King again. I tell you the truth, I don't want to be imprisoned by anyone, although you can't do it, but I still like to make it clear. I will leave the Tiger Kingdom and take my people with me. You don't have to worry about the Queen Mother. I will go over to take over that group of people, including the army of the Denton family. Tiger King calmly said, Where do you want to go? The second prince, find a larger island to occupy. After all, I heard that the Orc continent is about to experience a geological disaster of a magma eruption, and I don't think my personal strength can resist the natural disaster that will affect the entire continent. Tiger King, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at each other. Lang Mu wanted to laugh. I didn't expect that this second prince would be such a second prince. Shang Fifan, why does the curse have such a strange effect? Forget it, this has achieved the goal. Maybe this guy was originally wavering in his heart, and the curse affected him, making his thoughts completely turn to the other side. The second prince flashed his staff again. I want to leave, you can't stop me. Then, he pointed his staff at the Tiger King. The stone table not far from the bed. The stone table turned into powder silently. The second prince said stubbornly, it's not that he can't be king, but he doesn't want to be king, and he still has to show his strength. Snap! The sound of weapons being drawn in unison rang out in the bedroom. The Tiger King raised his hand, signaling the guards not to be nervous. Clement kept staring at the second prince. The second prince pointed his staff at several guards lightly. Earth prison cage. Several guards were instantly wrapped in a large earth ball. The Tiger King didn't show any fear, but a thoughtful look. You are a magic blood talent? Have you awakened the magic blood? The second prince used magic to restore the stone table and untied the restraints of the guards. A waiter gasped. The second prince raised his wand and saluted the Tiger King. I guess so. You can also call me a magician. Are you really going to leave? The Tiger King asked again. Yes. The second prince replied seriously. He also smiled and said, I have figured it out from another ambitious magician. The path he took is not the path I want to take, but he also gave me some inspiration. I think I should start from the essence of energy. Fortunately, my study of mysticism over the years has not been in vain. Although I can't cast magic, I have far surpassed my previous self in terms of theoretical knowledge. My teacher once taught me that third-rate magicians only use magic, second-rate magicians will create new magic, first-rate magicians will study the essence of magic, and magicians who can embark on the path of magic saints are thinking about the source of everything, that is, energy itself. The second prince smiled calmly and said, This is the path to becoming a god that I have chosen. I study the nature of energy, where energy comes from, whether everything can generate energy, and whether any energy can be unified and even converted to each other. I think that when I can grasp the nature of energy, I will naturally enter the realm of gods. Maybe I will never be able to do it, but it doesn't matter. At least I think I have embarked on the right path to becoming a god. The second prince saluted the Tiger King again. Goodbye, my father. I don't know if there will be a chance to meet again in the future. Don't send people to stop me, and please withdraw the troops that destroyed the Denton family. I said I would take them away, and I will definitely take them away. If they don't want to, I will solve them for you. This is to repay you and the Tiger Kingdom for raising me for many years. I will always follow the magician's principle of equal exchange. The second prince said this at the end, turned around, and strode out of the bedroom. Tiger King, Oh, right. The second prince suddenly turned around again. Be careful of the master of Tianquan Valley, he is also a magician, and a much stronger magician than me. He also has an unknown number of Tianquan troops under his command. Compared with the evil god believers, this force should not be underestimated. The second prince paused. Don't tell him that I told you. I don't want to provoke him. This time I really left, and I will come back later. Watching the second prince disappear at the door of the palace, Clement couldn't help but ponder. Maybe he never really knew the second prince. Shang Fifan couldn't help but complain to Lang Mu. I don't know what the essence of energy is, but the essence of this second prince must be middle school. Otherwise, his curse would never have this effect. The two thought they were coming to save the Tiger King, and Shang Fifan was ready to kill the second prince, but the second prince chose to run away. Shang Fifan was very depressed. He hadn't even taken Lang Mu away yet, but the second prince had already run away. Cunning, too cunning. These magicians are really not stupid. Think about it, they have been working hard to compete with their brothers and sisters for the throne, and there are a circle of demons and monsters around them. The generals, princes, nobles and ministers all have their own thoughts, and they have to think about how to solve the problem of the magma eruption, and at the same time, they have to make the people of the Tiger Kingdom respect him to the extent of faith. Even if the second prince wants to figure out magic, he doesn't have much time, right? And most magicians are homebodies, and many magicians tend to be researchers. For a researcher, it is better to kill him than to let him do a lot of chores, and not give him time to study. The second prince's ambition may be to become a god. Being a magician lord, who is completely independent, and has few things to do, is better than the king of the Tiger Country, who has many things to do, and is annoying. Especially, the second prince's ability is enough to make other major forces helpless against him, with a magic crystal. He is a smart man. Lang Mu also sighed. The second prince is indeed a smart man. The longer he has been friends with the master of Tianquan Valley, the more he is afraid of this person. At first, he thought this was a person who needed to rely on his power. But soon, he found out that he was wrong. The purpose of the master of Tianquan Valley is also to become a god, and he has obviously been planning for this for many years, and has even embarked on the path he thinks is right, and has a certain outline. In this case, as the second prince, he may be able to gain some advantages in the early stage by cooperating with him, such as obtaining magic crystals and receiving military support from the other party. But over time, the advantages and support will become a rope around his neck. A magician must have enough magic power to cast magic. Once the Lord of Tionkin Valley cuts off his magic crystal supply, he will not be able to fight against the Lord of Tionkin Valley, and he may have to lie down and let the Lord of Tionkin Valley take whatever he wants. Similarly, the military forces that once supported him will become an army that plunders everything from him in the future. After much consideration, just when he entered the palace and met the Tiger King, he finally decided to stay away from the Lord of Tionkin Valley and the Tiger Kingdom. The Tiger Kingdom is about to fall into a precarious situation. Both the Lord of Tionkin Valley and the followers of the evil god have the intention of taking over the Tiger Kingdom. The second prince does not want to be a pawn in this, let alone a cannon fodder. It just so happens that he has traded several medium and high-level magic crystals with the Lord of Tionkin Valley. As long as he uses them sparingly, he can still support a territory. In addition, he and the Lord of Tionkin Valley found traces of other magicians in this spring material exhibition. The second prince wanted to take time to find these magicians to see if he could find more magic crystals or a way back through them. Yes, the second prince wanted to go back to the Fidel continent. A continent without magic power is really too suffocating for magicians. Here, if they are careless, they can even be easily killed by an orc cub. Before the second prince traveled to the orc continent, he was a junior magician. In the Fidel continent, not to mention that he was a powerful existence, not many people dared to provoke him. The second prince was full of disappointment. When he walked out of the palace and passed by the third prince, he casually removed the punishment magic on him. This idiot still refused to leave the palace until now, and even asked the healer and pharmacist to treat him at the gate of the palace. Of course, the third prince did not really stay at the gate of the palace. He was carried into a palace inside the gate. The second prince shook his head, and suddenly felt relieved. So it was so easy to give up, the throne? Shang Fifan was more suspicious, and he specially followed the second prince for a while, and asked the Sky Eye system to keep an eye on him, and tell him if he had any abnormal behavior. That day, the second prince went back and secretly found the eldest prince, and sold all his fixed assets and goods that could not be quickly sold to the eldest prince at half price. The eldest prince was shocked, but he did not doubt that his brother had bad intentions. He completely believed the second prince's statement. He had to raise funds urgently to develop in the new territory. As a result, when the funds were half raised, Clement came with the Tiger King's assets. The Tiger King's space belt was stolen, but it does not mean that all the royal property has disappeared. With the Tiger King's funding, the eldest prince successfully bought all the second prince's real estate and a large amount of goods. Both father and son knew that most of these were the queen's personal property. The second prince wanted to exchange money and minerals for a certain amount of grain and food. The eldest prince thought of the large amount of grain and meat attached to the space belt given to him by Raphael Langmu, and after a long discussion with Clement, he still rejected the second prince's request for a transaction. The eldest prince wanted to help his brother, but Clement warned him seriously. The royal city, and even the entire Tiger Kingdom might not be easy in the future, and the grain and meat given to him by Langmu were for life-saving purposes. Not to mention trading them out, even the Tiger King could not let them know. The eldest prince agreed with this. The second prince had so much money and supplies, and he could go to Denton territory to plunder more. No one could starve him. But the people of Tiger Country were different. Once there was a risk, food would be the biggest problem. The next day, the Tiger King ordered the second prince to go to Denton territory to clean up the remaining forces of the Denton family there. The second prince left the royal city with a large number of people and his own personal property. Everyone looked at the direction he was going, and it was indeed Denton territory. Many people thought that the Tiger King's order was to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Only a few people knew that the second prince was going to run away and would never come back. The master of Tionkin Valley frowned and looked at the direction where the second prince left, thinking of what the second prince talked to him last night. The second prince said that the upper echelons of Tiger Country were a bit chaotic now, and everyone was staring at the princes and princesses like black chicken eyes, especially him and the eldest prince. It just so happened that the queen had left him a little trick, and he planned to take it back, so he found a reason to convince the Tiger King. He also took this opportunity to temporarily leave the power vortex of the royal city, which was a retreat to advance. The Lord of Tionkin Valley felt that the second prince's plan was not wrong. After all, The eldest prince was the one with the most qualifications for succession. Although the second prince had a certain chance of winning, it was really difficult to display it in the royal city. It was better to accumulate his own strength outside, and then find someone to cooperate with him from inside and outside to fight back. It was just that the second prince left too hastily, and there was always a sense of panic in escaping from the royal city. I don't know if it was his illusion. The Lord of Tianqin Valley turned around, and it was time for him to carry out his next plan. Not far away, Shang Fifan stared at the Lord of Tianqin Valley and followed. Chapter 190. The gossip newspaper has now completely turned into a tabloid, the kind without a fixed address. This tabloid, which is said to be not presentable, is purchased daily by even the royal family, as well as other nobles and officials. The sales of the gossip newspaper have not been affected. On the contrary, as more and more people come and go in the royal city, their circulation is also increasing. Some caravans will buy a large number of their newspapers and sell them in other places. The people of Tiger Country and people from other countries also know many secrets of the high-level officials of Tiger Country. Moyo Town. Mayor Lang Shou just came back from the farm and asked his family, "Are there any caravans coming from the royal city? Do they bring any new gossip newspapers?" Butler Colin immediately took out a few newspapers. "Here, as soon as they come, I will ask them to buy the latest ones." "Quick, let me see." The mayor almost snatched the newspaper from the butler. The mayor didn't even bother to sit down, just stood and browsed the contents of the newspaper. The housekeeper helped the mayor take off his coat, dusted it off, and hung it up. There were light footsteps. Colin bowed. "Madam, good day." Mrs. Delia was holding a flower basket and asked, "Are there new newspapers?" Colin, "Yes." Delia looked up and saw her husband reading a few newspapers. "What does it say?" Mrs. Delia was too lazy to take the newspaper and read it herself. She gently pulled her husband and sat lazily on the bench. The housekeeper's wife, Marlene, took the flower basket from Mrs. Delia and put the flowers and plants in the basket into the vase to add some color to the house. The mayor followed Mrs. Delia's force and sat down next to his wife. "It's already a month ago." The mayor looked at the date of the newspaper. "The newspaper is too slow to arrive," Mrs. Delia complained softly. The mayor also felt that it was too slow, but there was nothing he could do. It would take nearly a month for the caravan to come here from the capital. If something happened on the way, it would take even longer. "Did the newspaper mention those two guys?" Mrs. Delia raised her chin. The mayor patted his wife soothingly. "Wait a minute, I haven't finished reading it yet." Mrs. Delia snorted coldly. "Those two guys are so good, they ran to the capital for so long and didn't even send back a message. Poor Ah Dai is looking forward to his two fathers coming to pick him up every day. It's not that they didn't care. Didn't they send something back some time ago?" The mayor was distracted to say good things to Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. Madame Delia seemed even more angry. "Those two are so foolish. They actually asked someone else to bring back such a precious thing as the space bracelet. Fortunately, the people in the caravan were honest and delivered the things intact. If the caravan found out that the things they sent were actually space props, do you think they would embezzle them? Even if the caravan is reliable, they are not afraid that the caravan will get into trouble, and the things will not be delivered." The mayor also complained about this matter. Those two were too bold. When he received the things they sent from the royal city, he thought they were just ordinary gifts. It was not until he saw the letter written in secret language by Lang Mu that he knew what they sent. He almost popped his eyes out. In particular, he found a lot of food and meat, as well as a lot of fur in the space bracelet that Lang Mu specifically gave him. Mrs. Delia raised her hand to signal Marlene, who was waiting on the side. "Go and pick up Ah Dai and Xia Bing, and tell them that new newspapers have been delivered. Prepare more dinner." "Yes." Marlene smiled and withdrew, asking her son to help deliver the letter. The mayor's family took good care of little Ah Dai. The mayor originally wanted Ah Dai to move in and live with them, but Ah Dai didn't want to. Xia Bing also said that she could take good care of Ah Dai and refused to move in and live with others. The mayor thought that young people might like freedom, and his wife's mouth was too bad. Even the words of concern were very harsh, so he thought about it and didn't insist. However, the mayor still often asked Ah Dai and Xia Bing to come to his house for dinner, and let his children play with Ah Dai. His two children were not very old, but they played well with Ah Dai. The main thing is that Ah Dai is not annoying. He spends most of his time in the town library, listening to Aunt Sheep's lessons. He reads books and studies when he has nothing to do. He also likes to listen to the stories of the old people. The old beast men in the town like the quiet and curious Adai very much. However, Adai's best friends are Ivan, who was kidnapped with him, and little Anton, the son of the town tavern owner. These three people, plus the mayor's two children, form a fixed small team. Mrs. Delia said that Adai is very smart. Look at the friends he makes. Little Anton is the town's gossip monger, and he is popular with everyone. Ivan is the youngest son of Sheriff Andre. Fei-Ying and Lang Shaw are the mayor's two children. With these four kids around, other cubs wouldn't dare bully Adai even if they didn't like him. Xia Bing is now an apprentice alchemist in the town. He studied the alchemist manual Shang Fifan left for him when he left, and helped the mayor's blacksmith. He figured out something. He can't make complicated things now, but he can still fix simple items. The townspeople naturally won't reject this future alchemist, and accept Xia Bing very quickly. Xia Bing is really good to Adai. Not only does she take good care of Adai and feed him well, but she also ensures that little Adai has snacks in his pocket every day. The first two are common for the townspeople, but the latter is not easy. Many cubs in the town envy Adai's big bag full of snacks. Not to mention Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, the two fools, who actually prepared a space bracelet for such a small Adai. But Adai is really smart. He never shows off his space bracelet even though he has one, and never shows off in front of the cubs. He still carries his big bag of snacks every day, pretending that he doesn't have a space bracelet. The mayor was originally worried that Adai would be targeted and robbed because he had such a treasure, but seeing Adai was so smart, he felt relieved. Xia Bing also had a space bracelet. Xia Bing didn't use it in front of others, and she was as good at hiding it as Adai. Shang Fifan asked people to bring a total of 6 space bracelets, 4 of which were designated by candidates, and the other 2 were just left to the mayor. The mayor thought for a long time, and discussed with his wife for a long time, and finally decided to give the extra 2 space bracelets to the Sheriff Andre and the town priest Aunt Yang, and explained that this was not for private use, but for public use. Once they handed over their work, the space bracelet would also have to be handed over. Even so, the two were almost stunned by the legendary space props. Andre smiled from ear to ear. Hearing that Shang Fifan and Lang Mu had someone bring it to them, he was grateful without saying it. Since Shang Fifan and the others were not in front of him, naturally most of this gratitude was used to take care of Adai and Xia Bing. And Yang was also very happy. With the space props, she no longer had to worry about the difficulty of transferring and preserving the books in the library in time if someone attacked the town or there was any other disaster. Reflecting on Adai, Aunt Yang was very thoughtful in teaching Adai knowledge. Mrs. Delia leaned against her husband, stroking the bracelet on her left wrist. Her eyes were empty, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The mayor finally finished reading all the newspapers, and asked his wife if she wanted to read them. Mrs. Delia disliked the newspaper because it was dirty, and didn't want to touch it. Just tell me. The mayor unfolded the newspaper and read some important news to his wife. The latest news, the news from a month ago, the eldest prince has now officially taken over the handling of state affairs, and the Tiger King is hiding behind the scenes for some reason, as if he wants to train the eldest prince to take over the throne quickly. Mrs. Delia pouted, but she didn't have much opinion on the eldest prince taking over the throne. At least the eldest prince didn't bully Raphael Longmu, and it is said that he was more caring. The second prince took his people to Dinton territory. The people from the newspaper secretly followed and checked, saying that they saw with their own eyes that the second prince left Dinton territory with an army and a large amount of supplies, and sailed out to sea from the bay closest to Dinton territory. It looks like he will never come back. Mrs. Delia didn't believe it. So fast? Although Dinton County is close to the royal city, how can it be so fast to gather troops and supplies, and then to prepare a large number of ships? The mayor looked at the newspaper again. The newspaper said that the reporter who went there secretly saw that the second prince seemed to have performed some mysterious magic, which the newspaper called magic. The second prince used magic to speed up the entire team, and also used magic to subdue the leader of the army of Dinton County, and then used magic to allow small ships to ride the wind and waves on the sea. However, the place where the second prince went is not far from the land, which is only a day's sea journey. There are several large islands connected there, which originally had some relationship with the Dinton family. Now it should be completely occupied by the second prince. Mrs. Delia heard this and couldn't help asking, "Where is the queen, the vicious woman? Is she still alive?" The mayor shook the newspaper. "I was just about to tell you that this is still the front page headline of the issue. The queen passed away." The newspaper said that the queen could not bear the torture of the curse and committed suicide. But the reporter also revealed that the queen was full of expectations for the second prince, hoping that the second prince would lead the army of the Denton family to fight back to the royal city and seize the throne. Who would have thought that the second prince had no intention of the throne, but only wanted to take the army of the Denton family away from the Tiger country to occupy a small territory and be a happy little lord who did not care about anything. If the second prince had average ability, the queen might not be so unwilling. But when the second prince appeared in Denton territory, he showed extraordinary strength in order to subdue the remaining people of the Denton family and the army. It is said that the queen laughed with joy when she saw the power shown by the second prince. But then I knew the real thoughts of the second prince, and then he was gone the next day. Maybe she lost hope, or maybe she wanted to punish the second prince with her own death. Mrs. Delia's mouth curled up with a strong sneer. Punishment? If I were the second prince, I would just be happy to drink and celebrate. That evil woman is finally dead. The mayor held his wife's hand. Mrs. Delia, I'm fine. The day I knew she was cursed, the day I knew she had to escape from the royal city, I knew she was finished. Mrs. Delia smiled, and then she put away her smile, as if she thought of something. The mayor patted his wife. Don't think about it. It's all over. The grudges of the previous generation are completely settled here. Mrs. Delia didn't say anything, and after a while she said, Do you think Raphael will come back? The mayor laughed and said without doubt, Of course he will come back. We are his other home here. The mayor deliberately said to his wife, Do you know that Raphael is not your biological nephew, so you don't recognize him? How could it be? Mrs. Delia snorted. I don't accept him because he is Anita's child. On the contrary, it was because Raphael was Anita, and the Tiger King's illegitimate child that made Mrs. Delia dislike him in every way. It was not until she gradually understood Raphael's character, and gradually recognized Raphael himself, that she really accepted this nephew. Now it's not a question of whether I recognize him or not. I'm afraid he doesn't like us anymore. No. If Raphael wanted to alienate us, he wouldn't send such a precious treasure back, and he wouldn't still leave Ah Dai and Xia Bing in the town. They can just send someone to pick up Ah Dai and Xia Bing, and there is no need to send us space bracelets and a lot of supplies. Mrs. Delia also knows this, but she still feels a little awkward. What else did the newspaper say? Did it mention Tiger King? How could that scum suddenly hide behind the scenes? The mayor picked up the newspaper again and flipped through it. I didn't see any relevant news. Either it was deliberately concealed, or the gossip newspapers haven't found out yet. Mrs. Delia said coldly, The queen is dead, Anita is dead, why keep Tiger King? Why not go down with those two women? The mayor said rationally, Tiger King can't die now, he is the strongest military deterrent in Tiger country after all. Moreover, he still wants to hold a heritage sharing conference. If he gets into trouble at this time, not to mention whether the heritage sharing conference can be held, I'm afraid Tiger country will be unstable. Mrs. Delia has no patriotism and loves the people, and said directly, It's best if Tiger country is disbanded. There are not many good people among those dignitaries. If they really disperse, the most painful and suffering people will be the ordinary Tiger people. When the war breaks out, our town will not be able to escape. Then prepare well. Mrs. Delia sat up straight. Didn't the Tiger King compensate Raphael for his fiefdom? Isn't our Moyo town in his fiefdom? Why doesn't he take the old couple of the Lang family away from the royal city and come back? Is he afraid that we will not recognize him as the new lord? The mayor was not sure. They may have something else to do. The newspaper said that the alchemist Aries Shang, who can refine space props, beat up the particularly handsome Tianquan Valley Master for our Raphael. Because the Tianquan Valley Master deliberately seduced Raphael. Mrs. Delia's mouth twitched. This gossip newspaper really reports everything. Even such romantic affairs are reported in a particularly festive way. No wonder it is regarded as a tabloid that is not worthy of being published in a high-class publication despite its large circulation. Do you think that Aries Merchant is the merchant emperor? Mrs. Delia suddenly asked. The mayor, I was not sure before. But, Mrs. Delia nodded. The only person who could send back 6 space props in one go without worrying about losing them is the refiner himself. Otherwise, given the extremely high price of space props, even if Raphael inherited all the property of the Lang family, he would not be able to buy so many. Moreover, the capacity of their space bracelets is not small. The space of her and the mayor's bracelets is about 300 cubic meters, and the extra 2 have a capacity of 150 cubic meters. With such a huge capacity, Delia dare not imagine how exaggerated the price would be if it was auctioned at an auction. What was the result? Mrs. Delia asked. Was the Lord of Tianquan Valley beaten to death by Aries Shang? The mayor found the report, Well, this Lord of Tianquan Valley is not a weakling, he is very strong. Many people originally thought that the Lord of Tianquan Valley was just a vase, but when Aries Shang attacked the Lord of Tianquan Valley, everyone found that he was also a being with fighting power no less than the Tiger King. TSK, look at what the newspaper said. The two fought in a mountain in the suburbs, and most of the mountaintop collapsed, causing groundwater to gush out and directly form a natural lake on the spot. The weirdest thing is that the ability displayed by the Lord of Tianquan Valley does not seem to be a divine blood talent, but more like the legendary magic blood witchcraft. The newspaper said that this is magic. It was also said that the magic cast by the Lord of Tianquan Valley and the magic cast by the second prince were from the same lineage, and both of them were magicians. But the combat power of that Aries Shang was also super strong. His bloodline talent should be strong. The newspaper also said that his archery was particularly accurate. The bow and arrow he used were very powerful alchemical weapons. His body movements were fast and agile. It was suspected that he should have learned the professional skills of a hunter. Interestingly, the newspaper said that the magic cast by the Lord of Tianquan Valley often disappeared inexplicably before it was sent out, or the accuracy was not good, and the power was fluctuating. At first, Aries Shang used long-range weapons to deal with the Lord of Tianquan Valley, and then he got close to the Lord of Tianquan Valley and forced him to fight in close combat. Aries Shang gave up the bow and arrow and used a metal hammer instead. He was super fast and strong, and hammered the Lord of Tianquan Valley to the ground. The Lord of Tianquan Valley was finally forced to call for help, and many Tianquan suddenly appeared to besiege Aries Shang together. Then, the mayor frowned. Mrs. Delia was anxious. Then what happened? The mayor looked strange. The servants of the god of fear appeared. What? Mrs. Delia's face changed, and she subconsciously asked, "It's not the evil god Shadow? Could they have mistaken the two?" The mayor shook his head. It's not the evil god Shadow. It's clearly written in the newspaper. Just when more and more Tianquan appeared to besiege Aries Shang, the master of Tianquan Valley cast a forbidden magic on Aries Shang, and the servants of the god of fear suddenly appeared and took away all the living people at the scene. Where is Aries Shang? Is he in trouble? Mrs. Delia was anxious. No matter how she looked at the Shang Emperor was her own man, so of course she had to bend her elbow inward. Moreover, the relationship between the Shang Emperor and Raphael is obvious. Once something happens to the Shang Emperor, Lady Delia cannot imagine what will happen to the introverted Raphael. The mayor looked relaxed. It's okay. This report was the headline of the latest gossip newspaper, and it took up a whole page. The report ended by saying that Aries Shang appeared again the next day, and as soon as he came out, he went to the Lang family to find Raphael with barbecue from the most famous store in the royal city. What about Tianquan Lord and those Tianquan? It's not mentioned in the newspaper, so they probably didn't show up. Lady Delia was thankful, but she also thought deeply. Do you think Aries Shang escaped from the servants of the god of fear, or was he captured by the servants of the god of fear and then escaped back? The mayor was late. Suspect, he probably escaped. I've never heard of anyone being captured by the servants of the god of fear and still escaping. Mrs. Delia suddenly got angry. Why can't the gossip newspaper set up an office here? I have to wait about a month to see the new newspaper every time. It's been a month, and I don't know what happened to those two. And how did the servants of the god of fear suddenly run to the vicinity of the royal city? Didn't it always wander in the wasteland near Tianquan Valley? Not only Mrs. Delia and the mayor want to know this question, but the people in the royal city want to know it even more. Ever since the gossip newspaper reported that the servants of the god of fear appeared near the royal city and took away a large number of living people, the orcs in the royal city have been a little worried all day long. Many people have heard the legend of the servants of the god of fear, especially the people in the caravan. Many people want to find out from Aries Shang how he escaped from the hands of the servants of the god of fear, but unfortunately Aries Shang ran away, taking Raphael Lang Mu and the Lang family with him. Just half a month ago, this family left the royal city, all lightly equipped, with one person riding a giant insect. The eldest prince came to see them off. The people from the gossip newspaper also took farewell photos of the scene, and published them on the front page of the next day. Since Aries Shang could not be caught, many people harassed the gossip newspaper, wanting to know how they knew about the appearance of the god of fear servants, and how they could escape after taking photos of the scene. The gossip newspaper could not stand being harassed, so it spread the word that all this information was secretly provided by a mysterious person, including the photos of the scene. As for the reporters they sent to the scene, they are now missing, and they have all been captured by the god of fear servants. Compared with the confusion and worries of the orcs in the royal city, the players are super excited. The dead players have appeared on the forum one after another. Oh my god! I saw a new dungeon. It's so weird and scary. This game has dungeons? Doesn't that mean you can open up new land to get equipment and professional skill books? Don't dream, there's still new land to open up. That dungeon is so scary, you die once you enter it, you can't even move. Strange, the dungeon map doesn't even appear in the game system, only a red dot indicates that it's an unknown place. I also died and escaped. Let me drink some water, and then tell you what I saw and heard. Everyone was strung on a rope, just like tying up an animal. Everyone's neck and hands were tied to the same rope. Everyone walked forward woodenly, and there was a particularly ugly monster supervising next to them, and they would whip people with a whip. I saw an ancient city, but I died just after entering it before I could see what was inside. The death was very strange. When you entered the ancient city, did you hear a very noisy sound? The sound was very harsh. I probably died of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Yes. I heard it too. I even forgot that I heard it. Now recalling it, it's so scary. Big news. Our super handsome and super stylish Valley Master was also captured and taken to the dungeon. I wonder if he can come out alive. Who has seen our Valley Master? Is he tied to the same fate with us? Hurry up and ask the people in the player camp if they have seen the Valley Master. Good news. The Valley Master is back. The Valley Master is in the camp, but the door that he usually opens is closed. The waiter said that he is not feeling well and needs to rest for a while. Then a large task was issued for players to explore the banded Valley Wasteland to find the servants of the God of Fear.